Chapter 1 The impressive demonic tribes begs for feeding. My all viewers be like dragons, and heed fed dragons roar. Brain repository, I want to seek to fate the heroine. In the martial immortal continent, within the eastern mystic dynasty, in the imperial capital Xuanjing. A general clad in armor, carrying a blood-dripping sack, hastily entered Hineral off the Empressian's mansion. Heplasset the sack before him and dressed in upper plague old dragon robe. Your Highness, the Saintess Luffy you off ye in sword sack the speen brought. This man was also the master of his mansion, Prince Yen Xianxianyo, the unjust son of the current emperor. His appearance so snubba and handsome, but what dins much is imagous that was currently holding a spiced kick and drumstick and savor in jit with relish. Upon seeing sack, his bright Taishan with excitement. He immediately lost interest in the drumstick, hastily finished chewing, and dismayed Zinza handed him a handkerchief. Shinzayan knew what petitions, thence to Japan circle the sack, eventually liking Jitans. Seeing no movement inside sack, he turned his head to look at Supa. Is she dead? Supa shook his head said, it should bet that the poison your highness gave hasn't worn off it, causing her to remain unconscious. However, your highness, these women is truly formidable. With 1,200 men under my command even after she mistaken lion just at the poison, over half of the men still fell to her hands. Shinzayan used Malid calmly she's Saintess of sword sect, after all, beauty did well this time and deserve earward. With that, Hahendi dover a banknote. Tek thighs and enjoy yourselves with the armen for a few days. Upon seeing this, Supokun theta his joy and said, thank you, your highness, for the reward. Shinzayan Yuthan instructed, drag the sack to Thekyard. Yes. Supa's just about to act, but through a sudden movement inside sack. With a tearing sound, this aquas rip at a pen with woman inside. Cover red in blood, with a gaping wound pierced be a spear in her abdomen, woman's beautiful facuous filled with anger. Her beautifulious Luke Shinzayan Yaw with 4 yand astonishment. Shinshanyo, died to send people to attack him? Shinzayan used Milidan said, isn't that our Dundon question? Ash spoke, Haricha duto Supa. Supo instinctively drew whisward Dan hand Didi to him. Without further ado, Shinzayan Yulai said the beauty across her back, knocking her to the ground. Then, with a sudden kick, Hestam head. The expression in his eyes suddenly became extremely sinister, and this voice was like a cold spear piercing gentith woman's ears. You never expected to fall into me hands anide, did you? Lucan Getheba eating wound in her back, Shinzayan used thoughts return ento 10 days ago. At the time, he was fishing at the Wild Lake of the foot off Yayun Mountain and had caught a golden carp. Hold have a thought Lufayu, the Saintess of sword sect, would without warning strike him with a sword key, severely injuring. Afterwards Shinlai compensate him with a wheeling pills and apologized hastily before leaving. Luffy shot angrily at this moment, Prince Yen, I thought it was a thief stealing me sex spirit but, wasn't we our fishing, afterwards, I apologize Ed Toy, as a royal prince, can't I obemera forgiving? Bio your logic, after your apology, should I forget the grudgy of Tatsword strike, Shinzayan you sked with Esmal. What do I want from Ethan, I canisk J in sword secto compensate your highness with more retriusaries, Luffy said with pain on her face. None, just compensate me with yourself. Liufio thought that Shangxian you mean to include here in the concubine Afian. Seeing her shaking her head repeatedly, her face showed extreme reluctance. Prince Yen, absolutely not, I already have Yafiank. Upon hearing this Shinzayan sneered, how did Yakomita think that I fancied you? What do you mean Prince Yen, Luffy always immediately filled with doubt. Shinzayan you said no more reached out, grabbed Luffy by the collar, and forcibly dragged her to the backyard. The poison in the Saintess of sword sect's body had not yet fully dissipated. Her cultivation was nearly wasted. At this moment, she was not different from an ordinary woman and no matter how she struggled, it was to no avail. When they arrived at the backyard, Luffy suddenly looked terrified and struggled even more vigorously. Because she was snowy white a giant python coiled up here. It was the snowy white a giant python she had endured 7 days ago. At the same time, Shinzayan was dragging her towards the python, which also began to move. Tears poured from Luffy's eyes, and their body trembled uncontrollably. Prince Yen, hey, you know I was wrong, I really know I was wrong, I don't want it. Shinzayan remained indifferent. Hethru Luffy went front off to Python and control a dite with his mind, open in Jit's bloodthirsty mouth towards Saintess of sword sect. Shinzayan turned and left. In an instant, a scream came from the backyard, followed Bizilance. At the same time, an extremely fulfilling sense of fullness spread through his entire body, and his mind and body suddenly felt much more relaxed. Shinzayan Yula Tutalons. Finally, fool. His thoughts returned to Thele tonight 7 days ago. At the time, he was shielding his wounds within the Monsian and suddenly a blood-covered white heredral came out of the door. From her appearance, she's Tobi and 15 or 16 years old Bucha claimed to Baichinghan, the impressive demonic tribes. No Tanla that, but she begged him to accept their white python demon body. Because Willie cultivating, Harry Yuanshen had been severely injured by Lufayu's attack, and Dike could no longer maintain her demon body. She also taught him a technique to control white python demon body, telling him that befaden jit well and relying on this technique, he could gain cultivation nourishment when she recovered Harry Yuanshen should come to retrieve with white python demon body and would defend lair were dim generously. Thinking that white heredral was beautiful, he agreed. And it was definitely not for the cultivation nourishment or any future airwards. Purely out of kindness. Yes, that's it. Botha didn't even believe a faith himself. In fact, by Kingdom Wasnatling. Over the past 7 days, he had fed he white python demon body with countless chickens, ducks, fish, and meat, causing it to grow rapid lion size, and he had also gained substantial cultivation nourishment. The reason for plotting to capture Luffy off sword sect was not only to avenge the previous word strike. More importantly, after failing to kill Bai Qinghan, she had us wed harsh words. You snicky demon as long as he aware in Xianxian continent it will spare no offer to hunt you down until Ishitari when topis and dextracti are demonic dan. With Luffy saying such things, how could Inatra to kill her? Fortunately, she showed Ikenes by going Gulanito eliminate demons outside the imperial capital Xuanjing. Upon learning Gothas, high media telescent General Supuff the Mansion Guard along with poison from Misty Immortal and many Mansion Guards, Totacker. A successful capture. A Shistots wandered the snowy white a giant python yet completely digested its meal. Its body became even thicker, longer, and larger. And at this moment, Heffelta strong surge of cultivation nourishment flowing from his entire body. Shenzayan you felt the ki flowing from his body, and both his mind and body were refilled with immense pleasure. Bai Qinghan, I really hate to thank you for our white python demon body and cultivation technique in just 7 days it has elevated me from the fierce till the lofty bone tempering realm to the fierce till the lofty blood refining realm. The cultivation realms in this book are divided into 4 stages from low to high body refining, essence refining, chi refining, and spirit refining. Each stage has 3 major realms and 9 levels within. Body ref. Chapter 2 of the Emperor, can I not take on that role myself? Goodness, why are you hungry again? Shen Xianyu clutched his stomach, gazing bitterly at the enormous, spiraling white python before him. Ever since he had acquired the Yi demon body of Bai Qinghan, whenever it felt hunger, he too was compelled to endure the pangs of starvation. This was due to the absence of his primordial spirit and soul, with his survival linked to the practice of the heaven-devouring technique, imparted by Bai Qinghan, thus intertwining his life with her demon form. To put it simply, this serves both as a mental discipline and a contract by nurturing her demon body, he could gain cultivation, while simultaneously experiencing her sensations. At present, it certainly appeared that the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. While others toiled laboriously in their cultivation, taking considerable time to see results, he needed only to ensure the Yi demon body was well fed. As the feeling of hunger intensified, he instructed Supa to bring forth dozens of pounds of chicken, duck, and fish, using his mental power to guide the white python in its feeding. Although Supa was accustomed to the extraordinary, he felt a sense of trepidation in the presence of such a colossal creature. It was not merely fear of the white python. He was also concerned for Shen Xianyu. When this python first arrived at the royal manor, it was no thicker than an infant's arm, yet now it had grown to the girth of a tree trunk. What would happen if it could no longer be concealed? Moreover, he had heard that the crown prince had recently taken over the case of the Xiang prince. If this matter were to be exposed, his highness could find himself in grave danger. As a prince, harboring a demon is no longer merely a matter of life or death, it is undoubtedly a capital offense in the current political climate. Half a year ago, 3 feudal lords conspired to rebel, aiming to usurp the throne. After his imperial father dispatched troops to quell the uprising, those conspirators were all executed. Subsequently, through political maneuvering, many feudal lords were imprisoned, creating an atmosphere of fear among his half-brothers. This scenario was reminiscent of past occurrences. To pave the way for the crown prince, a substantial number of noble families were eradicated. It was a veritable repeat of the reign of the Hangwu emperor. However, this is Dong Xian, not the Ming dynasty, and I, the Prince Yen Shen Xianyu, am a time traveler. Having been reborn within the womb of a royal concubine, upon growing up, I discovered that I had entered a fantastical novel. In that narrative, I, Shen Xianyu, was a mere cannon fodder villain, ultimately schemed against by the crown prince Shen Shenyang and the male protagonist Tang Daosheng, leading to my self-immolation within this very Yen prince manor. Not only that, but many heinous acts were attributed to me, ranging from petty bullying to the incitement of rebellions and chaos within the harem, even instigating a second war between celestial beings and Buddhas. The list of accusations is extensive. What's more, that insipid crown prince, in the end, proved to be a fool and was backstabbed by the protagonist Tang Daosheng, resulting in the ancestral legacy falling into the hands of the latter. Signs of this impending doom were already manifesting. The 3 feudal lords did not seek to usurp power outright, rather, they aimed to express their extreme dissatisfaction towards the crown prince through force. The crown prince's father, the former heir, had succumbed to illness and passed away prematurely. The emperor had treated the crown prince as his successor, but in recent years had become obsessed with alchemy, delegating most court matters to the 19-year-old crown prince. I am the product of my father's late-life offspring, ranking 19th among the princes, with my age mirroring my rank. I had originally intended to distance myself from the tumult of the court and live a leisurely life as a prince. Little did I anticipate that the demon race, Empress Bai Qinghan, would come knocking, her request bordering on a threat, with her sword merely inches from my heart. How could I refuse her? Now, even the desire to live leisurely has been rendered impossible. Of course, there is no need to continue in idleness given this grand opportunity. To repeat past mistakes would be sheer folly. Whether it be the crown prince Shen Shenyang or the protagonist Tang Daosheng, if I eliminate you both, my safety would be assured, and the stability of the Dongxian Empire would be secured. An emperor, surely, I am capable of assuming that mantle myself. As for Supa's concerns, they were hardly worth pondering. Once the white python finished its meal, Shen Xianyu focused his thoughts, and the majestic creature transformed into a vivid white snake bracelet, which he adorned upon his wrist, finding it exceedingly beautiful. Supa, astonished, exclaimed, "Your Highness can play like this?" Shen Xianyu replied with a calm demeanor, "Only you and Xianju are aware of this matter. As long as you both remain silent, it shall not be disclosed." Rest assured, your highness, my life was saved by you. I would never betray you, Supa declared earnestly. In terms of cultivation, being at the blood refinement realm is still somewhat respectable among the younger generation of martial artists, yet it pales in comparison to the prominent figures of various factions. Therefore, concealment is imperative. Xanju, whose full name is Chi Xanju, requires no such worries. She was originally my mother's maid. After my mother's disappearance, she remained by my side, caring for me as if I were her own child. At this moment, Chi Xanju approached, speaking softly, Your Highness, there are new developments from the Imperial City. Today, His Majesty has emerged from seclusion. How unusual. My Imperial father, obsessed with alchemy, often disappears for months on end, yet the elixirs he produces are indeed remarkable. Upon contemplating this, a sudden inspiration struck. What if I were to request some elixirs from my father to feed the white python? Would it not accelerate its growth? With this thought taking root, Shen Xianyu immediately changed into a robe devoid of any bloodstains and commanded, Supa, prepare the carriage. I must go to the palace to see my father. In Zhuangqing, at the Imperial Palace, within the writing chamber, the elderly Emperor Shen Shengyun sat upon the dragon throne, several documents spread before him. The Crown Prince Shen Shenyang stood before him, bowing respectfully. Your grandfather, fourth uncle Jing Wang has colluded with local gentry to seize the lands of the common people. The evidence is irrefutable. I beseech you to review it. The case of sixth uncle Xiang Wang has also been clarified. He has been secretly practicing dark arts and harboring demonic practitioners, with conclusive proof. Furthermore, regarding 19th uncle Yan Wang, there have been peculiar expenses reported from the Yan Wang manor in the last 7 days. When the discussion turned to Shen Xianyu, the emperor exhibited a hint of displeasure. Chen Yang, those are your uncles. Even if they have violated the law, it is sufficient to handle them according to the law. Your 19th uncle has not yet been conferred a fief and has remained in Zhuangqing. What is wrong with spending a bit more silver? Shen Shenyang promptly replied, Grandfather, I assure you, I have no intention of targeting 19th uncle. I merely fear that should there be any ill intentions from certain uncles, using 19th uncle's Yan Wang manor to instigate rebellion could endanger him. After all, 19th uncle is rather careless and lacks guile. I fear he may fall victim to others' schemes. Upon hearing this, Shen Shengyun's expression softened slightly. Then have the ancestral court investigate. Very well, I shall make arrangements immediately. Just as Shen Shenyang was about to depart, he was taken aback to see Shen Xianyu approaching, holding 2 dried plum and vegetable buns. Father, I have arrived. Chapter 3 You consumed 6,000 taels of food. Upon witnessing this, the royal grandson, Shen Shenyang, raised his eyebrows slightly, seemingly displeased. 19th uncle, this is the study, a revered place of the court. How can you bring such inferior food here? It is utterly inappropriate. Shen Xianyu took a bite of the fragrant flatbread, casting a peculiar glance at his elder nephew. Nephew, did you not grow up in the palace, feasting on rice and vegetables? Why is it that I cannot indulge in a morsel? Shen Shenyang replied nonchalantly, what I meant is that the study is not an appropriate venue for dining. Enough, Shenyang.do not cling to the pedantic formalities of the civil officials. If your 19th uncle wishes to eat, let him, it is of no consequence. With that pronouncement from Shen Shengyun, the royal grandson found it unsuitable to voice further objections. As he turned his gaze to Shen Xianyu, his previously stern demeanor softened into a faint smile. Outside the court, and in the presence of his son, Shen Shengyun was merely a father. He gently inquired, Xianyu, what brings you here? I heard father had emerged from seclusion, and having not seen you for several months, I thought I would pay a visit. As he spoke, Shen Xianyu offered a dried plum and vegetable flatbread. Father, I was famished during my journey and purchased a couple of flatbreads along the way. They are quite delightful, do give them a try. After a prolonged retreat, Shen Shengyun had not only been refining elixirs but also engaged in fasting and spiritual cultivation. The sight of these grains stirred his appetite. Accepting the flatbread, Shen Shengyun beamed, You rascal, you still remember your father when indulging in food. Of course. In all honesty, throughout his upbringing, Shen Shengyun had never been stingy with his youngest son. His treatment was considerably more favorable compared to that of his 18 elder brothers, and in his recollection, he had seldom imposed strictures upon him. When he observed his other sons or grandsons, they often wore expressions of unyielding authority, but before him, they were not the same. Shen Shengyun took a bite of the flatbread and playfully asked, Now, speak up, what do you wish from your father this visit? Nothing much, really. I have recently been feeling somewhat drained, and I thought to ask father for a few miraculous pills to help restore my vitality, Shen Xianyu replied candidly. Very well. Just in time, I have refined a few superior qi condensing pills, they are all yours. Upon hearing this, Shen Shenyang stood frozen in place. This was an evident display of favoritism. 6 months prior, when he sought a few quality pills to enhance his cultivation, the old man had instructed him to seek assistance from the alchemists in the royal city. Yet, Shen Xianyu merely had to utter a word to receive superior qi condensing pills, and directly at that, Shen Xianyu gazed at the box handed to him by his father, which contained 3 pills of a deep purple hue. Truth be told, the color did not evoke any desire to consume them. However, on the market, one superior qi condensing pill was worth thousands of taels of silver. Those fortunate enough to consume one might even break through several realms thereafter. Shen Shenyang was nearly envious. Noticing this, Shen Xianyu graciously accepted the pills, smiling broadly. Thank you, father, I must take my leave now. Hey, you little rascal, taking the pills and running off without spending more time with your father? Shen Shengyun could not help but scold with a laugh. Ah, I shall come again another day. Shen Xianyu appeared somewhat impatient, hastily exiting the study. Shen Shengyun said little more, while Shen Shenyang bore a look of hesitation, which Shen Shengyun chose to ignore. Shenyang, once I have passed from this world, the entire Dongshan Empire shall belong to you. 3 qi condensing pills are but trifles, do not begrudge your 19th uncle for them. Xin Shenyang obediently replied, grandson does not dare. In the eyes of Xin Shengyun, a son is a son, and a crown prince is a crown prince. The affection for grandchildren merely stems from seeing them, reminiscent of his son in childhood. How could a father not delight in such? Yet, he had a 19-year-old son. When it came to personal affection, a 19-year-old grandson could hardly compare to a 19-year-old son. Very well, investigate the affairs of your 19th uncle at the House of Nobles. An investigation is certainly warranted. That young man has recently squandered a considerable fortune, and his health appears quite depleted. As his father, I am genuinely curious about his undertakings of late. As Xin Shenyang exited the study, a glint of cold calculation flashed in his eyes. With any uncle alive in Zuangqing, it was truly difficult for him, the crown prince, to feel at ease. It was best to uncover something this time, thereby compelling the 19th uncle to retreat to his fief. Should he behave himself there, all would be well, otherwise, dealing with him would be as easy as pie. The House of Nobles governed most matters of the royal family. Xin Shenyang, not only the crown prince but also temporarily holding the title of noble commissioner, effectively served as the head of this office. Before long, he personally arrived at the residence of the Prince of Yan under the pretext of auditing accounts. Xin Xianyu was in the midst of feeding the first qi condensing pill to a white python when he learned of the House of Nobles' arrival and merely frowned. Beside him, the maid, Xinju, gently remarked, Your Highness, it seems your predictions were indeed correct. The House of Nobles has come to investigate. It matters not, let them inspect as they wish, Xin Xianyu replied. The steward, Yu Nexia, concealed the account books, appearing as though he wished to give them but hesitated. Xin Shenyang simply seized them directly. After perusing the accounts, a hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes. In the span of 7 days, the residence of the Prince of Yan had expended over 6,000 taels of silver solely on food. Yu Nexia reluctantly nodded. Xin Shenyang's expression turned icy. Yu Nexia, falsifying accounts is a grave offense. Think carefully before explaining this to me. Your Highness, this servant finds it difficult to speak on the matter. Yu Nexia looked exceedingly troubled. What is there to be troubled about? Was it the Prince of Yan who instructed you to falsify the accounts? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Xin Shenyang's heart surged with delight, prompting him to inquire, why would he wish to fabricate the accounts? The Prince of Yan visited the Luanxiang pavilion a few days ago, and perhaps in a drunken stupor, he generously tipped the courtesan inside with over 5,000 taels of silver. Once sober, he likely felt embarrassed, hence instructing this servant to transfer the accounts to the household expenses of the prince's residence. This sum, when attributed to food expenses, was indeed extravagant. One must understand that the annual food expenditure of an average commoner generally hovers around 5 taels of silver. Other princely households typically spend a maximum of 5 to 6,000 taels annually. However, if such an explanation were accepted, it would not seem so peculiar. Xin Shenyang grew weary of further discourse. This matter was neither trivial nor monumental. How absurd it was for a princely lord to seek out courtesans at the Luanxiang pavilion and squander wealth so recklessly. With the account book in hand, Xin Shenyang departed, specifically informing Yu Nexia that this account book must be presented to the emperor. Yu Nexia then turned to inform Xin Xianyu of the situation. Xin Xianyu remained remarkably composed. The fabrication of accounts had been his directive all along. However, choosing to falsify them with the Luanxiang pavilion was a decision born out of necessity, given the substantial expenditures of authentic silver. In most contexts, this expenditure would be deemed irregular, but for a royal scion, it seemed both normal and absurdly extravagant when attributed to a brothel. A layer of forgery upon forgery. The House of Nobles would find nothing amiss. Chapter 4 is the time for the Prince of Words to select a consort. I in the study, Xin Shengyun gazed at the accounts, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. No wonder that young rascal sought me out for replenishing his depleted medicinal concoctions. It seems he has indulged too much in the pleasures of the brothel. Just then, Xin Shenyang, with a grave expression, began to speak. Upon hearing his words, the slight smile on Xin Shengyun's face vanished completely. Your Majesty, this time, the actions of Uncle 19 are exceedingly absurd. As a member of the royal family, to squander wealth in a place like the Luanxiang pavilion is truly a disgrace to our royal dignity. Xin Shengyun casually set aside the accounts of the Prince of Words and inquired coolly, if that is the case, should I not also be deemed to have sullied the royal reputation for having visited a brothel in the past? Grandson would not dare. That is not what I meant. Xin Shenyang immediately knelt down, lowering his head and unable to meet Xin Shengyun's gaze. Your Uncle 19 is different from you, he bears no weighty responsibilities for the nation, and his indulgences are somewhat to be expected. Thankfully, he retains some sense of shame, knowing to fabricate accounts to cover up such disgraceful behavior. This matter need not be pursued further. What a double standard. Just a couple of years ago, driven by curiosity, I entered a brothel and was caught by my guards before I could even touch a woman's hand. Yet Xin Shengyun, on the other hand, wielded the whip and punished himself to the point of being bedridden for 3 months. Now Xin Xianyu is cavorting with several courtesans so recklessly, and he claims it need not be pursued? Xin Shengyun, upon glancing at the accounts, actually felt a sense of relief. First, it confirmed that his younger son had not colluded with those other scheming sons. Second, it assured him that the boy was indeed interested in women and not entangled in any questionable proclivities. As a father, he had but these simple expectations: do not rebel, and do not pursue forbidden relationships. However, frequenting brothels was ultimately still an issue. At present, it was a conversation between grandfather and grandson, but should it become public, it would indeed be quite embarrassing. Xin Shengyun murmured, I must devise a way to find a wife capable of keeping that boy in check. This was overheard by Xin Shenyang, who quickly exclaimed, "Indeed, your majesty, Uncle 19 has already reached the age for marriage. I recall that several noble families have daughters of exquisite beauty, perfectly suited to Uncle 19's talents and charm according to the customs of Dongxian. After a prince marries, the imperial clan court allocates a fief and reports it to the throne. Once the emperor consents, the fief is granted." Xin Shengyun cast a sidelong glance at Xin Shenyang and asked, "Do you believe it appropriate for a nephew to decide the marriage of his uncle?" At once, Xin Shenyang was rendered speechless. Xin Shengyun remarked coolly, "The choice of your Uncle 19's legitimate wife shall be made by me personally, neither you nor the imperial clan court shall interfere. As the emperor has spoken, what else can be done?" Originally, he had contemplated arranging for an insider to be close to Uncle 19 for future convenience, but that hope was dashed. Xin Shenyang could not help but inquire, "Your Majesty, do you already have a candidate in mind?" "Yes, the holy maiden Lu Feiyu of the Jianyun sword sect. I once had a private favor with her master." "Have the imperial clan court negotiate the marriage promptly," Xin Shengyun replied. Xin Shenyang's heart sank suddenly. The meaning of his grandfather's words was clear. He was being warned. In Zuangqing, the noble ladies were numerous, yet he chose specifically a holy maiden of a sword sect. The key was that holy maiden Lu Feiyu's cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage, the pinnacle of the cloud ascension realm. It would not be long before she entered the divine refinement stage, and she was still quite young. To betroth her to Uncle 19 was akin to indicating that after my 100 years, should you wish to act against Uncle 19, you must weigh the strength of his wife. However, deep within, Xin Shenyang felt an unexpected joy at this choice of the Prince of Words consort. Others may be unaware of certain matters regarding Lu Feiyu, but he was well aware. She had a beloved. That beloved was none other than Tang Daosheng, a brother he had met during his travels in the Jianghu, who was Tang Daosheng, the eldest son of the Tang family in Zhengzhou, one of the most distinguished in the realm, who had received a promise from an immortal. By the age of 26, Tang Daosheng was destined to reach the pinnacle of the divine refinement stage, the divine vision realm. If he were to learn that his beloved had been wed to Xin Xianyu, that would indeed be an amusing turn of events. Xin Shengyun, oblivious to his grandson's current thoughts, was nonetheless well aware of his character, cunning and ruthless. He was indeed fit to be an emperor. As for the so-called righteousness, that could be cultivated once he ascended to the throne. At this age, having fathered 19 sons, some perished from illness, others executed. The remaining sons had their own means of self-preservation, yet Xin Xianyu remained a source of concern. This boy had only known indulgence throughout his life, living carelessly. It was a struggle to see him cultivate, and even then, he practiced inconsistently. After many years, he had merely reached the threshold of the bone refinement stage without an appropriate wife to guide him. After Xin Shengyun's passing, if Xin Shenyang truly harbored murderous intent, no one would be able to protect him. Of course, one could also consider discarding Xin Shenyang in favor of another son, or even Xin Xianyu as the heir. However, such an action would spell doom for the Dongxian dynasty. With the crown prince having perished young, the other sons would eye the position greedily, yet, as long as the legitimate grandson Xin Shenyang was alive, none would dare act rashly. Once a crown prince was established, their ambitions would be quelled. To depose and appoint again, regardless of which son was chosen as the heir, the others would inevitably take up arms. In such a scenario, the situation of the Dongxian dynasty would only worsen. Even now, while there were still internal conflicts, it was manageable. Contemplating this, Xin Shengyun felt a deep sense of helplessness. If only his eldest son had not died. He would not have to worry about his youngest son, nor would he need to seek longevity through the alchemical arts. If he could merely live one more day, he could pave a smoother path for his youngest son. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" At that moment, the pen-holding eunuch Cheng Xian rushed in, panic evident on his face as he knelt before Xin Shengyun, his expression mournful. "Your Majesty, the Prince of Xiang has passed away." At the Prince of Words' residence, General Supa approached Xin Xianyu, his eyes seemingly filled with resentment. "Your Highness! News has arrived from Xiangzhou that last night, the Prince of Xiang murdered the Princess of Xiang and his 3 children before throwing himself into the Xiang River." Xin Xianyu, who had been gnawing on a spicy rabbit head, was taken aback. "Is that true?" Supa nodded vehemently, teeth clenched. Xin Xianyu slowly set down the rabbit head, feeling an overwhelming surge of rage within him. In his youth, when his 6th brother, the Prince of Xiang, had not yet been granted a fief, he often accompanied the Northern Expedition Army on campaigns. Each time he returned to the capital, he would bring back all manner of rare treasures from the northern tribes. Even after receiving a fief, he frequently wrote letters, inquiring about Xin Xianyu's well-being. In the most recent letter, he had asked when he would come to Xiangzhou to visit him. He had been planning to find an excuse to travel south for leisure, yet before he could set out, his 6th brother had. Even if he truly practiced demonic arts, he had never harmed the innocent. He could not possibly deserve death. Just then, the imperial clan court sent another envoy, not for any other reason, but to formally inform this ungranted prince of the Prince of Xiang's demise, as a means of intimidation. The Prince of Xiang, Xin Xiaoyao, due to his practice of demonic arts in violation of the righteous path, knowing his sins were grave, took his own life by drowning in the river last night. According to ancestral law, he is stripped of his title and may not enter the ancestral shrine to receive offerings. Let this serve as a warning to royal descendants, and none shall pay him homage. As the official from the imperial clan court delivered the decree, he looked earnestly at Xin Xianyu as he concluded. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince has instructed me to remind you to conduct yourself properly in the near future, as His Majesty is selecting the Prince of Words consort for you." "Ha!" Xin Xianyu let out a strange laugh, then fixed his gaze on the official from the imperial clan court. "My brother has just died, and you all are eager for me to marry? Is this truly the language of reason?" Chapter 5. The selection of Shen Xianyu was truly fortuitous. The sudden roar left the official from the ancestral hall momentarily stunned, prompting him to feign concern and caution. Your Highness, Prince Yan, while you may speak such words in my presence, please refrain from uttering them before His Majesty and the Crown Prince. I shall state my position clearly today. I care not whether the other princes and clansmen pay homage to the late Prince Xiang. From this day forth, the Yin Manor shall don mourning attire for 1 full year in honor of the Prince Xiang. You may freely convey this to His Majesty and Shen Shenyang, for if the Emperor and Crown Prince possess no sense of humanity, then what are they worth? Upon hearing these words, not only was the official from the ancestral hall taken aback, but even Supa and Xin behind him broke into a cold sweat. Supa hastily cautioned in a low voice, Your Highness, exercise caution in your words. Yet, it was too late, the words had escaped his lips, and no amount of caution could amend it. I must speak out, not solely for my own sake, but to provide some solace to my deceased brother. If he has any spirit in the afterlife, he should at least know that his brother did not turn a blind eye to his death out of fear of repercussions. Furthermore, the death of my brother bears no relation to the selection of the Yin princess. Alas, he departed at this very moment. To honor him, it is only just and reasonable to sidestep the matter of marriage. Without a wife, there is no need for a fiefdom. Without a fief, I can remain in Xianjing indefinitely. Remaining here ensures access to abundant cultivation resources and the protection of my father. Had my brother not perished, the matter of marriage would be inextricably tied to the imperial authority, altering the nature of my relationship with the emperor from mere father-son to that of a vassal subject to the whims of royal power. Without a fief, I remain, in my father's eyes, merely an immature child. Regardless of my mischief, Shen Xianyu slowly gazed up at the heavens, his heart a tumult of thoughts. Brother, you have aided me once more. When he regained his composure, Shen Xianyu turned and returned to the grand hall of the manor, personally crafting a spirit tablet for the 5 members of the Xiang family. He expended considerable resources to invite the esteemed Taoist master from Baiyun Mountain, who conducted 7 days of rituals. Meanwhile, Shen Shenyang was seething with rage over this act. The emperor, Shen Shengyun, maintained a silence that spoke volumes. Those notoriously picky officials of the Yin court, usually eager to voice their opinions, remained utterly mute regarding this audacious act. Ultimately, human nature is inherently sympathetic. Prince Yan disregarded the orders of the ancestral hall, undertaking actions that many princes would dare not attempt. What was his motive? To vie for power and profit. Yet, from beginning to end, he merely organized a funeral for the Prince Xiang alone. Day and night, he vigilantly kept watch over the spirit hall. The crux of the matter is, who truly knows that the Prince Xiang chose to take his own life? Yes, and yet no, his eagerness to break through barriers in his cultivation of demonic arts was genuine, but that was ultimately for the purpose of better combating the northern invaders. His methods merely veered towards the extreme following the exposure of his demonic practices. The Crown Prince Shen Shenyang sought justice from the ancestral hall. How could the Prince Xiang be unaware of the Crown Prince's intentions? As a scion of the emperor, confined within the royal manor, even if he was merely under house arrest now, once Shen Shenyang ascended the throne, would not his entire family be doomed? To have fought valiantly for half a lifetime, only to perish at the hands of his own nephew, now that would be a monumental jest. Yet, the Prince Xiang, until his last breath, never fathomed that his demise would inadvertently save his most beloved brother once more. To launch an attack against Prince Yan in this matter would be tantamount to being more beastly than a mere animal. On the night of the 7th day after the Prince Xiang's passing, Supa hurriedly approached, breathless. Your Highness, I apologize, but I made a trip to Xiangzhou. My efforts were in vain. I could only bring back the bodies of the princess and her children. The body of the Prince Xiang. Shen Xianyu raised a hand, signaling Supa to refrain from further words. After so many days in the river, retrieving the body would have been impossible. Supa had already done his utmost. Shen Xianyu then instructed, have them find a piece of auspicious land under the name of the Yin Manor, and ensure that my 6 sisters-in-law and my nephews and nieces are buried properly. Supa responded, rest assured, Your Highness. I will arrange this matter upon my return to the manor. Good. During your visit to Shangzhou, did you uncover the identities of those behind the Prince Xiang's case? Yes, they are Huang Jiwei, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Justice, and Shen Lu from the Southern Study. Both were formerly officials of the Crown Prince's manor and are fiercely loyal to him. Officials of the Crown Prince's manor, surely they were the most trusted confidants of my elder brother in life. How could they not be loyal to the Crown Prince? The incident surrounding the Prince Xiang occurred only a little over 20 days ago. In that brief span, my brother suffered repeated persecution at the hands of these two. This blood debt must be settled with them first. At that moment, Shen Xianyu suddenly inquired, Huang Jiwei and Shen Lu, they should have returned to Xianjing by now, correct? Indeed, but both are now refusing to come out, Supa replied. That is of no consequence. Shen Xianyu raised his right hand, causing the white serpent coiled around it to stir. Half an hour later, the Huang and Shen families were annihilated, leaving no trace behind. Witnesses clearly noted that the perpetrator was not human, but a colossal snow-white python measuring a staggering 6 xiang, approximately 20 meters. The following day, the city was in uproar. Is it true that the Huang and Shen estates have been utterly wiped out? Indeed, devoured entirely by that serpent demon. As expected, evildoers attract their just deserts. They orchestrated the Prince Xiang's demise in Shangzhou, and this is their retribution. Such words spread like wildfire throughout Xianjing. Everyone believed that the white python was none other than the legendary Python Immortal. With the news of this incident, idle artists in the city caught wind of a business opportunity and began to verbally conjure images of the snow-white giant python, subsequently creating paintings. They advised the populace to display these images in their homes to quell all discord. In no time, hundreds of white serpent images were sold out. Furthermore, some literati spun tales portraying this incident as a parable of the white serpent vanquishing evil. While such narratives might suffice to deceive the common folk, they would not fool those within the imperial city. In the southern study, upon hearing the news, Xin Shenyang rose, bewildered as he gazed at his trusted aide. Is it truly the white python? Indeed. Many witnessed it last night, there can be no mistake. Then it is likely the demon emperor. Not long ago, rumors circulated that the white python demon emperor sought to come to Xianjing in search of opportunities to transform into a dragon, and it has indeed arrived. Xin Shenyang immediately commanded in a stern voice, send orders to the demon extermination division. Commence a citywide search for the white python at once, and ensure we extract her serpent gall. Understood. In the heart of the demon realm, at the Qingyun pool, a breathtakingly beautiful woman, entirely unclothed, soaked in the water. Her expression was one of utter contentment, yet her form exuded an ethereal quality. Suddenly, waves of incense and auspicious energy enveloped her, causing her features to shimmer with vitality. Upon sensing the source of this energy, a sly smile crept upon her crimson lips. It seems I truly made the right choice in selecting Shen Xianyu as my. Chapter 6. Dismantling the fiefdoms, annihilating the invaders, and slaying the scholars. Congratulations, Your Highness, on ascending to the 9th level of the Yethinging realm. Although the maid, XNH, expressed her congratulations, her eyes shimmered with tender satisfaction. However, SHNC New York, you felt somewhat dissatisfied. The white python had devoured so many people, yet all it had granted him was the breakthrough to a new realm. XNH gently remarked, Your Highness, the chasm between the body refinement stage and the essence refinement stage encompasses more than just one major realm. Achieving today's results is already a significant fortune, please do not be hasty. SHNC New York, you nodded, subsequently calming his mind. The essence refinement stage is also divided into 3 major realms. The Yethinging realm, the Lian Ying realm, and the Ying Shn realm. However, this stage possesses 2 characteristics that distinguish it from others. For male practitioners, it is referred to as Ying, signifying the primordial yang. For female practitioners, it is transformed to Yin, representing the primordial yin. Ultimately, despite the divergent paths, they converge, leading to the Qi refinement stage upon completion. This is merely the first characteristic. The second characteristic is that if one were to leak their primordial yang or yin during this stage, they must undergo the entire process anew. Contemplating this, SHNC New York, you cast a somewhat troubled glance at XNH. Instantly understanding, XNH's cheeks flushed slightly as she whispered, Before Your Highness enters the Qi refinement stage, I shall sleep in a separate chamber. It was the only solution. SHNC New York, you felt a deep sense of reluctance. Yet, if they did not sleep apart, it was likely that his Yethinging realm would not endure for long. The ensuing cycle of repeated refinement would undoubtedly consume much of his precious time. Aware of this, XNH promptly prepared another chamber, conveniently located next to SHNC New York U's main quarters. SHNC New York, you felt a tinge of nostalgia, his thoughts drifting to a rainy night from the previous year. At that time, idly passing the hours, he and XNH had warmed wine and admired the rain from their bedroom, eventually succumbing to the intoxication, as those in the know would understand. Though XNH was a maid who had served him since childhood, she still appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old, her figure as graceful as a young maiden's. The reason, XNH had once explained, was that her mother had imparted to her the secret of eternal beauty. However, her true age was only in her early 30s. SHNC New York, you quickly retracted these thoughts, realizing that indulging in such musings would render his breakthrough meaningless. At this moment, XP arrived to report on the situation outside. Your Highness, as you anticipated, the Demon Slayer Division has already filed a case regarding last night's incident, dubbing it the White Python case. The grandson has personally ordered a large number of Demon Slayer martial artists to hunt down the White Python. SHNC New York, you lightly caressed the white snake bracelet adorning his wrist and coldly scoffed, I shall see if he can witness the conclusion of the White Python case before he meets his demise. Upon hearing this, XP could no longer conceal the excitement in his eyes. With the grandson's death, who would be the heir, the kings in the outer fiefs? No, the most likely candidate was none other than His Highness, the Prince of Words, standing before him. XP then recalled another matter and swiftly said, Your Highness, the ancestral house has already dispatched someone to the Jietian sword sect, claiming to act on the Emperor's orders to arrange your marriage with the sect's saintess, Lia Fi. SHNC New York, you fell into deep contemplation. His father's decree was not without merit, merely an attempt to secure a reliable ally for himself. Unfortunately, it was far too late and far too coincidental. The daughter-in-law he had set his sights on had recently been killed by his own son. The Jietian sword sect still believed that the saintess, Lia Fi, was merely on a distant journey and had no concerns for her safety. After all, she was a formidable sword cultivator of the 5th level of the ascending cloud realm, standing out among her peers. Had she managed to break through another major realm, she would reach the pinnacle of martial arts, the spirit refinement stage, were it not for the sacrifice of over 200 individuals, along with a drop of poisonous miasma, and the fact that Lia Fi had been left vulnerable, it would have been nearly impossible to kill her. Moreover, that woman was inextricably linked by fate to that prominent male protagonist. If she were not eliminated, she would surely become a future calamity. Resolving the matter early was indeed a stroke of fortune. In the southern study, within the grandson's office, a group of officials from the Crown Prince's residence gathered to criticize SHNCH New York Yang's actions and orders. Many believed that the tale of the White Python's extermination had already spread among the populace, with a considerable number attributing it to divine retribution. SHNCH New York Ing, undeterred, brazenly commanded the Demon Slayer division to pursue the White Python. Having already incurred the wrath of the people by dismantling the fiefdoms, he was simply pouring oil on the flames. Hearing these voices, SHNCH New York Ing could not help but shout in anger. So you all believe I have erred, do you? Then tell me, is it wrong to hunt down the White Python? Or is it wrong to investigate the Xi Wang case? Speak up. Bang, 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 SHNCH New York Ing's face flushed crimson, his fury manifesting as he pounded the table, his voice a relentless roar. The White Python has killed, and it has slain my own people. Should I not pursue it? Should I yield for the sake of that damned tale of the White Python's extermination? Wouldn't that make the death of Xi Wang seem to weigh heavier on my conscience? I know you all think Xi Wang did not deserve death. I am aware that my sixth uncle's sins are not worthy of death. Do I wish for him to die? No, I aim to solidify the evidence against him, to confine him for life. He is the one who chose to kill his own wife and children and drown himself in the river. I have never coerced him. Or do you all believe that dismantling the fiefdoms was an error? You are all officials from the Crown Prince's residence, my father's former loyal followers. Do you not understand that the fiefdoms must be dismantled? Among the 19 sons born to the emperor, aside from the indulgent prince of words, SHNC New York U, who is nothing but a drunken fool, who among the rest is not a dragon among men. If I do not dismantle them, should I wait for the day I inherit the throne, only to have them dismantle me and you? SHNCH New York Ing possessed a clear understanding of the royal structure. Before his death, his father, the crown prince, had left him with 3 imperatives: dismantle the fiefdoms, annihilate the invaders, and slay the scholars. Dismantling the fiefdoms naturally meant striking hard against those formidable uncles, for they were far too powerful. His second uncle was a master of pharmacology, revered as a saint of medicine, who had already been deposed. His third uncle controlled the court's intelligence, with numerous hidden connections both inside and outside. He was executed during the rebellion of the 3 kings. His fourth uncle, having succumbed to a venereal disease in his youth, had now become a cripple. His fifth uncle was one of the conspirators in the rebellion and was also executed. His sixth uncle had achieved countless victories on the battlefield against the northern invaders, having personally elevated many of the northern commanders. At his peak, he commanded an army of 120,000 armored cavalry. Of the remaining 13 uncles, aside from SHNC New York U, who was a complete waste, each posed a significant threat. The officials fell silent. One among them could not help but speak up. Grandson, since you are aware of the extraordinary capabilities of the kings, why not cultivate a good relationship with them, allowing them to resolve the internal and external disputes? Do you think I have not considered that? The emperor is aging. Even while he is still alive, 3 kings dare to rebel. What if the emperor passes away? Aside from that drunken fool, SHNC New York U, the remaining fief kings are highly likely to rise against us. I openly admit that I lack the confidence to manage these kings, which is precisely why I must dismantle the fiefdoms. Or should I say, esteemed ministers, do you believe you possess the ability to manage the kings? If anyone does, step forward, and I shall immediately recommend you to the emperor as the Grand Secretary of Wenchang Pavilion. If not, then let us all work together to dismantle the fiefdoms. Once we successfully complete the dismantling, we shall no longer be in danger. Chapter 7 The dismal idea of the sword sex master. At this moment, all officials hailing from the prince's residence reached a profound consensus of interests with the Grand Prince, Xin Shenyang. This faction could be aptly termed the Grand Prince's party. Undoubtedly, it was the most opportune moment to curtail the powers of the feudal lords following their decentralization. Procrastination was out of the question, especially not until the demise of Xin Shengyun. This was not merely a consideration of internal factors but also of external circumstances. 3 years prior, the Eastern Xian dynasty had unleashed its elite forces, inflicting significant damage upon the northern barbarian court, which had yet to recover. According to the joint calculations of military scholars and strategists, it was improbable that the northern barbarian court could muster the capability for large-scale warfare within the next 5 years, rendering the external environment temporarily stable. It was precisely this consideration that motivated Xin Shenyang to limit the powers of the feudal lords, preventing them from further encroaching upon authority. However, the implementation of these measures devolved into a struggle for survival. Xin Shenyang then turned to an official from the ancestral court, inquiring, "I dispatched you to negotiate with the Jietian sword sect regarding the marriage of Prince Yan. Have there been any developments?" The official replied, "Your Highness, the Jietian sword sect is quite intrigued by this marriage proposal." Sect Master Pei Fu explicitly stated that it would be a tremendous honor for the sect to ally with the royal family through marriage. However, the saintess, Lu Feiyu, is currently away traveling and has yet to return. The sword sect has requested a few days to locate her. Very well, ensure you inquire daily about the progress with the Jietian sword sect, and repeatedly remind Sect Master Pei that Saintess Lu Feiyu has been chosen by His Majesty as the bride for Prince Yan. Why the repetition? This served to exert pressure on the Jietian sword sect. The gathered individuals were somewhat perplexed. Why was the Grand Prince so invested in this matter? Did he not realize that marrying Lu Feiyu to Shen Xianyu would only bolster the power of the feudal lords? Xin Shenyang refrained from offering an explanation. His sole intention was to eliminate Shen Xianyu after his marriage and elevation to feudal lord, utilizing his good friend Tang Daoxing as an accomplice. For no other reason than Shen Xianyu's audacity to defy the ancestral court's orders and hold a funeral for the family of the late Prince Xiang, who had perished by drowning. Since the 19th uncle valued the brotherly bond with the 6th uncle so highly, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance for the latter in the future. Rooting out the problem would eliminate future threats. Xin Shenyang had always perceived the 19th uncle as the least threatening among the princes, an anomaly amongst them. While he could afford to underestimate and disdain the 19th uncle, he could never afford to relax his vigilance. Xin Shenyang's thoughts were devoid of error, however, he was oblivious to the fact that the Saintess Lu Feiyu had already entered the Yanwang mansion and could not return to the sword sect. Days later, the higher-ups of the Jetian sword sect found themselves in a state of disarray. Officials from the ancestral court visited daily, pressing Pei Fu to hasten Lu Feiyu's appearance before the emperor to finalize the marriage. Even if Shen Xianyu were reluctant, he had no authority to oppose this matter. The issue was that Lu Feiyu had seemingly vanished without a trace. The disciples of the Jetian sword sect scoured every corner, yet her whereabouts remained elusive. At that moment, another official from the ancestral court arrived. Upon seeing him, Sect Master Pei Fu felt a tumult of emotions. He intended to divulge the truth but thought better of it, given the precarious situation of the Jetian sword sect. Lordly, my incompetent disciple is still wandering abroad and will require some time to return. I kindly ask you to convey this to His Majesty, and when she returns, I will personally escort her to the Emperor to seek forgiveness. Lordly from the ancestral court furrowed his brow. How many days has it been? Are we still waiting? I would stake my life on it, at most, 3 days. Pei Fu vowed earnestly. Very well. Lordly chose not to linger further. After seeing him off, Pei Fu's countenance bore the weight of helplessness. This marriage was a pivotal opportunity for the Jetian sword sect to rise from its decline, as the alliance would secure substantial cultivation resources from the court. What should have been a straightforward matter was now fraught with anxiety due to Lu Feiyu's disappearance. Particularly after Pei Fu had uttered those excuses, the elders felt a chill run down their spines. Delaying further with the current emperor while promising a 3-day grace period was tantamount to setting themselves up for failure should no one materialize by then. Pei Fu sank slowly into a chair, exclaiming, if I do not say this, the Jetian sword sect will have no chance of rising at all. We have 3 days, all sect disciples must venture out to search. No matter what, we must bring Lu Feiyu back. Elder Wu Changfeng, the elder in charge of the sword stabilization, asked, Sect Master, may I express a rather ominous thought? What shall we do if we cannot locate Feiyu? Pei Fu's mind was in turmoil. Truth be told, he wished he could marry himself to Prince Yenshin Xianyu, yet the issue lay in the fact that neither the prince nor the emperor deemed him worthy. The Jetian sword sect had only Lu Feiyu to offer among its female sword cultivators, the others were merely mediocre. If they failed to locate Lu Feiyu, it would amount to irreparably offending the royal family, leading to the permanent decline of the Jetian sword sect. Pei Fu even concocted a dismal scheme. Esteemed elders, why not consider this? I currently possess the cultivation of the 9th level of the cave god realm. The emperor's desire for Prince Yen to marry Feiyu is merely to provide him with assurance post-marriage. If, after 3 days, Feiyu remains unfound, I shall employ a transformation technique to assume her appearance. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the elders began to scratch their heads in confusion. What sort of nonsense was this? Their sect master must truly be in a state of desperation. While you may still possess some charm, you are, after all, a person in your 30s or 40s, and Prince Yen, being the debonair figure he is, has likely encountered every type of woman imaginable. Even if you could deceive him with your guise momentarily, once it came to the wedding night, he would undoubtedly uncover the ruse. At that point, it would be an undeniable act of treason against the emperor. The Jetian sword sect could not afford such disgrace, nor could the royal family. Pei Fu regained his composure and, upon further contemplation, recognized the validity of their concerns. This matter would have to be set aside for the time being. Just then, his eldest disciple, Gu Lianxian, approached. Respected elders, I am willing to take the place of my junior sister Feiyu and marry into the Yanwang mansion. Pei Fu raised an eyebrow in displeasure. Lianxian, you are merely a sword cultivator of the Yuan realm. How could you possibly compare to Feiyu of the Tingyun realm? Even if you wish to marry, it remains to be seen whether he would have any interest in you. When it came to realms, Gu Lianxiang bit her silver teeth but soon relaxed. Her tone was remarkably calm as she spoke. This matter is quite simple, we merely need to consummate the marriage. As she spoke, Gu Lianxiang, regardless of gender, a mere trace would render one utterly unable to articulate their desires. Chapter 8, The Bonds of Kinship in the Celestial Family. The following evening, in the rear courtyard of the Yanwang residence, 2 swords clashed incessantly, their blades intertwining and producing a cacophony of sound that was quite rare for this place. Typically, during leisure hours, Shen Xianyu would either indulge in music at brothels or feast at various establishments, yet today, he had taken up a long sword, engaging in practice with Supa, who was at the chi refinement stage. Although he had made significant progress in his cultivation, he was still, at heart, merely a facade, having not truly mastered any formidable martial techniques. In the days that had passed, under the guidance of Xianju in swordplay and with Supa as his sparring partner, he had genuinely begun to unleash the full potential of his Fengyang realm cultivation. Your Highness, let us take a break, I can hardly endure any longer, Supa exclaimed, waving his hands and bending over, gasping for breath. Shen Xianyu chuckled and replied, is it too much after just 1 hour of practice? No wonder your wife's temper is growing fiercer, it seems the issue lies with you. At that moment, Shen Xianyu remained composed, reaping the benefits of the white python's essence, which had fortified his physical foundation remarkably. He had sculpted an almost perfect physique. Xianju understood this deeply. Before his contract with Bai Qinghan, Shen Xianyu's physique was commendable, yet it paled in comparison to his current prowess. Now, even without harnessing his true energy to enhance his body, he could exhaust others with sheer brute strength. Noticing the hour for dinner approaching, Shen Xianyu sheathed his sword and went off to bathe, while Xianju dutifully prepared the evening meal. In addition to a table laden with exquisite delicacies, she had also prepared nearly 100 pounds of chicken, duck, fish, and meat. In the rear courtyard, the white python had grown significantly in size and, consequently, in its appetite. Especially after consuming 3 qi condensation pills, it had increased from a length of 7 zhang to 10 zhang. Before long, Shen Xianyu emerged from the bathing chamber. With a mere thought, he transformed the white snake bracelet on his wrist back into the white python, which began to feast in the courtyard. Even after consuming nearly everything from the lavish spread, his own hunger was not fully sated. Shen Xianyu mused. Ever since the white python devoured Lu Feiyu, no matter how much chicken, duck, fish, or elixirs it consumes, it never quite compares to the satisfaction of devouring a living creature. Your Highness, might I assist you in finding a suitable warrior? Xin Zhu inquired softly. Let us remain cautious for now. The demon-slaying division's search efforts have not waned. Allowing the white python to consume anything during such a time could lead to complications, he replied. The demon-slaying division, as its name implies, was dedicated to this very task. Its members were all warriors, wielding weapons forged through secretive demon-slaying techniques, making them particularly lethal against demonic entities. Shen Xianyu was wary of this aspect, suppressing his extreme inclinations. At this moment, he returned the white python to its bracelet form on his wrist and fell into deep contemplation. If he were to continuously confine the white python within the Yanwang residence out of fear of the demon-slaying division, the efficiency of its nourishment would undoubtedly diminish, consequently affecting his own progress in breaking through realms. He recalled a storyline from a novel he had read, which mentioned a 1,000-year-old divine turtle residing in the moat of Suanjing Dai. In the later stages of the plot, it was poisoned and killed by Tang Daosheng, who then used its shell to craft an impenetrable breastplate. If the white python were to consume that divine turtle, would it not only replenish his cultivation but also enhance the python's own demonic form? There was no rush in this matter, for the divine turtle was said to possess a cultivation level at the 9th stage of the spirit realm. The Zhuang Xian poison had been exhausted, and the enchanting beauty from Luanxiang Pavilion had informed him that it would take another 2 to 3 months to refine even a single drop. Given his current circumstances, he needed to vie for power. The power of the demon-slaying division, stealing from the thieves, was far preferable to living in perpetual fear. The demon-slaying division had formerly been the genie division, originally under the control of the third prince, Zhao Wang, who managed intelligence operations. After the third prince was executed, Qin Shenyang, fearing a massive leak of intelligence from the genie division, repurposed it to slay demons, thereby abolishing its intelligence-gathering functions and relegating it to a thankless role. Qin Shenyang then formed a brand new intelligence agency, the Silong Guard.as, for the demon-slaying division. They were tasked with slaying demons when they appeared and assisting the Nanshu room with unsavory tasks when there were none to slay. Such was the way of things. After the third prince's demise, the warriors of the demon-slaying division, in order to survive, had no choice but to submit to the oppressive whims of the Nanshu room. He needed to devise a plan to seize control of the demon-slaying division. This way, he could ensure a measure of safety while simultaneously bolstering the overall strength of the Yanwang residence. Previously, he had refrained from such actions due to a lack of hope. He had thought that enjoying a life of comfort was sufficient to honor himself. However, times had changed. With the presence of this white python, as long as he fed it adequately and allowed it to grow, it could become invincible across the realm. During this time, he would continue to expand his influence. As for the emperor sitting in the upper study, there was no need for concern. He was merely worried that a commoner son might usurp the position of the legitimate grandson, leading to a split within the royal family. He was aging, lacking both the energy and resolve to properly educate his sons, which was why he supported Qin Shenyang's efforts to reduce the power of the feudal lords. Those who needed to be executed were dispatched, while those who did not were left intact, ensuring a peaceful environment for future generations of the Dongxian dynasty. Yet, if he were to learn that his decisions indirectly allowed the Tang family to seize power over the nation, one could only wonder what his thoughts would be. Naturally, revealing such matters to his father would be futile, for he would never believe it without substantial evidence. He would likely think that his younger son was beginning to act out of line. True to his nature, he would merely reprimand him and then cast him into the feudal territories to fend for himself. Within the imperial family, the bonds of kinship were most profound before the age of 10. After reaching that age, the time for titles and royal decrees arrived, and familial ties began to lose their purity following the conferment of titles. Such bonds would further diminish. Ultimately, this was not merely a matter of one family or surname. It pertained to the welfare of the populace and the stability of the realm. As a son, one might feel that the emperor was too callous, yet, from the emperor's perspective, it was an unfortunate necessity. The inevitability of the 5 declines of heaven and man could not be escaped, nor could the finality of life. Shen Xianyu slowly gazed towards the direction of the imperial city, whispering to himself, "Father, even if one grandson dies, you shall have many more. But if you keep one, all your sons may perish." In the midsection of that narrative, not only was Shen Xianyu a pawn, all members of the royal Shen family had become mere fodder for Tang Daoxing's ascent to power, leading to his eventual dominance. While reading, one might not have perceived anything amiss, yet, only when thrust into such a reality does one truly grasp the depth of despair. In that despair, a glimmer of hope appeared, compelling one to grasp it tightly. Why should the most powerful individual not be myself? Chapter 9. Gu Lianchuan, the wife in the book. As night deepened, dark clouds obscured the moon, and the entire Wang residence extinguished its lights early. Apart from the flickering candles held by the patrolling guards in the front courtyard, there was naught but darkness. A woman in black, holding her breath and maintaining silence, gracefully leaped onto the northern courtyard wall of the Wang residence, her delicate figure blending seamlessly with the night. The visitor was none other than Gu Lianchuan, the eldest disciple of the Jetian sword sect. Her beautiful eyes gazed toward the rear courtyard, and a hint of curiosity stirred within her heart. Ordinarily, one would expect the Wang residence to be heavily guarded, while the front courtyard indeed bore stringent defenses. The rear courtyard revealed no sign of soldiers. Gu Lianchuan carefully sensed her surroundings and discerned that, apart from Shen Xianyu in the main chamber, there was only another maid in the side room. This was advantageous for her plans. Gu Lianchuan leaped down from the courtyard wall and landed softly, making her way toward the window of the main chamber without making a sound. She then extended a slender jade finger to pierce the window paper. At that moment, Shen Xianyu was seated cross-legged on the bed, engaged in a state of meditation. Gu Lianchuan produced a bamboo tube from her sleeve and inserted it through the hole in the window paper. The bamboo tube was filled to the brim with fox heart powder. With a slight parting of her red lips, she held one end of the bamboo tube and, with a gentle breath, the powder dispersed within the room like a wisp of smoke. Gu Lianchuan then retracted the bamboo tube and patiently awaited outside the window. After approximately a quarter of an hour, upon hearing some movement from within, she glanced again toward the hole in the window. To her surprise, her pupils constricted sharply. What was happening with Shen Xianyu on the bed? The view from this angle left too many blind spots. In a flurry, Gu Lianchuan pushed open the door to the main chamber, only to find Shen Xianyu standing there, utterly unaffected. Upon seeing the woman before him, Shen Xianyu's lips curled into a slight smile as he inquired, "My lady, what brings you here at such a late hour to administer an aphrodisiac? Your intentions seem rather nefarious." A glimmer of panic flickered in Gu Lianchuan's phoenix eyes. It appeared that the fox heart powder had no effect on Shen Xianyu whatsoever. Instinctively, she felt the urge to flee. Suddenly, a serpent as thick as an arm burst forth from Shen Xianyu's sleeve, coiling tightly around her alabaster neck. It then dragged her forcefully into the room, while Shen Xianyu conveniently closed the door behind them. Gu Lianchuan, taken completely by surprise, intended to use her hand as a sword to sever the serpent constricting her neck. However, Shen Xianyu firmly grasped both of her delicate wrists, rendering her immobile. Not only that, but he also produced a silver needle, piercing it into Gu Lianchuan's chi-si acupoint. He then retracted the white python, while her delicate form succumbed to weakness, collapsing onto the floor. Shen Xianyu commanded the white python to revert to a size suitable for devouring a living being, while he asked, "My lady, speak, who sent you here?" "Your Highness, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions." At these words, Shen Xianyu couldn't help but chuckle. "No ill intentions? By your reasoning, coming to administer an aphrodisiac is merely to indulge in a romantic encounter with me?" Gu Lianchuan's face flushed slightly, yet she gritted her teeth and retorted, "Yes. You had better speak the truth, otherwise, you may truly find yourself in peril." With a smile, Shen Xianyu continued, while the white python slithered ever closer, its gaping maw poised to devour Gu Lianchuan, much like it had consumed Lu Feiyu on a previous occasion. Gu Lianchuan felt the hair on her body stand on end, her previously flushed complexion turning ashen. "I am Gu Lianchuan, the eldest disciple of the Jietian sword sect. The sword sect's holy maiden, Lu Feiyu, has gone missing, and I am unable to fulfill the marriage arrangement with your highness. I have come to offend you on behalf of the sword sect, seeking to solidify our union in her stead." Upon hearing this, Shen Xianyu paused, asking, "What did you say your name was?" "Gu Lianchuan." With this name, Shen Xianyu recalled certain plotlines from a novel concerning Gu Lianchuan. Indeed, she was the eldest disciple of the Jietian sword sect. 3 years prior, she had been an unparalleled prodigy. However, in her quest to procure a celestial sword for the sect, she had suffered grave injuries to her dantian, causing her martial prowess to plummet from the cloud-riding realm to the Yuanin realm. For a prolonged period, she had been unable to recover. Following this, the Jietian sword sect had turned a blind eye to her plight, leading Gu Lianchuan, in a fit of anger, to defect from the sect. Influenced by her inner demons, she descended into the demonic path, ultimately slaughtering the Jietian sword sect and severely injuring the grand heroine, Lu Feiyu. Crucially, in the original story, she was the rightful wife of Shen Xianyu. In the climactic battle against Tang Daosheng, she had sought to secure her own survival by summoning the heartfire of the celestial demon, intending to perish alongside him. Yet, despite her efforts, it was she who met her demise. Reflecting on this, Shen Xianyu transformed the white python back into a white snake bracelet, and the coldness in his gaze softened somewhat. Gu Lianchuan noticed this shift, her expression one of astonishment as she observed Shen Xianyu's actions. He even removed the silver needle from her chi-si acupoint. Shen Xianyu released his grip, speaking lightly, "This time, seeing your sincerity, I shall pretend as if nothing has transpired." "Really?" Gu Lianchuan regarded him with a mixture of hope and skepticism. Just moments ago, he had radiated a palpable killing intent but had suddenly relinquished it. "You are also a person of misfortune. I shall not make things difficult for you." Gu Lianchuan, though incredulous, could not suppress her inquiry, "Your Highness, if that is the case..." At this stage, she still believed that dedicating everything to the Jietian sword sect would restore her status as the favored daughter in the eyes of her master and elders. Even in such dire circumstances, she clung to that notion. As Gu Lianchuan perceived Shen Xianyu's silence, her heart began to race with anxiety, yet, his next words sent a shiver through her delicate frame. "I can grant you a title." Instantly, Gu Lianchuan was overjoyed, but Shen Xianyu's subsequent words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over her. However, not at this moment. "Do not expect to engage with me right now." Gu Lianchuan questioned in confusion, "Why?" "If I were to take a wife, I would need to establish a fief, thus relinquishing the privileges of Xianjing. Moreover, I have only just ascended to the Fengyang realm. Had you succeeded earlier, my cultivation in the Fengyang realm would have been rendered pointless." Gu Lianchuan then inquired, "How long must I wait, Your Highness?" If she were alone, she could wait a decade for Shen Xianyu. However, the Jietian sword sect could not afford such a delay. Next autumn marked the time for the 10 Great Sword Sects competition. If the Jietian sword sect failed to cultivate a new generation of sword cultivators, they would be devoured by the other 9 sections. Shen Xianyu, fully aware of her thoughts, asked, "Gu Lianchuan, I must ask you, is all this effort truly worth it for the Jietian sword sect?" Chapter 10 The Restoration of the Dantian. Returning to the Qi refining realm. As far as I am aware, during the time of Lu Feiyu, the majority of the cultivation resources of the Jieyun sword sect were predominantly allocated to her. The remaining resources were distributed among other disciples, but look at yourself now. In the pursuit of the celestial sword for the Jieyun sword sect, you have suffered damage to your Dantian, causing your cultivation to regress to the Yuan Yin realm. Has your master or your sect ever considered remedies for your condition? Upon hearing these words from Shen Xianyu, Gu Lianchuan's expression fell into despondency. 3 years ago, she was the celebrated prodigy, akin to a star among the constellations, even hailed as a potential female sword saint of the next generation. Yet today, 3 years later, she finds herself resorting to such base means to procure cultivation resources from the court for the Jieyun sword sect. Upon reflection, it truly feels unworthy. But what choice does she have? Coming from a humble background, having lost her parents at a young age, she had hoped to become a sword saint after joining the Jieyun sword sect. Just as she glimpsed a glimmer of hope, it was cruelly shattered. She merely believed that if she remained in the Jieyun sword sect and contributed enough, the elders would eventually find a way to help her restore her damaged Dantian. 3 years, a full 3 years, yet they remain indifferent. Each inquiry met with the same response: the sect has no additional resources to devote to this matter, nor any surplus funds to procure the necessary Qi restoration pills. At this moment, Shen Xianyu walked to the bookshelf and retrieved a box. Inside lay the last superior grade Qi restoration pill. Take it, he urged. Ji Lianchuan's pupils quivered. This was precisely the Qi restoration pill she had longed for, and it was of superior quality. Shen Xianyu pressed on. What are you waiting for? Take it quickly, you are still young. If you restore your Dantian soon, there remains hope for you to step into the cave spirit realm. Your Highness Yan Wang, why are you treating me this way? Gu Lianchuan's eyes and heart were filled with deep emotion. For a moment, Shen Xianyu was at a loss for words. He certainly could not reveal to her that she was the wife of his character in the book. If he were to say that, she would undoubtedly think him mad. If the Jieyun sword sect will not help you, then I shall, he declared. Primarily, I also require a well-established sect to support me from behind. So, do you understand my intentions? Shen Xianyu's meaning was exceedingly clear. Ji Lianchuan instantly comprehended. This was an opportunity for her to reclaim her status as a prodigy, to supplant Lu Feiyu and become the holy maiden of the Jieyun sword sect. Subsequently, she would assist him in his endeavors as the sect master. With this thought, Gu Lianchuan accepted the superior grade Qi restoration pill, slightly parting her crimson lips to swallow it. In a mere moment, a tempestuous surge of true Qi began to stir within her Dantian. Ji Lianchuan's complexion turned even paler, and her body became unsteady. Shen Xianyu swiftly caught her, laying her gently on the bed, allowing her to sit cross-legged and gradually regulate her inner breath. The efficacy of a single superior grade Qi restoration pill was sufficient to completely heal her Dantian. The explanation he had provided earlier was merely a fragment of his true intentions. His genuine desire was to prevent her from repeating past mistakes, to ensure she would not stray down a misguided path. At the very least, he sought to avert her from falling into error. Shen Xianyu then opened the windows, primarily to dispel the unpleasant scent of the aphrodisiac lingering in the room. Fortunately, after having played with various herbs at the Luanxiang Pavilion, he had become almost entirely immune to such potions. Ji Lianchuan had likely taken the antidote to the fox heart powder in advance. After all, this was a calculated move. Originally, he intended to create a scenario wherein she appeared to have been wronged by Yan Wang, thus solidifying their bond. Without the antidote, it would not truly be considered humiliation. The next morning, Gu Lianchuan, seated on the bed, slowly opened her phoenix-like eyes. At that moment, the long-lost sensation of true Qi filling her entire being was utterly delightful. Moreover, with the residual potency of the Qi restoration pill, she had returned to the Qi refining realm. Awake? Shen Xianyu entered the room, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Gu Lianchuan. The dim light of the previous night had prevented him from properly discerning her features, and now, upon closer examination, he found her far more captivating than Lu Feiyu, especially with her alluring figure. Gu Lianchuan recalled her actions from the previous night, and her face flushed with heat. When she spoke, her voice was barely a whisper. Your Highness Yan Wang, this kindness will forever be etched in my heart. I shall never let you down. The determination in her eyes was remarkable. Shen Xianyu casually inquired, does that mean your proposal from last night still stands? Of course it does. In life, I am a person of Yan Wang. In death, I shall be a ghost of Yan Wang. Gu Lianchuan declared earnestly. Very well, as I said last night, the name will be yours in due time, do not be anxious. But how long must I wait? Shen Xianyu smiled, only when I have dealt with the imperial grandson will I. However, she was not so naive as to be oblivious to the outside world. The imperial grandson, Shen Qianyang, was actively consolidating power, having recently forced the king of Xiang to commit suicide by drowning. This event had not only stirred the court but had also become common knowledge in the martial world. This meant that if Shen Xianyu did not take action, it would only be a matter of time before the axe fell upon his neck. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Gu Lianchuan's beautiful eyes. Your Highness Yan Wang, rest assured, grant me a year, and I am confident I shall return to the Tingyun realm. During this time, I will also manage the Jieyun sword sect well. To repay your kindness, I must prove myself through action. These thoughts had crystallized in her mind the previous night. However, there was still one matter that troubled her. Your Highness Yan Wang, if Lu Feiyu were to return suddenly and the sect compelled you to fulfill the marriage contract, would you still continue to delay? After all, she was the Emperor's chosen one. Shen Xianyu scoffed lightly. Lu Feiyu has already surpassed the 7-day mourning period, you need not worry about this matter. She is dead? Gu Lianshuang exclaimed in disbelief. What, are you still grieving for your sister Feiyu? Shen Xianyu questioned. Gu Lianshuang shook her head vehemently. Grieve, how could that be possible? Ever since her severe injuries led to her decline, Lu Feiyu, who once felt like a sister to me, has gradually distanced herself. At times, she even treated me like a servant. Within the sect, status was determined by cultivation level. Higher cultivation meant greater status. As long as one's realm and potential were sufficient, one could even ride atop the sect master's head. Yet, what puzzled her was Shen Xianyu's motive for wanting to kill her. How could he possibly eliminate a sword cultivator of the Tingyun realm? Shen Xianyu succinctly recounted the events. Gu Lianshuang's expression turned icy and solemn. Simultaneously, a sense of worry crept in. The previous day, Pei Fu had ventured to the Tianchi mansion in Yuzhang Prefecture, seeking the Celestial Master to divine Lu Feiyu's whereabouts. If the Celestial Master truly intervened, then it was likely that Shen Xianyu would soon find himself embroiled in trouble. With this thought, a surge of murderous intent welled up within Gu Lianshuang, and she hastily rose from the bed. Your Highness Yan Wang, I must take my leave today, I shall return to find you tomorrow. Chapter 11. The fate 13 years ago. Hey, why the rush? Shen Xianyu extended his hand and grasped Gu Lianshuang's delicate wrist. Gu Lianshuang instinctively struggled for a moment, but then ceased her resistance, gazing anxiously at Shen Xianyu before her. Your Highness, please let me go. Once I have concluded my business, I shall return to find you, if that is agreeable. The murderous intent emanating from this woman was exceedingly intense and rather unexpected. Shen Xianyu, merely curious, pondered whether she intended to seek vengeance now that her Dantian had recently recovered. You must tell me what it is you plan to do, at the very least. Seeing that Shen Xianyu had not released her, Gu Lianshuang was compelled to divulge the reason. Shen Xianyu's brow furrowed slightly. The Tianchi mansion was the foremost sect of the Xianmen in the Eastern Shenyuan dynasty. It was the Grand Master of the Tianchi mansion who had enlightened his imperial father in the ways of alchemy. Moreover, it was well known that the Tianchi mansion's divinations were the most accurate in the realm. According to Gu Lianshuang, if the sect master of the Jieyun sword sect, Pei Fu, were to visit the Tianchi mansion, he would surely uncover the cause of Lu Feiyu's demise. If this matter were to leak, it would spell significant trouble. Gu Lianshuang was deeply troubled by this prospect. If it were merely a matter of killing Lu Feiyu, that would be quite straightforward, for he had initially offended her without provocation. The issue lay in the fact that Lu Feiyu had met his end within the belly of that enormous white python. The divination would not directly implicate Shen Xianyu, but it would certainly ascertain the timing and circumstances of Lu Feiyu's death. To put it plainly, it could reveal when and where she perished, as well as the manner of her demise. Of course, even the most skilled practitioners, relying on the art of divination to deduce such outcomes, would be akin to leaking the secrets of heaven. Shen Xianyu harbored a glimmer of hope as he inquired, the Jieyun sword sect has long since fallen from grace. Would those high-ranking Taoist priests at the Tianchi mansion be willing to bear the consequences of unraveling heavenly secrets just to divine this for Pei Fu? Pei Fu and the remaining Grand Master of the Tianchi mansion are close friends. I believe there is a high probability they would, Gu Lianshuang replied solemnly. Upon hearing this, Shen Xianyu's murderous intent solidified instantly. He then asked, Miss Lianshuang, are you planning to kill Pei Fu on my behalf? Gu Lianshuang nodded. Having pondered this matter throughout the night, she had come to a clear resolution. Pei Fu had never regarded her as a disciple. Had it not been for concerns over reputation, she might have been expelled from the Jieyun sword sect the very day her cultivation fell. Shen Xianyu remained skeptical. After all, we are merely acquaintances. Do you truly wish to take this risk for me? The expression in Gu Lianshuang's eyes suddenly turned bittersweet as she murmured, how can this be considered mere acquaintance? How, have we not met before? Shen Xianyu was filled with confusion, and Gu Lianshuang nodded gently in affirmation. Why do I have no recollection? When did we meet? Noticing the bewilderment on his face, Gu Lianshuang explained, on the 19th day of the 12th lunar month 13 years ago, you must have snuck out of the palace to buy a braised chicken leg from the Lu family in Shannon Alley. You barely had a few bites before you saw me. You then hurriedly shoved the unfinished chicken leg into my hands and dashed away. That very chicken leg allowed the famished me to walk from the icy wilderness to the Jieyun sword sect, thus granting me the opportunity to apprentice in swordsmanship. Upon this reminder, Shen Xianyu suddenly recalled. 13 years ago, he had indeed been only 6 years old, and that day he had been tempted by hunger to sneak out of the palace. The reason he had hastily given her the chicken leg was that he had caught sight of his father, the emperor, wielding a cane at the street corner. Although he ultimately could not escape the punishment of being beaten with that very cane, it was primarily because his father insisted on conducting a period of fasting and purification within the palace. While his father abstained from meat, he forbade everyone in the palace from eating it as well, resulting in Shen Xianyu not having tasted meat for an entire year. At that time, he had overheard the eunuchs speaking of the Lu family's braised chicken legs in Shannon Alley being a culinary marvel of Zhuangqing. Tempted by this, he had faced dire consequences, suffering from hunger pangs from the 12th month until the first month of the following year. You truly are a glutton, Gu Lianshuang remarked, her previously expressionless face now transformed into a crescent moon of delight. Shen Xianyu scratched his head awkwardly. Well, I suppose it is indeed a fortuitous encounter. Had I not been so hasty back then, Gu Lianshuang might not have employed such a flawed method last night. Ahem, let us return to the matter at hand. Miss Lianshuang, do you genuinely intend to venture alone to assassinate your mentor? Gu Lianshuang's expression turned grave. I believe I could catch her off guard. And then what? Everyone will know that you, Gu Lianshuang, have murdered your master, and you will find yourself in peril, Shen Xianyu cautioned. Gu Lianshuang replied nonchalantly, it matters not, should I aid you this once, it would not be in vain for our fateful connection. If I am fortunate enough to survive, I shall return to seek you out. I can lend you my assistance. How so? Shen Xianyu inquired. Your Highness's cultivation must still be at the refining stage, correct? My mentor has already attained the 9th level of the Dongshan realm. A practitioner of the Dongshan realm can easily slay 10 warriors at the refining stage, not to mention those at the refining stage. Shen Xianyu touched the white snake bracelet on his wrist and smiled lightly. If she learns from the divination how Lu Feiyu met her end, she will undoubtedly pursue me relentlessly upon encountering the white python. You are a sword practitioner and can take your sword to find her. I will place the white python at your side, and you can use it to distract Pei Fu while you strike at the opportune moment. Gu Lianshuang furrowed her brows. Your Highness, Yuzhang Prefecture is over 800 miles from Zhuangqing. Even if you can control beasts, you will lose that ability beyond a certain distance. Why do you assume that I can control beasts? Shen Xianyu retorted. Gu Lianshuang, filled with doubt, replied, but that white python is indeed a beast you control, is it not? Shen Xianyu chuckled lightly. Controlling beasts and what I do are fundamentally different. Controlling beasts involves using secret techniques or other mediums to exert influence over them, while I can directly control the white python's form with my spirit. In a sense, as long as Bai Qinghan does not come to take the white python from me, I am the white python, and the white python is me. Thus, I would not be subject to the limitations of beast control. Gu Lianshuang immediately understood, another term surfacing in her mind, spirit contract. Your Highness, but such contracts can harm the lifespan and fortune of the signatory, cannot they? Shen Xianyu replied nonchalantly, she assured me it would not, and that it would only bring me benefits, never detriments. And you believe her? If I do not trust her, I have no other recourse. Regardless, the results thus far have been quite favorable. Since accepting Bai Qinghan's teachings, I have experienced no discomfort, and my cultivation has advanced remarkably for an ordinary person. Transitioning from the bone refinement realm to the 9th level of the Fengyang realm would typically take a year and a half, even for the most exceptional talents. Yet, I have managed to do so in less than 20 days. I can only wonder how much my cultivation might benefit from using a Dongshan realm practitioner like Pei Fu to nourish the white python. However, I suppose we shall find out through experience. Chapter 12 of the 16-character hexagram commentary of the Celestial Masteress Mansion. Had there been the miasma poison, this matter would have been considerably more manageable. Alas, the little fox maiden has yet to concoct it. Guard against any unforeseen circumstances, an alternative approach must be devised. Shen Xianyu fell into deep contemplation. A casual glance revealed a verdant bamboo tube resting upon the table. Miss Lianshuang, is this an artifact? Gu Lianshuang candidly replied, indeed, this is a xiangfei tube I specifically crafted for the purpose of aerosolizing medicinal substances. For instance, last night's fox heart powder is, in fact, a type of medicinal powder, also produced by that little fox maiden. Typically, it is utilized by certain affluent individuals to enhance virility, but its astonishing efficacy has gradually transformed it into a base aphrodisiac, yet, it is generally consumed in a diluted form. My xiangfei tube, however, can convert such medicines into vapor. It was evidently an old trick. If the effect of this artifact could be applied to the white python, would it not transform it into a venomous serpent? Although the miasma poison was currently unavailable, the Wang family possessed an abundance of other vicious toxins. Upon this realization, Shen Xianyu reverted the white snake bracelet back into the form of the white python and instructed it to swallow the xiangfei tube. Casting a sidelong glance at Gu Lianshuang, he smiled gently and inquired, Miss Lianshuang, do you mind losing an artifact? While I do not mind, are you suggesting that this white python utilized the xiangfei tube? Gu Lianshuang responded with confusion, incorrect, I intend for it to possess the effects of the xiangfei tube. Within the devouring heaven technique taught by Bai Qinghan, there exists a method known as object refinement. This technique employs the vital energy surrounding the demon body to refine a specific object and obtain its properties. Bai Qinghan's white python form, after all, belongs to the serpent family, yet it is not inherently venomous. Refining this xiangfei tube would effectively imbue the white python with the venom glands of a poisonous snake, and of a particularly substantial capacity. Gu Lianshuang, observing the scene, was left astonished, her heart racing. Shen Xianyu began to administer various poisons to the white python before him. With the xiangfei tube already refined, it could accommodate these toxins without inflicting any harm upon the python. Miss Lianshuang, with this, our collaboration to eliminate Pei Fu is assuredly a tenable endeavor. As he spoke, Shen Xianyu gradually diminished the size of the white python, guiding it towards Gu Lianshuang, where it coiled around her delicate wrist, transforming back into the lifelike white snake bracelet. Given the task of confronting a sword cultivator of the cave divinity realm, every detail must be meticulously attended to. Dividing one's focus would surely lead to oversights. With this thought, Shen Xianyu settled back onto the bed, allowing his attendant, Xianju, to stand guard nearby. The majority of his consciousness and attention remained devoted to controlling the white python's form. Gu Lianshuang cast a glance at the white snake bracelet, understanding her course of action. She would directly summon her sword to seek out Pei Fu, confirming her whereabouts, regardless of whether she had discerned the cause of Lu Feiyu's demise through the hexagram, she would kill. At that moment, the attendant Xianju presented her own sword with a gentle smile. Miss Lianshuang, a fine sword can significantly enhance a sword cultivator's prowess. I lend this to you for your use. Thank you. Gu Lian Shuang graciously accepted, offering a respectful nod before striding purposefully out of the Wang family mansion. Meanwhile, within the verdant waters of the Qingyun pool in the demon realm, Bai Qinghan, still submerged, suddenly clenched her fists in fury. This scoundrel, how dare he squander my demon form, feeding it anything and everything. Shen Xianyu, wait for me. When my primordial spirit recovers, I shall make you pay. In the region of Yuzhangzhou, at Longhu Mountain, within the celestial masteress mansion, Pei Fu paced anxiously, his mind a tumult of worry. At that moment, a Taoist with an air of ethereal grace emerged from the hall, holding a piece of paper. Pei Fu hurriedly inquired, Master Yu, what is the current state of my disciple Fei Yu? See for yourself. Master Yu did not speak directly but instead handed over the paper. It bore a 16-character commentary. Insufficient fortune, colliding with royal authority, dragon and snake converge, ending in death. Pei Fu's complexion paled, his voice trembling as he asked, does Master Yu's commentary imply that my disciple Fei Yu is dead? Yes, Master Yu replied coolly, and what do the preceding 12 characters signify? I do not know, but in light of our past camaraderie, I shall offer you a warning. You too shall perish at the hands of the dragon and snake's convergence. As Master Yu took a few steps away, he suddenly turned back to add, one reaps what one sows, one cannot hope to survive. This statement was directed at both her and her disciple. Pei Fu, bewildered, felt a surge of resentment and frustration. Why must these practitioners speak in such riddles? Why not be direct? Amidst her thoughts, a young Taoist approached to issue a dismissal. Sect Master Pei, Master Yu has decreed that the Celestial Masteress Mansion is closed to outsiders to date. I kindly request that you depart swiftly. Pei Fu did not ponder further. She resolved to return to the Jieyun Sword Sect and enlist the diviners there to decipher the 16-character hexagram commentary. As she took flight on her sword, Pei Fu casually glanced at the ground, clearly spotting a massive snow-white python, approximately 80 to 90 feet long, slithering through a dense forest. Suddenly, Pei Fu recalled that Lu Feiyu had previously left the sword sect to travel. She had mentioned seeking a demon python that had appeared in the world, intending to procure its demon core as a means to break through her own cultivation. Pei Fu had assumed she sought an excuse to rendezvous with the noble son of the Duke of Tang, and now, reflecting upon the hexagram commentary, it seemed she had indeed met her end at the convergence of dragon and snake. A demon python, a white python growing to 10 feet, such was the essence of a demon. The python is indeed a snake, but who then is the dragon? As these thoughts swirled, Pei Fu felt her heart wrenching in pain, a surge of anger rising within her. Having incapacitated Gu Lian Shuang and now lost Lu Feiyu, the prospects for the Jieyun Sword Sect appeared bleak. To add insult to injury, the emperor had also bestowed upon her a marriage proposal. Pei Fu steadied her mind. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as the Jieyun Sword Sect had not truly perished, there remained a chance for resurgence. She must eliminate this demon python and present it, along with the 16-character commentary, before the emperor. At the very least, it would provide him with a satisfactory explanation regarding this seemingly hopeless marriage proposal. As for Gu Lian Shuang, having already been incapacitated, the Jieyun Sword Sect had no resources left to assist her in restoring her dantian. Should the emperor show mercy and allow her to become the Wang family's consort, perhaps the sect might glean some benefit from her good fortune. Conversely, if she were to perish, Pei Fu could readily bear the blame for her disciple's misguidance and offer the emperor an explanation. In any case, this was far preferable to the crime of deceiving the emperor. Pei Fu promptly redirected her sword towards the dense forest. Upon landing, however, the white python had vanished without a trace. Instead, her disciple Gu Lian Shuang was seen approaching with her sword drawn. The two, teacher and disciple, exchanged astonished glances. Master, what brings you here? That is what I wish to ask you. Were you not at the Wang family mansion? Chapter 13. The consequences of one's own misdeeds. At dawn today, a snow-white demon python appeared within the estate of the Yanwang. The Yanwang took a fancy to its demon core and instructed me to bring it back as a dowry. This lie slipped from my lips with nary a pause. Upon hearing this, Pei Fu's face, which possessed an undeniable charm, revealed a hint of excitement. Is what you say truly the case? Gu Lianshuang, her face unflinching and heart-steady, nodded in affirmation, even drawing the sword from the sheath of her maid, Xinju, to present it to Pei Fu for inspection. The blade bore a character 4 yen intricately engraved upon its surface. This long sword was not unfamiliar to Pei Fu. It was crafted by the royal blacksmith for all the princes when the current emperor conferred titles, each sword adorned with the respective royal title, held either by the prince himself or by his sword attendant. The materials used were the finest in the realm, revered as treasures in the Jieyun Sword Sect. It was indeed remarkable that the Yanwang, Shen Xianyu, had entrusted this sword to Gu Lianshuang for temporary use. One could surmise that this seemingly pure and untainted maiden had served him well the previous night. Pei Fu smiled with delight and said, "Very well, today I shall assist you in slaying that snow-white python demon, thus fulfilling your union with the Yanwang. However, once you enter the Yanwang's estate, do not forget your master." The entirety of the Zhuangqing region was aware that among all the princes, only the Yanwang and the current emperor seemed to share a genuine father-son bond. He received almost anything he desired, having been doted upon since childhood. Should the Yanwang choose a bride, it was unlikely that the emperor would object. Securing the demon core would undoubtedly solidify the marriage and ensure the favor of the court's resources. Yet, as Pei Fu pondered, a sense of unease crept over him. The python was of such considerable size, how could it be pursued so far by Gu Lianshuang, who was merely of the Yuanin realm? Could it be a mere sham among demonkind? If it were truly a sham, how could it have fled so far? Something felt amiss, very amiss. You shall perish at the convergence of dragons and serpents. Master Yu's earlier words echoed in his mind. The serpent was the demon python. Could the dragon refer to Yanwang Shen Xianyu? The emperor was known as the true dragon son of heaven. Was not the emperor's son also a dragon's offspring? This was dire. Lianxuan was likely ensnared in a counterplot. Rather than saying the demon python was pursued by Gu Lianxuan, it was more accurate to assert that its true target was none other than himself, who had already arrived at the Tianchi Pavilion. Only Gu Lianxuan and a few elders knew of his whereabouts. Realizing this, Pei Fu immediately inquired, Lianxuan, did you disclose my whereabouts to the Yanwan last night? Yes, he asked me directly, Gu Lianxuan replied without hesitation. In that instant, Pei Fu grasped the implications. This aligned perfectly with the divination master you had presented. Apart from the ominous phrase about the convergence of dragons and serpents leading to death, the preceding part spoke of offending royal authority and ill fortune. Whose royal authority had been offended, it could only be Xinxianyo's. Indeed, you have been outmaneuvered by the Yan Wang. We must retreat to Zhuangqing at once and report this matter to His Majesty. The convergence of dragons and serpents indicated the alliance of Xinxianyu with the demon python. Moreover, it had led to the demise of the Jieyun sword sect saintess, Lu Feiyu. The royal family was now in a precarious position. Just as Pei Fu prepared to depart on his sword, Gu Lianxuan suddenly swung her blade to eye in one swift motion. She struck at her master's neck. With a sickening sound, blood gushed from Pei Fu's wound. The sword she wielded unleashed a surge of sword energy, aiming to sever Pei Fu's head. A swordsman of the Dongshan realm was still a formidable opponent. He quickly summoned his true energy, enveloping his neck to prevent the blade from penetrating. With a swift counterattack, he forced Gu Lianxuan back several paces. Pei Fu glared at his disciple with a fierce expression. You wretched creature! You dare betray your master in such a manner? Initially believing he was ensnared by Xinxianyo's scheme, he now realized he was caught in a web spun by both his disciple and the Yanwang. With her sword pointed at him, Gu Lianxuan's voice was cold. Master, 3 years ago, I suffered damage to my dantian while striving to obtain the celestial sword, and my cultivation fell into disarray. In these 3 years, have you ever regarded me as your disciple? I never sought your assistance to restore my dantian, yet you turned a blind eye, allowing me to be humiliated by other disciples. For 3 whole years, do you have any idea how I have endured? Pei Fu, however, felt no remorse, sneering, in the sect, strength is paramount. In any other sect, you would have been expelled long ago for such a decline in cultivation. I have at least sheltered you for 3 years, and yet you show no gratitude. As his words fell, Pei Fu's expression shifted. Ji Lianxuan's aura was not that of the Yuanin realm. It was that of the Qi refining realm. You have regained your cultivation? The coldness in Gu Lianxuan's eyes was more chilling than the sword energy emanating from her blade. This is all thanks to His Highness the Yan Wang. Pei Fu steadied his mind, trying to maintain his composure. I will grant you one final opportunity. I shall overlook today's events, return with me to the sword sect immediately, and you shall remain the saintess of the sword sect. Otherwise, I shall truly disregard our master-disciple bond and end your life. I believe you possess that capability, but soon, you will no longer have it, Gu Lianxuan replied indifferently. Suddenly, a dense and overwhelming miasma of poison descended from above. Pei Fu focused his gaze. Perched upon a towering tree, the snow-white demon python gaped wide, continuously exhaling toxic mist. Pei Fu sensed impending doom and instinctively attempted to flee on his sword. However, Gu Lianxuan relentlessly pursued him. Upon contact with the poison mist, Pei Fu's skin began to rot slowly. Additionally, a dizzying sensation overwhelmed him. This was no ordinary poison, it was a lethal concoction of various toxins. Pei Fu sought to resist the toxicity with his true energy. Observing this, Gu Lianxuan unleashed her sword once more, the sword energy falling like rain. Meanwhile, Xinxianyu, controlling the python, witnessed the unfolding scene through the creature's eyes. Pei Zhongzhu, even if your cultivation is at the Dongshan realm, you remain merely a mortal flesh. You have just endured Gu Lianxuan's strike, how can you withstand this poison now? Xinxianyu thought, simultaneously directing the white python to approach. During this process, he commanded the python to shrink in size rather than maintain its Tenjung form. Seeing Gu Lianxuan successfully restraining Pei Fu, Xinxianyu transformed the white python into a small snake, stealthily climbing up Pei Fu's thigh before sinking its fangs into him. The fangs penetrated the fabric, injecting a torrent of toxic mist into his flesh. Pei Fu swung his sword in desperation, but he merely inflicted a 6-inch gash upon Gu Lianxuan's chest. After injecting the poison, Xinxianyu swiftly restored the python to its peak size. Pei Fu's body began to decay, and he could no longer maintain his stance. Gazing at the looming snow-white giant python, he could only watch helplessly as it opened its gaping maw before him. Your Highness the Yan Wang, no! I do not wish to die. In the next moment, Pei Fu's vision was swallowed by darkness. Not far from the Tianchi Pavilion, atop a mountain, the scene unfolded before Master Yu's indifferent gaze as he repeated a phrase he had once imparted to Pei Fu. The consequences of one's own misdeeds are inescapable. Chapter 14. Let Wang Yin Marian, a young Taoist, stood with his hands enveloped in his sleeves, gazing at Master Yu with a look of confusion. Master, Pei Zhongzhu is your friend. Why do you refuse to save her in her time of need? Master Yu replied with a calm smile, to inquire about her faith through divination, as a gesture of our past friendship, and then to rescue her would be akin to aiding a tiger in its hunt. As a mentor, to act without integrity would be to endanger that young lady with the surname Gu. Moreover, to rescue her at the risk of offending the powers of the dragon and snake is simply not worth the trouble. At that moment, Master Yu seemed to recall something. Qianhe, go on my behalf to Zhuangqing and report this matter to His Majesty. Inform him that the leader of the Jieyun sword sect was devoured by a python demon at the foot of Longhu Mountain, and I was unable to intervene in time, allowing the demon to escape. As you command, Qianhe responded, fully aware of his master's intentions to avoid offending the imperial authority. The fact that Pei Fu met his demise under the very nose of the Taoist temple could not be concealed. When the Jieyun sword sect comes to investigate and subsequently informs His Majesty, my master would find himself without a defense. Once reported, the Imperial Demon Slaying Office would take charge of the matter, absolving the Taoist temple of any responsibility. Master Yu's gaze once again fell upon the white python. Jiyu Lianchuang had sustained severe injuries, and the white python had taken her into its mouth, retreating into a nearby river. Striking to kill would be as easy as turning one's hand. However, should he act, Shen Xianyu, who controlled the python, would be watching him closely. Even if this matter were to be disclosed, Shen Xianyu would suffer some setbacks, but Emperor Shen Shengyun would undoubtedly protect him. Such an action would sever Shen Xianyu's path to survival, positioning the entire Taoist temple as his sworn enemy. In this dynasty, no sect could dare to oppose imperial power. Master Yu mused, to sever someone's path to life is to create an irreconcilable enmity. It is best not to provoke him. The following afternoon in the western palace of the imperial city, after meeting with Qianhe, the face of Emperor Shen Shengyun, resembling that of an ancient dragon, was flushed with indignation. Summon Shen Shenyang before me. Moments later, the young prince Shen Shenyang hurried in. Just as he was about to kneel in greeting, he was met with the emperor's icy inquiry. I have heard that you have been searching for the white python. What results do you have? Shen Shenyang's heart sank. Could it be that the white python had caused further chaos? The emperor's imposing presence left no room for hesitation, and he had no choice but to respond truthfully. Your Majesty, I have been directing the Demon Slaying Office to search diligently, but there has been no progress. I beg your forgiveness. Emperor Shen Xingyun's voice remained steady, devoid of anger, yet chilling. Just now, someone from the Taoist temple informed me that Pei Fu and Lu Feiyu of the Jieyun sword sect have both been slain by that white python. Little brat, does that not strike you as curious? This master and disciple pair, neither causing trouble before nor after, chose precisely the moment when I was to arrange a marriage with them to meet their fate. Explain this to me. In that instant, Shen Shenyang broke into a cold sweat and hastily replied, Your Majesty, I would never conspire with that demon. Please grant me more time. I will surely capture the white python and also find a worthy wife for Uncle 19, one who can shelter him for life. You have. If you fail, I will ensure you see your father every day. Yes. Be gone. Shen Shenyang felt his legs weaken and had to rely on a eunuch for support as he exited the emperor's western palace. Upon returning to the eastern palace, he was filled with frustration. That wretched white python had an impeccable sense of timing, yet, he understood the implications. The emperor suspected him of colluding with the creature to thwart the marriage. Now, not only was he tasked with hunting the python, but he also needed to find a better bride for Uncle 19 than Lu Feiyu. Where on earth could he possibly find one? Shen Shenyang quickly composed himself and summoned the officials from the clan affairs office, stating directly, aside from Lu Feiyu, are there any other suitable candidates for the position of Wanfei? Your Highness, did His Majesty not already settle the marriage with Lu Feiyu? Why the change? Lu Feiyu is dead. Do you intend for my Uncle 19 to wed a deceased woman? The official from the clan affairs office paused momentarily, racking his brain for alternative candidates. The criteria for a Wangfei were quite clear: high cultivation talent and noble status. Lu Feiyu met these standards, as she was widely regarded as having the potential to become a sword cultivator of the divine vision realm and could inherit the Jieyun sword sect. Furthermore, the Jieyun sword sect currently required the imperial family's resources, thus, Lu Feiyu was indeed the best choice. There was also Gu Lianchuan, but she had been rendered incapable. Other formidable sects had numerous talented women, yet their willingness remained uncertain. After all, who would wish to marry a royal prince known for his indulgence and lack of ambition under the current political climate of diminishing feudal powers? The official from the clan affairs office pondered deeply. Ultimately, he thought of one candidate. Your Highness, what do you think of Princess Huaqing from the Nanjian dynasty? It is said that she possesses the cultivation of the Cloud Ascension realm and is the only daughter of the Nanjian emperor. In terms of age, she is comparable to Wang Yan. Moreover, I have heard from the Ministry of Rites that a prince from Beilu is also interested in marrying Princess Huaqing, but the Nanjian emperor is reluctant, preferring a union with our dynasty. Shen Shenyang smirked slightly. Such a woman falling into Shen Xianyu's hands would be a waste of her potential. Nevertheless, he was left with no other options. Very well, inform the Ministry of Rites to expedite contact with Nanjian. If the Nanjian emperor is willing to bestow her in marriage, it will provide me with a satisfactory explanation for the emperor. Under immense pressure, the officials of the Eastern Xian dynasty acted swiftly. In just 24 hours, they received a formal response from the Nanjian dynasty. The marriage posed no issues, but with one condition: Wang Yan must marry into the Nanjian royal family and, after the wedding, must produce offspring annually, with any male heirs bearing the Nanjian surname. Shen Shenyang thought to himself, is this not a win-win situation? The emperor is concerned that Uncle 19 may not be secure in the future. Marrying into another royal family would indeed be the optimal solution. There would be no fiefdom involved, and the Nanjian would even help keep him in check. What could possibly go wrong? Furthermore, did Uncle 19 not enjoy a life of indulgence? The Nanjian royal family could support him, thus saving our own royal family a significant expense. With this thought in mind, Shen Shenyang eagerly made his way to Emperor Shen Xingyun's western palace to share this more favorable marriage prospect with his beloved grandfather. However, to his surprise, Uncle 19 was also present. Oh. My dear nephew, I hear you have found me a splendid match. Shen Senyu approached with a beaming smile, draping an arm around Shen Shenyang's shoulders. His gaze naturally fell upon the letter in the young prince's hands, the formal response from the Nanjian emperor. A shadow immediately crossed Shinxianyo's face. Chapter 15. Must you be the only one to be the heir apparent, nephew? The marriage you have arranged for me truly leaves me at a loss for words. In the midst of their conversation, Shin Xianyu heavily patted Shin Shenyang on the shoulder. Hearing this, Shin Shenyun raised his eyebrows slightly. Shin Shenyang replied nonchalantly, 19th uncle, this is a matter beyond my control. Who could have anticipated that Lu Feiyu would die so coincidentally? Aside from the princess of Huaqing from Nangan, I truly cannot think of any other young lady more suited for you, dear uncle. Moreover, the Huaqing princess possesses a beauty and grace akin to that of a celestial being, undoubtedly appealing to your tastes. The primary consideration is that I have taken into account your disinterest in martial cultivation and your lack of scholarly pursuits. Remaining in Dongxian would hardly lead to great achievements. Even if you were to marry into Nangan, they would treat you as a treasure. High emotional intelligence, remaining in Dongxian would hinder great achievements. Low emotional intelligence, marrying into Nangan and living off others would suit you best. Shin Xianyu couldn't help but chuckle. The heir apparent truly lives up to his title. His words, though dripping with sarcasm, were not immediately discernible as such. To label him as bad would be unjust, considering how thoroughly he had thought things through for himself. To label him as good would also be perplexing, as he was suggesting that a prince like himself should become a son-in-law and then play the part of the returning Dragon King? When Shin Shengyun read the letter from the Emperor of Nangan, he too let out a laugh. Chen Yang, is it not painfully obvious that this old scoundrel, shouting you, is intent on humiliating our Dongxian? Have you not noticed, throughout the annals of history, royal marriages are not uncommon, but a prince marrying into another family is a first? Shin Shenyang anticipated his grandfather would say as much, and he quickly replied with utmost respect, Grandfather, I have attempted to have the ancestral hall contact other sex, but in certain respects, 19th uncle indeed leaves one feeling embarrassed, as their heavenly daughters are treated like treasures. Although marrying the Huaqing princess may tarnish some royal dignity, it is undoubtedly the best choice for 19th uncle at this moment. It would resolve his lifelong concerns while also strengthening our alliance with Nangan. Shin Xianyu did not exhibit anger, but, as an elder, it is only right that I pass on good fortune to the younger generation. Upon hearing this, Shin Shenyang's expression suddenly stiffened, and he exclaimed angrily, 19th uncle, do not speak such nonsense. I am the heir apparent, how can I marry into another country? Shin Xianyu maintained his smile, responding unhurriedly, is it so that in such a vast royal family, you are the only one capable of being the heir apparent? 19th uncle. How dare you utter such rebellious words? In what way is it rebellious? Your father is the crown prince, and mine is the emperor. Shin Shengyun observed the exchange between his son and grandson, his eyes, now filled with the weariness of age, glinting with a cold light. This younger son now possessed a newfound sharpness, perhaps a result of harboring resentment toward Shin Shenyang for the death of Prince Xiang. Shin Shengyun slowly spoke, firmly stating, enough, let this matter be settled. You need not delve into such trivialities, Chen Yang. The deaths of Pei Fu and his disciple require a resolution. It has already been more than 24 hours, yet you have yet to provide me with an answer. Shen Shengyun continued. In response to grandfather, I have been occupied with 19th uncle's marriage these past few days, but there has been some progress regarding the demon-slaying division. I will have a clear answer within 3 days at most. I remember previously mentioning that it is not appropriate for you to handle your uncle's marriage matters, Shin Shengyun replied with a languid tone, tinged with dissatisfaction. Shin Shenyang fell silent. Was it not you, old man, who directed me to undertake this task? Now you claim it is inappropriate. Are you intentionally making things difficult for me? Of course, these thoughts were kept to himself. The search for a candidate for the crown princess was not in conflict with the pursuit of that white python. To address the matter directly, the white python's killings are not a first occurrence. There are still tales circulating among the populace of the white python ridding the world of evil, which brings shame to the court. If it is not eradicated, it would be utterly indefensible. At this moment, Shin Shenyang felt utterly exasperated. It was truly a thankless endeavor. As he contemplated this, a wave of panic surged within him. Surely, he would not truly seek to depose the crown prince? Shin Shenyang quickly amended, Grandfather, from this moment forth, within 12 hours at most, I will capture that white python. Perhaps it would be best to reconsider. It has been nearly half a month since this began, and only now do you have a glimmer of progress. The words came from Shin Xianyu. Shin Xianyu respectfully stated, Father, I request permission to take charge of the white python case, lest the crown prince think I am merely idling in Xianjing. You? Shin Shengyun regarded his younger son with a scrutinizing gaze. Shin Xianyu replied confidently, Perhaps, I will not even need 12 hours. Is this truly the case? Shin Shengyun inquired with interest. I am willing to sign a military order. No need for a military order. I do not expect you to truly capture the python demon. If you can quell the rumors surrounding the white python's misdeeds, I will be grateful. At that moment, Shin Shenyang's heart was in a tumult. The nature of the situation seemed to have shifted. The white python case had transformed into an examination, one solely for Shin Xianyu. Shin Shengyun spoke again, Shenyang, hand over the demon-slaying division's insignia to your 19th uncle. You may focus on your affairs in court. With the discussion reaching that point, further struggle was rendered futile. Shin Shenyang reluctantly retrieved the gilded insignia from his sleeve, which, am I to be considered a thief guarding the treasury? This phrase, though somewhat inadequate, was nonetheless fitting. A mere insignia does not signify complete control over the demon-slaying division. However, at the very least, he would not be threatened by it. As for how to capture the white python, that indeed required a resolution. Shin Xianyu then took a healing elixir and the insignia of the demon-slaying division back to the Yanwang mansion. Upon entering his chamber, he first presented the elixir to Gu Lianxiang. A superior blood-nourishing pill? Seeing her astonished expression, Shen Xianyu explained, I obtained this from my father without spending a dime, so feel free to take it generously. Upon hearing this, Gu Lianxiang's fair face showed signs of uncertainty. Your Highness, you did not inform His Majesty about my matters at the Yanwang mansion, did you? Upon seeing Shen Xianyu nod, her fear intensified. Shen Xianyu smiled reassuringly, do not worry, my father did not blame me, moreover, if I did not say so, he might truly send me to Nangon to marry. So, you mean to say you truly wish to marry me? As she spoke these words, Gu Lianxiang felt a flutter of joy within her heart, but upon hearing Shen Xianyu's subsequent words, her spirits plummeted. I intend to use you as a temporary measure, otherwise, he will orchestrate another marriage for me. Was it merely a temporary measure? Chapter 16 and neither good nor bad, most afflicted did I not tell you before? The title will eventually be granted to you, but certainly not at this moment, Shen Xianyu reiterated his point clearly, without any hint of ambiguity. Gu Lianxiang pressed her red lips together and softly replied, Your Highness, once I have fully recovered from my injuries, my progress in breaking through should not be unduly slow. Within a year at most, I will return to the Cloud Ascension realm, and within 5 years, I may well ascend to the Divine Observation realm. I am confident that, given my foundation in swordsmanship, there will be no sword cultivator of the same realm who can rival me. Upon hearing this, Shen Xianyu merely smiled. He held no doubt regarding Gu Lianxuang's words, yet his prior statement was not merely a pretext. Gu Lianxuang likely believed that with Pei Fu's demise, it would be only natural for her to inherit the position of sect leader, and after their marriage, the emperor would bestow abundant resources upon the Jieyun sword sect. Even if she were to become a vassal, there would still be opportunities to rise again. At the very least, she could distance herself from Zhuangqing and gain a measure of tranquility. In truth, this was precisely Gu Lianxuang's line of thought. Shen Xianyu smiled and said, Lady Lianxuang, do you believe that if you were to establish a marriage contract with me today, once the news spreads, by this time tomorrow? Shen Xianyu offered no verbal response but instead retrieved a letter from beneath the bed. The signatures at the end bore the names of the 7th prince, the king of Shu, and the 11th prince, the king of Chu. The letter conveyed essentially that Shen Xianyu should refrain from marrying, he must withstand the pressure arising from this matter, and once he managed to eliminate Shen Xianyang, the two kings expressed their willingness to recognize Shen Xianyu as emperor and offer him all the unrivaled beauties from Shu and Chu. Though Gu Lianxuang was unfamiliar with the intrigues of the court, she understood the implications of the two kings' intentions. They sought to exploit the emperor's current trust in Shen Xianyu, using him as an informant in Zhuangqing, while also expecting him to mediate to alleviate the pressures stemming from the reduction of vassal states. If he were to marry, Shen Xianyu would be compelled to become a vassal himself. The remaining vassal kings would harbor no hope in Zhuangqing, and thus they would resort to any means necessary to sabotage Shen Xianyu's marriage. Shen Xianyu folded the letter, ignited a candle, and reduced the document to ashes. Lady Lianxuang, had you succeeded that night, you would already be a corpse. If I had not conducted the funeral for the king of Xiang, my brothers would not have regarded me as a threat, but since I did, even from a distance of hundreds or thousands of miles, they comprehend my intentions. They require my assistance to delay the policy of reducing vassal states, and I, in turn, need them to provide support for my future. Gu Lianxuang was acutely aware that both the court and the martial world were fraught with treachery. But could one truly place trust in those vassal kings? Shen Xianyu explained calmly, when one reaches a level where they can contend with imperial authority, even those without any cultivation can be considered the most astute of individuals. My conducting of the funeral for the king of Xiang serves not only to mourn him but also to send a signal to the other vassal kings. We are all grasshoppers on the same rope. A chill ran down Gu Lianxuang's spine. What difference was there between this and dancing on the edge of a knife? Moreover, even if they collaborated with the other vassal kings to overthrow the crown prince Shen Xianyang, those kings would still pose a significant threat. She did not believe they would genuinely acknowledge Shen Xianyu as the new emperor. Nor do I, Shen Xianyu replied with a smile. Thus, I must carefully navigate the nuances of this game. To eliminate Shen Xianyang while simultaneously restraining the vassal kings to a point where they cannot stir up trouble. At that time, with my father's temperament, he will personally drape the dragon robe upon my shoulders. His certainty stemmed from having perused numerous historical texts of the Eastern Xian dynasty. He discovered that throughout history, no emperor had come to power through normal succession. Even his own father, Shen Shangyun, prior to ascending the throne, had eliminated nearly all of his brothers to secure his position on the throne. Shen Shangyun had been the crown prince for 12 years and the emperor for 40, during which time the Eastern Xian's power reached its zenith, and the officials of both civil and military ranks, as well as the noble clans, dared not exhibit the slightest inclination of defiance. Such an emperor, could one claim he valued familial bonds, that he esteemed the traditions of propriety? What folly! By tacitly allowing his grandson to harm his own son, he demonstrated the ruthlessness of his methods. Perhaps he wished for his grandson and sons to coexist peacefully, but should harmony prove impossible, he would resort to the method of a sorcerer nurturing venomous insects. Only the surviving creatures would possess any capacity for carrying on. From another perspective, it could be understood that the emperor did not genuinely care whether the throne was held by his sons or grandsons. What truly mattered to him was who could lead the Eastern Xian dynasty to greater heights. Gu Lianchuang felt an increasing sense of dread, beads of perspiration forming on her fair forehead. The royal family truly harbored no familial affection. Shen Xianyu remarked with a smile, "You have traveled down the mountain. In truth, it is the same everywhere, even among farmers. Brothers will turn against each other over a mere plot of land. This world operates thus, one must either contend or succumb to despair. I once saw no hope, which is why I languished in idleness. If there had been even a glimmer of hope, I would never have resigned myself to being a mere bystander for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, Gu Lianchuan lifted her gaze to Shen Xianyou's radiant countenance. Within her heart, she could not help but feel a stir of emotions. Your Highness, is this also the reason you intend to take charge of the demon-slaying department? Shen Xianyu chuckled. Do you suppose I wish to prove my potential to my imperial father through this matter? Indeed, this factor accounts for at most 20% of my motivation. The primary reason is my genuine apprehension regarding the methods of the demon-slaying department. Should they uncover any trace of the white python, I would truly be in dire straits. Though I would not perish, the white python would undoubtedly be slain, resulting in a significant loss of my own cultivation. At that point, whether it be Shen Xianyang, who seeks to diminish the vassals, or Tang Daosheng, who aims to seize the world, both would find it effortless to extinguish me. At that moment, Gu Lianchuan inquired with curiosity, Your Highness, how do you plan to capture the white python? Will you seek another substitute? Indeed, Lady Lianchuan, you are remarkably astute. While the pure white python is indeed a rarity, I have already found a suitable alternative, Shen Xianyu replied with a smile. 200 miles south of Zhuangqing lies a place known as Yujing Gorge, a realm where a group of serpent demons cultivate their powers. The leader of that demon clan is also a white serpent. This knowledge was fortuitously gleaned from the little fox girl at Luanxiang Pavilion, otherwise, I might never have known of its existence. Upon learning this, Gu Lianchuan asked, but those demons have seemingly never caused any trouble. Would this not incur some loss of virtue? My ancestors have committed numerous transgressions, this one more or less makes no difference. As he spoke, Shen Xianyou's expression grew serious. Lady Lianchuan, in life, one must either be a thoroughly good person or a thoroughly wicked one. To be neither good nor bad is to invite calamity. Chapter 17, Are you making things difficult for this prince? In my youth, I always found this statement to be excessively absolute. However, as the years gradually passed, I came to realize that this phrase holds far more significance than the teachings of sages, particularly within the confines of royalty. One must either commit wholeheartedly to a single path or resolutely pursue a chosen endeavor with unwavering determination. To be ensnared by the so-called constraints of morality and righteousness, while fearing both wolves and tigers, would render one nothing more than a mere buffoon. At this moment, Shen Xianyu clenched his fists tightly. Gu Lianchuan observed his every action and gesture, fully aware of Shen Xianyou's predicament. Lacking a true support system, he resorted to any means necessary. Had his Dantian not suffered such a grievous injury, he might very well have ascended to the stage of divine refinement by now, though one cannot claim he would reach the realm of divine observation or the realm of divine insight. He would at the very least possess considerable strength. In many matters, he could have been of assistance to the present prince. As Gu Lianchuan pondered this, she could not help but gently extend her delicate hand, softly grasping Shen Xianyou's warm palm. Your Highness, grant Lianchuan 3 years. Within this span, Lianchuan shall undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the sword path, and at that time, I shall ensure your enemies are vanquished. Her phoenix-like eyes brimmed with unwavering sincerity. Shen Xianyu felt a stir within his heart. Outside the room, the maid Xianju approached with a basin of warm water, intending to assist Gu Lianchuan in tending to her wounds. Upon witnessing the scene, a pang of jealousy surged within her. Shen Xianyu softly replied, First, take this blood-nourishing pill. After healing, return immediately to the Jueyun sword sect. As for the subsequent matters, I trust you know what to do? Gu Lianchuan understood and nodded gently. At that moment, Xianju entered the bedroom with grace, a warm smile gracing her lips. Your Highness, I am here to assist Miss Lianchuan with her wounds. The two shared a tacit understanding and released each other's hands. Xianju sat at the bedside, slowly removing Gu Lianchuan's white garment, revealing a sword wound measuring 6 or 7 inches in length. Even with the effect of the blood-nourishing pill, it would take 2 or 3 days for such an injury to heal. During this time, it was imperative to keep the wound clean. Without the pill, even with cultivation, one would still endure pain for 10 days to half a month. As the pus was clean from the wound, Gu Lianchuan inhaled sharply in pain. Xianju, noticing this, could not help but smile, her jealousy somewhat alleviated. Shen Xianyu then advised, Xianju, be gentle. Understood, Xianju replied, her movements becoming more delicate. Despite her jealousy, her care in applying the medicine and bandaging was meticulous. Shen Xianyu glanced at the sky outside. It was nearly time to report to the demon-slaying office. It was the right moment to attend to official matters. Xianju, take good care of Miss Lianchuan. I am heading to the demon-slaying office. He then proceeded to the front courtyard, summoning Supa and several guards from the royal residence. Striding confidently through the door, inside the main chamber, the two women fell into silence, the atmosphere becoming somewhat awkward. It was Gu Lianchuan who could no longer contain herself and straightforwardly asked, Miss Xianju, have you and His Highness? Xianju smiled radiantly, her beauty exuding charm. You guessed correctly. Gu Lianchuan felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. But then she thought, what was there to feel bitter about? He is the youngest son of the current emperor. Miss Lianchuan, do not worry, His Highness is quite considerate of the delicate flowers he encounters and has never wronged any woman he has touched. Gu Lianchuan raised an eyebrow. Wait, are you implying that His Highness has not only been with you? As for the hidden benefactor of the Luanxiang Pavilion, for now, it is just the two of us. Upon hearing this, Gu Lianchuan found herself at a loss for words, her mind swirling with the twisted thought of wanting to monopolize Shen Xianyu, yet she could only contemplate it silently. Upon entering the demon-slaying office, Shen Xianyu was greeted solely by Suyu, the right commander of the office. Suyu, with a face full of flattery, said, "Your Highness, half an hour ago, the Crown Prince had already informed me that you have taken charge of the demon-slaying office's gold command order. Should you need anything, just instruct me. Where is Chen Liaoyuan?" Shen Xianyu inquired casually. This individual was the left commander of the demon-slaying office, essentially the head of the bureau, while Suyu served as his deputy. Suyu chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. "Commander Chen patrolled the city all night and has just fallen asleep in the inner chamber. I will go wake him up." "No need to wake him. Gather a few capable demon slayers and accompany me to Yujing Gorge." Just yesterday, the little fox spirit had already uncovered this matter, otherwise, he would not have dared to take on the gold command order of the demon-slaying office. "Today, we will mobilize personnel and slay the serpent." As Suyu prepared to call for help, the personnel in the demon-slaying office remained unmoved. "What are you all staring at? Get organized and get to work. Do you all wish to die?" Suyu urged angrily, yet the response was still the same. At that moment, Chen Liaoyuan emerged from the office, laughing. "Su Commander, why have I never seen you so loud before? Now that Prince Yan is here, your voice has grown so much." "Commander Chen, I thought you were off duty," Suyu replied, somewhat surprised. "To investigate a case, I haven't returned home all night. Now that Prince Yan is here, I can finally take off my burden and get some sleep." As he spoke, Chen Liaoyuan prepared to remove his official attire. Shen Xianyu turned to him and asked lightly, "Commander Chen, are you attempting to play a power game with me?" "I would not dare, but I implore His Highness to understand. We are truly exhausted." Chen Liaoyuan maintained this tone. Shen Xianyu continued to smile. "All right then, if it is difficulty you seek, let us see how I can challenge you." Chen Liaoyuan quickly raised his arms to protect his face but was still forced to retreat step by step. "Your Highness, what is the meaning of this?" Chen Liaoyuan's face showed anger. Yet Supa disregarded him and struck again. The two immediately began to brawl, their fight becoming a fierce and indecisive clash, while onlookers dared not intervene. At that moment, Shen Xianyu suddenly drew a sword from the waist of a nearby guard and strode toward Chen Liaoyuan, aiming for his neck with a swift strike. Chapter 18 Yuan Yang Realm, Half-Step Qi Refinement. As the blade was about to descend, Supa deftly stepped aside. At that moment, the demeanor of His Highness, the Prince of Words, resembled that of an executioner on the gallows. The knife, having cleaved through Chen Liaoyuan's neck, became lodged in his vertebrae, yet blood continued to spurt forth uncontrollably. A splatter of crimson landed upon Shen Xianyu's cheek. Shen Xianyu turned to the empty-sheathed guard, his eyes brimming with profound confusion. "How long has it been since you sharpened your blade?" The guard's face turned pale, and he stammered in response, "Reporting to Your Highness, it has been over a month." "Ah." Chen Liaoyuan, also at the Qi refinement stage, struggled wildly, his face contorted in agony. The knife remained embedded in his neck. With a piercing scream, he lunged at Shen Xianyu in a frenzy. Shen Xianyu raised his foot, effortlessly sending him sprawling. Those present were all martial artists of considerable standing, fully aware that being struck in the neck with a blade, regardless of whether the neck was severed, would render one incapable of movement. Unless one had taken precautions and fortified oneself with true energy, the question remained, who would have anticipated that Supa would initiate an attack, and that His Highness would dare to draw a blade against someone? This time, Shen Xianyu withdrew the knife from Supo's waist. The blade was reasonably well honed. Supa hastily interjected, "Your Highness, merely venting your anger will suffice." Chen Liaoyuan hails from the maternal family of the Crown Prince and is the commander of the demon-slaying division, a high-ranking official of the 4th grade. "If you were to truly slay him, how would you answer to His Majesty? I ask you, what does the first article, 7th clause of the Great Xian Rule state?" Shen Xianyu inquired calmly. "Wherever the royal prince treads, should there be any who offend or rebel against royal authority, they shall be subjected to severe punishment." "Indeed, I am a prince. Why should I waste my breath on a fool who dares to defy me? Let it be done." As these words fell, to ensure a decisive strike, Shen Xianyu infused the blade with a layer of true energy. Chen Liaoyuan had already collapsed into a pool of blood. With a single stroke, his body was severed. Shen Xianyu then turned to the onlookers and coldly asked, "Is there anyone else who wishes to take leave today?" A profound silence ensued. "Very well, attend to the body. Suyu, select a few capable individuals to accompany me to Yujing Gorge. There must be no mistakes." Suyu trembled not from fear, but from exhilaration. Here it was, an opportunity for promotion had arrived. He finally had a solid backing. In the past, he had only known that this prince indulged in debauchery in Xianjing City, lacking the decorum befitting a royal prince, but now, it was starkly different from the rumors. When it came to killing, he didn't even bat an eyelid. Most importantly, the true energy he had just displayed confirmed that he was in the Yuan Yang realm, nearing the pinnacle of the 9th level. At the age of 19, possessing such cultivation, he could be regarded as a top-tier prodigy. In contrast, the slain Chen Liaoyuan, at 39 years of age, was merely at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Shen Xianyu was still the youngest son of the current emperor, endowed with inexhaustible resources for cultivation. One day, he would undoubtedly ascend to the god refinement stage, or even reach the god observation realm. However, his temperament was rather unpredictable, quick to anger and quick to draw blood, yet it was indeed Chen Liaoyuan who sought his own demise, adhering too closely to the words of the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince had said, upon Shen Xianyu's arrival, not to let him feel too comfortable. Chen Liaoyuan had thus attempted to undermine him. In simple terms, if a royal prince were to be undermined, who else would survive? Suyu was also a clever man. He did not call upon Chen Liaoyuan's subordinates, but instead summoned his own followers to trail behind Shen Xianyu as they headed for Yujing Gorge.
Within half a day's time, this group extracted a serpent of substantial length, measuring 5 to 6 shan, from Yujing Gorge. Suyu and the others from the demon-slaying division, battered and bruised, approached Shin Xianyu, who was indulging in grilled fish. Your Highness, we have captured and slain the white python demon.
Shin Xianyu nodded slightly, his mouth full, speaking somewhat indistinctly. Supa, my brothers have worked hard. Bring them some elixirs as a reward. As you command.
Within Shin Xianyu's entourage were some elixirs of inferior quality, all purchased from outside. His own father could not concoct elixirs of such quality. Even if he could, he would not waste them on these individuals. Suyu and his subordinates, however, appeared as if they had received treasures. This was unavoidable. In this region, elixirs benefit. Even elixirs of lesser quality were rare and sought after. Watching Suyu and the others express their gratitude, Shin Xianyu chuckled, rise.
Thank you, Your Highness, they all chorused.
Suyu, after bringing this white python back, clarify the identities of the officials within the demon-slaying division and deliver the results to the Prince of Words' residence by noon tomorrow. This subordinate obeys the royal command. In that moment, everyone understood why His Highness had so recklessly slain Shen Liaoyuan.
Was it merely to uphold his royal authority? Not at all. His Highness sought to seize complete control of the demon-slaying division. Even if Chen Liaoyuan had not dared to defy him, being an external relative of the crown prince, he was destined to die. Grandfather. Shin Shenyang knelt before Shin Shengyun, filled with indignation.
The matter at hand was merely the death of Chen Liaoyuan. Shin Shengyun replied indifferently, I have already been informed of this matter. Your 19th uncle had just arrived at the demon-slaying division when Chen Liaoyuan, accompanied by his subordinates, sought leave. Had I been in your position, I too would have executed him. To speak lightly, it is a dereliction of duty. To speak heavily, it is an act of defiance against authority, and such a crime warrants execution.
Have you forgotten the rules after being a crown prince for so long? Shin Shenyang gritted his teeth, unwilling to relent. Grandfather, even a dog must heed its master, let alone Chen Liaoyuan, who is of my mother's family and can be considered my uncle. What would you have me do? Should your 19th uncle pay with his life? I would not dare.
Then dare not speak further. I am quite troubled, do not come to me with problems. Shen Shengyun was indeed troubled. He had initially thought that his youngest son, but now it seemed he was clearly intent on opposing Shin Shenyang. The political landscape would inevitably undergo a dramatic shift because of this. After Shin Shenyang departed, the eunuch Wang approached to report, Your Majesty, there is unexpected news concerning His Highness, the Prince of Words.
Speak.
It is said that His Highness has discovered the troublesome white python in Yujing Gorge with the demon-slaying division and has already subdued it. Upon hearing this, Shin Shengyun's expression changed slightly. Furthermore, it was reported that His Highness's cultivation level is currently at the Yuanyang realm, and he is at the threshold of the half-step chi refinement stage. Chapter 19 The white python emerges from the clouds in the rear courtyard of the Wang residence. Supa struggled to drag in numerous bloody chickens, ducks, fish, and meat. Shin Senyu controlled the white python to devour them as usual. However, at this moment, a hint of regret flickered in his eyes. Had Supo's formidable white python, brought forth from the Jade Capital Gorge, already been dispatched to the Imperial Palace by the demon-slaying division?
Supa, panting heavily, replied, Indeed, Your Highness, the demon-slaying division has taken it to report to His Majesty. What a pity, if only that white python could be brought back, I reckon I would have already stepped into the chi-refining realm. Your Highness, allow me to add a word, Supa continued, martial arts cultivation must not be rushed. Since you've already reached the 9th level of the Yuanyang realm after the white python consumed Pei Fu's body, your priority should be to solidify your current cultivation. Haste makes waste, after all. Supo's words were somewhat restrained. The underlying implication was that he believed his prince was advancing through realms at an astonishingly alarming speed. In such a short time, transitioning directly from the bone refinement. Even among other prodigies, it would take several years to achieve such a feat. Of course, His Highness's cultivation method was unlike that of others. The key lay in whether his foundation was solidly established. At this moment, the gentle voice of Xanju emerged, Your Highness, Supa speaks the truth, haste makes waste. It would indeed be wise to allow your body to adapt to the Yuanyang realm before seeking to break through further. Shin Xianyu replied abruptly, I was thinking of stabilizing my cultivation once I reach the chi refining realm. Remaining in the essence refinement stage feels quite uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Xinju's cheeks involuntarily flushed with a hint of crimson. Supa, ever the clever one, continued speaking to himself, Your Highness, the sooner your cultivation is stabilized, the better. Why wait until the chi refining realm? Alright, you may go home and rest, there is no further business for you at the Wang residence, Shin Xianyu stated. Oh, very well. Watching Supa depart, Xinju covered her mouth and chuckled softly, Your Highness, it seems General Su does not quite grasp the meaning behind your words. This clever fellow, alas. Shin Xianyu shook his head helplessly. The reason for his eagerness to ascend to the chi refining realm stemmed from a rather simple concern. Once he broke the vow of chastity in the essence refinement stage, all cultivation would be lost. With others absent, Xinju gently inquired, Then, Your Highness, is your urgency to break through for the sake of the maidservant, or for that lady, Ling Xuang? Shin Xianyu cleared his throat. Cough, cough, this question puts me in a rather awkward position. Please refrain from asking such matters in the future. Humph, Xinju huffed softly, turning to leave. Her graceful silhouette was indeed quite stirring, especially after having endured a lengthy period without release. Any young man, brimming with vitality, would surely have thoughts after such a duration. Shin Xianyu reassured himself, this is indeed the time for cultivation. Fortunately, Xinju understood his wishes and refrained from teasing him.
Were it the lady from the Wanxiang Pavilion, she might never escape the essence refinement stage in this lifetime. I in the demon realm, at the Azure Cloud Pool, Bai Qinghan remained submerged in the waters, her primordial spirit continually mending. Not only could she sense the state of her demon form, but at times, with intense concentration, she faintly perceived Shen Xianyo's thoughts. Upon discovering the unspeakable ideas swirling in his mind, a blush crept onto Bai Qinghan's face, accompanied by a wave of concern. Initially, when she had asked him to nourish her demon form, she offered the most domineering technique of the demon clan, the Devouring Heavens technique, as compensation. As long as he was willing to nourish her, she would gain cultivation in return. If this continued, it would not take long for Shen Xianyu to reach the spirit refinement stage. Given his nature, he would undoubtedly refuse to return the demon form once he attained such a level. If he were to ascend to the visionary realm, it would align with her cultivation level. At that time, reclaiming her demon form through forceful means would be unfeasible. No, I must wait until he reaches the chi refining realm.
Attempting to make him regress from there would be quite challenging.
I must devise a way to ruin his current cultivation. Moreover, she needed to add a clause to their demon contract to prevent him from being.
As for how to ruin it, a solution had already formed in her mind.
Bai Qinghan stepped onto the shore, admiring her flawless figure reflected upon the water's surface. She appeared akin to a young maiden of the human race, in the bloom of youth.
This is the way to destroy Shen Xianyo's cultivation. You refuse to break the vow of chastity, do you? I shall break it for you. If you do not agree to add that clause to the demon contract, I shall persistently break it.
I refuse to believe you can endure this. Bai Qinghan communicated with her thoughts. Hongyu, bring me my clothes. Soon, a crimson serpent swam over, transforming into a human form.
With a worried expression, Hongyu inquired, White Emperor, are you truly intending to venture out in a state of impaired primordial spirit?
Yes, I must make another trip to the Eastern Xian imperial capital, Bai Qinghan replied. But you need not worry. I have already regained some strength, and my cultivation has returned to the bright spirit realm. Bai Qinghan felt a sense of relief. Earlier, when she had transformed into human form, she had used a secret method to shed part of her demon essence and revert to her demon form. Many great demons employed this method, cultivating both their human and demon forms simultaneously, thus achieving greater efficiency. It was precisely because of this that when she had been ambushed earlier, her primordial spirit resided in her human form rather than her demon form, preventing it from suffering irreparable damage.
Hongyu quickly asserted, then I shall accompany you. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, I can still assist.
Very well. Meanwhile, in the eastern palace of the Xian capital, within the study, Xin Shenyang glared at his mother, the crown princess Chen Yunqi, his voice laced with anger.
Mother! Why do you continue to speak on behalf of that scoundrel Shen Xianyu? Chen Yunqi sighed helplessly. That Chen Liaoyuan was indeed an incompetent person. I strongly opposed your decision to place him in the demon-slaying division.
He sought to undermine your 19th uncle, wasn't he courting death, and now you wish to take revenge on your 19th uncle for this? Wouldn't he that just invite ridicule?
Xin Shenyang's anger was predominantly not due to Shen Xianyo's actions but rather the emperor's attitude.
Not only was there no punishment, but not even a single reprimand. Xin Shenyang expressed his concerns. I fear His Majesty has considered the possibility of deposing the crown prince after learning of Shen Xianyo's ascension to the Yuanyang realm. You need not worry about this matter, Chen Yunqi suddenly said. Xin Shenyang, in a fit of urgency, retorted, Mother, I can't comprehend why you always defend him. He is merely 19 years old, just like me, and he is already in the Yuanyang realm. At this rate, he will surely enter the visionary realm before 30. Shouldn't His Majesty consider deposing the crown prince then? It is inevitable. At that moment, a trace of sorrow flickered in Chen Yunqi's beautiful eyes. Slowly, she began to recount some old tales. Your father possessed foresight. Prior to his passing, he had already taken precautions against your 19th uncle. He summoned the Grand Master Zhang Mingche from Longhu Mountain to meddle with Shen Xianyo's fateful object, ensuring that his peak cultivation would remain at the Yuanyang realm for his entire life. Chapter 20. The Serpent Demon Clan mobilizes. Shen Shenyang's face registered astonishment. When did this happen? My father never mentioned it during his lifetime. Chen Yunqi's expression grew increasingly helpless as she recounted the events. In his youth, your 19th uncle, like you, was still a mere child. Upon picking up a book, he exhibited an extraordinary ability to memorize its contents. While you were both under the tutelage of Master Meng, you struggled to grasp the scriptures, yet your 19th uncle could decipher the intentions of the sages within. However, just a few days later, he completely forgot all that knowledge. Thus, your father believed he might have been deliberately concealing his potential. Upon hearing this, Shen Shenyang suddenly comprehended, his admiration for his deceased father deepening. For the royal family, the very first duty after birth was to enter the ancestral temple, where they would forge a covenant with the divine artifacts through secret methods, resulting in the creation of a personal talisman. This was a contract that could not be easily dissolved, signifying that no matter where one ventured in the future, they could never betray the Dexian. Moreover, within the entirety of Dexian, only the emperor and the crown prince possessed absolute control over the ancestral temple's artifacts. Should any member of the royal family dare to defy, their cultivation could be obliterated by the ancestral artifacts. The treachery of the three kings posed a significant threat. Shen Shenyang recalled that his grandfather had mobilized nearly 150,000 troops in preparation for war. Fortunately, after using the ancestral artifacts to restrain the three kings, the conflict subsided. His father had known his end was near. Among his 18 brothers, he feared none, save for this 19th brother, who might one day commit treason. Considering the emperor's profound affection for him, there was a worry that should the 19th brother rebel, the emperor would swiftly change the heir apparent, then, his own son would be doomed. Xin Shenyang introspectively questioned himself. In truth, he was not concerned about Xin Xianyou's potential threats after breaking through, rather, he feared that his grandfather would become increasingly reluctant to part with him while the feudal lords stirred up trouble. If the feudal lords did not rebel, they would simply support the emperor's most favored son. When the time came, his grandfather would undoubtedly choose his son over his grandson. Xin Shenyang's apprehension grew heavier. What if, in the future, Xin Xianyu realized he could not break through and disclose this anomaly to their grandfather? His father's actions could then become a liability for him. No, this is too unstable. I must eliminate him. His refusal to marry and take up a fief is clearly a sign that he intends to linger in Xianjing with me. As a mother, Chen Yunqi sighed, unsure of what to say. Alas, Xin Shenyang expressed some discontent, asking, Mother, although father has passed, do not entertain any misguided thoughts. Hearing this, Chen Yunqi suddenly erupted in anger. You scoundrel, what are you saying, you and your 19th? To others, you may be uncle and nephew, but to me, you are merely children of similar age. It was then that Xin Shenyang realized he had misinterpreted his mother's good intentions. He acknowledged his mistake. Chen Yunqi suddenly declared, Shenyang, if it comes to that, I will persuade your 19th uncle to take up a fief. You must cease your hostilities towards him, but if he agrees to take a fief, matters will become much easier. If he does not die, I shall find no peace. Xin Shenyang replied. Chen Yunqi pressed her lips together, her once alluring visage now marred by worry. But consider this, not long ago, a prince died. If another, the Prince of Words, perishes, the other feudal lords will stop at nothing to besiege Suanjing. At that point, a coup may ensue, and we, mother and son, will join your father in the afterlife. This statement was indeed sensible. Xin Shenyang calmed himself and murmured, Right, I must not act recklessly, I need to deliberate carefully. In the Prince of Words estate, Xin Xianyu gently caressed the well-fed white python demon. In his mind, he recalled the encounter with the white python at Yujing Gorge. The extermination officers had proven quite capable. However, he estimated that the white python he had slain was likely more formidable than this one, capable of expelling fire and water, and its poisonous mist was far denser than that of the current python. The primary difference lay in the innate venom glands of the former, whereas his current python's venom was artificially created through a magical artifact. Unable to naturally condense toxins, he had to rely on external poisons for augmentation. Thus, it was easy for others to discern the difference, as snake venom and human processed toxins were significantly distinct. What if I fed it a venomous snake? Would that remedy this deficiency? Given that I was able to refine the Shangfei pipe previously, I should be able to similarly refine a venomous snake, thereby enabling my own production of toxins. In the future, should I encounter formidable adversaries, I could have the white python spray a cloud of poisonous mist first, securing an advantage. However, finding a venomous snake in winter is no simple task. At Yujing Gorge, which was said to be the habitat of the serpent demon clan, only this white python had made an appearance. No other serpent demons were visible. Could it be that serpents, upon becoming demons, also hibernate? As he pondered this, the sound of urgent hoofbeats suddenly echoed from outside the palace gates. Hurry! Supa dismounted and rushed towards Xin Xianyu, his expression tinged with fear. Your Highness! Your Highness, a grave matter has arisen. A multitude of serpent demons have emerged from Yujing Gorge. There are estimated to be thousands of them, and that is merely a fraction. They are all heading towards Xianjing. Xin Xianyu raised an eyebrow. This was a serious development. Come, let us visit the extermination office to prepare for a response. Just as he intended to change his attire for departure, a palace eunuch arrived with a message. Prince of Words, the Emperor has summoned you to the Yangxin Palace. You are to go at once. The Yangxin Palace was the imperial residence of his father, the Emperor. Most likely, it pertained to the issue of the serpent demons. A nearby maid, Xin could not help but inquire, esteemed eunuch, did the Emperor mention the reason for the summons? I am unaware of the details. I am merely here to relay the message. Xin cast a worried glance at Xin Xianyu. The mobilization of serpent demons was undoubtedly linked to the slaying of the white python. If things went awry, it could spell disaster. Xin Xianyu replied calmly, Supa, you proceed to the extermination office and inform Suyu to prepare the personnel. As commanded by the prince. Upon the eunuch's arrival, he also brought along a royal carriage. Once Xin Xianyu boarded, his mind raced with strategies. The Emperor's sudden summons likely did not involve reprimand but rather required his assistance in this matter. Upon reaching the Yangxin Palace, besides Emperor Xin Shengyun, there was also the Crown Prince, Xin Shenyang. Xin Shenyang wore a neutral expression, yet his eyes were filled with a palpable glee. 19th uncle, you must have surmised why grandfather has summoned you. The military camps along the line from Yujing Gorge to Xianjing have been reporting disturbances. When you killed the white python, why did you not eradicate the root of the problem? Now, you have stirred up trouble. Those thousands of serpents are thousands of serpent demons that if they choose to attack Xianjing, it could swiftly escalate into a full-scale war. Chapter 21. Xin Shenyang's scheming. Xin Xianyu maintained an air of indifference, casting a fleeting glance at Xin Shenyang. Nephew, do you truly believe that your 19th uncle is a fool? Xin Shenyang replied earnestly, let us address the matter at hand. When I accompanied the personnel from the demon-slaying department to Yujing Gorge, I encountered only that white python demon, and I did not observe any other serpent demons. How can you expect me to eradicate the root of this issue? Surely you must understand that Yujing Gorge is the habitat of the serpent demon clan. How could there be only that solitary white python? Indeed, but I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was only that one. Xin Shenyang intended to argue further, yet Xin Shengyun found the back and forth rather tiresome. Enough, I summon both of you not to witness your verbal sparring. Now that the situation has arisen, we must strategize a resolution.
Speak up, how shall we avoid this impending conflict, or how might we secure victory within it?
The military forces stationed in Xianjing City and its periphery could efficiently eliminate the serpent demons, albeit at a certain cost. Xin Shenyang, unhurried, remarked, Your Majesty, it is understandable that 19th uncle made an oversight, as he has yet to truly engage in such matters. Allow me, his grandson, to handle the aftermath of the serpent demon crisis.
I shall strive to provide you with a satisfactory outcome post-haste.
To be candid, Xin Shengyun actually preferred that Xin Xianyu take on this task. The serpent demon clan's sudden and large-scale mobilization, coupled with their evident motives seeking vengeance for the slain white python, was clear. As for the underlying reasons, he had little desire to investigate. As the emperor, his priority was to quell the unrest, and if Xin Xianyu could proactively address and resolve this issue, it would garner him greater respect from others. However, it was evident that this young man had no such intentions. Xin Xianyu smiled and said, Father, since Chen Yang is willing to shoulder this burden, it would be best for me to withdraw and take my leave.
Very well, Xin Shengyun nodded in agreement, prompting Xin Xianyu to exit the Yangqin Hall.
Yet, as he turned to leave, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. The serpent demons causing turmoil was indeed puzzling. It had been some time since he had slain that white snake in Yujing Gorge. If they sought revenge, why had they not acted sooner? Why wait until now? Could it be that this young man had instigated them? This thought suddenly crossed Xin Xianyu's mind. Given Xin Shenyang's temperament, it was indeed plausible that he might engage in such antics. After all, when he first took charge of the demon-slaying department, he had never anticipated that he would actually capture the white python wreaking havoc in Xianjing City. On his way back, Xin Xianyu pondered this matter incessantly. If it were indeed Xin Shenyang's instigation, the situation could become rather complicated. The serpent demons were likely aware that the white python was innocent. It was also possible that their uprising was not solely for revenge, but rather to seek justice for their leader. Reflecting on this, Xin Xianyu absent-mindedly touched the white snake bracelet on his wrist. Should his current speculation be validated, the serpent demons seeking justice could escalate matters significantly. It was highly likely that his imperial father, after weighing the pros and cons, might forcibly assign him to a fiefdom. At that point, he would truly be at the mercy of others. Not long after returning to the royal residence, Supo approached him, bowing respectfully.
Your Highness, I have already informed Suyu. He is currently arranging personnel to monitor the movements of the serpent demon clan. Very well, I understand.
Xin Xianyu continued to ponder, a novel idea emerging in his mind. If the situation unfolded as he suspected, then he could simply provide the serpent demon clan with a new leader. Shortly thereafter, Suyu arrived at the royal residence to report. Your Highness, the movements of the serpent demon clan are exceedingly difficult to track, their numbers are vast, and their means of disguise are quite sophisticated. Xin Xianyu was aware that most of the serpent demons in Yujing Gorge possessed both cultivation and intelligence. They were quite clever. The troops along the way were attempting various methods to intercept them, but the serpent demons could approach Xianjing through waterways or by burrowing underground. According to Suyu, the forces stationed between Yujing Gorge and Xianjing had yet to implement any effective countermeasures. Given this situation, one could essentially confirm the suspicions in his heart. In the imperial city, at the crown prince's residence, Chen Yuni was assisting Xin Shenyang in donning his armor, her graceful visage marred by concern. Shenyang, if the serpent demons cause a disturbance, you must not personally engage in battle. Be exceedingly cautious, I have heard there are numerous venomous snakes among them.
Xin Shenyang smiled gently, seeking to reassure her.
Mother, you need not worry in the slightest about this matter.
What do you mean by that?
In truth, the serpent demon clan's unrest is not motivated by revenge.
Rather, they seek to present a grievance to the emperor.
Upon hearing this, Chen Yuni's brow furrowed further in confusion.
A grievance?
Several days ago, my sworn brother visited Xianjing, and I had the chance to speak with him. He provided me with a brilliant insight. Since Xin Xianyu has slain the white python, the serpent demon clan remained quiet at that time. It was only after I investigated that I learned many serpent demons had been dispatched by that white python and returned. Consequently, from those serpent demons, I gleaned an unexpected revelation. They firmly believe that their leader could not have been involved in any disturbances in recent years and was unjustly slain. Regardless of the veracity of their claims, if we can persuade the serpent demons to come to Xianjing to present their grievance, they will adamantly assert that Xin Xianyu has committed acts of indiscriminate slaughter. The crux of the matter lies in convincing the emperor that the white python causing chaos in Xianjing has not yet been captured. Listening to her son's words, Chen Yuni was initially taken aback, but gradually, a glimmer of joy. Even if the emperor does not punish him, he would be unable to remain in Xianjing any longer. He would have no choice but to be assigned to a fief. Xin Shenyang nodded enthusiastically, responding, Indeed, mother, thus you need not worry about my safety. I have already made arrangements with the new leader of the serpent demons. Once this matter is resolved, I shall bestow upon them certain rare treasures essential for their cultivation. The serpent demon clan in Yujing Gorge will also serve my purposes. Originally, he had not conceived of this countermeasure against Xin Xianyu. It was suggested by his sworn brother, aiming to frame and entrap him. Such tactics were indeed somewhat despicable, yet as the saying goes, no man is a true man without a bit of wickedness. The truth of the matter was inconsequential. If the emperor believed it, then it would be true. If he did not, it would remain false. At times, even if the emperor was aware of the deceit, he would still be compelled to treat it as reality. Thousands of serpent demons constituted a considerable force. Chen Yuni cautioned, you must be careful, the emperor may harbor resentment towards you over this matter. Mother, you do not understand my grandfather at all. What he desires is a crown prince capable of commanding the realm, not one who trembles in fear at every shadow. Chapter 22 What to do, only kill. Outside the Yangshin palace, a man clad in black, exuding an aura of demonic energy, knelt upon the ground, his expression fraught with terror. Your Majesty, I truly dare not deceive you. Every word I have spoken is the unvarnished truth, and I am willing to guarantee it with the lives of thousands from my Yujing Gorge Serpent clan. Our leader would never dare to disturb the human realm. We have come solely to seek justice for him. We possess neither the courage nor the intent to incite chaos, all we desire is fairness. Seated upon the dragon throne within the Yangshin palace, Emperor Shen Shengyun regarded the kneeling figure with an expression of profound gloom. I ask you, if you seek justice, why then do you approach Xuanqing city with thousands of serpent demons? The black-clad man stammered, our leader is the hope of the Yujing Gorge Serpent clan. He has been wrongfully slain by His Highness, the Prince of Words. If we do not act thus, how can we possibly reclaim justice? Moreover, Your Majesty, consider this, even if we were to sacrifice every life within our clan, we would still be no match for the Eastern Xian dynasty. How could we dare to rebel? Suddenly, Shen Shengyun spoke coldly, so you admit that you are here to coerce me in my palace? I dare not, the black-clad man exclaimed. I only seek justice. Very well, what do you propose? Shall we kill the Prince of Words, exchanging one life for another? The man, trembling with fear, replied, I would never entertain such a thought. What we desire is, since our leader is deceased, to clear his name. The white python that caused the chaos in Xuanqing is not he. He had repeated these words countless times, to the point where Shen Shengyun's ears felt calloused. If he were to acquiesce to their demands for justice, it would amount to an admission that a member of the royal family had committed a grievous miscarriage of justice. Even though they are demons, one must consider a crucial factor within the territory of the Eastern Xian dynasty. There exist numerous demon clans, and this matter had escalated to a significant degree. Failing to provide justice was not an option, otherwise, all demon clans would renounce their ties with the human realm, leading to a chaotic uprising of demons that would be far more difficult to manage. Donning armor, Xin Shenyang observed silently, exercising wisdom by refraining from interjecting, patiently awaiting Shen Shengyun's decision inwardly. However, he muttered, Grandfather, you must not be biased, it would be best to expel Uncle 19 directly from Xuanqing, compelling him to take up a fief.
This is the most prudent course of action. Shen Shengyun, without hesitation, commanded, you shall lead your serpent demons back to Yujing Gorge. As for justice, I shall provide it. Remember, without my decree, if even a single serpent dares to appear within Xuanqing, I shall summon all the citizens of Xuanqing to partake in a bowl of serpent soup. Upon hearing these words, the black-clad man felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, trembling uncontrollably. Yes, I shall take my leave at once, obeying the Emperor's command. After the man departed, Shen Shengyun cast a meaningful glance at Shen Shenyang. In that moment, the murderous intent emanating from him caused the Eastern Xian crown prince to hurriedly lower his gaze. Afraid to meet his eyes, Shen Shengyun rose from the dragon throne, sweeping his hand with a decisive motion. With a resounding thud, the doors of the Yangshin palace were slammed shut. As for how to deliver this justice, careful deliberation was required. It was imperative to maintain the overall relationship with the demon clans while also safeguarding Shen Xianyu. The serpent demon's petition was undoubtedly orchestrated by Shen Shenyang. Such a cunning stratagem was befitting of his status as crown prince. Shen Shengyun pondered for a moment longer, deciding to wait. If Shen Xianyu wished to contest this, it would serve as an opportunity to assess his ability to navigate through schemes. Shen Shenyang's methods were not without merit, but when compared to certain elder statesmen within the court, he appeared somewhat lacking. If both of them possessed only such abilities, even if they were to inherit the throne in the future, they would undoubtedly be regarded as fools. Within the Prince of Words residence, Shen Xianyu learned of the events outside the Yangshin palace through the palace maid, Xinju. That little rascal is quite devious, he remarked with a smile. Xinju replied with a gentle smile, what does your highness, only kill? The black-clad man who had come to petition was the current leader of the Yujing Gorge Serpent clan, who fancied himself as the Black Wind Hermit. Originally a mere serpent, he had undergone transformation through cultivation. His current cultivation level was not weak, standing at the 7th stage of Qi refinement, yet he was still far inferior to the slain white python. Xinju, go deliver a message to Gu Lianxuan, instructing her to descend the mountain and accompany me. Understood, my lady. Xinju quickly comprehended that her master did not intend to employ the forces of the demon-slaying division this time. He sought to control the serpent clan through the white python. The advantage of this approach lay in its potential to swiftly resolve the crisis. However, the drawbacks were equally apparent. The white python would be fully exposed, attracting many covetous eyes. Yet, since he had resolved to cultivate through it, such circumstances were unavoidable. As Xinju stepped out of the prince's residence, she encountered Gu Lianxuan approaching with 2 sheath-long swords. Miss Xinju, is His Highness present? He was just sending me to convey a message to you. Since you've come yourself, it couldn't be more fortuitous. After learning of the Serpent Clan's petition, Gu Lianxuan had hurried down the mountain, heading straight for the Prince of Words' residence, eager to see if Shen Xianyu needed assistance. Upon seeing Gu Lianxuan, Shen Xianyu smiled, you arrived just in time, come with me to Yujing Gorge. Are you certain you wish to go in person? Gu Lianxuan asked, her face marred with concern. Indeed, I cannot solely rely on you and the white python.
Besides, being closer to the white python will allow me to exert greater control over it. Then take this sword. Gu Lianshuang presented a long sword to him. Upon receiving it, Shen Xianyu noted its distinct quality compared to other long swords. When he drew it from its sheath, the blade glimmered coldly, almost causing discomfort to his eyes. Xinju, discerning its significance, looked at Gu Lianshuang in astonishment.
Miss Lianshuang, this must be the legendary sword from your Jietian sword sect, correct? Gu Lianshuang nodded. Did the elders of the sect not oppose your taking the sword? Pei Fu and Lu Feiyu are both deceased. Upon learning of my restored Dantian, they have elevated me to the position of sect leader, granting me autonomy over all sect affairs. The use of the immortal sword is entirely at my discretion. Your Highness possesses remarkable potential in swordsmanship. This immortal sword is indeed well suited for you. As she spoke, Gu Lianshuang opened her palm, channeling her true energy to form a miniature flying sword. Your Highness, this flying sword contains all the sword techniques I have cultivated throughout my life. I beseech you to accept it and diligently practice. One day, you shall surely attain the level of a sword immortal. Chapter 23 The limitless true qi. As the words fell, Gu Lianshuang placed the true qi flying sword into Shen Xianyu's palm. Instantly, Shen Xianyu felt a jolt in his mind. Gazing inward at the lake of his heart's realm, he discovered a flying sword coalescing above the water's surface, imbued with countless sword techniques and maneuvers. Shen Xianyu's expression softened. Thank you, but as you bestow upon me a celestial sword and impart your swordsmanship, I feel somewhat reluctant to lead you into danger. Initially, my survival thus far is entirely due to your Highness's past kindness. The restoration of my Dantian is also attributable to the elixirs you provided. Regardless of anything else, I ought to accompany you to inquire about swordsmanship at the Jade Capital Gorge. Shen Xianyu chuckled and inquired, is this flying sword the one you secured for the Jieyun sword sect? Indeed, Gu Lianshuang replied. Does it have a name? None as of yet. How about Feng Shuang? Gu Lianshuang was momentarily taken aback, a blush blossoming upon her cheeks. Though she understood the significance of the name, she could not help but ask, it sounds lovely, but might I trouble your Highness to clarify the meaning of those two characters? Fortunate to encounter Lianshuang, Shen Xianyu stated without any hint of subtlety. Gu Lianshuang felt her heart racing, the joy within her bubbling to the surface. It became clear that, irrespective of past kindness, her feelings were not unreciprocated. Beside them, Xinju remained silent, yet the atmosphere was tinged with a hint of jealousy. Gu Lianshuang suppressed her internal flutter and promptly said, Your Highness, we must not delay, let us hasten to the Jade Capital Gorge. Very well. Shen Xianyu turned. Shen Xianyu's comprehension of swordsmanship was remarkably swift. He reflected on those sword cultivators who could traverse hundreds or even thousands of miles on their swords, some even capable of soaring tens of thousands of miles. Through his divine sense, he discovered the method of wielding the sword from the flying sword hovering above the lake of his heart's realm. By channeling true qi, he could either condense it into a long sword or affix it to the sword he held. Through true qi as a medium for controlling the long sword, he would soon be able to strike with precision. With a mere thought, Shen Xianyu materialized a 3-foot-long true qi sword before him. With a gentle push of his toes, he leapt onto the sword's surface. In the blink of an eye, he soared into the air, finding it far more expedient than walking. Gu Lianshuang hastily followed on her own sword, cautioning, Your Highness, as this is your first encounter with the way of the sword, you are still unpracticed. For safety's sake, it would be best to utilize the sword in your hand. This would prevent excessive consumption of true qi. After all, condensing true qi within one's body requires stillness of both body and mind, particularly for martial artists in the body refinement and essence refinement stages, where the process can be quite arduous. Typically, martial artists in these stages are judicious in their use of true qi, for once depleted, they become akin to half a waste. Shen Xianyu was well aware of these fundamentals and chuckled, Lianshuang, why not take a closer look at my meridians and Dantian? The meridians are the sole pathways for true qi circulation, while the Dantian serves as the reservoir for true qi. Gu Lianshuang focused her gaze, and a hint of astonishment flickered in her beautiful eyes. The quantity of true qi within his highness was nearly on par with that of a martial artist in the qi refining stage. Shen Xianyu understood that this was due to the sky-devouring technique taught to him by Bai Chenghan, which rendered his Dantian devoid of any carrying limit for true qi. In other words, given sufficient time to refine his true qi, he could potentially match the prowess of a martial artist in the spirit refining stage. Of course, discussing quantity alone without considering quality would be sheer folly. The pair swiftly traversed the skies on their swords, arriving at the Jade Capital Gorge in less than half an hour. Landing atop a mountain peak. From this vantage point, they could behold the entire expanse of the Jade Capital Gorge. Within their line of sight, no serpent demons were visible, yet Gu Lianshuang could discern that the area was suffused with an overwhelming aura of demonic energy. Your Highness, at present, we find ourselves in the bitter cold season, and as serpents are naturally averse to cold, they should be hiding within the mountain caves. Allow me to draw them out, and you can command the white python to consume them. Wait, who said I intended to indiscriminately slaughter them? Gu Lianshuang looked bewildered, questioning, then what is your Highness planning to do? Xinju, stationed within the palace, reported that the serpent demon who took the lead in lodging complaints was self-styled as the Black Wind Recluse, currently the leader of the serpent demons. As the saying goes, to treat an ailment, one must address its root. This creature's accusations were not without merit, but to claim that the white python was entirely innocent would be inaccurate.
Most formidable demonic beings in the world have, at some point, inflicted harm upon humanity. The white python was no exception, however. To rapidly massacre them here would provide ample ammunition for their adversaries. The primary reason for summoning Gu Lianshuang was to provide a safety net. His true intention was to dominate the serpent tribe and compel the so-called Black Wind Recluse to reveal Xin Shenyang's whereabouts. Seated upon the ground, Shen Xianyu focused his thoughts, causing the white snake bracelet upon his wrist to stir and gradually transform into a colossal white python. Gu Lianshuang's eyes narrowed with trepidation. The creature's size had significantly increased since their last encounter, now measuring at least 25 zhang in length. Shen Xianyu guided the white python into the gorge through the mountainside, its emanating demonic aura sending chills through the local serpent demons. Suddenly, the white python spoke. Where is the Black Wind Recluse? This resonant, commanding voice reverberated throughout the Jade Capital Gorge. Shortly thereafter, a serpent demon, measuring merely 5 zhang in length, approached while maintaining a cautious distance.
I am the Black Wind Recluse. May I ask what brings you, esteemed senior, to the Jade Capital Gorge? The tremor in the Black Wind Recluse's voice was palpable, for in the presence of the white python, he felt no more significant than a mere earthworm. The white python remained silent, its elongated tail shifting without warning and crashing towards the Black Wind Recluse. Bang! The thickness of the python's tail carved a deep trench into the ground. The Black Wind Recluse trembled violently. Esteemed senior, what offense have I committed to provoke your wrath? The white python continued to ignore him, its massive form bearing down upon the creature. In truth, the white python's cultivation was linked to Shen Xianyu and was not even stronger than the Black Wind Recluse. However, the latter harbored an inescapable dread of it. Even if it sought to retaliate, its efforts appeared feeble and ineffective. Without the need for a drawn-out battle, Shen Xianyu used the python's tail to bind the Black Wind Recluse tightly, blood oozing from its mouth. The white python once again spoke in a human voice, icy in tone.
You went to Xianjing City to file complaints, thwarting my grand plans. Speaking recklessly incurs consequences.
Chapter 24. Is this not just empty promises?
The Black Wind Hermit stared vacantly, suddenly recalling how he had ruined the grand scheme of the snow-white giant python before him earlier. In Xianjing City, the white python had caused havoc. After Lord Yan, Shen Xianyu, took control of the demon-slaying division, he learned that the leader of the Yujing Gorge serpent clan was also a white python, prompting him to bring his men to capture and slay it. Yet, the snow-white giant python before him was the true instigator of the chaos in Xianjing. The misfortune he had brought upon it was merely the consequence of his own decision to inform the court of its survival. The Black Wind Hermit sensed that this creature was not as formidable as the former leader of the white pythons, but its sheer size was daunting. More crucially, the aura it emanated seemed capable of toppling realms. In terms of cultivation, it appeared to be at the refinement stage, but no matter how he exerted himself, he could never hope to match its power. At that moment, Shen Xianyu tightened his grip on the python's tail. The Black Wind Hermit was filled with terror. Senior, I am merely a pawn in this, please spare my life. From now on, I and the serpent clan of Yujing Gorge shall heed your commands.
Upon hearing this, Shen Xianyu, perched atop a mountain peak, raised an eyebrow.
This was far smoother than he had anticipated. It seemed that the white python's demonic form held a strong innate suppression over the serpents of this land. The Black Wind Hermit was evidently on the verge of collapse.
Shen Xianyu, using the white python, inquired, upon, at whose behest?
Tang, Tai. The Black Wind Hermit struggled to utter a coherent phrase, blood pouring forth from its serpent maw.
In a fleeting moment, its breath ceased. Gu Lianshuang, standing beside Shen Xianyu, discerned a clue.
Your Highness, this serpent demon appears to have been subjected to a binding curse. Once it utters a specific word, the curse activates, sealing its fate. Such methods are often employed by shadowy organizations to prevent leaks. The two characters, Tang and Tai, that the Black Wind Hermit had uttered seemed to signify a single entity in Gu Lianshuang's mind. She leaned toward the latter, forming a concrete image of the instigator. After the curse was triggered, the chance of survival would swiftly diminish, making the words less distinct. However, Shen Xianyu remarked, I suspect these two words refer to two individuals.
Who do you think they are, Your Highness? Gu Lianshuang queried.
Quite evident, one is Xin Shenyang, and the other is someone you are not yet familiar with, Shen Xianyu replied with a faint smile. Tai corresponds to the Crown Prince Xin Shenyang, while Tang could only refer to Tang Gaoshang.
However, with its demise, there will be no evidence to corroborate this.
Gu Lianshuang appeared slightly troubled.
Yet, the fundamental issue remains unresolved. If necessary, I shall take action and annihilate this serpent clan.
The infamy shall rest solely upon me, thus sparing Your Highness from any consequences. Shen Xianyu sighed, offering a wry smile, as he gently grasped Gu Lianshuang's hand.
I have said that I wish to dominate this serpent clan. Moreover, retaining these serpents is far more advantageous to me than exterminating them. Look at the other kings or Crown Prince Xin Shenyang, who does not have a few power players behind them. And what do I have behind me? Merely Gu Lianshuang, who has just assumed the position of sect leader. Furthermore, the current state of the Jietian sword sect is far from optimistic. Since I possess the white python's form, I can control this serpent clan without any pressure. Of course, there is another benefit. Despite the exposure of the white python, no one will associate it with the Yanwang residents, allowing for greater convenience in future endeavors. The only cost is the risk of being hunted, yet, as long as I continue to elevate my realm, such risks will become negligible. Shen Xianyu focused intently, surveying the Yujing Gorge. Meanwhile, the white python coiled upward, issuing a commanding voice, "All of you, come forth." As the command echoed, swarms of serpents emerged from every crevice and cave without exception. Upon laying eyes on the white python, a natural fear glimmered in their serpent eyes. Gu Lianchuang felt a flicker of doubt. Could it be that demonic beings of such colossal stature could invoke such terror amongst their kin? Yet, upon further reflection, it was entirely understandable. If a giant towering dozens of feet stood before her, who would not tremble in fear? With this thought in mind, Gu Lianchuang scrutinized the white python's form. Setting aside Qin Xianyu's cultivation, he had nurtured this white python to an almost perfected state. Many martial artists, in pursuit of pure martial prowess, would subject their bodies to grueling trials regardless of the so-called refinement of essence, qi, or spirit. Those who dedicated themselves solely to the cultivation of their physical form could, at a certain point, harness such immense strength that they could slay even those at the spirit refinement stage with a single blow. Such occurrences had been rare, yet they had happened now. Qin Xianyu's realm mirrored that of the white python, but to confront the latter, one must consider its physical might. Furthermore, beings of such great size typically possess tough skin and resilient flesh. Gu Lianchuang contemplated silently. At present, even if she unleashed her most potent strike, it would likely not fell this white python. Only upon entering the spirit refinement stage could she hope to eliminate it without harm, but by the time she truly reached that stage, the white python would likely have ascended as well. Should she reunite with that demon emperor, the combat prowess would be unimaginable. Gu Lianchuang mused, would your highness willingly return this white python to the demon emperor? She speculated. Given Qin Xianyu's disposition, it was quite likely he would not act. He might even choose to claim the demon emperor for himself, yet, those were matters for another day. Contemplating them now was utterly futile. Her gaze returned to the Yujing Gorge. Listen well, if you wish to survive, if you wish to break free from your constraints, you shall heed my commands from this day forth. Truth be told, many serpent demons were reluctant. Their current prostration before the white python was entirely rooted in fear of its might. Qin Xianyu was acutely aware of this. Thus, he issued a daring bait. Should you wish to walk with me to the end, each of you here shall have the opportunity to transform into a dragon. Whether you can seize this chance is entirely up to you. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the serpent demons shifted dramatically, some filled with trepidation, others with excitement, and many with anticipation, yet no one voiced doubt. For the serpents were well aware that transformation into a dragon was indeed possible. Some ancestors of their kind had achieved it, yet, to Gu Lianchuang, this was merely a mirage. Qin Xianyu smiled nonchalantly. If we are to paint promises, let us not be stingy. Let us paint as grandly as possible. As for whether these promises can be realized, that is a matter for the future. However, I can assure you that I will ensure this group of serpents survives. Chapter 25. The miracles of the serpent clan. Gu Lianchuang felt that what Qin Xianyu said made quite a bit of sense. Matters of the future could be addressed in due time, but the present issues certainly required resolution, did they not? After all, his imperial father had publicly vowed to render justice to the serpent clan of Yujing Gorge. The act of slaying the white python was carried out by Qin Xianyu himself. Qin Xianyu replied calmly, Lianchuang, you may be a tad naive. To expect the esteemed emperor of Dongxian to provide justice to the serpent clan seems rather ludicrous, does it not? I am well aware of that, but His Majesty will undoubtedly consider the repercussions of this affair, Gu Lianchuang responded solemnly. To put it mildly, it is a matter of the prince mistakenly slaying a demon. More gravely, it constitutes the unjust slaughter of innocents. Qin Xianyu chuckled. Indeed, if he is to offer justice to the serpent clan, should he not also extend the same to the late King Xiang? Fear not, he is merely speaking for appearances. Ultimately, it will simply be a matter of downplaying the situation, as long as the serpent clan does not stir up trouble. Upon hearing this, Gu Lianchuang was momentarily taken aback. Qin Xianyu continued, furthermore, my father is merely buying time to rectify his mistakes, and I have found an unexpected means to do so. The underlying circumstances are already quite clear. It is the machinations of the crown prince and another individual. He cannot hold the crown prince Qin Shenyang accountable. I only need to identify that person, and everything will be resolved. To confront this scheme head-on would indeed lead to a situation where one would be powerless to defend themselves, potentially result. The optimal solution, therefore, is to redirect the conflict. This can also be seen as an opportunity presented by the emperor for me to face a challenge. The query is straightforward, how to deal with a conspiracy? Qin Xianyu mused internally, Father, I shall provide you with a satisfactory answer sheet. Whether you accept it or not is another matter entirely. At that moment, Gu Lianchuang inquired, Your Highness, shall we depart? Wait a moment. Qin Xianyu then took control of the white python once more, allowing it to swallow the lifeless body of the white python that had scaled the mountain. Firstly, it would satiate its hunger. Secondly, it would allow for the refinement of its venom glands to produce an endless supply of toxin. When combined with the effects of the Xiang Fei pipe, it would unleash a continuous stream of poisonous mist. This was a particularly formidable strategy. However, Qin Xianyu's intentions extended beyond this. He controlled the white python and inquired, among you, who possesses the greatest cultivation? Reporting to the leader, I am at the 9th level of the Yuan. Qin Xianyu surmised that this woman was undoubtedly a bamboo leaf green snake. Very well, follow me. The blue-clad woman, though puzzled, complied and trailed behind the white python, while the other serpent demons scattered. It was not until the blue-clad woman beheld Qin Xianyu and Gu Lianchuang that her originally human-like eyes suddenly transformed, revealing a sharp vertical slit, a clear sign of vigilance. Leader, be cautious. Qin Xianyu asked with a smile, cautious of what?
Upon hearing his voice, the blue-clad woman trembled, her pupils quivering. This voice was indistinguishable from that of the leader. Shen Xianyu smiled amiably. There is no need for doubt or concern, I am now the leader of your serpent clan. He gestured towards the white python, it is me, and I am it. The blue-clad woman, still in disbelief, stammered, I recognize you.
You are the Yan Wang of the Dongxian dynasty.
And what of it? Shen Xianyu maintained his smile, the blue-clad woman's thoughts became entangled, and it took her a considerable time to process the situation. Yet, the wariness in her eyes did not dissipate, she hesitated, unsure whether to address him as Yan Wang or leader. Call me whatever you wish, Shen Xianyu stated plainly. I summoned you here to assign you a task, and if you accomplish it, you shall not be without your rewards. Please, leader, instruct me, the blue-clad woman trembled. You must infiltrate the prince's residence and assist me in monitoring the crown prince Xin Shenyang.
However, within the imperial city, there are formations specifically designed to isolate demonic energy. Fear not, I possess a method to bring you inside.
With that, Shen Xianyu controlled the white python to coil around his hand, transforming it back into a lifelike white snake bracelet.
He then extended his left hand, rolling up his sleeve.
You will revert to your demonic form and wrap around my arm. I will use my techniques to conceal your demonic energy.
Understood.
The blue-clad woman dared not defy Shen Xianyu's words, nor did she wish to. In the desolate Yujing Gorge, devoid of any cultivation resources, Yan Wang was now the leader of the serpent clan. By obeying him, she hoped to receive some benefits in return. The blue-clad woman obediently transformed back into her demonic form. Shen Xianyu was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of surprise. I had thought you were a bamboo leaf green snake.
But it turns out you are a jade green snake?
The distinction between the bamboo leaf green snake and the jade green snake is quite clear. The former is a highly venomous serpent with a triangular head, while the latter is entirely non-venomous, its body gleaming like jade.
His astonishment was not solely due to this revelation, rather, he found the existence of this jade green snake to be remarkably rare. Jade green snakes are prone to self-destruct, and for one to survive, let alone cultivate to the refinement stage within the Yuanin realm, is nothing short of a miracle for the serpent clan. The blue-clad woman, having transformed into a jade green snake, frequently flicked her crimson tongue, her serpent eyes exuded a natural clarity, especially after her size had diminished, making her appear somewhat endearing. Shen Xianyu bent down and gingerly picked her up. She carefully coiled around his arm, resembling a vivid jade bracelet. Jiu Lian Shuang observed with a nuanced gaze and could not help but remark, Your Highness, you certainly embody the charm of Su Xian. Your little mind seems to be a tad impure, Shen Xianyu replied with exasperation. Gu Lian Shuang refrained from further comment. One could easily discern from Shen Xianyu's demeanor that he was quite fond of this jade green snake. However, the desire for beauty is a universal trait. Shen Xianyu then declared, Lian Shuang, you may return to the sect now.
Very well. After departing Yujing Gorge, Gu Lian Shuang took to the skies on her sword. Shen Xianyu, accompanied by the jade green snake, made his way directly to the imperial city.
Along the journey, he inquired, do you have a name?
Reporting to the leader, I do not. My can generally call me Xiao Cheng, she replied timidly. After contemplating for a moment, Shen Xianyu said, from now on, your name shall be Qingyu. There will be no need for you to return to Yujing Gorge, you shall remain in my Yan Wang residence as a maid. Thank you, leader, for the name. However, I am but a mere demon and do not dare to tarnish the reputation of the Wang residence, Qingyu replied, still timid.
Fear not.
Adding you to my company is no burden at all. You may rest assured to serve me, as I genuinely require assistance, he reassured her.
Then shall I call you Wang Yi from now on? Chapter 26.
The plea of the princess consort. Shen Xianyu chuckled and said, it has been stated clearly, one may call it whatever one wishes. However, let us return to the matter at hand. Upon entering the prince's residence, you must bear in mind one crucial fact. Every action and utterance of the crown prince Xin Shenyang must be meticulously noted, especially when it pertains to the individual Tang Daosheng. Do not overlook any detail. A faint voice emerged from the jade pendant hidden within his sleeve.
This servant shall remember, but my lord, are you not concerned that I might mismanage the task?
Shen Xianyu maintained a relaxed demeanor. To doubt a person is to invite trouble. To trust them is to foster loyalty. Besides, I do possess alternative options, do I not? Dispatching the white python to the prince's residence for surveillance carries inherent risks. Moreover, it requires the white python to compel the Yujing Gorge serpent clan to act on my behalf. Upon arriving at the prince's residence, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. When the late crown prince was still alive, he had often sought Shen Xianyu's company, particularly for the latter was far less parsimonious than their father. Requests for funds or favors were met with a benevolent smile, as long as they were not excessive. Following the elder brother's passing, Xin Shenyang had ascended to the role of master of the prince's residence. Shen Xianyu initially contemplated having a eunuch announce his presence. Just then, the crown princess Qianyani approached. Upon seeing her brother-in-law, she displayed no sign of disdain. Instead, she greeted him with a warm smile.
Xianyu, what brings you here? Are you seeking Qianyang for a matter?
Xianyu acknowledged the crown princess and politely inquired, indeed, I have some matters to discuss with my nephew Qianyang.
I wonder if it would be convenient.
His demeanor was courteous, adhering strictly to propriety. Excluding Shen Qianyang from the equation, she had never harbored ill will towards him. After all, during his childhood, when his mother had vanished, Qianyani had cared for him for a time. Qianyani responded with a gentle demeanor. Qianyang is currently occupied in the south study, but he should return shortly. Please take a seat. I, too, wish to converse with you.
Shen Xianyu, puzzled, asked, "What would you like to discuss, Crown Princess?"
Xianyu, since the rebellion of the third prince, the court has exhibited a certain aversion towards royal and feudal princes, of which you may have heard. The late crown prince often expressed his deepest concerns for you. Therefore, I have been persuading Chen Yang to discuss with father the possibility of assigning you a prosperous fief in Jiangnan, where you could simply govern without concern for other matters, living as a leisurely prince. These words were heartfelt from Chen Yunyi. Her trepidation regarding Shen Xianyu as a potential threat to Shen Shenyang allowed her to speak so openly and naturally. There were emotional undertones as well. Seeing Shen Xianyu reminded her of the days when she tended to him. Back then, both he and Shen Shenyang were mere children. Xianyu was far more obedient, lacking the latter's boisterousness. At times, she wished she could reverse time, nurturing Shen Xianyu as her own son instead of enduring Shen Shenyang's antics. Yet, such thoughts were merely fanciful. Shen Xianyu understood that Chen Yunyi spoke from a place of genuine concern, but she remained ignorant of the true nature of her own son and the potential calamities he might unleash, sacrificing the realm to Tang Daosheng and leading the Shen family to a tragic demise, even resulting in her own death amidst the chaos of war. Shen Xianyu replied solemnly, "Crown Princess, the inner court must not meddle in governance. This is a decree passed down from the founding emperor. My affairs are not for you to inquire about."
Chen Yunyi's tone grew pleading.
"I speak to you from the heart, with no intention of harming you.
I assure you, once Chen Yang ascends the throne, he will not persecute you. Please comply and accept the fief. I can stake my life on my promise." If she were to search her conscience, she could easily turn a blind eye to the other feudal princes, but she could not bear to see Shen Xianyu suffer at the hands of her own son. Shen Xianyu rose slowly, responding indifferently, "Crown Princess, I must take my leave." Just then, Shen Shenyang returned from the south study. Upon spotting Shen Xianyu, a smile broke upon his face, though it lacked the sincerity of Chen Yunyi's. "Uncle, what a coincidence! I have matters to discuss with you. May we speak privately?" "Certainly, let us proceed to my study." The two went forth together. Once inside the study, Shen Shenyang settled comfortably, yet a playful glint danced in his eyes. "Uncle, I presume you are here regarding the serpent demon incident. You have stirred quite the trouble, and I find myself at a loss for solutions. Your visit may not yield much." Shen Shenyang assumed that Shen Xianyu sought him out of desperation, having encountered obstacles and wishing to leverage their familial ties for assistance. However, Shen Xianyu remained silent, instead perusing the jade and porcelain artifacts within the study. His words startled Shen Shenyang. "Nephew, to claim that the serpent demon's grievance bears no relation to you would be utterly implausible. So many demons have emerged, accusing you of misjudging the white python. Perhaps you are unaware of the specifics, but this matter is indeed grave. It could impact our relationship with the demon race." Upon hearing this, Shen Xianyu let out a chuckle. The notion of employing diplomatic means with the demon race seemed ludicrous, yet, the Dongxian dynasty had indeed managed to navigate such waters. "Enough of this idle chatter. I have received information indicating that someone has alerted you regarding my alleged mistake. Who might that person be?" Shen Shenyang hesitated momentarily before promptly denying, "Uncle, you cannot speak so recklessly. Were it not for the serpent demon's complaint, I would have remained oblivious to your error. Do not heed the court's conspiracy theories. My expressions of glee before grandfather stem from the fact that you eliminated one of my subordinates. Your methods were far too extreme." Shen Xianyu replied coldly, "I am only addressing you today out of respect for your mother who once cared for me. You would do well to acknowledge your missteps and not deflect blame. Uncle, do not presume that my advocacy for the reduction of fiefdoms implies a desire to eliminate you and your fellow uncles." Shen Shenyang retorted angrily. "Then what is your intent?" "The Dongxian dynasty faces external threats, and most feudal princes are little more than idle figures, hoarding wealth and resources. If we do not reduce their power, the court will be dragged down by them. While it is true that the feudal princes are a burden, they pale in comparison to the bureaucratic officials." Shen Shenyang's assertions were merely a tactic to gain the cooperation of the civil officials. This was unavoidable, as he had never garnered favor among his uncles. Chapter 27. Another enchantress. Suddenly, Shen Xianyu picked up a porcelain vase adorned with 100 birds, crafted in the imperial kilns of a bygone dynasty. "My dear nephew, I find this vase quite exquisite. Would you consider gifting it to your uncle?" As he spoke, a small green snake, concealed within his sleeve, stealthily slithered into the vase. Shen Shenyang's expression turned even colder. "If Uncle 19 is willing to go into exile, you may take all the treasures within this study." Shen Xianyu smiled, "And what if I have no desire to go into exile?" "Then return it." "Very well." Shen Xianyu placed the vase back in its original position and continued, "It would be prudent for you to reflect upon what I have just said. The crux of the matter is, do not turn your elbows outward. Do not act so ruthlessly towards your own kin. After all, blood is thicker than water." Shen Shenyang remained silent, watching Shen Xianyu depart before rising to close the doors and windows of the study. The light within the room gradually dimmed. Shen Shenyang approached another bookshelf and pressed a hidden mechanism. The shelf slowly parted, revealing a man clad in a white robe who stepped out. Shen Shenyang, feeling a twinge of unease, inquired, "Brother Tang, it seems he has deduced our collusion." From his tone, it certainly did not sound like mere bluster. This man was Tang Daosheng. Shen Shenyang, harboring doubts, pondered aloud, "We have been meticulous. How could there have been a leak?" "The restrictions on the Black Wind Recluse have been triggered," Tang Daosheng replied. "What, he must have ventured to Yujing Gorge, but that was not within our expectations." "What is there to be surprised about? I thought he could not perceive it."
He is not a fool, however. The Black Wind Recluse is already dead, and there are no witnesses, so we need not worry. Tang Daosheng smiled confidently. Chen Yang, matters within the court are not for me to meddle in too deeply.
Assisting you this time is merely a matter of convenience.
His words carried an underlying implication. Chen Yang, resigned, assured, rest assured, if there is a chance of exposure, it will not implicate you or the Tang family.
I am not concerned about being implicated.
I merely worry that he may become desperate, Tang Daosheng responded. Why fret over that? I have come to Xianjing to seek my beloved confidant, yet I have heard no news of her. Moreover, even her master, Pei Fu, has vanished. Just days ago, I learned that a woman named Gu Lianshuang has succeeded as the leader of the Jieyun sword sect.
What does that have to do with our situation? Someone saw Gu Lianshuang enter the Wang residence. At that moment, Xin Shenyang's pupils trembled. Could the disappearances of Pei Fu and Lu Feiyu be related to them?
It is possible, but without direct evidence, I cannot be certain. Therefore, I intend to visit the Jieyun sword sect once more to gauge the situation from Gu Lianshuang, Tang Daosheng stated.
If there are any developments, inform me immediately. Understood. Subsequently, Xin Shenyang discreetly arranged for Tang Daosheng to be sent out of the palace. That very night, a small green snake silently emerged from the 100-bird vase. In her mind, she replayed the route Shen Xianyu had taken upon entering, recalling his scent. After spending the better part of the night, she finally pinpointed the exact location of the Wang residence. Following the scent, she slithered into Shen Xianyu's bedroom, transforming into her human form by the bedside. My lord, she softly called. Shen Xianyu, groggy, opened his eyes to find a beautiful maiden standing before him, and his gaze instantly brightened. The moonlight filtering through the window illuminated her features perfectly. In Yujing Gorge, he had felt little, but now, she was undeniably captivating. Her oval face was as fair as jade, and her enchanting eyes held a beguiling charm, yet they remained as clear and ethereal as when she was a green snake. Regaining his composure, Shen Xianyu exclaimed, Xingyu, how did you return on your own? I was planning to find an opportunity to fetch you tomorrow. I noticed there was no activity in the evening, so I came secretly, Xingyu replied. Is there a situation at the Crown Prince's residence? Indeed. Xingyu recounted every word and action she had overheard during the day to Shen Xianyu. At that moment, a glint of cold light flashed in Shen Xianyu's eyes as he quickly dressed. I must make haste to the Jieyun sword sect. Why? Xingyu asked, puzzled. Tang Daosheng intends to visit the sword sect. It would be best if he has not yet departed. We must seize this opportunity to eliminate him. As he spoke, Shen Xianyu's murderous intent radiated around him. Xingyu's face turned pale. Although she and the prince were of the same Shen Xianyu contemplated that at this juncture, Tang Daosheng had already gained fame as a prodigy of the Tang family, yet his cultivation was nowhere near as formidable as depicted in the texts. Having appeared in Xianjing and conspired with the crown prince, Shen Shenyang, against him, and now having ventured to the Jieyun sword sect, this was the perfect opportunity to strike. Shen Xianyu commanded, Xingyu, remain here and do not wander off. I shall obey, Xingyu replied. Shen Xianyu decisively exited the Wang residence, soaring into the night sky on his sword. Within the palace, Xingyu regarded yet another unfamiliar enchantress with a hint of exasperation on her exquisite face. Xingyu appeared timid and apprehensive. Xingyu could only say, do not be afraid, I am also a maidservant of the prince. Are you also an enchantress? Xingyu timidly inquired. One could say so. Then what kind of enchantress are you? Upon hearing this question, Xingyu's fear diminished, yet it posed a dilemma for Xinju, who found herself at a loss for an answer. Xinju deflected, why ask so many questions, it is impolite. I apologize, Xingyu quickly lowered her head. Xinju could only smile wryly. This girl, despite possessing the cultivation of the Yuanian realm, could not shake off her inherent timidity. It was understandable, she was a green snake, not the fierce kind of bamboo leaf green. Enough, I do not hold it against you, come with me, I will arrange a room for you. Thank you, sister. At the Jieyun sword sect, within the master's cave. This had once been Pei Fu's abode, but now it belonged to Gu Lianshuang. She was soundly asleep when suddenly, she felt someone touching her. Opening her eyes, she saw Shen Xianyu. Your Highness? What brings you here at such a late hour? Shen Xianyu directly asked, has Tang Daosheng come to seek you? Who? Gu Lianshuang found the name vaguely familiar but quickly recalled it was the partner of her junior sister, Lu Feiyu, a prodigy of the Tang family from Zhongzhou. Earlier today, there were no visitors to the sword sect, Gu Lianshuang replied. Strangely, that little green snake mentioned Tang Daosheng intended to come to the sword sect to inquire about Lu Feiyu's whereabouts. How could he not have come? Shen Xianyu was filled with confusion. It is possible he may come tomorrow. For tonight, your highness might as well stay here to avoid unnecessary back and forth. Is that appropriate? Chapter 28 underestimated his composure. Upon seeing Shen Xianyu displaying such a reserved demeanor, Gu Lianshuang could not help but let out a resigned sigh. Your highness, why do you still feign modesty in my presence? At that moment, Shen Xianyu looked utterly innocent. I am not pretending. Poof. Gu Lianshuang recalled the tale she had heard in the mortal realm regarding the exploits of this Prince Yan. They could only be summed up in the word dashing. There was no woman he would hesitate to approach, should she be willing. However, this time, Shen Xianyu genuinely felt it inappropriate, as he had yet to break through to the Yuanyang realm. What if a spark ignited a raging fire here, then he would have to traverse the refinement stage once more.
Why should he delay his cultivation efficiency for a moment of indulgence? He was still capable of discerning what was of greater significance. Jiu Lian Shuang rolled her eyes and retorted, I thought your highness was truly modest. Turns out you are merely concerned about this matter. However, there is no need for worry. My cave dwelling can accommodate 2 individuals, though there is only 1 bed. After preparing a comfortable bedding, she gestured towards the bed. Your highness, you may sleep on the bed. Then I shall respectfully obey.
Shen Xianyu lay down without hesitation.
The bedding still carried a hint of Gu Lian Shuang's fragrance. Although the bed was quite soft, he found himself tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep throughout the night. In the latter half of the night, Shen Xianyu focused on regulating his internal energy, striving to maintain both his body and mind in a tranquil state. It was precisely for this reason that the notion of breaking through surged to its peak. Once he reached the qi refining stage, he would no longer need to behave like a monk. This was evidently a prime opportunity for a breakthrough. Tang Daosheng, as a prodigy, possessed a formidable realm and was likely also in the qi refining stage. If the white python devoured him, it would surely enable him to ascend from the 9th level of the Yuan Yang realm to the qi refining stage. At dawn, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Gu Lian Shuang awakened from her slumber, feeling a slight sense of loss. She had anticipated that Shen Xianyu would stealthily approach her in the middle of the night, but she had underestimated his self-restraint. On second thought, it was only natural, for he had not been unfamiliar with women in the past. At that moment, Gu Lian Shuang said, Your Highness, let us go, I shall take you to freshen up.
Very well.
Having been accustomed to being attended by the Heart Pearl in the royal residence, Shen Xianyu felt no discomfort. However, this scene was observed by a female disciple who had come to deliver a message. The esteemed sect leader was serving another like a maid. Gu Lian Shuang cast a glance at the newcomer and inquired, What is it? Sect leader, someone from the Tang family has come, stating they wish to discuss something with you. Upon hearing this, Gu Lian Shuang and Shen Xianyu exchanged a knowing glance. Gu Lian Shuang skillfully arranged Shen Xianyu's hair and said softly, Have the guest wait in the reception hall, I shall be there shortly.
Understood. The female disciple couldn't help but gaze at Shen Xianyu for a moment longer. Only then did she recall that he was the 19th son of the current emperor, Prince Yan Dai. In that case, it was no longer surprising. Now, the entire Jueyun sword sect was aware of the close relationship between Gu Lian Shuang and Prince Yan Shen Xianyu. Gu Lian Shuang then asked, Your Highness, shall we go together, or would you prefer I investigate the matter alone first? I shall accompany you, Shen Xianyu replied. Very well. Moments later, the two entered the reception hall side by side, where several individuals were already seated. A young man and several elders were present. Shen Xianyu's gaze immediately fell upon the young man among them. He was imposing, with a robust stature, handsome features, and dressed in immaculate finery. His appearance was indeed quite striking. One of the elders, exhibiting a look of confusion, asked, Sect leader Gu, who is this? This is Prince Yan. He happened to come to discuss matters with me last night and, upon hearing that the Tang family has arrived, he decided to pay a visit, Gu Lian Shuang responded. The elders promptly adopted a respectful demeanor, bowing formally, not daring to show any signs of disrespect. However, the young man, Tang Daoshan, did not lower his head during the bowing. His eyes remained imbued with a sense of pride. Shen Xianyu then smiled and said, Continue your discussion, once you are finished, I will have a word with him about other matters. As he spoke, Shen Xianyu turned his gaze back to Tang Daosheng. Upon hearing this, Tang Daosheng's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Discuss with me? They had been strangers until now, what could they possibly have to talk about? This was the first thought that crossed Tang Daosheng's mind, but it also caused his nerves to tighten. If they were to converse, it would inevitably pertain to the matter concerning Yujing Gorge. After Shen Xianyu seated himself, an elder from the Tang family looked towards Tang Daosheng and slowly said, Daosheng, this is ultimately your personal matter. You should speak to sect leader Gu yourself. Understood. Tang Daosheng, undeterred, stated directly, Sect leader Gu, you should be aware that I am in a partnership with Lu Feiyu of your sect, though we are not yet wed. My visit this time is concerning her. I wonder if your sect is aware of her whereabouts. Gu Lian Shuang replied calmly, Lu Feiyu has been missing for quite some time now. If I could locate her, I would not be occupying this position as sect leader. If that is the case, could it be that Feiyu has encountered misfortune? Currently, both Lu Feiyu and the former sect leader Pei Fu are classified as missing. As for whether they have met with misfortune, no conclusion can be drawn. Very well, given the circumstances, let us discuss another matter. Tang Daosheng shifted the topic, stating, Over the years, my Tang family has provided the Jueyun sword sect with numerous cultivation resources and though this was done in consideration of Feiyu, no need to elaborate. Are you suggesting that the Jueyun sword sect should return what it has received? Gu Lian Shuang's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, Tang Daosheng was not fabricating tales, but she was acutely aware that those resources and treasures had all been funneled into the private coffers of Pei Fu and Lu Feiyu. Not a single cent had been utilized for the sect. Now, with Lu Feiyu missing, the Tang family was demanding a return from the Jueyun sword sect. If the Tang family were to resort to such disgraceful and humiliating tactics, they would be utterly lacking in dignity. Even if they were to engage corrupt officials, those who offered bribes knew well that once something was given, it could never be reclaimed. Sect leader Gu, please do not misunderstand. We have already heard that your Dantian has recovered and that you have returned to the qi refining stage. Your aptitude is now on par with that of Lu Feiyu. Our intention is to present additional gifts to the Jueyun sword sect as a betrothal gift, to maintain the relationship between our families. Tang Daosheng spoke these words without a flicker of embarrassment. Gu Lian Shuang stood there momentarily dumbfounded, and upon regaining her composure, she could not help but let out a cold laugh. Young Master Tang, do you think that is feasible? Before my Dantian was restored, who would have looked at me with any regard, and now, in the eyes of others, I have become a celebrated figure. What the Tang family has proposed sounds more shameless than asking for those gifts. Tang Daoxing's expression grew serious. Sect leader Gu, we do not wish to impose, but the Jueyun sword sect cannot disregard the contributions made by the Tang family without offering any form of compensation. Chapter 29. Uprooted upon finishing his remarks, Tang Daoxing produced a ledger.
Master Gu, this document meticulously records all the provisions my Tang family has supplied to the Jueyun sword sect. Every entry is quite clear.
You may peruse it at your convenience.
This was, in essence, Tang Daoxing's ulterior motive for visiting the Jueyun sword sect. He sought a wife of exceptional talent and innate potential. However, the Tang family's standing in the Central Plains was precarious.
The major sects looked down upon them, while the minor sects regarded them with disdain. In recent years, Tang Daoxing had fortuitously crossed paths with Lu Feiyu and experienced an instant attraction. Coincidentally, the Jueyun sword sect was in a state of decline. The Tang family then conceived a plan to bolster the Jueyun sword sect, hoping that Lu Feiyu could excel in the upcoming sword competition next year. Should the Jueyun sword sect rise again, the Tang family would also reap the benefits. Yet, unforeseen events often transpire more swiftly than anticipated. Following Lu Feiyu's disappearance, there had been no word, and the resources previously invested must be reclaimed from the Jueyun sword sect. Otherwise, the family elders would demand an explanation. The resources totaled enough to cultivate at least a dozen warriors at the refining chi stage. The Tang family could not afford to suffer such a loss. Gu Lianxiang smiled, but this time it was a smile born of exasperation. If those cultivation resources and treasures were indeed used to benefit the Jueyun sword sect, then as the sect leader, I would be obliged to return them in full. However, since the Jueyun sword sect has not benefited, I am under no obligation to refund anything. At this moment, an elder from the Tang family interjected, Master Gu, please do not take offense. Such matters are often murky, and it would not bode well for either of our reputations if this were to spread. Your Jueyun sword sect is but a flickering candle in the wind, and given the current desolate state, it remains uncertain whether you will even qualify to participate in next year's competition. Therefore, it may be wiser for you to agree to an engagement with Daoxing. The Tang family will continue to provide unconditional support to the Jueyun sword sect and ensure you attain a notable rank in the upcoming contest. Moreover, you have reached an age suitable for marriage. What is there to lose? Gu Lianxiang maintained her composure, yet her hands were clenched into fists. At that moment, Shen Xianyu slowly rose and grasped Gu Lianxiang's hand before the assembly. Everyone, let us establish a clear order. Gu Lianxiang is someone I have already set my sights upon. Is it not a slap to my face for you to come here seeking an engagement? He continued, and as for those cultivation resources and treasures you now demand, do you not feel it diminishes your worth? Tang Daoxing's expression turned sour. Your Highness, is there truly any loss of dignity in this? If it were you who had invested such resources only to see them squandered, would you not feel aggrieved? However, he continued, nonetheless, since Master Gu is already engaged, I shall not persist. I request the Jueyun sword sect to return the resources in full. The Tang family holds the moral high ground in this matter. In customary engagements, if the marriage does not materialize, the bride's family returns the betrothal gifts. This is simply the principle of the matter. Shen Xianyu found no fault in this reasoning, yet Gu Lianxiang had already asserted that the Jueyun sword sect had not benefited. She was not being obstinate. The sect's financial records detailed every expenditure and income of gold and resources. A simple inquiry would reveal the truth. However, this situation was one where both sides could argue their case, and prolonging the dispute seemed futile. The elders of the Tang family had initially intended to let the matter rest, particularly with Shen Xianyu present. Many were aware that among the current emperor's 19 sons, this particular prince was the most favored. Yet, Tang Daoxing was unwilling to concede. Your Highness, forgive my disrespect, but the Jueyun sword sect must provide an explanation. An elder from the Tang family rebuked, Daoxing, be quiet, do not disgrace yourself before His Highness. Shen Xianyu smiled and suggested, why not take this matter to court and litigate against the Jueyun sword sect? Our Tang family is a martial clan, and the Jueyun sword sect is also a martial entity. We do not resolve issues through litigation. Since Master Gu is unwilling to return what is owed, the Tang family will have to reclaim it by other means, and even in doing so, we still hold the moral high ground. Before Shen Xianyu, Tang Daoxing showed no sign of fear. The elders of the Tang family, however, grew anxious. They were not concerned about Shen Xianyu but rather about the emperor himself. To fall out with Shen Xianyu over this matter would be unwise. Daoxing. Enough, do not embarrass yourself here. Turning to Shen Xianyu, they added, for your sake, we shall take our leave for today. As for Tang Daoxing's remarks, please do not take them to heart. Shen Xianyu said nothing but watched as the members of the Tang family departed. The reception hall fell silent once more. Gu Lianxiang exhaled in relief, her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at Shen Xianyu, softly saying, thank you, Your Highness. She understood that had Shen Xianyu not been present today, the Tang family would have persisted relentlessly. If they had truly attempted to seize what was hers, she would have been utterly powerless. During their conversation, she could sense that most of the Tang family elders were at the refining chi stage, with the highest among them likely at the ascending cloud stage, only a step away from the refining spirit stage. After Pei Fu and Lu Feiyu's demise, there were only a handful of refining chi warriors left in the entire sect, and she herself was merely at the 9th level of refining chi.
How could she possibly contend with those Tang family elders? Contemplating this, Gu Lianxiang felt even more aggrieved, tears shimmering in her eyes. Shen Xianyu noticed and gently inquired, "Why are you crying?"
I feel so wronged.
I devoted myself to the sect without receiving adequate recompense, and now that I have become the sect leader, I must bear such burdens. I no longer wish to be the sect leader.
Gu Lianxiang could no longer hold back her tears, her voice choking with emotion.
Shen Xianyu's expression softened as he embraced her.
If you truly do not wish to continue, then come away with me today. My residence, the Yanwang Mansion, will always be a sanctuary for you.
Gu Lianxiang shook her head and replied softly, I merely jest about the sect leader. I still intend to fulfill that role. This resolve was deeply ingrained within her, regardless of whether it was Shen Shenyang or any other prince. Each had powerful factions backing them, yet Shen Senyu had only herself behind him. Only by elevating the Jieyun sword sect could she truly be his support, rather than allowing him to bear the weight of the sect alone. Shen Xianyu smiled gently, raising a hand to wipe away her tears. Lianxiang, if that is the case, we must devise a plan.
Gu Lianxiang nodded slightly, her gaze suddenly filled with determination.
Indeed, setting aside today's events, the very fact that Tang Daosheng has conspired with Shen Shenyang to harm you fills me with a desire for vengeance.
I could almost kill him.
Shen Xianyu's expression grew serious. Yes, he must be dealt with, but those elders accompanying him are indeed quite troublesome, as is the entire Tang family behind them. I intend to uproot the entire Tang family. Chapter 30 Unparalleled Qualifications and Roots. Upon departing from the Jietian sword sect, the elders of the Tang family displayed evident displeasure. Among them, the most powerful, Tang Kuan, admonished, Daosheng, how could you have become so lacking in decorum? Wealth in gold and silver, or resources for cultivation, are merely external possessions. Since Wang Yan has chosen to protect Gu Lianchuan, you should yield, rather than flaunt your authority before him.
Do you realize you have offended him?
The other elders shared his sentiment. However, Tang Daosheng, with a reluctant expression, retorted, Uncle Kuan, it is not that I lack understanding of propriety, but the Jietian sword sect owes us this. Is it not our right to reclaim what is rightfully ours? Enough, at worst, we can dismiss it as feeding dogs. My Tang family does not rely on those trifles for survival. Tang Kuan, clearly irked, chose not to prolong the argument with Tang Daosheng, as the purpose of their visit was to address matters concerning Gu Lianchuan. Contemplating her potential unwillingness or inability to repay, they considered uniting her with Tang Daosheng in matrimony. Under coercion and temptation, Gu Lianchuan would likely acquiesce, yet, who could have anticipated that Shen Xianyu would also be present? Moreover, he had preemptively secured Gu Lianchuan's favor, leaving the Tang family to swallow this bitter pill. Offending the emperor's most favored son would undoubtedly yield dire consequences. Tang Daosheng felt a deep sense of frustration. Uncle Kuan, it is only just to repay debts. If we refrain from claiming what is due to the Tang family merely out of fear of the powerful, how are we different from a dog? I firmly believe that the more one grovels, the more one invites contempt. While his words held truth, one must ultimately confront reality. The Tang family, despite its standing in Zhengzhou, pales in comparison to a prince. Should Shen Xianyu utter a few disparaging words before the emperor, it could spell disaster for the Tang family. Of course, Tang Daosheng understood this principle and scoffed, disaster, I believe Shen Xianyu will inevitably meet his demise. Silence, such treasonous words, if overheard by outsiders, would seal your fate.
Tang Kuan's expression turned grave as he glanced around, ensuring there were no eavesdroppers before finally exhaling in relief.
Suddenly, Tang Daosheng let out a cold laugh.
Uncle Kuan, have you forgotten who stands behind our Tang family? Tang Kuan replied, of course not. The Tang family's standing in Zhengzhou is due to the support of the former crown prince and the grand prince.
Precisely. It all ties together, Tang Daosheng asserted. At this moment, the elders began to grasp Tang Daosheng's intentions. His confrontation with Shen Xianyu was not due to ignorance of decorum, but rather a strategic move to seize the moral high ground. Rumors had already circulated in the court that the emperor intended to depose the grand prince and appoint Wang Yan Shen Xianyu as the heir. While the authenticity of this matter was uncertain, the inclination was apparent.
My esteemed uncles, you have surely heard of Shen Xianyu's infamous reputation. He was once known for his debauchery in Xianjing City, indulging in vice and revelry, yet today, he has reached the Yuanyang realm. The Yuanyang realm, the final stage of the refining essence phase?
But Shen Xianyu was merely 19 years old, is he not? Furthermore, I had heard that he possessed no cultivation whatsoever, being the least promising among the royal sons. How could he have suddenly attained such a level? The world has a standard for evaluating geniuses. Those who enter the refining essence phase before the age of 16 are deemed extraordinary, while those who do so between 16 and 20 are considered prodigies and favored by fate. Such individuals, once they reveal their talents, are sought after by the most prestigious sects, with a high probability of entering the refining spirit realm if they do not perish prematurely. Tang Daosheng evidently belonged to the latter category, yet Shen Xianyu did not fit into either classification. Having squandered his youth without any rigorous training or trials, he had inexplicably arrived at this level. His qualifications and roots were, indeed, unparalleled. Tang Kuan's expression turned grave.
Daosheng, can you be certain of this?
Tang Daosheng replied solemnly, it was the Grand Prince himself who shared this with me.
If Shen Xianyu continues to break through, the Grand Prince's position as heir will be jeopardized.
The implications of this matter were increasingly apparent. Other royal sons, save for those deceased or deposed, had all been dispatched to their fiefs and harbored deep dissatisfaction with the Grand Prince Shen Shenyang. Should Emperor Qin Shengyun exhibit even the slightest inclination to change heirs, they would not hesitate to elevate Qin Xianyu. The Grand Prince Qin Shenyang would undoubtedly fall, along with all the factions associated with him. Tang Daosheng continued, "It is for this reason that I have summoned you, esteemed uncles, to Xianjing, not only for my personal matters but also for the Grand Prince's sake. As it happens, Qin Xianyu is seeking to align himself with Gu Lianshuang, is he not? We can leverage this situation to benefit the Grand Prince." Tang Kuan raised an eyebrow, cautioning, "Daosheng, we are aware of your close relationship with the Grand Prince, but as elders, we must remind you that our Tang family is a lineage of martial arts. History shows that families involved in the struggle for succession rarely end well, you must keep this in mind." Tang Daosheng smiled brightly, "Uncle Kuan, I am well aware of that, however, we need not take action against Qin Xianyu. We merely need to inform the Grand Prince and allow him to act." That day, the Tang family returned to the main city of Xianjing and took lodgings at an inn. Half an hour later, Grand Prince Qin Shenyang arrived accompanied by several guards. A gentle smile graced his face. "How wonderful, the elders of the Tang family have all gathered here." Turning to Tang Daosheng, Qin Shenyang inquired, "Brother Daosheng, what scheme are you concocting now?" "I shall succinctly brief His Highness the Grand Prince," Tang Daosheng replied. After recounting their experiences at the Jetian sword sect, Qin Shenyang's expression grew nuanced, as if he had arrived at the same conclusion as Tang Daosheng. "This matter is rather intriguing. My 19th uncle has overtly regarded Gu Lianshuang as his fiancé. Once married, he must take up a fief." Tang Daosheng nodded but redirected the conversation, "Your Highness the Grand Prince, my companion Lu Feiyu, as well as the former sect master Pei Fu, have vanished without a trace. Could their disappearance be related to this?" Tang Daosheng's words were subtly veiled. Qin Shenyang pondered this matter before replying coldly, "As it stands, this situation remains unresolved. I too find the disappearances of Lu Feiyu and Pei Fu to be suspicious. Gu Lianshuang, as the sect master, also seems to have an unusually convenient connection with my 19th uncle." Tang Daosheng's expression grew grave. Though this was speculation, the evidence suggested that this master and disciple pair had indeed met with a tragic fate, most likely at the hands of Qin Xianyu and Gu Lianshuang. Chapter 31, Can't you offer something better to eat? Sometimes, mere speculation may indeed reflect the truth. After all, it is a thread traced back from the current situation. Upon contemplating this, Tang Daosheng could not help but clench his fists, his breath growing heavy. "Taizong, behind closed doors, you and I are sworn brothers. If it turns out that Lu Feiyu met her demise at the hands of those vile wretches, I shall personally reduce them to ashes, otherwise, my heart's resentment shall remain unresolved." Tang Daosheng did not deny that part of the reason for his union with Lu Feiyu was due to the Tang family's admiration for her innate talents. Yet later, as they traversed the martial world together, vanquishing demons and monsters alike, they became an enviable couple, admired by many. Qin Shenyang consoled him, "Brother Daosheng, once a life is lost, it cannot be restored. Please, allow yourself to grieve and adapt. Alas, with Feiyu's remains yet to be found, how can I idly stand by and not honor our bond?" Upon witnessing Tang Daosheng's lamentation, Qin Shenyang felt a tinge of delight within. Such a deeply sentimental and righteous individual is indeed rarer than celestial treasures in this world. "Brother Daosheng, you have unwittingly created a splendid opportunity for me this time. Your previous insights were indeed effective. Were it not for my grandfather's favoritism towards Qin Xianyu, any other prince would have faced punishment for treason long ago, but this time, I must escalate the matter. At the very least, it will compel him to take up a fief." A chilling glint flickered in Qin Shenyang's eyes. First and foremost, he had to consider Emperor Qin Shengyun's partiality, whether towards Qin Xianyu or any other sons. All princes, except for the treasonous third prince, faced punishment. However, once they were in the fief, their influence over court matters would wane. As the Taizong, the heir to the Dongxian Empire, he had numerous means at his disposal to manage the feudal lords. Moreover, should Qin Xianyu indeed take up a fief, there would be no other princes left in the vast capital of Xianjing. His grandfather was aging. The reason he often secluded himself to refine elixirs was not only due to dissatisfaction with certain ministers but also in hopes of extending his life through alchemy. Yet, this was not a long-term solution. The emperor's lifespan was already flickering like a candle in the wind. The day of extinguishment could not be far off. At this moment, Tang Daosheng proposed, "Taizong, as brothers, we should seize this rare opportunity to share a drink today. Perhaps another time, when I have leisure." "I still have a multitude of matters to attend to in the Nanchufang," Qin Shenyang replied with a smile. "Indeed, you are busy with state affairs. I shall not impose upon your leisure. Once I resolve this calamity of Qin Xianyu, I will host a feast for you, ensuring that you forget your sorrow for Sister Feiyu." As he spoke, a somewhat mischievous grin danced upon Qin Shenyang's face. Tang Daosheng scratched his head, his smile somewhat reserved. He was uncertain whether to decline or acquiesce. Qin Shenyang laughed. "As men, there is no need for embarrassment regarding such matters. Just look at my uncle 19. Ever since he turned 16, he has practically frequented every brothel in Xianjing and has dalliances with numerous noble women. In comparison, we are but small fish in a vast sea. Thus, he should not feel out of place." Tang Daosheng sighed, "As gentlemen, we should refrain from indulging in such base pursuits, especially you, as your elder brother. I must remind you, a moment of indulgence can lead to lifelong regret." Understood. The bond between these sworn brothers was indeed commendable. However, just as relationships can sour with time, so too can the quality of sustenance. After Qin Shenyang departed from the inn, he returned to the crown prince's residence, instructing his subordinates to prepare to voice their opinions regarding this matter at the morning court assembly. The intention was to unseat the treacherous Shen Xianyu. Shen Qianyang did not intend to conceal his motives after all. The manipulation involving the Serpent clan to ensnare Shen Xianyu had likely leaked some rumors. The moment of confrontation was nigh. At the Jitian sword sect. In the dining hall, Gu Lianchuang's exquisite visage was marred by bitterness. The month's supply of meat meant for the sect's disciples had been devoured by the white python in mere moments. Burp, Shen Xianyu belched, completely disregarding the decorum befitting a prince. Upon noticing Gu Lianchuang's expression, he awkwardly chuckled. Lianchuang, please don't take offense, Xiaobai was hungry, and I felt the pangs of hunger too. I simply could not endure the hunger any longer. It's quite all right, your highness, as long as you are satisfied, Gu Lianchuang replied. Yet, consuming such poultry and fish would soon leave one hungry again, unlike when it devoured Pei Fu and Lu Feiyu, which could sustain for a longer duration. Upon hearing this, Gu Lianchuang's heart tightened, and she quickly interjected, Your highness, surely you do not wish for me to provide the sect's disciples as sustenance?
What are you thinking? I'm not at the point of desperation.
At that moment, Bai Qinghan, still en route, sensed Shen Xianyu's words and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This fellow, ever since acquiring my body, has consumed just about everything edible: fowl, fish, medicinal herbs, poisons, artifacts, and even that dead serpent, all to nourish himself. Bai Qinghan recalled that when he first awakened his spiritual consciousness and embarked on the path of demon cultivation, he only consumed the essence of heaven and earth, never indulging in such trivialities. Now, reflecting upon it all, one could not deny that Shen Xianyu's method of nourishment, though somewhat crude, yielded immediate and evident results, far swifter than his own painstaking cultivation. In a moment of thought, Bai Qinghan sensed Shen Xianyu guiding the demon body toward the back mountains of the Jetian sword sect to hunt for prey. It seemed he was still unsated. No, it was himself who felt unfulfilled. If he were to introspect, the notion of Shen Xianyu targeting living beings for consumption made him feel slightly nauseated. He decided to block his spiritual awareness entirely. If he couldn't sense it, he wouldn't feel queasy, yet he couldn't help but internally lament, Shen Xianyu, could you not procure something more delectable for me, perhaps a braised pork knuckle? It's not as if I cannot eat it. Unfortunately, he was unhurt. Bai Qinghan mused that once he encountered Shen Xianyu, he must insist on a personalized menu. After Shen Xianyu had his fill as the white python in the mountains, he sought a small stream to quench its thirst. Following the refinement, the white python's size increased yet again. Now, if it were to stretch fully, it would measure approximately 27 to 28 zhang, around 90 meters long. Its girth surpassed that of most tree trunks. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was no less formidable than the strange beasts chronicled in the classic of mountains and seas, yet, Shen Xianyu remained quite vexed. He was uncertain whether he had reached a bottleneck in cultivation. This is infuriating. I am merely growing in size without any increase in quality. My cultivation at the 9th level of Yuanyang realm shows no signs of breakthrough whatsoever. Chapter 32. A profitable venture. It seems that the quality of the food is somewhat lacking. After retracting the white python, Shen Xianyu's mind was filled with images of the Tang family members. Their quality should indeed be quite commendable. With this, perhaps the breakthrough can finally be achieved. At this moment, Shen Xianyu still lingered in Gu Lianchuang's cave abode. The discussions from earlier in the morning had nearly reached a conclusion, and he contemplated returning to the Wang residence to make further arrangements. However, the woman was engrossed in counting on an abacus. The bitterness in her beautiful eyes was quite apparent, and she did not notice Shen Xianyu had already approached from behind. After completing the final bead, Gu Lianchuang let out a soft sigh, leaning her back entirely against the chair, and murmured to herself, the sect's treasury only has 700 taels left. If this continues, we won't make it through the year. Seeing this, Shen Xianyu couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. He retrieved a banknote from his sleeve and gently placed it before Gu Lianchuang. Take this money. It should sustain the operations of the Jieyun sword sect for now, but if it's insufficient, I'll find a way to assist you further. Upon seeing the amount on the banknote, Gu Lianchuang's delicate frame trembled. Your Highness, this is too much. 20,000 taels is excessive. What do you mean excessive? Consider it in advance on the betrothal gifts. Shen Xianyu chuckled. Enough with the formalities, there's no need for such politeness, he added. Gu Lianchuang bit her lip, folding the banknote with care and tucking it away. This sum would significantly alleviate her predicament, yet she understood she couldn't rely on Shen Xianyu every time funds were scarce. She needed to discover a profitable path. The primary means for the sect to earn income was to descend the mountain and exterminate demons for the common folk. Additionally, there were certain disciples who served as cash cows. Some affluent families, unwilling to let their offspring waste their youth, would send them to learn martial arts and regularly offer donations to the sect as a token of gratitude to their mentors. Unfortunately, the Jieyun sword sect was currently in a state of decline, verging on the fringe of the sect hierarchy. Many disciples had quietly departed after Pei Fu's disappearance, and recruitment efforts had yielded no results. Gu Lianchuang lamented internally, if only there were an opportunity to achieve fame in battle. Many sects had risen to prominence due to a disciple's extraordinary feat, earning renown across the land. Unless one belonged to the Taoist or Buddhist sects, which would always receive offerings, the situation was dire. What are you pondering? Change your attire and accompany me to the Wang residence. Shen Xianyu had already donned his outer garments, prompting Gu Lianchuang to hastily rise and follow. The two did not attempt to conceal their departure and boldly descended the mountain. The remaining disciples and elders, motivated by Shen Xianyu, resolved to stay within the sect, gambling on their fortunes. Should the sect master become the future princess, the Jeyun sword sect would undoubtedly prosper. After all, throughout history, no sect that allied with the royal family had ever faltered. Moreover, the entire Xianing capital was abuzz with rumors that Prince Yan was vying for the position of heir apparent. To speak plainly, this was a venture with guaranteed returns. Should they succeed, they would ascend to the throne. Should they fail, they would be obliterated. Shen Xianyu was acutely aware of the brutality inherent in this process. Although Xin Shenyang still possessed some means, one could not predict whether he would act irrationally when faced with Tang Daosheng. Nevertheless, this presented an excellent opportunity to bring ruin to Tang Daosheng and the Tang family. Tang Daosheng's earlier provocation was a direct challenge aimed at undermining Xin Shenyang as well. If all went as expected, upon descending the mountain, he would undoubtedly encounter Xin Shenyang. Upon returning to the Wang residence, Xinju approached him, speaking of this very matter. Your Highness, this morning, the Crown Prince Xin Shenyang visited the Golden Carp Inn and met with the Tang family. They did not leave afterward. I sense they may pose a threat to you. Shen Xianyu smiled faintly and replied, Xinju, your intuition is remarkably keen. It is likely that tomorrow at court, someone will exploit my relationship with Lianshuang for their own gain. A flicker of anger flashed in Xinju's eyes, yet she refrained from further comment. These individuals were indeed overstepping their bounds. They had previously taken advantage of the Serpent clan's unrest and were now launching another assault, intent on pushing him to the brink. Your Highness, if necessary, I can take action. The late Empress entrusted me to protect you, precisely for moments like this. Her words dripped with palpable killing intent. Gu Lianshuang's heart raced. This aura, was it from the Cloud Ascension realm? No, it was the Cave Spirit realm. Shock filled Gu Lianshuang's eyes. She vaguely recalled that during her earlier encounters with Xinju, she had only perceived her as a gentle maidservant. Shen Xianyu replied with a gentle smile, Xinju, temper your killing instincts for now. Every action must be justified. I trust in your ability to eliminate them, but acting hastily would not be advantageous for me. I understand, Your Highness, I shall heed your words. Indeed, in an instant, Xinju reined in her murderous intent, her demeanor and tone returning to their previous gentle state. Shen Xianyu continued, Xinju, summon Supa and Suyu this evening. I need to visit the palace and have a word with my father. Understood. Moments later, Shen Xianyu made his way to the Yangshin Palace. Shin Shangyun was seated before the alchemical furnace as usual, flanked by two young eunuchs in Taoist garb attending to him. With a grin, Shen Xianyu asked, Father, have you concocted any fine elixirs lately? Do spare me a few. You brat, are you here to extort me again? Shin Shangyun shot him a sidelong glance before slowly rising and dismissing the others in the palace. He then produced several elixirs. Once again, it was the superior qi condensation pills. Shin Shangyun directly asked, I heard you gave that Gu Lianshuang the qi condensation pills last time? Father, how did you know? Shin Xianyu feigned surprise. Need I even ask? That Gu Lianshuang was once a renowned sword prodigy, but her dantian was damaged, and her cultivation fell. After receiving the qi condensation pills from you, her dantian has recovered. Do you think I wouldn't know? Shin Shangyun shot his son a stern glare, then inquired seriously, what do you think of Gu Lianshuang? She's quite decent, a promising talent, and her appearance is pleasing. Moreover, she is a sword prodigy, Shin Xianyu replied. In a few days, bring her over for a family dinner, let me meet her, and we shall hasten the marriage arrangements. Father, you aren't planning to send me off to a fief, are you? At that moment, Shin Xianyu felt a twinge of anxiety. Shin Shangyun shook his head, no need to rush off to a fief first, get married and remain in the capital. There are matters in court that require your attention. I truly cannot trust anyone else. That's perfect. I also have some official business to discuss with you regarding the court. Oh, you have official matters, is it concerning the Demon Extermination Division? Shin Xianyu's expression suddenly grew serious. Competing for the position of heir. Chapter 33. The Millennium Turtle. As Shin Shangyun uttered these words, he had just raised the teacup to his lips, only to be struck as if by lightning. His expression was one of utter astonishment. What did you say? Contending for the throne? With a loud clatter, Shin Shangyun slammed the teacup down on the table, his face already betraying his anger. Your elder brother passed away only a few years ago. Chen Yang is the rightful Taizuan, and you come here to contend for the throne? What do you propose to use for this contention, your debauched antics? Shin Xianyu was momentarily stunned. He had expected Shin Shangyun to unleash a torrent of reproach upon him, or perhaps deliver a paternal reprimand filled with affection. However, he was taken aback by the gentleness of his words. Previously, when his other brothers merely complained about Shin Shenyang, they had been met with a beating from him. This reaction was indeed quite subtle. Hurry, father, let me explain. When I speak of contending for the throne, it is not I who wish to do so, but rather someone is seeking to assist my nephew in this endeavor. Shen Xingyun's expression turned grave. You best clarify this for me, else you shall find yourself at the receiving end of a whipping today. With that, he rose and retrieved a long-neglected whip from the top of the bookshelf. This implement had been the source of much childhood suffering. Enough, that good grandson of yours believes I am a threat and has sent the Tang family to provoke the Jeyun sword sect. Shin Xianyu recounted the events that transpired at the Jeyun sword sect. This revelation eased Shin Xingyun's mood significantly. He had initially thought this young man came to slander him. While he did not expect him to truly excel, he at least hoped he would refrain from the treacherous behaviors of a schemer. However, the situation had become somewhat complicated. Shin Shangyun slowly resumed his seat and spoke in a solemn tone. This matter cannot be entirely blamed on Chen Yang. Your cultivation has advanced too swiftly, and your reluctance to go to the fief has inevitably led to his resentment. Here is what we shall do. Once you complete your father's task, you shall immediately take up the fief. I will assign you sufficient guards, and you shall never be stripped of your title, allowing you to live the latter half of your life without worry.
How does that sound?
Shin Xianyu chuckled. As for matters in the future, we can discuss them later. They will undoubtedly raise this issue to trouble us tomorrow. At that time, father will resolve it.
You truly are my beloved son. Shin Shangyun replied with a hint of exasperation. Who else could be your father if not I?
He then adopted a serious demeanor, pulling out a piece of paper and tapping its contents with his finger.
Xianyu, this is a prescription I have recently devised. Since you are now in charge of the demon-slaying division and have personnel at your disposal, I need you to discreetly gather all these medicinal ingredients, and remember, do not let a third party know that I have tasked you with this.
Shin Xianyu took the paper, noting that most of the medicinal ingredients listed were so unfamiliar to him that he had not even heard of them before.
Father, perhaps you should choose someone more capable for this task. If I delay your matters, I cannot bear the consequences.
He smiled as he spoke. Shin Xingyun's voice grew heavier. This matter cannot be entrusted to anyone but you. There is no need to rush. Simply keep it in mind and gather what you can. However, I must insist that speed is of the essence. If you cannot expedite the process, I will have no recourse. Seeing his father's demeanor, Shin Xianyu ceased his playful banter and cautiously folded the paper, tucking it into his sleeve. Very well, upon my return, I shall commence with this task and strive to provide you with results swiftly. At this, a flicker of satisfaction appeared in Shin Xingyun's eyes.
Then go ahead and attend to your business. Do not cause a stir here.
Son takes his leave. After watching Shin Xianyu depart, Shin Shangyun could not help but feel a twinge of melancholy among all his sons. It was this one who endeared himself the most to him. Perhaps it was due to the guilt he felt over the disappearance of his mother that he found himself so attached to the Boyi in the Wang residence. Upon returning with the medicinal pills and the paper, Shin Xianyu distributed 3 qi condensation pills to Gulian Shuang, Xan Zhu, and the new maid, Xingyu. Everyone shall have their share.
Hurry and consume them, do not hoard them as treasures, do you understand?
Upon hearing this, Xan Zhu readily opened her mouth and swallowed hers whole. Gu Lian Shuang hesitated momentarily but soon followed suit. Xingyu, however, cradled her pill as if it were a precious gem. She had never seen such high-quality medicinal pills in her life, especially those personally refined by the Eastern Xian Emperor. Xingyu, you should hurry and take yours as well. The prince fears that little fox lady outside might see it. If she does not get one, she will surely come to cause trouble, Xan Zhu gently urged. Although Xingyu did not know who the little fox lady was, she could surmise that she was likely the prince's woman.
At this moment, Gulian Shuang asked curiously, who is this little fox lady? The benefactor of the Luanxiang Pavilion, Shin Xianyu replied candidly. Xingyu then inquired, what is the Luanxiang Pavilion?
A brothel, he stated.
Courtesan house. The two girls uttered these words almost simultaneously.
Although the terms differed slightly, their meanings were essentially the same. Xingyu's face flushed crimson.
Ah, the prince is so extravagant, even associating with a madam.
In her understanding, a benefactor was merely the owner of a brothel, a highest-ranking madam. Shin Xianyu scratched his head, unsure of how to explain. After a moment's thought, he decided it was better not to explain at all. Moreover, was she truly a madam? Could there be such a beautiful and enchanting madam in the world?
Gulian Shuang then curiously asked, Your Highness, are you not in a hurry to break through? Why not feed the qi condensation pill to the white python? The white python can consume other things and still break through, but using the qi condensation pill on you all is clearly a more cost-effective option, Shin Xianyu explained. Gulian Shuang suddenly understood. Indeed, this made sense. At that moment, Xan Zhu looked at him with admiration, resembling a doting mother. She was well aware that Shin Xianyu was not merely concerned with optimizing the use of his cultivation resources, but was also considering the well-being of the three of them. With the white python present, he did not neglect the others. How conscientious of him. By the way, Xan Zhu, Lian Shuang, you both have more experience than I do. Do you know where to find these medicinal ingredients? Shin Xianyu inquired, pulling out the paper. The two women shook their heads in unison. At that moment, Xingyu leaned in and whispered, Your Highness, I know where to find that longevity scale. Oh, you mean the scales from the millennium-old turtle in the Xianjing moat? My elders from the snake tribe mentioned that its scales possess many beneficial properties. The millennium-old turtle, is it not the legendary divine turtle? Chapter 34. The case of the King Jing. Earlier, I had already harbored thoughts regarding that old turtle. Yet, due to its formidable prowess, I kept these thoughts locked away in the depths of my heart. To my surprise, my imperial father had also set his sights on it. No wonder he insisted that this matter remain undisclosed. That old turtle is not to be trifled with. In the past, when the Eastern Xian's founding emperor established the nation, he summoned it to Xianjing to safeguard the descendants of the Xin family for generations to come. This was primarily because the nation was weak at the time, constantly facing threats from enemy states, and thus, the old turtle was placed in the city moat as a deterrent against adversaries. In reality, it served little purpose, continuously cultivating with the fortunes of the Eastern Xian, akin to a being that consumes without regurgitating. Since my father has taken an interest, it is only fitting that it provides some form of recompense. However, what could my father possibly want its scales for? Shin Xianyu pondered inwardly. The document indicated a need for merely 9 scales. As for their efficacy, the paper did not specify, and Xingyu was unable to clarify. Regardless, I will find an opportunity to eliminate that old turtle. In the original text, the male protagonist, Tang Daoshan, poisoned it, and coincidentally, I am adept in the art of poison as well.
As for the ninth level of the cave god realm, should the poison prove effective, whether through the heart pearl or Gu Lianchuang's sword, there is a significant chance of slaying it. Nonetheless, my primary objective at present remains the eradication of the Tang family. I find myself curious about how my father will resolve this matter in court tomorrow. The following day, Shen Xianyu rose early and, accompanied by Su Pa, proceeded to the court assembly. The civil and military officials had all gathered. After the court session commenced, a censor from the Duzai stepped forward and declared with righteous indignation, "Your Majesty, I have a petition to present." "Speak." "Your Majesty, the individual I wish to accuse is His Highness Prince Yan, along with his paramour, the leader of the Jiyun sword sect, Gu Lianchuang." Upon these words, the court fell into a profound silence.
Shen Xianyu raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed intently upon the censor. Shen Shengyun, with keen interest, inquired, "And what crime do you wish to accuse him of?"
"Murder," the censor proclaimed. "Your Majesty, it is common knowledge that the former leader of the Jiyun sword sect, Pei Fu, and his talented disciple, Lu Feiyu, have both mysteriously disappeared. Following their disappearance, Gu Lianchuang ascended to the position of sect leader. While this may appear logical, there exists a crucial juncture. During the time of Pei and Lu's vanishing, Gu Lianchuang had contact with His Highness Prince Yan. Moreover, prior to this, Gu Lianchuang's dantian had been rendered useless, her cultivation in shambles, yet, thereafter, she inexplicably returned to the realm of qi refinement. This raises significant doubts. I suspect that Gu Lianchuang has seduced His Highness, intending to leverage the royal influence for her own gain while concealing her transgressions.
I implore your Majesty to order a thorough investigation."
The censor spoke with great conviction. After this, he also brought forth the grievances between the Tang family and Gu Lianchuang. Those present were all men, unable to empathize with Gu Lianchuang. They merely believed that since she was the leader of the Jiyun sword sect, and given that the sect had received numerous resources from the Tang family, now that Lu Feiyu was deceased, those resources ought to be returned in full. Yet, Gu Lianchuang, under the protection of Prince Yan Shen Xianyu, refused to return a single coin. At this point, the censor glanced at Shen Xianyu and stated earnestly, "Should His Highness feel that my assertions are erroneous, he may speak to correct me." Shen Xianyu had no intention of speaking. To do so would only invite a debate against a multitude of scholars, which was pointless and exhausting. Shen Xingyun's expression suddenly turned cold.
"Censor Lu, are you here to litigate on behalf of the Tang family in the court?" The other party quickly replied, "I would not dare. I merely believe that Gu Lianchuang possesses a treacherous disposition, seducing His Highness, and my words are intended to provide your Majesty with a reference. However, someone reported this matter to me yesterday, and what they conveyed was far clearer than your statements." Upon hearing this, the one most shaken was Shen Shenyang. Shen Shengyun coldly declared to them, "Today, I shall act as the judge. As far as I am aware, Gu Lianchuang's refusal to return is due to Pei and Lu having previously monopolized all the resources provided to the Jiyun sword sect by the Tang family. Now, the sect is in disarray. She has no obligation to return anything, either morally or logically. Furthermore, you claim that Gu Lianchuang has seduced my young son. What could a sword cultivator use to seduce him?" Censor Lu retorted, "Your Majesty, it is the allure of feminine beauty."
"What a farce! Prince Yan has indulged in the company of countless women since the age of 16. You are likely more aware of this than I am. If he were truly susceptible to seduction, would I not have to eliminate all those women?"
"You are clearly using this as an opportunity for political strife."
Shen Shengyun immediately asserted, "Seize this man, strip him of his official robes, and imprison him in the imperial prison for a thorough interrogation."
The atmosphere in the court instantly turned tense and oppressive.
No one dared to utter a word. Even though the emperor often secluded himself to concoct elixirs, his grip on power was more formidable than that of any emperor in history. Moreover, regarding Gu Lianchuang's restoration of her cultivation, let me clarify, it was my good son who, unable to bear seeing Gu Lianchuang suffer, sought out a qi condensation pill for her, of which I am also aware. Upon hearing this, Shen Shenyang understood that his attempt to create turmoil had utterly failed. It was a complete defeat. The Tang family was likely in peril as well. Shen Shenyang could surmise that Shen Xianyu had reported this matter to the palace in advance, indicating the emperor's stance. He did not wish for others to target Shen Xianyu, nor did he want Shen Xianyu to take up a fief. The situation had become increasingly precarious. After the court session, Shen Shenyang returned to the East Palace and immediately dispatched trusted aides to the Golden Carp Inn to inform the Tang family to leave Xianjing without delay, sparing no time for lingering. The emperor had made it clear that he would favor Shen Xianyu. Moreover, that censor, in the imperial prison, would undoubtedly divulge everything. In that case, I might escape unscathed, but the Tang family would surely face the emperor's wrath. To escalate this matter further would mean involving the competition for the crown prince. The Tang family's support in the court, aside from myself, the Taizai, consisted of only one third-rank right assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Tang Mingli. This individual is the younger brother of the current head of the Tang family, Tang Daoxing's uncle, and holds considerable influence in court. In the latter half of this year, the Minister of Revenue is set to retire, and Shen Shenyang had intended to promote Tang Mingli. If this situation were to unfold, matters would become exceedingly complicated. Later, when discussing this with Tang Mingli, he proposed a precise countermeasure.
"Taizai, you must have received considerable evidence regarding the crimes of King Jing lately?" Shen Shenyang nodded. "How do you know about this?" "I initially wished to inform you, but I could not find the opportunity." "The evidence was all gathered by the Tang family. You might as well expose the King Jing case, leaving the emperor with no time to spare." Chapter 35 of The Injustice of Fate. Prince Jing, Shen Shuyun, ranks 14th among the imperial princes, governing the fief of Jingzhou, located in the southeastern region of the Eastern Qian dynasty.
Geopolitically, he is perceived as a leisurely prince, yet he also serves as the master of a prestigious sect among the princes. His cultivation is the highest, having recently achieved a breakthrough to the Mingxin realm. However, since that time, he has rarely made public appearances. His clandestine actions are indeed despicable. The evidence suggests that following his breakthrough, Prince Jing's cultivation became unstable, leading him to succumb to demonic influences. He has dispatched individuals to secretly gather young boys and girls, extracting their essence for his practices. Qin Shenyang initially planned to deal with Qin Xianyu before turning his attention to this 14th uncle. However, the emperor is openly protective of him, and the incriminating evidence against Qin Xianyu appears to be largely inconsequential. His sole transgression lies in his tumultuous romantic entanglements, but one must question how many officials in the court can claim to be any more virtuous in that regard. Even he himself finds it difficult to resist the allure of women at times. The crux of the matter is that this time, the Tang family has also been embroiled in the situation, and he cannot afford to treat them as expendable. It is not merely the size of the Tang family that concerns him, rather, if he fails to protect them, the factions that once supported him out of respect for his father may very well scatter like birds and beasts.
Qin Shenyang is acutely aware that as the crown prince, if he cannot safeguard his own allies, his position becomes utterly meaningless.
Minister Tang, let us proceed. If Prince Jing takes action against the Tang family, then Qin Xianyu must also reckon with the consequences. Should the Tang family be lost, he must at least clarify his stance towards those factions. He cannot afford to show weakness. The immediate priority is to arrange for Tang Daosheng and others to leave Zuangqing. Qin Xianyu should understand that the early bird catches the worm, yet he suspects his actions will not be swift. Indeed, this suspicion proves accurate. Tang Daosheng initially believed that by presenting facts and reasoning in the court, he could leverage the power of Crown Prince Qin Shenyang to intimidate Qin Xianyu. Little did he anticipate the situation would unfold in such a manner. Faced with the messenger, Tang Daosheng intended to inquire further. At this moment, Tang Kuan furrowed his brow and said solemnly, "Enough, Daosheng. Heed the Crown Prince's advice. Zuangqing has become a perilous place, unfit for our kind. You wish to use Gu Lianxiang as a leverage to help the Crown Prince bring down Qin Xianyu. This recent court assembly has sufficiently demonstrated that Qin Xianyu has undoubtedly slandered his majesty, aiming to use you as a pawn to strike at the crown prince. Do you not grasp this logic?" Upon reflection, Tang Daosheng realized the truth of it. He ceased his internal conflict but still had not substantiated Qin Xianyu's culpability in the harm done to Lu Feiyu. He felt a deep sense of frustration. Tang Kuan sighed, "Alas, consider this. Aside from the three rebellious princes, when have the other feudal lords faced true punishment from the emperor after their transgressions? It is merely the crown prince, under the guise of the former crown prince, who is diminishing their territories. Even if you establish the evidence of guilt, what then? Can you truly compel the emperor to execute his own son?" Tang Daosheng found himself momentarily stunned. Indeed, he seemed to have fallen into a misconception, believing that all matters could be resolved through reason. In Zhengzhou, even when conflicts arose, they were typically settled through rational discourse. However, in Zuangqing, the dynamics were different. The individual he faced was the cunning Qin Xianyu. He had superiors to answer to, while Qin Xianyu had far fewer constraints. And as for reason, he himself is the embodiment of reason. On the journey back to Zhengzhou, Tang Daosheng felt a pang of regret. Why was he not born a royal prince? Why did Qin Xianyu enjoy such good fortune? He could clearly deduce that Lu Feiyu had perished at Qin Xianyu's hands, yet he could do nothing to retaliate. Even with a higher cultivation level, in the dynasty, many possessed greater strength. If their identities were reversed, at this very moment, he could undoubtedly torment Qin Xianyu to no end, yet such fantasies remained mere dreams. Upon awakening, he was still that proud scion of the Tang family. "What did you say? The Tang family has departed Zuangqing?" Qin Xianyu inquired of the eunuch who approached to report, one of his father's personal attendants named Chao Feng, who oversaw a clandestine intelligence network. In truth, he had been aware of the Tang family's departure from the onset. Their lack of obstruction was a directive from Qin Shengyun. Chao Feng respectfully conveyed, "Your Highness, His Majesty instructs me to inform you that matters among children should be resolved through childlike means. It is inappropriate for a father to intervene directly." Clearly, these were Qin Shengyun's exact words. Qin Xianyu smirked inwardly. Were he to foresee that the Tang family would one day usurp the throne and slaughter his descendants, he would likely be even more anxious than I. However, possessing a divine perspective, Qin Shengyun, as the emperor, could not act against the Tang family based on mere words. To outsiders, it would seem beneath him. Qin Xianyu chuckled, reaching out to pull Chao Feng closer, asking, "Chao Gongdong, when I resided in the palace, you were among the eunuchs I was closest to. Might you lend me some manpower?" "Your Highness, you jest. You currently have Gu Zongzhu by your side, as well as that Miss Xianzhu, not to mention the Bureau of Demon Slayers still under your command," Chao Feng replied with a light smile. "Very well, I wasn't really counting on it. You may leave now." "Wait a moment, Your Highness, out of personal consideration, allow me to remind you that His Majesty currently feels that the Tang family has indeed overstepped their bounds, and the court has been experiencing a financial shortfall." Upon hearing this, Qin Xianyu's expression shifted subtly. The opportunity has not yet vanished. The court's financial woes often lead to a straightforward remedy, targeting the wealthy households. As for the charges, his own father has already devised them. Abuse of power. Of course, this is merely a pretext. The actual intent is to involve them in the struggle for the crown prince position. Conveniently, Tang Mingli from the Tang family also holds a position in the court. Qin Shengyun is thus sending another signal. "Son, your father is granting you an opportunity. Whether you can seize it, however, is entirely up to you." Were this any other prince, upon grasping this implication, he would likely display uncontainable joy, yet Qin Xianyu, as evident from his demeanor, appeared remarkably indifferent. He even regarded this opportunity as somewhat inconsequential. Is vying for the crown his ultimate goal, it is not. To him, the throne is merely a place to briefly occupy along his journey. At this moment, Chao Feng remarked, Your Highness, you must not treat this matter lightly, it is indeed a test from His Majesty. Moreover, there are no outsiders present, so allow me to speak candidly. Compared to the Crown Prince, I sincerely hope that when His Majesty ascends to the heavens, it is you who occupies that position.
Shen Xianyu turned and smiled, Good servant, my father is currently lively and vigorous. Are you wishing for his demise?
I would not dare. Chao Feng's face instantly turned pale with fear, and he fell to his knees. Shen Xianyu suppressed his laughter, his expression growing serious as he said, I was merely jesting. There is no need to be so anxious, what is mine, I shall not relinquish. Chapter 36, The Little Fox Maiden. Chao Feng let out a heavy sigh, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. At the very least, Shen Xianyu possessed the ambition. If he lacked even that, it would truly be a dire situation. However, he was quite curious about the action Shen Xianyu would undertake. Would he unearth the evidence of corruption against the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Tang Mingli, and presented in court? Chao Feng refrained from excessive speculation. After all, he was merely a eunuch, specifically one in the Emperor's service, and drawing too close to Shen Xianyu would only complicate matters for him. With that, he said little more. After bowing, he chose to take his leave. Shen Xianyu watched as Chao Feng departed, and then his heart's pearl approached from behind, inquiring, Your Highness, what are your plans moving forward?
Let Tang Mingli die.
Shen Xianyu stated decisively. That night, a cacophony of horror echoed throughout the Tang residence. By the following day, the entire capital of Xianjing was engulfed in panic, not for any other reason than the demise of Tang Mingli. Eyewitnesses claimed that a nearly 30-zhang-long white python had smashed through the walls of the Tang estate, and after its departure, many of the living had vanished without a trace. Some bodies were even reduced to mere puddles of flesh. Even when bodies were found, they had been utterly mangled. Following the incident, the personnel from the exorcism department rushed to the scene, yet they uncovered no signs of the white python whatsoever. In the early morning, Shen Xianyu arrived fashionably late. Suyu, who had been promoted to the position of chief commandant, hurriedly approached to report, Your Highness, it appears that the entire Tang family perished at the hands of the white python, and those who have vanished were likely consumed.
Understood.
No one knew the truth of the matter better than Shen Xianyu. After all, the white python was under his control. Shen Xianyu surveyed the scene before instructing, You and the brothers of the exorcism department should investigate diligently, and maintain vigilance against the white python in the future.
I shall obey your command.
Suyu replied, his expression laden with significance. At this moment, Shen Xianyu found himself perplexed. Although Tang Mingli possessed no cultivation, the estate housed several martial guardians. How could there be not a single sign of cultivation being restored? From last night until now, there were no indications of a breakthrough. Was the Yuanyang realm truly so difficult to penetrate, or perhaps the nourishment for restoration was insufficient? Shen Xianyu couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret.
Tang Daosheng and the elders of the Tang family had departed too swiftly, yet it mattered little. With Tang Mingli's death, they would undoubtedly respond. Shen Xianyu chose not to linger at the scene of the incident, instead boarding his carriage, with Supa serving as the driver. This fellow was not merely a guardian general. Whenever Shen Xianyu ventured out to enjoy himself, he would always bring along the palace guards. Occasionally, he could indulge in a bit of pleasure. Supo's expression was somewhat peculiar as he curiously asked, Your Highness, it's quite early, I presume the Wanxiang Pavilion is not yet open, why the inquiries? Hurry along, I have serious matters to attend to. Shen Xianyu replied curtly. Understood. Drive on.
Eliminating Tang Mingli was merely the first step. The second step required assistance from that little fox maiden. After a brief journey, the carriage halted in front of the Wanxiang Pavilion. At that moment, the establishment was desolate, but by nightfall, it would be bustling with patrons. After disembarking, Shen Xianyu instructed, You all wait here at the entrance, do not enter.
I understand. Supa responded, his expression laden with meaning.
Once Shen Xianyu had stepped inside, Supa grinned and extended his hand to the palace guards. I told you, His Highness will undoubtedly return to Wanxiang Pavilion within a month. Pay up, pay up. The guards wore forlorn expressions of previously. His Highness had declared an intention to abstain from indulgences, forbidding any discussions of lewd topics within the palace. This behavior had been commonplace. Every time His Highness had exhausted himself, he would make such proclamations, only to recover his vigor within 2 or 3 days and plunge back into the embrace of Wanxiang Pavilion. It was miraculous that he had not visited in over half a month. The guards had taken bets, wagering that His Highness would refrain from returning to Wanxiang Pavilion for a month, while Supa had bet the opposite. Clearly, Supa had emerged victorious. As he joyfully counted his winnings, a delicate hand reached out.
Hand it over.
Upon hearing that familiar voice, the guards quickly adopted respectful expressions, while Supo's smile faltered, only to be replaced by a forced chuckle.
He, Your Highness, we were merely jesting.
Shen Xianyu retrieved his purse and opened it, prompting Supa to grimace as he begrudgingly filled it with the scattered silver and copper coins. So, everyone has become quite bold, daring to wager against this prince. Tonight, all of you shall remain at Wanxiang Pavilion. I shall prepare beautiful maidens to dance before you. Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with delight, yet an unsettling chill swept over them. Shen Xianyu smiled, however, should anyone dare to lay a hand on a woman, I shall not hesitate to sever your hands.
With those words, Shen Xianyu's smile vanished, and without a backward glance, he re-entered the Wanxiang Pavilion.
If a breathtaking beauty were the crown jewel of a brothel, then Luanxiang Pavilion was the pinnacle of the entire brothel industry in Xianjing, comprising 12 stories. It was divided into the upper 3 floors and the lower 9. The former served as the abode of the little fox maiden, strictly forbidding any entry save for Shen Xianyu. The latter was the business area. As Shen Xianyu ascended to the first level of the upper 3 floors, a sultry voice greeted him.
"Oh, a rare guest has arrived. You've truly brought life to this humble abode."
Turning towards the sound, he beheld a young woman clad in revealing attire, with 9 white fox tails swaying behind her as she approached, her bare feet gliding gracefully over the floor. Upon seeing her, a wave of heat surged through Shen Xianyu's abdomen, especially as the morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her figure. The sensation was indescribable. The woman drew near, her face radiating seduction, her long, fair legs entwining around Shen Xianyu's waist. Her fox-like eyes shimmered with affection. "My lord, you have finally remembered me. I have been waiting for you so long. I was almost covered in cobwebs."
Shen Xianyu inhaled deeply, forcibly calming his heart and core.
"Mayor, I seek you out this time for a serious matter." A hint of confusion crossed Su Mei's alluring visage, causing her long legs to loosen their grip. She moved toward the window to gaze at the sun outside, then cast an odd look back at Shen Xianyu.
The sun isn't rising from the west today. Is it possible that my lord has a serious matter to discuss with me?"
In Su Mei's memory, aside from their initial encounters, Shen Xianyu had never approached her with any earnest intent.
"Or perhaps, has your highness been drained by Xianju's antics, leaving no energy for me?"
Hearing these words, Shen Xianyu's mouth twitched involuntarily, wishing to immediately subdue the little fox and enact justice on the spot. Chapter 37 Punishing Evil in the Name of Heaven. Smack. Following the sharp sound of a slap, a painful groan escaped. Shen Xianyu, with a stern expression, declared, "If you dare speak to me in such a sarcastic manner again, I shall not spare you." Su Mei bit her lip, glaring defiantly at Shen Xianyu.
Who told you to neglect me for so long? You've been pouring all your energy into that heart pearl and that Gu Lianshuang, Haven Tiu. Have you forgotten your old love upon finding a new one?"
Shen Xianyu, both amused and exasperated, replied, "The reason I Haven Tea sought you out is that I have reached the refining essence stage, and I am now in the final phase of the Yuanyang realm."
"Oh, is that so?"
Upon hearing this, Su Mei's previously sullen demeanor dissipated. Even after having her delicate posterior slapped moments ago, her face quickly transformed into a visage of charming delight. However, her behavior became even more audacious, especially with her teasing gestures, accompanied by a voice as fragrant as orchids. "Your Highness, the last time you visited me, you were still in the bone-forging realm. That day, you truly put me through the ringer. Now that you've reached the Yuanyang realm, I can only imagine how much more formidable you become. I know you've exerted considerable effort during this time, so let me treat you, shall we?"
"Goodness, who can withstand this?"
Yet, even if one cannot endure, they must try. Shen Xianyu breathed heavily, attempting to suppress the rising desires stirred within him. Seeing his struggle, Su Mei felt a swell of triumph. Suddenly, Shen Xianyu seized one of her fox tails, rhythmically stroking it. Su Mei's body tensed instantly. Her expression shifted to one of alarm, and her enchanting eyes now glimmered with a touch of pleading, her head swaying ever so slightly. "Your Highness, please, no." Now, it was her turn to be unable to resist.
Shen Xianyu chuckled with satisfaction. "You asked for this, didn't you? Shouldn't you be listening to me speak about serious matters?"
I merely wished to tease your Highness," Su Mei stammered, her cheeks flushed, her voice laced with shyness, which only further inflamed Shen Xianyu's desire. Although he found himself increasingly unable to maintain his composure, he knew that if he did not act, this little vixen would surely torment him to death. Su Mei, now imploring, said, "Your Highness, I was wrong. I will listen to you properly if you just let go of my tail, alright?" Shen Xianyu's lips curled into a smirk, loosening his grip slightly while still keeping his hand on the tail. The feeling of that soft, furry touch was undeniably delightful. Su Mei sighed in relief and, with a delicate huff, remarked, "Your Highness, you are truly wicked. You know well that I would never intentionally harm your cultivation yet choose to torment me in this manner. Once you break through, if you do not compensate me, I swear I shall ensure your complete downfall." As she spoke, Su Mei puffed up her cheeks, appearing quite indignant. Shen Xianyu playfully poked her fair cheek and laughed. "Very well, I shall accompany you for a spell afterward. But for now, let us return to the matter at hand. You must have heard about the commotion last night, concerning the right minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Tang Mingli, and his entire family being slaughtered by a white python."
Su Mei nodded slightly, saying, "With such a ruckus, how could I not know? But your Highness, have you come to me to assist in tracking the white python's whereabouts?"
Employ your influence to circulate a narrative among the populace, declaring that Tang Mingli was a corrupt official, and that the white python is enacting divine retribution against evil.
At first, Su Mei was taken aback by his words. What madness has taken hold of the prince? Not long ago, he sought her help to hunt down the white python to quell certain rumors in Xianjing City. Why, all of a sudden, did he want her to spread such a narrative? Her expression turned serious as she reached out, probing Shen Xianyu's form. He hastily grasped her delicate wrist, exclaiming, Hey, what are you doing? Did I not say we are discussing serious matters? Do you truly wish to ruin my cultivation? Not at all, I merely suspect you may be under some spell. How else could you speak in favor of the white python? Su Mei questioned, puzzled. Since acquiring the white python's demonic form, she had not visited the Luanxiang Pavilion and had no opportunity to inform Su Mei of the circumstances. Naturally, she did not comprehend the reasons behind it. Shen Xianyu rolled up his sleeve, revealing a white serpent bracelet. Su Mei's eyes widened. Is this a demon? Shen Xianyu nodded, carefully explaining the nature of the white python's demonic form.
After all, there was no need for him to be wary of this little fox maiden, for she was the first woman he had ever encountered intimately. It was quite a fantastical tale. At the age of 6, while hunting with Shin Shengyun, he stumbled upon a small white fox ensnared by vines, and he had helped free it, pondering if it might one day return the favor. Well, many years later, it indeed returned, offering herself in a manner most unexpected. The night opened the door to a new world, and there was no turning back. The experience was nothing short of exhilarating. Yet now, Sumeya's expression bore a hint of resignation.
Your Highness, your romantic fortunes are truly a double-edged sword. First it was me, then it was the Heart Pearl, and even the Demon Emperor has set his sights on you, followed by that swordsman, Miaozi. Including myself, 4 women, 3 of whom are not human. How should I commend you? Shen Xianyu retorted with confidence. Aside from Gu Lianshuang and the Heart Pearl, did you not both seek me out first? Oh dear, you can't possibly be considering taking in by Qin Han as well? Su Mei exclaimed in surprise. Why not?
I shall nurture her demonic form, and when the time comes, I'll simply reclaim what is mine. I shall not suffer losses. There was no need to hide his intentions. Of the truth was, the white python's demon. Su Mei sprawled on the soft bed, grinning. Well, I shan't oppose it. I doubt the Heart Pearl would either. However, whether Gu Lianshuang, a swordswoman of a righteous faction, would be willing to share a husband with a demon emperor remains uncertain.
Besides, it's also a matter of whether she would even consent.
Moreover, I am quite concerned about your well-being, Your Highness. Can you truly endure such endeavors?
Once again, Shen Xianyu raised his hand and playfully slapped the little vixen's exquisite posterior. Enough of these frivolities. Let us focus on the important matters. Do not take this lightly.
Su Mei thumped her chest and vowed earnestly, rest assured, Your Highness, but let me guess your intent. If your only goal is to take revenge on the Tang family, that would be rather shallow. Your aim appears to be to elevate the white python to a godlike status, thereby positioning yourself as a deity as well. Truly, your ambitions are not to be underestimated. Shen Xianyu's expression shifted subtly as he reached out to touzle Su Mei's hair.
You possess a sharp mind. Su Mei proudly lifted her chin. Flattery alone will not suffice.
I am no mere girl, and I am not easily swayed by such words.
And what would you desire instead?
Why, of course, I crave the finest delicacies, chicken, duck, fish, and meat.
Chapter 38.
The guardian of the river, true monarch Shen Xianyu helplessly remarked, your words are likely to mislead the young ones. Su Mei cast a flirtatious glance and coyly replied, it is your highness whose intentions are not pure. Once I break through, I shall indulge you to your heart's content. I crave the roasted chicken from De Yun Lu, that can be arranged shortly, but as for other matters, we shall discuss them only after my breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Su Mei's lovely face flushed slightly, yet she understood the underlying meaning. Your highness, you are becoming increasingly wicked. Shen Xianyu inhaled deeply once more. In his current realm of cultivation, remaining in the presence of this little enchantress was indeed perilous. A moment's lapse in vigilance could lead to irretrievable consequences. He stood up, intending to depart. However, leaving in such a brusque manner felt rather inappropriate. Shen Xianyu leaned down, lingering for an extended moment upon Su Mei's crimson lips. Noticing that the little enchantress had become somewhat entranced, he promptly withdrew. Su Mei's beguiling eyes shimmered with lingering desire, yet a heavy sense of grievance was evident. All right, let us leave it here for today. I shall take my leave now. Shen Xianyu waved his hand. Su Mei, gritting her teeth in frustration, made a sound as she bit down hard, but just as he was about to exit, she suddenly remembered something.
Your Highness, the strategy you mentioned is indeed a clever move, but you must be wary of one thing. Xin Shenyang is no fool, nor are his followers. The last time, Wang Xiang was driven to suicide by jumping into the river, and the 2 officials responsible for investigating him were also slain by the white python. That seemed merely a straightforward act of punishing the wicked, but this time the situation is different. Tang Mingli has been killed, and you stand to gain from it. They will undoubtedly associate you with the white python. At this moment, Su Mei's expression was exceedingly grave, completely devoid of her previous flirtatious demeanor. Shen Xianyu approached her, unable to resist enveloping her in his embrace. Tell me, how did you become so astute? This time, my intention was to expose the white python. Once the narrative spreads, others will not perceive the white python as a monster, but rather as a deity, while I shall be seen as a figure backed by divine power, or perhaps one who manipulates the divine. Engaging in political machinations with them merely entails leveraging my weaknesses against their strengths. Furthermore, I must confess, I find your serious demeanor utterly charming. However, your attire is somewhat revealing, lacking in decorum. Please remember to dress more modestly next time. Initially, Su Mei felt that Shen Xianyu's words were quite earnest, yet, the final remark held deeper implications. Su Mei feigned ignorance, asking, Your Highness, do you wish for me to embody that contrast? Precisely. Upon witnessing Shen Xianyu nodding fervently, Su Mei retorted playfully, in that case, you shall procure the attire of the fairy consort for me to wear, then the contrast shall be even more pronounced. Shen Xianyu hastily clasped his hands together and exclaimed, I take my leave, farewell. With that, he promptly made his escape. As Su Mei observed his hasty retreat, she called out, if all else fails, just steal the clothes of the crown princess and your sisters-in-law. I shall change daily to provide your highness with a delightful contrast. With those words, Shen Xianyu fled even faster. This little enchantress was utterly relentless, perpetually seeking thrilling diversions. It was simply unbearable. After watching Shen Xianyu leave, Su Mei reclined back onto her bed, extending her tongue to savor the lingering essence of Shen Xianyu's presence. I hope your highness swiftly breaks through. Otherwise, I shall be utterly distressed. If I were to witness such a scene firsthand, how could I possibly withstand it? It would be a miracle if I did not collapse beneath her skirts.
In the imperial city, within the southern study, upon receiving news of the demise of the Tang family, Xin Shenyang anxiously pondered the situation. The white python deranged, just as I had conspired with Tang Mingli, it suddenly exterminated his entire family while preparing to target Xin Xianyu. And yet, I cannot lay a finger on that beast. At this moment, Lu Ji, the left assistant minister of justice, interjected, Your Highness, lamenting is of no avail. I find it rather peculiar. The last time the white python committed murder, and this time as well, there seems to be a striking similarity. It appears as though it is aiding Xin Xianyu. Xin Shenyang spoke in a low tone. I have also considered this, but it is far too bizarre. The white python is no ordinary creature. How could it possibly assist Xin Xianyu? Such matters are unpredictable. Perhaps there exists an undisclosed transaction between it and Xin Xianyu. However, without substantive evidence, we cannot speak recklessly. We must swiftly eliminate that white python, lest it lead to endless complications. Upon reaching this point, Xin Shenyang could not help but feel regretful. Alas, but the Demon Slayer division is not under our control. It is in Xin Xianyu's hands, Lu Ji reminded. Have you forgotten the Guardian of the River? Hearing this, Xin Shenyang's body trembled indeed. How could I have overlooked that? Lu Ji smiled. The Guardian of the River shares a close friendship with the late Crown Prince, and you are the sole descendant of the late Crown Prince, the rightful heir to the throne. If you were to make a formal request, I believe he would be inclined to assist you. Excellent. I shall set out immediately. Xin Shenyang was just about to depart when a court official from the Crown Prince's residence approached, reporting, Your Highness, there is an unexpected development. A rumor has suddenly surfaced in the city, claiming that Tang Mingli, the minister of Tang, was executed for embezzling a vast sum of state funds and for harming numerous loyal officials, deemed intolerable by the heavens. Furthermore, it is said that the white python executed Tang Mingli on behalf of the heavenly mandate. The messenger spoke succinctly, yet both Xin Shenyang and Lu Ji felt a chill run down their spines. The situation bore an eerie resemblance to the previous incident involving the white python. At that time, Xin Shenyun had been somewhat irked. If we require a python to eliminate treacherous officials, what purpose does the court serve? These were the exact words of Xin Shenyun. Should a similar event transpire again, the authority of the court would undoubtedly suffer a significant blow, and any further targeted suppression could potentially incite public outrage. Excessive public discontent could lead to rebellion. The only solution is to slay the white python to set the record straight. Otherwise, this burden cannot be borne by either myself as the crown prince or by the ministers left behind after my father's demise. Allowing the Tang family to resolve this matter themselves would be overly procrastinative. We must seek the Guardian of the River. Xin Shenyang promptly took his entourage and proceeded to a stone tablet located on the southern bank of the river. His countenance was grave as he approached the tablet, raising his hand in a respectful gesture. Crown Prince Xin Shenyang seeks an audience with the Guardian of the River. As his words fell, an elderly man clad in black robes with white hair emerged from the surface of the river. This elder was none other than the Guardian of the River. The millennia-old turtle is referred to by Xin Xianyu. Old man pays his respects to the Crown Prince. There is no need for such formalities, great monarch. I come seeking your assistance for a matter of great urgency. Speak plainly. Crown Prince Xin Shenyang recounted the events surrounding the white python in detail. The Guardian of the River stroked his beard with a smile. Crown Prince, there is something you should be aware of. My agreement with the Eastern Xian dynasty is solely to guard this river. Chapter 39. The seat of spiritual awareness. The River Guardian did not explicitly refuse, nor did he unequivocally agree. Xin Shenyang discerned the underlying meaning in his words and could not help but curse inwardly. This old wretch, despite his endless scheming for profit, is never satisfied with the ample training resources bestowed upon him by the court each year. Of course, such sentiments could not be uttered aloud. With a smile, Xin Shenyang remarked, Your Excellency, the white python has a rather extraordinary origin. There exists a prevailing notion among the populace that the white python is a divine sword sent by heaven to vanquish evil. Should it remain unresolved, the master of this river's cave may soon find his position compromised. The River Guardian grasped the implications of Xin Shenyang's words. Although displeased, he recognized the stakes involved. Should the court fail to address the white python in the near term, it was highly probable that they would resort to coercive measures. Moreover, within the Eastern Xian court, many harbored grievances against him, the River Guardian. After receiving such lavish offerings and resources, he had never once assisted the court in its endeavors. Once the white python was pacified, his own position would be at risk. However, should he find refuge in the southern Xian or northern Lu, the treatment would likely be far inferior to that of the Eastern Xian dynasty. Weighing the pros and cons, the River Guardian altered his earlier tone. Your Highness, I have long served the Eastern Xian dynasty. Although my sole duty is to guard the river, should any malevolent entity dare to traverse the majestic halls of Xinjing City, I shall never permit such absurdity to unfold before my eyes. From this day forth, I shall monitor the entire city with my spiritual awareness. Should the white python dare to appear again, I shall slay it and relieve the Eastern Xian dynasty of its troubles. His declaration was imbued with righteous fervor. Xin Shenyang clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, I am most grateful to the River Guardian. By the way, Your Highness, I have heard that some of the common folk, lacking discernment, have already erected a temple for the white python, the River Guardian inquired. Indeed, this is true. I believe that Xinjing City truly requires an auspicious beast to stabilize the people's hearts. Might I volunteer myself for this role? Xin Shenyang chuckled. Your Excellency, having made such a proposition, how could I possibly refuse? As long as you can resolve the white python issue, I shall advocate for the construction of a temple. The title of River Guardian was conferred by the founding emperor, a title that, while imposing, bore little substantive value. It merely allowed him to garner offerings from the populace. However, should a temple be established, the offerings would not only multiply significantly, but it would also greatly benefit his cultivation. With Xin Shenyang's agreement, it was time for the River Guardian to exert considerable effort. Not forgetting to inquire further, the River Guardian asked, "Your Highness, may I ask one more question?
What is the realm of that white python?"
Its exact realm is unclear, but it is exceedingly large, nearly 30 zhang in length.
Xin Shenyang replied.
Ah, that poses no issue, the River Guardian reassured himself. He believed that with his cultivation at the 9th level of the cave spirit realm, he could contend even against a demon emperor. What if it is large? It could be vanquished with a sword strike. Xin Shenyang expressed his concerns. Your Excellency, the whereabouts of the white python are elusive and unpredictable. After it killed the Tang family, it vanished almost instantaneously. How can you ensure that you will locate it at the first moment of its appearance?
I have a natural affinity for water.
Wherever there is water, I can plant a seed of spiritual awareness that will allow me to sense the surrounding demonic aura, the River Guardian replied with a grin. Thus, it seemed that as long as this old rogue wished it, no creature could escape his watchful gaze.
With this assurance, Xin Shenyang said, "Very well, I entrust this to you, Your Excellency. I take my leave now."
"Farewell, Your Highness." After Xin Shenyang departed, the old rogue wasted no time. He immediately sowed a seed in every water source throughout the city via the river's flow. Within half a day, the entire city was enveloped. By evening, Xianju was drawing water from the well in the rear courtyard of the Wang residence. Within the water, a luminous orb the size of a bean floated.
Xianju extended her palm, drawing the orb closer with her true energy, and presented it before Xin Xianyu. "What is this?" Xin Xianyu inquired. "A seed of spiritual awareness," Xianju replied.
"I thought you had laid an egg," Xin Xianyu jested. "Your Highness, even if I were to lay an egg, it would not be this small." Returning to the matter at hand, she asked, "What purpose does this serve?" "It is typically used for surveillance." Upon hearing this, Xin Xianyu raised an eyebrow. Who dares to have the audacity to surveil me in this Wang residence? The old rogue in the river, Xianju stated.
Before Xianju, the seed of spiritual awareness could not conceal itself, and its aura could be traced back to its master. A chill flickered in Xin Xianyu's eyes.
I have yet to trouble him, yet he dares to provoke me first.
Eagerly, Xianju suggested, "Let us summon Lian Shuang and Qingyu.
The four of us can deal with him together. I have not had anything delectable in quite some time."
Humans can be difficult to please, and the same is true for demons.
However, strictly speaking, Xianju could not be classified as a demon. Xin Xianyu chuckled. "Very well, when the time comes, you shall take half of the white python for yourself. It will serve as a means for you to break through.
Yet let us not be hasty. Allow me to gather some allies first."
Though the four possessed considerable cultivation, there loomed a chasm of disparity compared to the old rogue. After a brief interval, 600 guards led by Supa, alongside over 700 demon-slaying warriors from the demon-slaying division, assembled before the Wang residence. This display ignited excitement among many, especially Supa, who felt even more exhilarated than during their time at the Wanxiang Pavilion. Supa leaned in, whispering, "Your Highness, are we staging a coup today?"
"Coup, my foot!" Xin Xianyu retorted. "What else can we do with over 1,000 of us if not stage a coup? Kill the old rogue."
The intent was unmistakable.
Xin Xianyu opened his palm, revealing the shimmering seed of spiritual awareness to all present.
"Ladies and gentlemen, behold, the River Guardian has placed this seed of spiritual awareness in the well of my residence.
To my knowledge, this item possesses surveillance capabilities."
Upon hearing this, many faces paled, especially those of the guards. Xin Xianyu had treated them like brothers. The River Guardian had the audacity to act in such a manner.
Let us eliminate that old rogue.
Moreover, many were aware of the close relationship between the River Guardian and the former Crown Prince, and the recent tensions between their sovereign and the Grand Prince Xin Shenyang.
The River Guardian's placement of the seed to monitor the Wang residence was quite evident in its intent. The demon-slaying division eagerly anticipated a formidable demon to enhance their achievements. To them, any non-human entity was either a ghost or a demon. At that moment, Xin Xianyu strapped the frost blade to his waist, directing his gaze towards the location of the river. "Everyone, let us resolve this swiftly." Chapter 40. This monument was erected by Emperor Taizu. The procession of over 1,000 people was indeed magnificent. The commander of the demon-slaying division, Suyu, looked at Xin Xianyu with a furrowed brow, expressing his concern. "Your Highness, even if you harbor no intentions of rebellion, might not His Majesty become suspicious given this grand display?"
Throughout history, chronicles are replete with princes who conspired for power, and their fates were invariably the same.
Death, such matters are not determined by one's own perceptions, but rather by the Emperor's judgments. Xin Xianyu smiled and inquired, "Commander Su, do you think I am acting too hastily?"
Suyu, his expression troubled, nodded slightly. "I do not oppose your Highness's campaign against the River Guardian, but our approach should be more discreet to minimize the chances of complications."
In contrast, the typically straightforward Supa had fewer reservations and echoed Xin Xianyu's thoughts. "That old turtle possesses a cultivation level of the 9th realm.
Once a confrontation ensues, subtlety will be rendered moot. Concealment may imply guilt. It would be more honorable to act openly. This will reassure our brethren, confirming that our actions are righteous and that we need not fear retribution from those adept in political machinations."
Xin Xianyu was taken aback.
"For your candidness, after we dispose of that old turtle, I shall reward you." However, beyond Supo's comments, Shin Xianyu had another consideration. Previously, in dealing with Lu Feiyu, a mere cloud-soaring realm cultivator, he had sent Supo with hundreds of men and employed the miasma poison from Su Mei, yet they had suffered significant losses at her hands. Thus, one must never underestimate those of considerable cultivation, especially those in the ninth realm of divine connection. If one were to phrase it more elegantly, this grand spectacle serves to afford that old turtle the respect it deserves.
Over 1,000 individuals arrived at the banks of the city moat. The moat was not insignificant. It spanned 20 zhang in width and stretched over 200 li in length. As Shin Xianyu gazed at the tranquil water's surface, his thoughts began to wander. Should this moat serve as a dwelling for the heart pearl, she would likely find it most appealing. As the rightful empress of the demon race, this river would appear trivial, a mere foot and 3 inches in comparison to her domain. It was likely that she would not give it a second glance. Shin Xianyu subsequently reined in his thoughts, directing his attention toward the stone tablet inscribed by the river guardian. Approaching it, he first performed a respectful bow. The onlookers found this behavior peculiar. If the intent was to eliminate that old turtle, why pay homage to its monument? Suyu, quick-witted, whispered to those nearby, His Highness is not bowing to that old turtle, but to Emperor Taizu. This monument was established by him. Just as his words concluded, a thunderous sound erupted. The crowd turned to see Shin Xianyu raise his fist, channeling all his strength, and with a single blow, he shattered the centuries-old stone tablet into dust. The previously serene water surface stirred with commotion. The elder in black robes and white hair stood upon the water, astonished at the multitude gathered, yet, anger surged within him. The river guardian glared at Shin Xianyu and bellowed, Yan Wang. Why do you destroy this old man's divine monument?
Shin Xianyu's expression remained cold as he extended his right hand, revealing a pulsating seed of divine awareness. Old turtle, this object manifested in the well of my palace. Do not claim it is unrelated to you. As for your true intentions, I have no desire to inquire further. I am here solely to administer your punishment and take your life.
Clang. Another resounding crash echoed. As Shin Xianyu finished speaking, Supa seized a spear and launched an attack. The spear point stopped just 5 inches before the river guardian. Even with Supa exerting all his might, his fifth realm of chi refinement cultivation could not drive the spear tip any further. Shin Xianyu narrowed his eyes. The old turtle had a layer of true energy coalescing in front of him. Though it appeared thin, it was as solid as rock. Supa roared, Everyone, charge. Smash that old turtle's shell.
The moment the command was issued, the throng surged forward. Under the luminous moonlight, blades and spears gleamed with deadly intent. Even someone of the ninth realm of divine connection, with millennia of experience, could not help but feel trepidation in the face of such a display.
Yet Shin Xianyu offered no opportunity for explanation, remaining coldly observant. The river guardian, perplexed, could not fathom what had provoked such animosity. Even if the seed of divine awareness had found its way into his well, was such a grand confrontation truly warranted? Something was amiss. Suddenly, the river guardian's mind jolted. That young scoundrel, Shin Xianyu, bore an aura of the demon race that was faint yet palpable. The shape of that aura resembled a serpent? No, a python. The river guardian's gaze shifted to Shin Xianyu's right hand, where the source of that demonic energy lay. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Supa seized the opportunity, discarding his broken spear and launching a massive fist directly toward the river guardian's face. This punch penetrated the river guardian's true energy defense and struck his aged visage with tremendous force. The old man's body was sent hurtling several dozen zhang away, crashing onto the northern bank of the moat. Suyu, seasoned in dealing with demons, shouted, Seize the moment, continue the assault, do not allow that old turtle to retreat into the waters and regain the advantage. The momentum was fierce. In Shin Xianyu's view, over 1,000 people seemed excessive. Most were unable to engage but were prepared to in this battle. Supa and Suyu led a synchronized effort, with around 100 individuals employing their martial skills and techniques to render the ninth realm river guardian utterly defenseless. Indeed, there was no opportunity for retaliation. It was not a lack of strength to counterattack. Suyu's strategy was astute. As long as the old turtle remained on land, deprived of the advantage of water, it would be far easier to handle. Those who had yet to engage maintained a silent vigil over the northern bank, resembling an insurmountable fortress. Seeing this, the river guardian suddenly bellowed, All of you, get lost. A surge of true energy erupted from him, knocking back those who were besieging him, causing injuries and casualties among them. Still, the river guardian remained prostrate, his gaze fixed on Shin Xianyu standing on the southern bank of the river. His form began to twist grotesquely, a turtle shell emerged along his spine, his head transformed into that of a turtle, and his eyes resembled 2 dark beans. Yet, the malice radiating from those eyes was as fierce as a demonic apparition. Shin Xianyu, even your ancestors dared not kill me, yet you have the audacity to do so? Shin Xingyun's failure in educating his child has produced such a beast as you. I shall rid the world of your kind, who knows nothing but indulgence and vice. Chapter 41. Toxic. By the time the words left his lips, the old turtle had completely transformed from a human into a turtle. To the warriors of the demon-slaying division, such occurrences were commonplace. Many demons, when driven to the brink of despair, would resort to a desperate fight in their true forms. This piqued Shin Xianyu's curiosity. Bai Qinghan, a demon emperor, must possess formidable cultivation. How could she be so severely injured by Lu Feiyu, her primordial spirit even suffering significant damage? At that moment, Bai Qinghan had come and gone in a flurry, offering no explanations. Thus, he would have to wait until their next encounter for her to clarify. The river guardian true lord confronted them in his demonic form, retracting his head and limbs into his shell. Supo launched another punch. The sound was dull, yet his cry of pain was piercing. The force of his true chi was repelled upon striking the turtle shell, resulting in the complete shattering of Supo's right arm. Humph, a swarm of ants, relying on the element of surprise to gain an advantage over an old man like me, yet with your current prowess, even if 1,000 of you attack simultaneously, I would still withstand it. Moreover, do you truly believe I cannot return to the river? At that moment, the turtle shell began to spin wildly in place, and the aura of the old turtle became exceedingly fierce. As the energy surged forth, the resulting force sent the dozen or so individuals poised to strike him flying backward. A few bodies were even distorted by this overwhelming pressure. In the next instant, the turtle shell soared into the air, directly colliding with the human-shaped city wall on the bank. The crowd wisely chose not to withstand it, allowing the river guardian true lord to plummet into the water. The three women observing from a distance couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Gu Lianchuan gripped her sword tightly, having expected the old turtle to charge straight at Shen Xianyu. The river guardian true lord was acutely aware that killing Shen Xianyu would spell his own doom. Even if he desired to kill Shen Xianyu, it should not be his burden to bear. The harsh words spoken were merely the ramblings of anger. When it came down to it, he still had to be cautious. It was now certain that the white python was undoubtedly connected to Shen Xianyu, and Shen Shenyang was in pursuit of that white python, with their relationship being quite strained. Informing Shen Shenyang of this matter would surely lead him to devise a way to eliminate Shen Xianyu. After fleeing back into the river guardian true lord extended his head and limbs. Although he was a turtle, he swam with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, he had already covered 3 or 4 miles. So you sense this and, disregarding the severely injured Supa, shouted at the top of his lungs. The old turtle is swimming upstream. Pursue. Yes, once again, over 1,000 people commenced their chase. Meanwhile, Shen Xianyu walked leisurely to the riverbank, dipping his right hand into the water, only to quickly withdraw it. Simultaneously, the river guardian true lord felt something was amiss. Glancing back, his scalp prickled with fear. A white python, several dozen times larger than himself, was trailing behind. Its swimming speed far exceeded his own, and it was charging directly at him. Consequently, the surface of the river surged, creating waves several feet high. The river guardian true lord dared not make a move. Through his spiritual sense, he discerned that the white python's cultivation was not stronger than his own. It seemed to be in the refinement stage, yet, the overwhelming pressure it exerted felt almost capable of crushing his spirit. Ultimately, we are all demons, although it is not easy for a demon to attain cultivation. I do not wish to engage in combat with you. I wish only to leave the river. The white python, however, disregarded his words and surged forward once more. The river guardian true lord's heart sank. Very well, since you are so ungrateful, I shall have no choice but to fight for my life. His so-called fight for survival meant retreating back into his shell once more. Shen Xianyu commanded the white python to strike with its tail. The turtle shell was even harder than the vital essence at dawn. If that is the case, I shall breach it from within. With a thought, Shen Xianyu transformed the white python into the size of a young snake and concealed its presence. To the river guardian true lord's perception, the white python seemed to vanish. As it left, the river guardian true lord exhaled in relief and cautiously extended his turtle head. He glanced left and right, seeing the human ants on the bank before retracting his head back into the shell. Yet at that moment, he suddenly felt a faint but sharp pain. The river guardian true lord sensed something was amiss, his mind beginning to tremble. Not good, there is poison. At that moment, through his spiritual sense, the river guardian true lord confirmed that a young snake was inside his shell. It had latched onto his flesh. Moreover, it was injecting venom with abandon. The river guardian true lord was thrown into a panic, thrashing about in the water in an attempt to shake off the young snake. Simultaneously, he was filled with doubt. How could a young snake continuously inject poison? The toxicity was overwhelming. The rolling motion in the water was proving ineffective. In a frenzied state, the river guardian true lord swam toward the bank, and upon reaching the surface, his rolling intensified wildly. On the southern bank, Shen Xianyu felt a wave of dizziness. This sensation was akin to riding a roller coaster. It was utterly nauseating. There was no way around it. Any negative impact on Bai Qinghan's python form would simultaneously affect him. Meanwhile, the old turtle's thrashing gradually weakened. It was not due to a lack of strength but rather the onset of the toxin. This toxin originated from the black wind hermit, who was akin to a mountain peak. While it may not be the most potent venom among serpents, it was undoubtedly the most concentrated. Once the river guardian true lord ceased all movement, Shen Xianyu directed the white python to emerge from the shell and stealthily submerge into the river, not allowing it to return to his grasp. At the same time, he suppressed the overwhelming urge to vomit. Once he regained his composure, Shen Xianyu waded through the water and approached the river guardian true lord. Tsuyu hurried over, attempting to pull Shen Xianyu back. Your Highness, do not go. Shen Xianyu replied calmly. The old turtle is already dead. What? To the onlookers, the old turtle merely seemed to be hiding within its shell, yet the recent rolling motion was indeed perplexing. Upon closer inspection, they discovered its vitality had already vanished. The old turtle was not large, its shell oval-shaped and measuring about 3 to 4 feet. Shen Xianyu then said, "Come, Suyu, lend me a hand." Each of us grasped one side of the shell and pried apart. All right. Suyu understood that this old turtle was a treasure trove in itself, especially the shell, which could be used for armor, impervious even to celestial swords. The two exerted all their strength. With a resounding crack, the shell was split into 2 halves. The turtle's body was already a bloody mess, but what startled Suyu was that the flesh of this old turtle was entirely black. Not a hint of vibrant red. Had it been poisoned? Suyu looked at Shen Xianyu in disbelief, tentatively asking, "Your Highness, was it your poison?" Sort of die in the distance. A woman in white observed this scene, her delicate face etched with helplessness. If this were to spread, my reputation as a demon emperor would be irrevocably tarnished. Killing a 9th-layer cave god turtle using poison. After murmuring to herself, she turned her gaze back to the river. Suddenly, a white python nearly 30 feet long surged from the water, darting toward the turtle's remains. With its cavernous maw wide open, it swallowed it whole. Chapter 42 of the Longevity Scales. Your Highness, be cautious.
Upon witnessing the scene, everyone immediately shielded Shinsenyu behind them, confronting the great white python that was in the midst of swallowing its prey. Apart from Shinsenyu, every individual was drenched in cold sweat, particularly after observing the dark blood oozing from the corners of the python's mouth. Some even trembled uncontrollably. The sound of swallowing echoed incessantly in Shinsenyu's ears, prompting him to guide the python towards the river.
Is it leaving?
A collective sigh of relief swept over the 1,000 or so individuals present. Regardless of their cultivation levels, the sheer oppressive aura exhibited by the python far surpassed that of the ancient turtle by several hundredfold. While most had the audacity to wield their weapons against the turtle, facing the python rendered them paralyzed with fear, necessitating a prolonged mental preparation before they could even contemplate movement. Once the python's presence became imperceptible, it felt as though a great mountain had been lifted from their shoulders. As Suyu regained his composure, he repeatedly muttered, "It's fortunate that we encountered no calamity." Yet, why did the python choose to depart? Did it fear them? At this juncture, Shinsenyu commanded, "All right, everyone, gather your things and prepare to retreat. Remain vigilant against a potential ambush from the python."
Understood.
Many responded, their hearts still racing, as they collected the bodies and tended to the wounded, remaining in a state of trepidation. Even upon returning to the city, the anxiety lingered. That night, Xianjing City was placed on high alert, anticipating the assault of malevolent creatures, which was the responsibility of the Demon Extermination Department. However, Emperor Qin Shengyun suddenly decreed a reorganization of the city's defenses, placing them under the direct command of the 3 major camps he oversaw. There was no ulterior motive behind this decision. It was merely a precaution against the potential disturbances caused by the python. After all, the Demon Extermination Department was currently echoing with the anguished cries of the wounded, with Supo's voice being the loudest among them. Shinsenyu observed as the medical officer treated Supo's injuries. Due to the shattering of his right arm's bone, the only remedy was for the officer to incise the flesh, extract the shattered bones, and meticulously reassemble them, encasing them in medicinal ointment to ensure proper healing. Otherwise, Supo would be left with a disability. At this moment, Suyu approached and reported, "Your Highness, I have complied with your orders and compiled the casualty figures. The Demon Extermination Department and your Royal Guard suffered no minor injuries, with 97 severely wounded and 66 fatalities. This level of loss is entirely acceptable. We had prepared for a much graver toll, yet the casualties remain under 200, which is even less than during our confrontation with Lu Feiyu."
Shinsenyu responded, "Please hand me the list."
"I shall ensure that the royal household provides compensation starting tomorrow."
"Certainly."
He continued, "The treatment of the wounded will be entrusted to you in the Demon Extermination Department. I shall return to rest."
Understood. Shinsenyu returned with his royal guards. Upon his arrival, he found only Gu Lianxiang and Qingyu present, with no sign of Xianju. Shinsenyu inquired, "Where is Xianju? Was she not with you during the battle? Why has she not returned?" "I do not know," Gu Lianxiang replied.
"She mentioned that you had left some potential dangers unresolved and that she would go assist you in addressing them."
"Danger?" Shinsenyu pondered.
Reflecting on the entire process of subduing the ancient turtle, he believed there were no apparent oversights. Furthermore, at this very moment, the ancient turtle had already become sustenance within the belly of the white python. Gu Lianxiang reiterated her ignorance. However, Shinsenyu was not overly concerned. While Xianju was not exceptionally powerful, she possessed sufficient self-preservation abilities to navigate any situation within Xinjing City. At this juncture, Gu Lianxiang cautioned, "Your Highness, your actions were remarkably swift, yet the situation has escalated. Tomorrow, His Majesty will undoubtedly inquire about it, so it would be prudent for you to prepare an explanation."
"No need for elaborate explanations, this artifact will suffice."
Shinsenyu declared the royal guards had brought back the turtle shell intact, which now lay in the courtyard. Under the moonlight, the scales upon the shell shimmered brilliantly. Shinsenyu took a small knife and began prying off the scales one by one. Qingyu remarked, "The longevity scales my father desires are precisely these." Gu Lianxiang's eyes lit up with realization, filled with admiration as she said, "Your Highness, you have truly achieved a dual purpose."
"Allow me to correct you."
"It is a triple gain," Shinsenyu chuckled.
"How so?"
"My father requires longevity scales, specifically 9 pieces, while the remaining scales belong to me. That is the first gain." Shinsenyu continued, "Secondly, although the ancient turtle was poisoned to death, the inherent cultivation essence within its flesh remains, allowing the white python to fully digest and refine it, bringing me closer to breaking through. Thirdly, this event has presented the white python with an opportunity to become a revered deity among all." Upon deeper reflection, there was yet another benefit. It dealt a significant blow to Qin Shenyang. In the Eastern Palace, within the Southern Study, late at night, Qin Shenyang paced restlessly, while the members of the Crown Prince's faction dared not utter a word.
"That scoundrel Shinsenyu.
I had yet to utilize the ancient turtle against him, yet he has already dealt with it himself. This is utterly ridiculous. The River Guardian was a strategic piece left by his father, the Crown Prince. Now, it had been utterly obliterated. Everyone present was well aware of the events that had transpired initially. A seed of consciousness laid by the River Guardian had surfaced in the well of the Wang residence, and the detestable Shinsenyu seized the opportunity to mobilize all his resources against it. He truly managed to eliminate the River Guardian. According to reports, the fatal method employed was poison. Though the specifics remain unverified, the ancient turtle's flesh was consumed whole by the suddenly appearing white python. Qin Shenyang's greatest concern was whether this was mere coincidence or a deliberate act by Shinsenyu. That if it was coincidental, he could breathe a sigh of relief. Conversely, if it was intentional, he would need to tread carefully even when leaving the imperial city.
Lu Ji solemnly stated, Your Highness, there are no such coincidences in this world. The appearance of the white python may seem like a case of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, but I believe it is a calculated maneuver. Are you suggesting that Shen Xianyu orchestrated such a commotion solely to allow the white python to devour the ancient turtle? Xin Shenyang's heart raced at the thought. Lu Ji nodded, though his expression remained grave, cautioning, however, we lack the evidence to prove that Shen Xianyu has colluded with the white python. Therefore, we must prioritize our approach and report the situation to His Majesty, claiming that the white python seeks to become a deity of the Eastern Xian dynasty. We must urge His Majesty to take all necessary measures to eradicate the white python. Moreover, you must understand this, do not mention Shen Xianyu in front of His Majesty, focus solely on the white python, and do not make any connections. Xin Shenyang was acutely aware of His Majesty's disposition. He had always regarded Shen Xianyu as a prized jewel. Aside from the position of heir apparent, it seemed there was nothing he would not grant him. If he were to conflate the white python with Shen Xianyu, it would only provoke His Majesty's ire and yield counterproductive results. Very well, Lu Shilang, please assist me in drafting a memorial. Once it is completed, I shall present it to the Wanzhou Palace. Chapter 43 The Shedding of the White Python. At dawn, within the halls of the Longevity Palace, Shen Shengyun gazed intently at the memorial submitted by Xin Shenyang. Upon finishing his reading, his expression hardened, and he spoke coldly. Ultimately, this matter stems from your actions. I commanded you to eliminate the white python, yet you conspired with that old tortoise without my consent. In the end, it is that white python demon that is profited. Legally speaking, there is no issue with your 19th uncle leading an assault against that old tortoise. Law, after all, is the foundation of justice. A prince's residence is synonymous with royal dignity, and any form of surveillance conducted without the emperor's approval is a capital offense. Xin Shenyang hastily replied, Your Majesty, I never claimed there was any fault with my 19th uncle, but now the white python has devoured that old tortoise. You must understand, that old tortoise possesses a millennium of cultivation. The white python will likely become increasingly formidable, and my original intent was to slay a demon with another demon. I did not anticipate this outcome. Xin Shengyun fell silent, deep in thought. The death of the old tortoise, while unfortunate, could be viewed as beneficial, as the court would no longer need to expend vast resources to sustain it. However, should another white python arise, following a similar path, it would be quite troublesome. Kill it, he resolved at that moment, a murderous intent taking root within him. Enough of this matter. You need not concern yourself further. I shall dispatch others to handle it. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your understanding. Xin Shenyang was relieved to hear this. Just then, a voice rang out from outside the Longevity Palace. Father! Are you awake? If not, wake up. If you are, open the door. Listening to this, Xin Shenyang felt a tumult of emotions. Although he was the emperor's legitimate grandson, he had never dared to speak to him in such a manner. Yet Xin Xianyu, a mere illegitimate son, and the most illegitimate of them all, could speak so freely. A faint smile crossed Xin Shengyun's face as he commanded, Xiao Zhangzi, open the palace gates. Yes. As the gates swung open, they beheld Xin Xianyu chewing on a meat bun, a cloth bag in hand. Oh, my dear nephew is here too. What are you two discussing? Xin Shengyun sighed, is it not the trouble you stirred up last night? You even thought to come and explain yourself? What is there to explain? You likely already know the whole story. I did nothing wrong in slaying it, Xin Xianyu boldly proclaimed. Indeed, it needed to be slain, but why have you come so early, to let me see you eat a meat bun? What do you think? As he spoke, Xin Xianyu cast a glance at Xin Shenyang. Understanding his intent, Xin Shengyun decided to dismiss this good grandson. At that moment, a young eunuch outside the palace respectfully announced, Your Majesty, the director of the Astronomical Bureau, Zhang Qingyuan, requests an audience, stating he has urgent matters to report. Let him enter, Xin Shengyun instructed. Upon entering the Longevity Palace, Zhang Qingyuan first bowed deeply, uncertain whether he should continue speaking. Given the sensitivity of the matter at hand, he hesitated. Perceiving his unease, Xin Shengyun reassured him, These two are my own kin, a son and a grandson, all of us are on the same side. Speak candidly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingyuan reported, Your Majesty, following the battle at the city moat last night, the Astronomical Bureau discovered dragon energy within the moat. As he spoke, the expressions of the three men shifted. Zhang Qingyuan continued, Afterward, we immediately went to inspect the moat and witnessed a dragon swimming within. Its form vanished in an instant, yet I witnessed it with my own eyes. I humbly request your judgment, Your Majesty. Xin Shengyun's expression grew increasingly complex. The origins of the dragon were becoming evident. The white python, having devoured a millennia-old tortoise, indeed had the potential to transform from python to dragon. However, if it were truly a dragon, it could not be slain. Regardless, it must be nurtured. Upon hearing this news, Xin Shenyang trembled slightly. If a python could transform into a dragon, did that not imply that a dragon could also transform into a true dragon? The true dragon of the Son of Heaven. How could I continue to compete with Xin Xianyu? No, I cannot simply relinquish this. My grandfather is the emperor, my father is the crown prince, and I am the formally appointed Taizong, the true dragon of the Son of Heaven. In that moment, Xin Shenyang suppressed the wave of panic rising within him. Xin Xianyu fell into contemplation. No wonder Xinzhi returned so late last night. She truly spared me from a calamity. Yet, alas, Xin Xianyu felt a twinge of sorrow as he handed the bag in his hand to Xin Shengyun, saying, Father, I shall take my leave now. Keep these buns for breakfast. Oh, very well. Xin Xianyu departed swiftly.
Moments later, he returned to the residence, pushing open Shinju's chamber door. Shinju lay upon the bed, her complexion pale.
Shinju, since you intended to transform into a dragon last night, why did you not inform me? Shin Xianyu softly inquired. The servant only thought of it at the last moment.
If Shin Shenyang were to take the initiative before the emperor, your actions might inadvertently become a calamity, Shinju replied. This realization came too late. At that moment, her mind had been filled with thoughts of how the ancient tortoise would empower her breakthrough in present longevity scales to the emperor father. Thus, transforming in the mode would lead them to believe it was the white python that had transformed. Dragons and snakes are distinct. The former is an unassailable auspicious sign, even the emperor must honor it, yet the downside is that if his highness were to command the white python to slay again, this deception would be swiftly unraveled. However, allowing the white python to dwell in the moat, relying on the offerings of the common folk in the court, would likely bring the day of true transformation closer.
Shin Xianyu sighed. You have considered this so thoroughly for me, what about yourself?
I shall be fine, just need a few days to recuperate. However, should his highness achieve his breakthrough, I will recover even faster, Shinju replied, her eyes sparkling with joy. Upon discussing this matter, Shin Xianyu felt a heaviness in his heart, yet I still have not achieved my breakthrough.
What?
Shinju exclaimed in astonishment. Sitting up abruptly, her delicate hands began to explore Shin Xianyu's body.
This cannot be.
Why have you not broken through? Your body is flawless, there should be no reason. Both were perplexed by this mystery. Shin Xianyu initially thought it was an issue with the white python's body, but after Shinju's examination, there was no sign of any flaw. At that moment, the white python's form coiled like a young serpent upon the bed. Just as both were engulfed in confusion, the white python's form began to exhibit certain changes, causing Shin Xianyu to feel a sudden itch all over. Shinju discerned the truth. Your Highness, the white python's form is at the stage of shedding its skin. This process may cause you considerable discomfort, please bear with it, I shall assist it in shedding.
Ha! Shin Xianyu was taken aback.
With great care, Shinju began to handle the white python's form, her delicate fingers moving gracefully along its body. The itch that plagued him began to subside gradually, yet, Shinju's adept movements felt strangely familiar. Chapter 44 of the transformation of the white python into a dragon. Perhaps noticing the subtle shift in Shin Xianyu's expression, Xianju smiled warmly. At that moment, she appeared to be a vision of charm and allure, her slightly wan complexion only adding to her captivating presence. However, in comparison to her beauty, the post-molt white python was undeniably more eye-catching. Xianju cradled the young python in her hands, exclaiming, Your Highness, observe closely, the scales of the white python have undergone a remarkable transformation. Just then, a warm beam of morning light streamed through the window, illuminating the python exquisitely. The scales, while still a pristine white, shimmered with a faint golden radiance. Shin Xianyu carefully took the python's form, venturing into the courtyard. He commanded it to increase in size, creating an even more astonishing visual impact. The interplay of golden and white hues on its scales was breathtaking, and the snake's head had transformed significantly as well. Delicate strands of snowy fur began to sprout, reminiscent of a stunning beauty, formerly bald, now adorned with flowing locks. However, it no longer resembled a mere python. Shin Xianyu, filled with excitement, murmured, Indeed, a snake can become a python, and a python can become a jiao.
Your Highness, it is not yet a true jiao.
It is merely a hybrid of a python and a jiao, often referred to as a python jiao among the demon race, Xianju corrected. What concerns me is that since it can transform into a jiao, it will undoubtedly be able to evolve into a true dragon. Indeed, Xianju suddenly realized why Bai Qinghan had entrusted Shin Xianyu with the care of her white python form. It was, after all, for the purpose of transforming into a dragon. Nevertheless, as long as it could provide benefits to your Highness's cultivation, it would be a mutually advantageous endeavor.
Yet, to date, your Highness still showed no signs of breaking through, remaining at the 9th level of the Yuanyang realm. Shin Xianyu retrieved the python, wearing it like a bracelet. Xianju, the waterway in the moat is quite substantial. Now that the old turtle has passed away, the moat belongs to you. Eh? Xianju responded with surprise. Does your Highness not intend to use the waterway to nurture the white python?
Once again, I must emphasize that there are numerous methods to nurture the white python, but I must consider cost-effectiveness. You, like the old turtle, possess an affinity for the water element, thus, having the moat is far more beneficial than using it to nourish the python, Shin Xianyu explained.
Thank you, your Highness. Xianju exclaimed joyfully.
In truth, she had long set her sights on the moat's waterway since her first visit to Xianjing City. The fairy empress had once foretold that one day, the moat would transform into her very own abode. The words of the fairy empress had indeed come to fruition. Of course, this was also due to the emotional bond with Shin Xianyu. After her mother's disappearance, Xianju had taken on a nurturing role, akin to a devoted caretaker, and as she matured, she had become like a young bride. It would be remiss of him not to treat her well. While the waterway might not resolve Xianju's fundamental issues, it would at least alleviate her suffering, unlike in the past.
Shin Xianyu cautioned, Xianju, you must not use the waterway on my behalf. I sense that I am currently unable to break through. It would be wasted. Focus on nurturing yourself, do you understand? Xianju nodded slightly before responding, Your Highness, you need not break through. With me, and with Gu Lianchuang, the swordswoman, and Xingyu, both of whom will become formidable in the future, the three of us can sufficiently protect you. If your Highness wishes to become emperor, it is not impossible. You merely need to remain stationed in the royal residence. Shin Xianyu chuckled, rely on the three of you for sustenance?
Well, it cannot be said so simply. I merely believe we have the capability to safeguard you, allowing you to continue as you have before, Xianju replied.
TSK. I can resist that temptation, can you not? Why do you persist in thinking about my breaking my vows?
The maidservant protested, yet her flushed cheeks betrayed her. Shen Xianyu shook his head in resignation.
While Xianju's reasoning had merit, having a few capable women in the royal residence would undoubtedly ensure his safety. However, one must consider an essential factor if the white python would continue to grow. If it matured while he did not, and Bai Qinghan were to reclaim her demonic form, would not all the effort he had invested in this process be rendered futile? The reasons for his inability to break through had long puzzled him, and he could only seek the counsel of a sage. Strictly speaking, the only sage he knew was his own father, an emperor well-versed in alchemy, though his current cultivation level remained unknown. What was certain was that as long as he lived, no powerful force or mighty being within the Dongxian dynasty would dare to challenge him. In the original narrative, it was only after Shen Xingyun's demise that all heroes emerged onto the stage. Previously, he had thought that this father of his was akin to the Jiajing emperor of the Ming dynasty, devoted to alchemy and indifferent to state affairs. However, he gradually came to realize that Shen Xingyun was more akin to a fusion of the Hangu emperor and the Jiajing emperor. As for Shen Shenyang, he was somewhat more astute than Zhu Yunwan of the Ming dynasty, not waiting for Shen Xingyun's death to diminish the feudal lords. Instead, he capitalized on the remnants of the late crown prince's faction, leveraging Shen Xingyun's authority to suppress the grievances of the feudal lords across the realm. Contemplating this, Shen Xianyu resolved to visit the Yangxin palace once more, intending to ascertain Xianju's condition. Upon returning to the palace, he found that Shen Shenyang had already departed, leaving Shen Shengyun seated before the alchemical furnace, flanked by 2 eunuchs. Prince Yen, His Majesty anticipated your return.
However, please wait a moment as His Majesty requires approximately the time it takes to brew a cup of tea to finish his work, one of the eunuchs informed him. Very well, I shall wait, Shen Xianyu replied, observing his father with his eyes closed, hands maintaining a gestural posture. He took a seat on the soft dragon throne, feigning interest as he perused the ornate memorials. The 2 eunuchs had grown accustomed to this, as long as Shen Xianyu refrained from causing a scene and tearing the documents apart. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea had elapsed, Shen Shengyun gradually opened his eyes, instructing, "You two, retrieve the elixirs and ensure they are stored properly." "Your servant obeys," they responded in unison. Shen Shengyun then turned to Shen Xianyu, smiling, "You rascal, the buns you brought this morning were quite delectable." "Father, why speak in veiled terms with your son? I went to great lengths merely to procure those 9 longevity scales for you," Shen Xianyu replied. "Ha, I always thought you were just the foolish son of a landlord. I never expected you to possess such cunning," Shen Shengyun chuckled. "However, who would have imagined an emperor would assess his own son in such a manner?" Shen Xianyu retorted wistfully, "How can one say such things?" At this moment, Shen Shengyun inquired, "Enough with the trivialities. What of the remaining longevity scales and the complete turtle shell? You still want them?" Shen Xianyu replied begrudgingly. "That old turtle was a treasure trove. While I may not need it now, it could prove useful in the future. I do not seek a reward from you this time, simply manage those items for me." "Are you sending them to Gu Lianshuang to win her favor?" Chapter 45 of the Lifebound Object. "Alas, you old man, why are you so verbose? Regardless, the longevity scales you desired are already sufficient. Just give me the rest. Why ask so much?" Observing Shen Xianyu's growing impatience, Shen Shengyun begrudgingly fell silent and inquired instead, "Is there anything else you wish to discuss with father?" "Indeed, father, I find myself unable to break through." Shen Xianyu stated his predicament bluntly. Shen Shengyun dismissed it lightly. Inability to break through simply indicates a lack of foundational training. Seek out a few martial arts manuals to practice. The refinement stage primarily tests one's physical strength. "That is not the issue. I possess a considerable repertoire of martial techniques. Both my physique and vital essence have been cultivated to perfection, yet I remain unable to transcend." "Oh?" At this moment, Shen Xingyun's expression grew serious as he employed his spiritual awareness to probe the deficiencies within Shen Xianyu. The result was devoid of any flaws, whether in the true qi accumulated in his dantian, the cultivation of the yuan-yang realm, or even his physique and vital essence. All were in an exceptionally solid state. There were no restrictions in place. Logically, he should be able to break through the yuan-yang realm at any moment. The conundrum lay in his inability to do so. Shen Xingyun's gaze sharpened, already aware of the problem's source, yet he refrained from stating it outright. "Xianyu, your predicament eludes even my insight. It seems the opportunity for a breakthrough has yet to arrive." "Spare me," Shen Xianyu scoffed, rising abruptly from the dragon chair and making his way back to the royal residence. Meanwhile, Shen Shengyun, accompanied by 2 eunuchs, proceeded to the ancestral temple. After paying respects to the ancestors, he commanded, "Summon that little wretch Shen Shenyang." The 2 eunuchs exchanged bewildered glances yet responded in unison, "As you wish." It was evident that Shen Shengyun was incensed. A short while later, Shen Shenyang arrived at the ancestral temple, intending to pay his respects when Shen Shengyun emerged holding a luminous pearl from behind the ancestral tablet. That object was Shen Xianyu's lifebound treasure. "Your Majesty." "Silence. Do you still regard me as your grandfather? Shen Xianyu is my own son, your 19th uncle. All this time, I have said little regarding your subtle and overt opposition to him. I refrained from comment when you sought to force him into vassalage, but why must you go to such lengths to ruin him?" Witnessing Shen Xingyun's unrestrained fury, Shen Shenyang felt a flicker of fear. However, this trepidation was fleeting. "Your Majesty, you cannot possibly believe I tampered with my 19th uncle's lifebound treasure? If not you, then who?" "It truly was not me, but rather the former crown prince, my father, your legitimate eldest son." At these words, Shen Shengyun froze momentarily. Xin Shenyang continued, Your Majesty, my father believed that my 19th uncle might become a liability in the future, hence, he interfered with his lifebound object, ensuring he could never break through the Yuanyang realm. If he were to abandon the martial path and refrain from cultivation, then this restriction would hold little significance for him, yet, he spent his first 18 years indulging in pleasure, and now, in just 2 short months, he has quietly attained the refinement stage and ascended to the Yuanyang realm. Does this not suggest he harbors ambitious designs? If your majesty truly favors my 19th uncle, I would willingly relinquish my claim to the throne and request that you name him as crown prince. Smack! The moment the words left his lips, Xin Shengyun raised his hand and struck Xin Shenyang across the face, the sound reverberating throughout the ancestral temple. Xin Shenyang staggered, momentarily disoriented. Xin Shengyun roared in rage, Before our ancestors, you dare utter such treasonous words? Once Xin Shenyang regained his composure, he let out a resigned chuckle. Ha, your majesty, is this not the crux of the issue? How many treasonous acts have my uncles committed? You tacitly approved of my vassalage, demanding that I diminish their influence locally to prevent a repeat of the Three Kings Rebellion, yet now, my 19th uncle remains in the capital, the sole hope of the other vassal kings, and he clearly harbors aspirations of becoming emperor himself. You refuse to allow him to become a vassal. Is this not inviting chaos? If you insist on this course, I truly wish to renounce my claim to the throne. Upon your next decree to depose me, I shall leave Xianjing with my mother. The world is vast, and surely there is a place for us. Xin Shengyun raised his hand once more, yet this time, it did not fall. His expression darkened to an extreme. You little wretch, do you think you can thwart me? Deposing Xin Shenyang and naming Xin Xianyu as crown prince would not merely lead to a repeat of the Three Kings Rebellion. The vassal kings across the realm would be stirred into action. If an illegitimate child could ascend to the position of crown prince, what then of those elder brothers of mine? Xin Shenyang had anticipated this very point. Your Majesty, I do not presume to challenge you, but I implore you to consider the greater good of the realm. Do not allow familial affection to cloud your judgment. I truly wish for no conflict with my 19th uncle, however, if he remains in the capital, my subordinates are far from pleased. They would believe you genuinely intend to depose the crown prince, and when factional strife erupts, it would not merely be a matter of sending my 19th uncle to be a vassal. It would escalate into a deadly struggle. Xin Shengyun replied coldly, I see through your ploys more clearly than you realize. Such matters need not be stated by you. However, your 19th uncle cannot become a vassal at this time. Why? Is it because he is unmarried? That is hardly an obstacle. He has Gu Lianshuang by his side, whose lineage is impeccable. A mere decree from you would suffice. Xin Shenyang countered. You need not question further. For at least 1 year, he cannot become a vassal. And after a year? At this question, Xin Shengyun offered no reply, his demeanor growing increasingly frigid. In that moment, Xin Shenyang felt a suffocating pressure, and his demeanor became markedly more deferential. A son is still a son. This old man, before Xin Xianyu, will never exude such an oppressive aura. Xin Shenyang could only hastily say, I spoke out of turn. Be gone. Yes. After Xin Shenyang departed, Xin Shengyun could have lifted the restrictions imposed by the luminous pearl upon Xin Xianyu. Yet he chose not to do so. While Xin Xianyu's inability to break through seemed advantageous at present, it left Xin Shengyun feeling profoundly troubled. A father would naturally wish for his child's well-being. Yet this is the royal family. Should Xin Xianyu continue to break through, it would undoubtedly plunge the realm into chaos. The Yuanyang realm also serves as a prudent consideration for his legitimate eldest son. It allows him to preserve himself while preventing him from making significant strides. Furthermore, if success could be attained through women, it would imply that the men of this world are largely ineffectual. Xin Shengyun's gaze fell upon a specific tablet inscribed with the spirit name of Prince Jingwei, Xin Pingchuan. Pingchuan, had you not departed so early, I would not suffer thus. Had you been here, your brothers and ministers would have been far more compliant than they are now. But why is your fate so fragile? Chapter 46, The Visit of King Jing. On his way back to the Wangfu, Xin Xianyu felt an undeniable sense of frustration. His father had suggested that perhaps the opportunity for a breakthrough had yet to present itself. However, that reasoning seemed moot, given that he was in a state of complete readiness. There was no need for an opportunity. As he stepped through the grand gates of the Wangfu, he was met by Xianju and Gu Lianshuang, both of whom inquired about the same matter. If there was indeed an issue or a missing celestial treasure, it could simply be resolved. Xin Xianyu shrugged in exasperation and pursed his lips. His father's words seemed to indicate a lack of understanding regarding the problem, using the excuse of an unripe breakthrough to placate him. Moreover, he sensed that his father might not genuinely wish for him to ascend to a higher realm. Xin Shengyun's demeanor had already made that clear. A normal father would be particularly anxious if his own son could not break through, yet Xin Shengyun remained remarkably unfazed. Initially, he had only seemed surprised. At that moment, Gu Lianshuang spoke, If it is fated that His Highness cannot break through, do not burden yourself with undue pressure. My entry into the spirit refinement stage is merely a matter of time, and I can always be by your side in the future. His Majesty cannot be destined for such a fate. He is perfectly fine. Xianju interjected gravely. Then, it follows that there is but one possibility, some unseen force is suppressing His Highness's cultivation. Xin Xianyu replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. Do not waste your mental energy on this. You too, I am not anxious. Why should you be? Gu Lianshuang was purely concerned, while Xianju, beyond her worry, felt a sense of impatience. After all, certain experiences were tantalizing, deeply ingrained in memory, and she could still gain from Xin Xianyu. Yet, engaging with him now could jeopardize his cultivation, leaving her in a quandary. Xin Xianyu's mind was a whirlpool of thoughts, reflecting on the memories of the past 19 years. He recalled everything vividly, even events from his infancy, owing to his unique rebirth.
No one had tampered with his fate. Could it be, as Gulian Shuang suggested, that he was destined to remain at the Yuanyang realm? The ancient tome had not explicitly mentioned Xinxianyu's level of cultivation, and this uncertainty gnawed at him, though it did not linger long. Life continued as usual. Even if he took a step back, he had Gulian Shuang and Xianzhu for support, and in the Yujing Gorge, there was a horde of serpent demons to rely on. Self-preservation was assured. However, the inability to progress also meant that the white python demon could not advance, regardless of whether Bai Qinghan would reclaim his position in the future. Xinxianyu's stagnant cultivation meant that both Xinxianyang and Tang Daoshang would inevitably rise in power alongside their own. Contemplating this hidden danger, he resolved to address it promptly. Just as Xinxianyu's thoughts were intensifying, a peculiar aura emerged in the courtyard of the Wanfu, igniting his irritation. Was there more to come? Had they sent someone for another assassination attempt? He sprang from his bed, drawing the frostblade from its rack, and kicked open the door. Both Xianzhu and Gulian Shuang, along with Qingyu, reacted immediately. There, leaning against a pillar in the corridor, was a faceless man cloaked in black, gasping heavily. Xiao Shizhou, do not be alarmed, it is I, came a weak voice. Xinxianyu raised an eyebrow. The voice, though frail, sounded oddly familiar. Approaching, he was stunned to find himself face to face with none other than his half-brother, the 14th prince, King Jing. Shen Shuyan, struggling to speak, Shen Shuyan said, let us discuss this inside, just the two of us. Very well. With that, Xinxianyu signaled to the three women, who gracefully exited the rear courtyard. Once inside the bedroom, Shen Shuyan collapsed to the floor. Xinxianyu's gaze sharpened as he noticed a gaping wound, the size of a fist, in the center of his brother's chest. 14th brother, what has transpired? Xinxianyu inquired somberly. I returned to the capital in secret, concealing my arrival from father and everyone else, solely to verify a certain matter, Shen Shuyan responded. What matter? Do you know what lies within the ancestral temple? Is it not merely the tablets of the past sovereigns? It is much more than that. It also encompasses the life-bound objects of all royal family members, including you. Life-bound objects? I have never even heard of such a thing. Shen Shuyan, too weak to rise, could only lie on the ground, speaking in labored breaths. Last month, I reached the 9th level of the spirit manifestation realm, poised to break into the divine vision realm, yet I failed. I had thought it was a near certainty, having everything in my favor in Jingzhou, yet I still could not advance. Xinxianyu's heart skipped a beat. Was this not nearly identical to his own predicament? Shen Shuyan continued, thus, I sought the counsel of old friends and even visited the immortals of Qingcheng Mountain. They could not discern the cause, but I inadvertently uncovered the true reason behind the downfall of the three kings during their rebellion. That scoundrel Xinxianyang has meddled with our life-bound objects. Of the defeat and execution of the three kings were directly tied to the restrictions imposed by these objects on their cultivation, and now I, too, have seen my rank plummet from the 9th level of divine vision to the 9th level of cloud soaring. Initially skeptical, Shen Shuyan had discreetly visited the ancestral temple to confirm the matter. I beheld the life-bound objects of our brothers and other royal relatives, he continued, a bitter smile escaping him. For nearly 30 years, we have been mere pawns to father, oblivious to this truth. Were it not for the sacrifice of those three deceased brothers, who unveiled this secret to us, we would remain his marionettes for life once Xinxianyang ascends to power. Comprehending the gravity of the situation, Xinxianyu realized that the existence of life-bound objects was a closely guarded secret, known to only a handful before this. No wonder Xinxianyang's strategy of weakening the feudal lords did not involve outright annihilation. Instead, it targeted the core forces and loyal military under the lords. But how were these life-bound objects formed? As he pondered this, Shen Shuyan elucidated, upon birth, we are taken to the ancestral temple to forge a contract with the temple's artifacts, thereby creating our life-bound objects. Indeed, Xinxianyu vaguely recalled such a custom that he distinctly remembered being brought to the ancestral temple the day he emerged from his mother's womb. Yet, the memory felt distant and faded, and at the time, it seemed merely an opportunity to pay respects to ancestors, hoping for their protection from the heavens. It turned out that all royal family members, except the heir apparent, had been shackled with these restrictions. Chapter 47. What external thief, that is a thief within? This limitation is also the root of my inability to break through the barrier of the Yuanyang realm. Shen Shuyan struggled to prop himself up. Upon seeing this, Xinxianyu bent down to assist him, pulling up a chair for him to sit. Without uttering a word, he fetched healing elixirs. Although they were half-brothers, their relationship was quite harmonious before Shen Shuyan was ENFE. To be precise, Xinxianyu maintained a good rapport with his 18 elder brothers, setting aside considerations of power and personal gain. After taking the elixir, Shen Shuyan's breathing steadied. When he spoke again, his tone was laden with helplessness. Little 19, I came here solely to inform you of this matter. Do not confront father about it. Due to the restrictions imposed by my life-bound objects, I am unable to destroy them. Especially after this incident, the task of obliterating those life-bound objects becomes even more daunting. Xinxianyu remained silent. Previously, apart from the Crown Prince and the Emperor, no one else was aware of this matter. Following the Crown Prince's demise, Xinxianyang was conferred the title of Taizong, naturally becoming the heir apparent without any knowledge of this affair. Xinxianyu also refrained from mentioning it in front of any other royal kin, which serves to illustrate his stance. After all, one's position dictates one's perspective. If he were the legitimate eldest son or the emperor, he would certainly wish for such constraints to regulate the cultivation of the royal relatives. However, he was not. To voice a thoughtless remark, if one truly feared a sibling's usurpation, why would one, as a father, allow for such numerous offspring? The notion that if the main line were to perish, one could still select someone from the collateral line to inherit the throne sounds reasonable. Why must good fortune be reserved for the main line while all misfortune falls upon the collateral line, only to end with the fiefdom being diminished? Xinxianyu then suppressed these negative emotions and advised, 14th brother, your recent nocturnal escapade into the ancestral temple is likely to have been noticed. Perhaps you should temporarily seek refuge here until the storm passes, and I shall escort you back to Jingzhou.
One can evade for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Moreover, as your elder brother, I should shield you from the tempest.
It would be better for me to perish than to expose you to danger.
Shin Shuyun, feeling his pain gradually lessen, smiled wryly. Your concern brings me great comfort, but my presence here will only bring you trouble. Tonight is not about imposing any tasks upon you, rather, I wish to remind you to maintain a degree of caution regarding Shin Shenyang and father, whether in your fiefdom or while remaining in the capital.
Let us seek self-preservation, and perhaps this parting may yet allow for a reunion among brothers.
As he spoke, Shin Shuyun intended to pat Shin Xianyu on the shoulder but retracted his bloodied hand upon seeing its state.
Little Langtine was too pristine. Since they were brothers, it was better not to tarnish his cleanliness.
Shin Xianyu showed no disdain, leading Shin Shuyun to wash away the blood and find him a clean set of clothing. The healing effects of the elixir proved effective, and fortunately, his injuries were not severe. Thus, Shin Shuyun made preparations to slip away from Zhuangqing under the cover of night, quietly returning to Jingzhou.
At that moment, Shin Xianyu inquired, "Brother, who was it that injured you in the ancestral temple?"
It was Chief Eunuch Qi, but do not entertain thoughts of vengeance. After all, he likely did not recognize me, Shin Shuyun quickly cautioned.
Very well.
I shall take my leave now. As for what lies ahead, it depends on the fate of us brothers. Shin Shuyun was filled with sorrow and helplessness. He understood all too well that it would not be long before he was fully exposed. If father retained a semblance of conscience, he would spare his son's life, otherwise, he would have to await his demise. Lost in such thoughts, Shin Shuyun exited the royal residence. After watching him depart, Shin Xianyu's eyes glimmered with a cold light, and his thoughts became less tumultuous. According to the words of 14th brother, life-bound objects could indeed restrict our cultivation, and we were unable to destroy them at will.
Yet, for me, this is not a challenge. Shin Xianyu caressed the white python demon form on his hand, his heart already set. In the Yangxin Hall, Chief Eunuch Qi knelt before Shin Shenyun, trembling with fear. Your Majesty, it is my incompetence that allowed the external thief to escape. Please punish the servant.
What external thief? That is a thief within, Shin Shenyun replied. Chief Eunuch Qi was momentarily taken aback.
Your Majesty, what do you mean by that? Upon reflection, who among us possesses such intimate knowledge of the palace's defenses and layout, and can escape through that hidden path with ease? Shin Shenyun articulated.
The imperial city concealed a little-known path, one that had been secretly excavated 15 years ago by the 4-year-old Shin Xianyu, who would often slip out to play beyond the city while no one was watching. At that time, many princes who had not yet been in theft followed behind him. Shin Shenyun had simply turned a blind eye. Chief Eunuch Qi hastily declared, Your Majesty, this servant shall take people to seal that small exit immediately.
No need. Leave it be, Shin Shenyun instructed.
That thief, he is also my son. Not if he does not make the matter of the ancestral temple public, then all is well. If he does, we can handle it later. Chief Eunuch Qi, however, continued, though this servant did not see his face clearly, judging by his aura, it should be the 14th prince, Shin Shuyun.
Silence.
At that moment, Shin Shenyun's voice became suddenly sharp, and Chief Eunuch Qi realized that he had misspoken. A heavy weight settled in Chief Eunuch Qi's heart. It seemed the emperor wished to brush this matter aside, yet the Taizong had recently meddled with Shin Shuyun through life-bound objects. If Shin Shuyun were to inform the other princes, the situation would become even more complicated. The emperor merely did not wish to harm his son, nor did he want to bear the brunt of the blame. Very well, I shall alleviate your worries, and in doing so, lend a hand to the Taizong, for he is the rightful heir. After contemplating these matters, Chief Eunuch Qi respectfully replied, the servant understands. Shin Shenyun fell silent, lost in thought about one particular matter. How did the 14th prince come to learn of the secret within the ancestral temple? This issue must be investigated. Little Qi, summon the little order soon, he commanded. Yes, this servant shall do so. Shortly thereafter, Chief Eunuch Ling arrived. After Shin Shenyun assigned this task, he appeared troubled. Your Majesty, did you not instruct this servant to investigate the white python matter? This servant is somewhat overwhelmed.
Set aside the white python matter for now. It appears it may have transformed into a flood dragon in the city moat. Let it remain for the time being, and we shall seek to understand its stance towards the Dongxian dynasty when the opportunity arises. Having a creature with the potential to transform into a dragon stationed in the moat is far more prestigious than having an old turtle there. Even if it does not truly become a dragon, but instead a flood dragon, it still signifies that the heavens favor the Dongxian dynasty. Chief Eunuch Ling replied solemnly, this servant shall act in accordance with your Majesty's wishes. Remember to investigate discreetly. Do not alert the Prince of Jing. I do not wish to witness another son take his own life. Convey these words to little Qi without omission. This servant understands. Chapter 48 Uncle Shirsi, please hold on. After a brief moment, the esteemed Gonggang arrived at the office of the Ministry of Rights, where another official was sipping tea. Upon discussing the matters entrusted by Shin Shenyun, the official's expression turned grave as he stated, understood. This matter is known to heaven, earth, you, and me. I shall not divulge a single word of it. That is well, replied the esteemed Gonggang. I must hasten to arrange for personnel to journey to Jingzhou. Please continue your tea, I have matters to attend to. I will see you off, came the response. The eunuchs of the Ministry of Rights appeared to maintain amicable relations on the surface, yet each harbored their own thoughts. Just then, the chief eunuch, Gonggang Feng, approached and inquired, Little Qi, what has transpired in the palace tonight? The official, somewhat hesitant, respectfully replied, Gonggang Feng, did His Majesty not inform you? Understanding the implication, Gonggang Feng ceased his inquiries.
The affairs of the palace were intricate. If the emperor had chosen not to disclose something, it was clear he wished it to remain unknown. Among all the eunuchs in the dynasty, the most seasoned and powerful was this very Gonggong Fong, who also led the Dragon Guard of the imperial city. The Dragon Guard was not a conventional military force but rather a private designation for the eunuchs, having emerged following Qin Shengyun's tenure. At this moment, another eunuch arrived, bearing the imperial edict of Qin Shengyun. Gonggong, His Majesty commands that you immediately take up guard at the ancestral temple. I accept the decree, was the message conveyed. Gonggong Fong absorbed this decree, committing it to memory. He was acutely aware of the allegiances among the eunuchs of the Ministry of Rights of this young Qi, while overtly uninvolved in royal and courtly matters, was secretly a staunch supporter of the Taizong faction. But why would the emperor assign him to guard the ancestral temple? Gonggong Fong did not dwell on it further, planning instead to exit the palace in due time and inform Prince Yan, Qin Xianyu, of the personnel changes within the palace that would serve his interests. Little Qi felt a surge of delight in his heart. Initially, he had merely been patrolling the palace at night when he happened upon a shadow within the ancestral temple, thus stumbling into this affair. Fortuitously, he had not slain the intruder. Had Prince Jing, Qin Shuyun, met his end in that manner, his own life would now be forfeit. The emperor's decree also suggested that he was on guard. Even if he did not wish for Prince Jing to perish, the matter had already reached the ears of the Taizong, Qin Shenyang, who would soon decide how to act. Qin Shenyang was pacing back and forth in the south study, contemplating how to deal with Uncle Shirsi. Recently, he had emerged in the imperial city and even made an appearance at the ancestral temple. This situation appeared perilous. Should he seek out that scoundrel Qin Xianyu, matters would become even more complicated, yet escaping the imperial city was not an option. He needed to consult Uncle Shirsi for clarity. As these thoughts swirled, a murderous intent flickered in Qin Shenyang's eyes. His grandfather's wishes could be disregarded. It merely meant dispatching some assassins to pursue. Considering Qin Shuyun's cultivation at the 9th level of the ascending cloud realm, Qin Shenyang mobilized all capable hands from the crown princess residence. Locating Qin Shuyun's current whereabouts would not be overly difficult. He returned to the ancestral temple, searching among various personal artifacts for a jade lotus lantern. Upon encountering Qin Xianyu's personal artifact, he couldn't help but contemplate reinforcing its restrictions further. However, his father, the crown prince, had set a precedent, and the great celestial master Zhang Mingqi's restrictions were particularly formidable. Qin Shenyang gradually quelled this impulse, recognizing that it would be wiser to remain rational and avoid unnecessary trouble. Redirecting his gaze from Qin Xianyu's artifact, he intended merely to utilize it to ascertain Qin Shuyun's location. As the hour approached midnight, Qin Shuyun had already departed from Zhuangqing City and was now less than 30 miles to the south. Qin Shenyang's heart raced with increasing suspicion. An hour had passed since the incident, and given Uncle Shirsi's cultivation, he should not have traveled such a short distance. He wondered if, after leaving the imperial city, Qin Shuyun had lingered with Qin Xianyu. This could spell significant trouble. Qin Shenyang promptly exited the ancestral temple and approached the assassins, instructing the one with the highest cultivation, remember, this must be done discreetly. Once you intercept Qin Shuyun, bring him to Qin family village. I require him alive. Dead men do not speak, but this time Qin Shuyun must be made to speak. After a moment's reflection, Qin Shenyang resolved to accompany them personally. If Qin Shuyun had divulged the secret of his personal artifact to Qin Xianyu, this could serve as an opportunity to achieve a twofold advantage. He had even devised an explanation for his grandfather Uncle Shirsi, in his pursuit of a breakthrough, had incited the 19th uncle to steal the personal artifact. This would not only weaken Qin Shuyun significantly but might also result in his confinement. With the secret of the artifact revealed, his grandfather would likely not permit him to remain in the capital. Regardless of the outcome, he had to ensure Qin Shuyun's departure. Qin Shenyang wasted no time, slipping away from the imperial city under the cover of night, still clutching the jade lotus lantern. If necessary, this item could significantly diminish Qin Shuyun's cultivation, and his willingness to visit the ancestral temple in his quest for advancement underscored his desperation. By the time he caught up, he saw Qin Shuyun riding alone, armed with a sword, galloping down the official road. Qin Shenyang spurred his horse onward and called out, "Uncle Shirsi, please halt." Upon hearing the voice behind him, Qin Shuyun immediately reined in his horse, turning to find his expression darken significantly, especially upon seeing the smile on Qin Shenyang's face. In the past, he had found this nephew rather endearing, but now, seeing him, his stomach churned uncontrollably. "Uncle Shirsi, since you have come to Zhuangqing, why would you leave without a word?" Qin Shenyang inquired amicably. Qin Shuyun, however, cut to the chase, asking directly, "Qin Shenyang, has His Majesty sent you?" Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Shenyang replied nonchalantly, "Yes, grandfather has instructed me to ask you what you were doing at the ancestral temple." "Is there even a need to inquire?" "Since you have caught up, I am at His Majesty's mercy whether to kill or to spare." No, please do not misunderstand. His Majesty merely wishes for me to inquire whether you have mentioned anything regarding the ancestral temple to others." "Not at all." "Then why, after an hour, have you covered less than 50 miles? With your swordsmanship, you should not be this slow. I vaguely recall you could traverse 10 miles in an instant before your fiefdom. Surely you have not declined since then." Qin Shuyun scoffed, "With a calamity like you around, it is difficult for royal offspring to improve. Please, Uncle Shirsi, confront your nephew's inquiries honestly." "I am injured and unable to wield my sword. Otherwise, why would I choose to ride? Is Uncle Shirsi being obstinate? What, do you still intend to torture me?" Qin Shenyang ceased speaking, merely signaling to those beside him with a glance. And the next instant, a dozen blades were drawn. Qin Shenyang reiterated, "Everyone, remember to show restraint. I require him alive." Chapter 49 Waiting for you on the road to the underworld. If one were at the pinnacle of cultivation, the individuals before him would be but a trifling matter to be dealt with by a mere stroke of the sword. Yet now, as Shen Shuyan gazed upon the jade lotus lantern in Qin Shenyang's grasp, an uncontrollable fury and resentment surged within him. From the moment he could recall, he had devoted nearly every day to the arduous practice of martial techniques and the study of mental disciplines. Now at the age of 29, he had ascended to the 9th level of the Mingxian realm. Just one step remained, merely a single step, to reach the highest echelons of power. Yet, here lay this contraption, which required Qin Shenyang little effort to reduce him to the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage. Despite this, he still possessed the strength to fight back. However, when he drew his sword, that jade lotus lantern emitted an extraordinary radiance. In that fleeting moment, Shen Shuyan felt as if an immense mountain was pressing down upon him. Not only could he not unleash his sword, but even breathing became a Herculean task. Qin Shenyang's subordinates were quite discerning. They inflicted no fatal harm upon Shen Shuyan, merely shattering his energy sea and dantian. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, they severed all the meridians in his limbs. Throughout the entire ordeal, Shen Shuyan found himself utterly devoid of the capacity to resist, all due to that jade lotus lantern. Qin Shenyang slowly approached, his expression icy. 14th uncle, to speak candidly, each of you uncles, without exception, if I truly wished to eliminate you, it would be as effortless as flipping a hand. Yet, the emperor is reluctant to see you perish, and my father harbors the same sentiment, which is why I have been instructed to diminish your power. Had I genuinely desired your demise, you would have been eradicated long before this. Shen Shuyan sneered, I cannot fathom how my elder brother, a paragon of virtue, could produce a scoundrel such as yourself, who can still utter such grandiloquent words. Because I am the crown prince, and because you all have been far from forthright, your abilities are formidable, Qin Shenyang replied with indifference. This statement stemmed from the depths of his heart. Shen Shuyan gritted his teeth. If you could genuinely regard us as uncles, would we not wholeheartedly assist you? Throughout history, how many uncles have sought to usurp their nephews' positions? 14th uncle, surely you have perused the annals of history? Qin Shenyang remained unperturbed, devoid of any guilt. He firmly believed his actions were justified. Even if his father had not imparted any last words before passing, he would still have acted as such. There are many uncles, yet only one throne. Qin Shenyang then coldly commanded, as previously discussed, take me and this 14th uncle to Qin family village. Qin family village, situated not far from Zhuangjing city, was the gathering place of Qin Shenyang's maternal uncle's clan. What appeared to be a simple village was, in truth, a well-structured sect with considerable influence. During the reign of Crown Prince Xin Pingchuan, they obeyed his commands. After Xin Pingchuan's demise, the Chen family had turned their allegiance to Qin Shenyang. Upon witnessing Qin Shenyang's arrival accompanied by the renowned Prince Jing, the head of the Chen family, Chen Wufeng, expressed his surprise, Your Highness, what brings you here? Qin Shenyang replied with a faint smile, Uncle, it would be best if you did not inquire further. Find a clean place for my 14th uncle, I wish to have a serious conversation with him. A moment later, Shen Shuyan was brought into a modest dwelling. He knelt upon the ground, while Qin Shenyang, as the nephew, seated himself with great authority before Shen Shuyan, holding a prepared confession. The contents of the document made it clear to Shen Shuyan that Qin Shenyang's true intentions were far from benevolent. Dear nephew, I cannot fathom why you would target me, when your 19th uncle, a man of such benevolence, has done you no wrong. I may have to swallow my pride after you have dealt with me, but he is merely a licentious wastrel. Do you not spare even him? Qin Shuyan's voice escalated to a roar by the end. Qin Shenyang chuckled, 14th uncle, you underestimate your 19th uncle. It is indeed more challenging to scheme against him than it is against you. Take this instance as an example. I easily succeeded in calculating your downfall. But let us not dwell on him. I merely seek your compliance in yielding your fief. If you sign this confession and maintain a consistent narrative, I shall tend to your injuries and lift the restraints imposed by your life-bound object. The emperor is likely to confine you for the time being, but this confinement offers you a chance to further cultivate your strength, and I assure you that I will not trouble you again. According to his expectations, Shen Shuyan would be moved by this proposition. However, he spat a mouthful of blood directly onto Qin Shenyang's face, his countenance a mask of fury. You wretched beast, I am a dignified prince of Dongxian, and I am still a person. You expect me to harm another brother of mine? I would rather die than commit such an atrocity. Qin Shenyang raised his hand, wiping the blood from his face, his cold demeanor laid bare. Then you may remain here, 14th uncle. As he rose to depart, he instructed those nearby, devise a way to reduce him to a mindless fool, and then quietly dispose of him back in Jingzhou. The assassins exchanged glances, their hearts trembling at the apparent absence of any familial compassion in the eyes of the crown prince. Qin Shenyang. At that moment, Shen Shuyan suddenly bellowed. Qin Shenyang turned back to look. To his astonishment, in that fleeting instant, Shen Shuyan, whose meridians had been severed, stood upright, his form shot forth like an arrow, even drawing a dagger from a nearby assassin's waist. Without hesitation, he aimed it directly at Qin Shenyang's crown. Qin Shenyang experienced a momentary panic, yet at that instant, a layer of golden light enveloped him completely. The feeble blade could not breach this protective barrier. Shen Shuyan's pupils widened in shock. Is that the golden light spell of the 5 gods? Indeed, Qin Shenyang replied, a smile gracing his lips as he produced a glowing talisman from his sleeve, then raised his foot to kick Qin Shuyan away. 14th uncle, should you have been at your peak, a single strike could have shattered the golden light, but alas, you are merely a spent force now. Nevertheless, I truly admire your tenacity, struggling even with severed meridians of this time, I shall not hold it against you. Blood began to seep from Qin Shuyan's 7 orifices, and he could no longer grip the dagger's hilt. Xin Shenyang discerned that Qin Shuyun's continued struggle was fueled by his desperate attempt to force his energy and blood to fill the ruptured meridians. The cost was a reversal of his qi and the ruin of his cultivation. He was merely gambling on a slim chance of success. Unfortunately for him, he had failed. Xin Shenyang remarked with a smile, 14th uncle, you have only yourself to blame for your own path to ruin, and your future existence will be akin to that of neither man nor ghost, rendering the distinction of a grand destiny moot. Enduring excruciating pain, Qin Shuyun once more tightened his grip on the dagger. Upon witnessing this, Xin Shenyang felt a tremor of uncertainty. Could it be that 14th uncle still had a trump card? Yet, in the next moment, Qin Shuyun pointed the dagger's tip at his own heart. You vile wretch, retribution will eventually find you. I, along with your other uncles, shall await you on the road to the underworld. At that time, you shall suffer greatly. Chapter 50 of The White Python enters the ancestral temple. Want to die? 14th uncle, I apologize, but now that you have fallen into my hands, even death is beyond your reach. Xin Shenyang chuckled ominously, still clutching the jade lotus lamp. Qin Shuyun's movements had completely stiffened, while Xin Shenyang effortlessly seized the blade from his grasp, the tip of the knife poised beneath his chin. To a certain extent, the life-bound object allows one to manipulate you like a puppet. 14th uncle, it would be wise for you to cling to life. Your existence now holds far more value than your demise. Caught between the inability to seek life and the impossibility of seeking death, this encapsulated Qin Shuyun's current predicament. His foremost concern was not his own fate, but rather what might befall Xin Xianyu. Xin Shenyang had not inherited his father's compassion. Instead, he had mastered his father's ruthlessness to a remarkable degree. To be candid, 14th uncle, I had hoped to discuss the bonds of blood and kinship with you, which is why I sought your assistance against Xin Xianyu. However, your inability to recognize the gravity of the situation leaves me no choice but to act as I must. You will undoubtedly sign this confession. I am indifferent to how the emperor perceives me. His only stipulation is that he does not wish to witness your demise while you still draw breath. At this juncture, Xin Shenyang came to a realization. The presence of those uncles could be viewed as a test, a question of how to eliminate all threats before inheriting the throne. The more ruthless one is, the more secure their position becomes. Without hesitation, Xin Shenyang commanded the life-bound object to transform Qin Shuyun into a mere puppet under his control. Given Qin Shuyun's grievous injuries, his consciousness could be sealed away, allowing Xin Shenyang to manipulate his every word and action through royal secret arts. Had it been during Qin Shuyun's peak cultivation, the life-bound object would merely have suppressed his powers without achieving such dominance. The confession remained unchanged, yet moments later, it bore Qin Shuyun's signature.
The content was succinct. Following interrogation, Qin Shuyun admitted to clandestinely infiltrating the ancestral temple and conspiring with the exiled prince Xin Xianyu to destroy the temple and obliterate the artifact.
This matter, of course, could not be publicly disclosed. Xin Shenyang continued to detain Qin Shuyun at Chen's manor, while he himself returned to the imperial city at dawn. He headed straight to the Yangqing palace to present the confession to Xin Shengyun. Before long, he was met with a resounding slap. Xin Shengyun was seething with rage.
Did I authorize you to act so presumptuously? Who gave you the right to take such liberties?
Xin Shenyang understood that when one faces punishment, they must stand at attention, resolutely facing Xin Shengyun, and replied solemnly, Your Majesty, there is no wall that does not let the wind through. You must understand the gravity of the situation. Should the matter of the ancestral temple's artifact be revealed, the princes and royal relatives will surely harbor discontent. I acted without permission to eliminate 14th uncle in order to prevent further complications. However, rest assured, 14th uncle's life is not in peril. He is safely confined at Chen's manor. Yet now, aside from 14th uncle, there was also 19th uncle, who had learned of these events. I implore your majesty to act swiftly and restrain 19th uncle, at the very least, confine his movements. This situation had far exceeded Qin Shengyun's expectations. After a moment of contemplation, he understood the root of the problem. The eunuchs from the Bureau of Rites had become too familiar, and certain individuals could not keep their mouths shut. Last night, they had disclosed this matter to Xin Shenyang. The issue lay with Qin Shuyun discovering the life-bound object. Otherwise, he would not have risked venturing into the ancestral temple. His initial judgment had proven correct. Apart from his seemingly inept younger son, no one could be fully trusted. Qin Shengyun's countenance darkened. Immediately retrieve your 14th uncle from Chen's manor and bring him back to the Jing King's residence in Jingzhou at once.
Xin Shenyang could not help but inquire, what shall be done about 19th uncle? I shall handle him personally. Xin Shenyang refrained from saying more. The emperor's thoughts were often inscrutable, and no one could discern what he was contemplating at that very moment. Certainly, he would not allow familial ties to cloud his judgment. For years, he had advocated for the reduction of princely powers, yet it was evident to all that without the emperor's support, would Xin Shenyang dare to act so boldly? The emperor was well aware of the stakes. If he wished to avoid insurrection from his sons before his time came, he must confine 19th uncle under the guise of reigning in the princes. Xin Shengyun pondered the situation. The grandfather and grandson stood in silence, one contemplative, the other bowed, both lost in thought. Boom! Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted from the direction of the ancestral temple. Eunuch Qi's voice resonated in the hearts of all present. Everyone, be vigilant, the white python has reappeared, right at the ancestral temple.
Within the ancestral temple, the creature that everyone believed had transformed into a dragon was vividly present. Eunuch Qi stood alone, while the nearby eunuchs had been reduced to mere pulp beneath the python's might. How utterly bizarre! As a martial artist of the Ascendant Cloud realm, how could I not even breach this beast's defenses? Eunuch Qi stared warily at the 30-foot-long white python, instinctively wanting to unleash another punch. Yet, his previous strike had barely grazed the creature, and the backlash had left him in agony. The white python's gaze was not fixed upon him, but rather upon the ancestral tablets of the Eastern Qian dynasty's forebears. More precisely, its focus seemed to be on the life-bound objects. However, the Imperial City was riddled with barriers against demonic incursions. How had this creature approached the ancestral temple so stealthily? As Eunuch Chi ruminated over this perplexity, the white python suddenly swung its tail, crashing directly toward him. With no room for evasion, he could only encase his body in true energy for protection. The result was akin to a nail being driven into the ground, with half of his body remaining above the surface. Despite its massive size, the white python was remarkably agile, deftly weaving past the tablets and into the adjoining chamber. Its eyes scanned the area, ultimately locking onto a luminous pearl. At that moment, Shen Xianyu hesitated for a fleeting second, contemplating whether to seize all the life-bound objects and obliterate them using the python's form. After a brief pause, he decided to merely control the python's form, using its tail to fling the luminous pearl to the ground. The tail rose high and came crashing down, the pearl shattered into countless fragments. Simultaneously, numerous experts from the Imperial City had arrived at the ancestral temple. Outside, not a single aura was below the Ascendant Cloud realm. There was no other option. They could not afford to be cunning, and must charge forth regardless of the injuries they might sustain. Their objective had already been attained. Upon seeing Shen Xianyang also present, Shen Xianyu's heart sank. Controlling the white python's form, he surged directly toward Shen Xianyang, simultaneously unleashing a thick cloud of toxic mist. Shen Xianyang's face turned ashen with fright. In his line of sight, the white python was not merely emitting poisonous vapors. It was also bearing its massive jaws toward him. Chapter 51. This is also a rebirth. The most bizarre aspect of this situation was that, from the mouth of the white python, a sword chi suddenly shot forth. Good grief, as if spewing poison wasn't enough, now it could also unleash swords. The formidable beings stationed within the Imperial City did not remain passive spectators. Among them, one individual directly reached out and shattered the sword chi with a mere gesture. With a flourish of his sleeve, he completely dispelled the dense poisonous mist, yet the white python had already vanished without a trace. As the crowd prepared to pursue, Shen Xiangyun suddenly spoke, his voice grave. There is no need to chase. This creature is quite familiar with the terrain of the Imperial City. If it employs treachery, it will only result in unnecessary casualties. Return and maintain vigilance.
The crowd responded in unison, "We shall heed your command, your majesty."
Before the ancestral temple, only the grandfather and grandson remained. Shen Xianyang wished to inspect the fateful objects within the ancestral temple, but Shen Xiangyun seized the back of his collar.
"What do you think you are doing?"
Shen Xianyang replied to his grandfather's inquiry, "Your Majesty, with the white python appearing here, I fear that the faithful objects belonging to my uncles may be damaged."
"I am not dead yet."
"It is not your place to concern yourself with such matters," Shen Xiangyun retorted. Entering the temple himself, most of the faithful objects were unharmed, save for the night pearl corresponding to Shen Xianyu, which was shattered beyond repair. Shen Xiangyun bent down to gather the shards and concealed them in his sleeve. When he opened his palm, another identical night pearl materialized, returning it to its rightful place. This item was not a faithful object, merely a simple ornament. Without uttering another word, Shen Xiangyun departed. After Shen Xianyang cautiously approached, he discovered that the faithful objects in the compartment had remained intact, prompting a sigh of relief.
Phew, what a stroke of luck. Even so, he could not shake off the lingering dread.
The creature from earlier, with its lethal assault methods, bore no resemblance to a mere beast. It was akin to a highly skilled assassin. Shen Xianyang was certain that the white python's attack was not intended to create an opportunity for escape but was solely aimed at ending his life. Upon realizing it had failed, it left without a moment's delay. Was this not the very definition of an assassin? Moreover, had the Astronomy Bureau not stated that this white python was likely to transform into a flood dragon within the protective moat? Shen Xianyang's heart raced at the thought the capital truly was a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Outside the Imperial City, in the protective moat, the white python lay motionless at the bottom of the water, slowly opening its mouth. To his astonishment, Shen Xianyu emerged from within the serpent's maw. There was no other option. The area surrounding the ancestral temple was filled with prohibitive formations designed to deter demons, yet they posed no threat to the royal family. Thus, he had to conceal himself within the body of the white python, masking its presence with his own aura. Shen Xianyu then transformed the python's form into a bracelet, his body skillfully swimming through the water. At that moment, the shackles of the 9th level of the Yuan Yang realm began to dissolve. At this instant, he truly stepped into the Qi refinement phase, marking the first significant boundary of the Qi refinement realm. It was as if with each distance he swam, his realm would break through anew. The energy within him surged violently. Qi refinement first layer, Qi refinement second layer, Qi refinement third layer, Qi refinement sixth layer, Qi refinement seventh layer, Qi refinement eighth layer. It was at the 8th layer that Shen Xianyu reached above the water's surface, finding himself at the downstream fork of the protective moat. On the bank stood Gu Lianchuan, Xanju, and Chengyu. Not far off were Su Pa and numerous guards from the royal residence, all lying in wait. Their presence was to ensure that he and the white python could not escape. Shen Xianyu extended his hand to grasp the bank, and Xinju reached out to pull him up. The scene left her momentarily stunned, as she vaguely recalled the day 19 years ago when the fairy consort had given birth, and the prince had first extended his tiny hand. It was truly remarkable. It was also she who had pulled him out then. The similarity between the two events was striking. Once Shen Xianyu completely emerged onto the shore, he plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath. The aura of the Qi refinement realm was unmistakably present. Xinju and Gu Lianchuan immediately sensed it, exclaiming in unison, "Congratulations, Your Highness, for entering the Qi refinement realm." Shen Xianyu had no breath left to speak, merely waving his hand dismissively.
Xinju could not help but ask, "Your Highness, did you swim all the way from upstream to downstream by yourself?" Shen Xianyu nodded.
Staying inside by Qing Han's body felt just like being in the womb. I could hardly breathe. If I stayed any longer, I felt I would suffocate. It was far better to swim here myself, in the water. I could at least catch my breath. Inside the serpent's belly, I nearly choked, and the idea of wriggling out like Orochimaru was simply intolerable. It was quite disgusting to eye in the water. I could also take a bath. Once he had completely recovered his breath, Shin Xianyu rose to his feet, feeling the flowing energy within him. The chi refinement realm was, after all, not particularly arduous. It was easier to control than the form of the white python. The most significant point was that he no longer had to adhere to that color. No, it meant that for this lifetime, there were no restrictions. This was also a rebirth.
Let us return to the royal residence. Observing Shin Xianyu's spirited demeanor, Xianju and Gu Lianchuan could not help but smile in unison.
Xingyu, however, was less contemplative, merely thinking that it was a good thing for His Highness to break through. After returning to the royal residence, Shin Xianyu's body, which had been damp, was now dry, yet Xianju remarked, "Your Highness, the river water still carries a fishy odor.
Perhaps you should wash again." "Alright, you can scrub my back for me." Gu Lianchuan initially considered suggesting that she could do it, but ultimately refrained from voicing it, feeling somewhat sour as she watched Shin Xianyu and Xianju enter the bathing chamber. Approximately half an hour passed without any sign of Shin Xianyu emerging. Xingyu, unable to contain her curiosity, asked to Sister Lianchuan, "Why haven't His Highness and Sister Xianju come out yet? Does bathing really take this long?"
Seeing the innocent expression on the young girl's face, Gu Lianchuan deflected. Children should not ask so many questions.
In terms of both age and cultivation, Xingyu could only be regarded as a younger sister in front of Gu Lianchuan and Xianju.
After a while, it was Shin Xianyu who first emerged, looking even more radiant than before his return to the royal residence. Meanwhile, Xianju remained in the misty jade pool. Shin Xianyu enjoyed the experience far more than his fellow princes. Upon moving out of the palace and into the residence of the Prince of Words, his first act was to transform the bathing chamber into a hot spring, which he dubbed the Golden Jade Spring. The opulence of the surroundings could only be described as lavish. Rumors circulated that Prince Shin Xianyu concealed hundreds of beautiful maidens within the Golden Jade Spring. That was pure nonsense. Even a fool could discern the impossibility of such a claim. After all, his body could hardly withstand it. It was merely that he occasionally played in the water with Xianju or that little fox girl. Thus far, aside from himself, only they had entered. Noticing Gu Lianchuan and Xingyu staring intently at that place, Shin Xianyu teased, "If you wish to enter, then do so." Gu Lianchuan withdrew her gaze, her tone nonchalant, yet a blush crept onto her cheeks. However, she shook her head. "Your Highness, if possible, I would prefer to wait until the night of our wedding." Chapter 52 of the request for offerings. Shin Xianyu smiled with delight. "I believe that day will not be far off. If your Highness cannot wait, tonight will suffice." Gu Lianchuan's voice dwindled, her cheeks flushed, nearly reaching her alabaster neck. Ultimately, before she could finish her sentence, Shin Xianyu had already retreated to his chamber. Primarily, Gu Lianchuan's voice was so faint, it resembled the whisper of a mosquito, rendering Shin Xianyu oblivious to her words. Now that he had finally broken through, his foremost task was to consolidate his cultivation and test whether he could leap into the 9th level of chi refinement. The elevation of one's realm was, naturally, a pursuit of lethality. For instance, the sword she unleashed before the ancestral hall would not have been so easily shattered had it been wielded at the 8th level of chi refinement. It could have injured or even slain that little brat Shin Shenyang. Throughout the night, his chi refinement was as steadfast as Mount Tai. However, the nourishing essence from the white python's body had been completely exhausted, leaving no possibility for a breakthrough to the 9th level of chi refinement. Furthermore, an unprecedented sense of hunger enveloped him, but he consumed the breakfast prepared from the heart pearl entirely, yet it proved of no avail. In the royal treasury, several hundred pounds of poultry and fish remained, but after feeding the white python, the hunger still showed no sign of abating. The heart pearl couldn't help but chuckle. "Your Highness, you have fed the white python so many peculiar things, these ordinary foods can hardly satisfy its appetite. Moreover, the white python is on the brink of transformation, requiring an immense quantity of sustenance. Ideally, it would prefer bloodied meat." As these words fell, Shin Xianyu contemplated where to procure appropriate food. Suddenly, the eunuch from the Imperial Sacrificial Office paid a visit. Shin Xianyu effortlessly transformed the white python back into a bracelet and donned it on his wrist before proceeding to the front courtyard to receive him.
"The servant pays respects to your Highness, Wang. No need for formalities."
"What brings you here so early today?" "His Majesty has commanded that the servant escort you to the Yangxing Palace, without allowing any attendants to follow."
Shin Xianyu did not accept the order.
The prohibition against bringing attendants felt reminiscent of a banquet of treachery. After all, he had destroyed his life-bound object with the white python yesterday. This matter was likely impossible to conceal. Was Shin Shengyun to impose punishment, or did he harbor other intentions? At that moment, the eunuch spoke. "His Majesty wishes to assure you that you need not worry. Your father will not harm his son."
"Very well," Shin Xianyu replied, donning his outer robe and boarding the royal carriage, guarded by the eunuchs as they made their way to the imperial city.
Upon arriving at the Yangxing Palace, the doors and windows were promptly secured by the eunuchs. Seated on the dragon throne, Shin Xingyun's fingertips emitted a golden gleam, which then transformed into a restrictive formation. This technique was familiar to Shin Xianyu, merely employed to prevent eavesdropping through the walls. "Xianyu, as father and son, we should not conceal our thoughts from one another. Speak frankly with me.
What is your relationship with that white python?"
Shin Xianyu replied candidly, "If we must define our relationship, I am its master. I feed it daily and regard it as my lifeblood. If not a master, then what am I?"
"A beast tamer?" When Shin Shengyun uttered that term, Shin Xianyu nodded decisively. There is a fundamental difference between being a master and a beast tamer. The dragon that appeared in the moat is also connected to you? Indeed. Can the white python and the dragon be conflated? Father, are you interrogating me? Regardless, I have already destroyed my lifebound object. What do you intend to do with me? Shin Shangyun chose not to respond further and produced a document regarding Shin Shuyun's offerings. Upon taking a glance, fury surged in Shin Xianyu's eyes. Is this not pure slander? Yet it was also a fact. Had it not been for the 14th brother revealing this matter to you, you would have remained oblivious to the existence of the lifebound object and would not have acted so recklessly yesterday. Shin Shangyun's expression grew grave. Then you may deal with your son as you see fit, whether to kill or to punish is entirely your discretion. I have no intention to punish you, but Chen Yang seeks to leverage this matter to compel you to become a vassal. Once you arrive at the vassal territory, he will deal with you. Is that your thought as well? Shin Shangyun replied, since we are being candid today, I shall not withhold the truth from you. It is impossible for you to become a vassal, though I still need you to assist me. Do not treat me as a pawn in your political schemes. I would rather go to the vassal territory and fight Shin Shenyang to the bitter end. Shin Xianyu stated coolly. Do you remember the prescription I provided you? Of course, but what was it for? It is for the elixir of immortality. Upon hearing this, Shin Xianyu fell silent, his lips twitching incessantly. Father, that thing is nothing but a deception. Do not become obsessed with it with your own cultivation. If you focus on self-cultivation, living for several more decades should not be a problem. Shin Shangyun countered, then let me ask you, who possesses the longest lifespan in this world to date? El Shinrin from the previous dynasty, who lived to 182 years, Shin Xianyu replied. His realm has reached unparalleled heights, yet he could not withstand the erosion of time. This is not something that can be resolved merely through cultivation. When the phase of decline arrives, no realm can mitigate it. I simply wish to survive. Shin Xingyun's breaths quickened, his gaze exuding an intense pressure. Xianyu, only if I survive do you and your brothers have a chance to live. I require time to resolve the myriad forces attached to the Crown Prince's lineage. This is a task you and your brothers cannot accomplish. What you can do is help me find other medicinal materials, regardless of their authenticity. I must at least try. The pursuit of immortality is nearly the ultimate goal of all emperors, and Shin Shangyun was no exception. If an elixir of immortality truly exists, and if he can indeed refine it, as a son, he would do whatever he could. It was understandable that this matter would not be entrusted to others. At least he knew his father held no reservations towards him. Naturally, he could also choose to eliminate Shin Shenyang, but such an act would undoubtedly result in a situation where the costs outweighed the benefits. Given the current circumstances, Shin Shenyang's continued existence was preferable to his demise. Should he perish, the various kings would become restless, and the factions within the court would inevitably splinter into numerous sections. To the north, there are the northern barbarians. To the south, the southern Qian. Once internal chaos ensues and external enemies attack, the nation's strength and fortune would plummet like a waterfall. Shin Xianyu declared, Father, I am willing to undertake these tasks, but you would do well not to impose restrictions on my other matters. There is one more thing I must clarify with you. I genuinely wish to slay that little beast Shin Shenyang. Shin Xingyun's eyes reflected despair. Then your elder brother's lineage would face extinction. What do I care? This phrase was not suitable to utter before Shin Shangyun. Shin Xianyu retorted, Father, are you not afraid that all your other sons will also face extinction? This statement rendered Shin Shangyun speechless. The atmosphere fell into a prolonged silence. Shin Shangyun responded to Shin Xianyu's question in another manner. The temples built by the common people for the White Python had recently generated considerable incense offerings, and the Astronomical Bureau discovered that these offerings were depleting at an alarming rate. Furthermore, some villagers claimed that a white python deity had appeared in their dreams, demanding offerings. Chen Yang had been investigating this matter last night. Does it have anything to do with you? Upon hearing this, Shin Xianyu appeared taken aback and hurriedly exclaimed, Father, I have not engaged in such disgraceful acts. Who has done this? Chapter 53 At the White Immortal Temple. After the inquiry, Shin Shangyun earnestly advised, Xianyu, cultivating through incense offerings is merely a means employed by mountain spirits and ghostly entities. Our human race has never resorted to such underhanded methods. You must exercise caution and not stray into misguided paths. Such words were difficult to digest. In every profession, there are masters. The same principle applies to cultivation, and every phenomenon exists for a reason. Nevertheless, these considerations are secondary. To enhance one's cultivation through incense offerings, in a certain sense, resembles the actions of corrupt officials demanding bribes. You provide me with gold and silver, and I shall attend to your affairs. Such conduct is, at the very least, repugnant in form. Shin Shangyun continued, Father does not wish to blame you. It is simply that I cannot afford to be without you at this juncture, fearing that Shenyang may stir trouble in this matter. If you have not engaged in such actions, it would be prudent to address the situation. After all, that white python is connected to you. While the little rascal may lack direct evidence against you, he likely suspects your connection with the white serpent, so be vigilant. Shin Xianyu nodded slightly. I shall take a look shortly. Also, do not forget the matters your father entrusted to you. Shin Shangyun reminded. Understood. Shin Xianyu sighed resignedly within his heart. The authenticity of the longevity elixir's formula was uncertain, yet his father had practiced alchemy for many years. Aside from his imperial status, his mastery of the craft was undoubtedly unparalleled in the realm. He should have a clear understanding of which pills are viable. Thus, he resolved to handle this matter well, hoping to appease the old man.
Regardless of its efficacy, as a son who had indulged in a carefree life for 19 years, he ought to show filial piety. Upon leaving the Yangxin Palace and returning to the royal residence, Shen Xianyu summoned Supa, intending to visit the White Immortal Temple. At this moment, Xinju reminded him, Your Highness, cultivating through incense offerings is generally the domain of mountain spirits and ghostly entities. Your techniques are limited, and encountering them may pose difficulties. It would be better for the servant to accompany you. No need, your health has yet to recover, so remain at home. As for mountain spirits and ghostly entities, I have ample means to deal with them, Shen Xianyu replied. Where do you derive such means? Do not forget that Lianshuang has imparted her swordsmanship to me. Xinju realized suddenly the sword is indeed a most unique weapon, unparalleled in its nature. To many martial artists, it may appear ostentatious and less practical than spears or axes, often resembling mere adornment, yet, fundamentally, the essence of the sword can be encapsulated in the concepts of rectitude and directness. A 3-foot-long sword can cleave through injustice, while a 30-zheng sword aura can vanquish all adversaries. This is a universal consensus among all sword cultivators. The definition of an adversary is vast. Humans, demons, ghosts, deities, and even emperors may all be foes, and all can be slain. At this moment, Xinju displayed a motherly smile, praising, It seems my predictions from your youth were not misguided. You shall surely grow into greatness, Xinju, in the future. If you wish to praise me, do so without that look in your eyes, Shen Xianyu remarked, his expression somewhat peculiar. Why not? She queried. Your gaze resembles that of my mother. Previously, he had felt indifferent to Xinju's gaze, but now, encountering it again stirred an uncomfortable sense of guilt within him. With a gentle smile, Xinju inquired, What if it were like this? Much better. Shen Xianyu waved his hand and, accompanied by Supa and several guards from the royal residence, stepped outside. Since the White Python vanquished the wicked, the citizens had erected 3 temples in its honor throughout Zhuangqing, collectively known as the White Immortal Temple. Lacking official support, these temples were modest and unadorned, yet the populace held great reverence for the statues. They had specifically commissioned artisans from the capital to carve the images, imitating the form of the White Python coiling. At first glance, there was no palpable aura of malevolence. The sight was not fearsome at all. The incense offerings within the temple were not exceedingly abundant. Coincidentally, a few villagers arrived to make offerings, bringing not only incense and candles but also a variety of delicacies, such as braised pork knuckles. Strangely, there were also dishes of spicy stir-fried meat with noodles. While it might be understandable to present some pork trotters, this was quite baffling. The villagers themselves found it odd. Recently, local gentry had been visited in dreams by the White Immortal, who was quite particular about the offerings, demanding variety in the food rather than the traditional offerings of young boys and girls. Furthermore, it complained about the dilapidated state of the temple. The gentry felt quite distressed. While they had no qualms about the offerings, the recent years had been harsh, leaving them without the surplus to construct a magnificent temple for the White Python. Moreover, the imperial court would never approve of erecting an opulent temple for a python demon. Subsequently, Supa discreetly remarked to Shen Xianyu, Your Highness, it appears that mountain spirits and ghostly entities are indeed using the name of the White Immortal Temple to gather incense offerings, demanding far too much. In my humble opinion, we should dismantle the White Immortal Temple to avoid further calamity. Shen Xianyu shot him a glance. Are you truly that reckless? What does your highness intend to do? Shen Xianyu then turned to the villagers and inquired, What has the White Immortal done to warrant such abundant offerings from you? A farmer promptly replied, Hey, your highness Yanwang, you need not say more. Ever since the White Immortal Temple was established, the weather around these 3 temples has been quite favorable. In the past, we seldom saw rain during spring, but these days, it has been raining continuously, making our spring plowing much easier. Thus, it has not caused you any hardship, Shen Xianyu asked. Not at all. The villagers had initially thought that Shen Xianyu was sent by the court to demolish the White Immortal Temple. The local gentry had prepared a petition praising the White Python in lavish language, as if attempting to deify it. Shen Xianyu murmured to himself, This aligns closely with my ideal scenario, but the loss of incense offerings must be traced back to its source. It is not that I wish to prevent those mountain spirits and ghostly entities from absorbing incense offerings. The main issue is that taking without permission is akin to theft. The White Immortal Temple serves to honor the White Python demon. After our encounter, a simple acknowledgement will suffice. If you can truly help the people through their hardships, it would be a shared merit between us, and the incense offerings can be divided evenly. However, this time, the 3 temples had accumulated a significant amount of incense offerings. Shen Xianyu recalled Shen Xingyun's warning, utilizing incense offerings as a means of cultivation is indeed a method employed by mountain spirits and ghostly entities, yet I do not belong to that category. However, the White Python demon does feeling quite famished. He found little interest in the offerings. Shen Xianyu wandered among the 3 temples, continuously practicing the swallowing technique imparted by Bai Qinghan. Within half a day, he consumed all the incense offerings from the 3 temples, leaving not a trace behind. As anticipated, the sensation of fullness that the incense offerings provided was remarkably strong, and moreover, it propelled him to a breakthrough into the 9th level of the qi refining realm. With one more step, he could break through to an even greater realm. As night fell, within the southern White Immortal Temple, Bai Qinghan sat cross-legged on a mat, feeling utterly dejected as he gnawed on honey-glazed roast chicken. At that moment, the maid Hongnuet approached. White Emperor, this servant has just inquired among the villagers, who mentioned that during the day, Yanwang Shen Xianyu wandered among the 3 temples for quite some time. The loss of incense offerings is likely related to him. Chapter 54. Only heaven knows. Bai Qinghan swallowed the morsel of chicken in his mouth, continuing to chew gloomily on the remnants of the bones. To be precise, he was consuming the minuscule remnants of incense left on the offerings. This little rascal lived like a bandit, feasting wherever he could, leaving no trace of incense unclaimed. Bai Qinghan gritted his teeth as he spoke. Han Yue stifled a laugh, saying, White Emperor, he is merely trying to nourish your demonic form.
Indeed, but he could feed on anything. Why must he compete with me for incense? Besides, he remains oblivious to the fact that it is you who consumes the incense. Would it not be prudent to inform him? Bai Qinghan fell into deep contemplation. It was time to have that conversation. Upon arriving in Zhuangqing, he had initially intended to seek out Shen Xianyu directly, but upon sensing several potent sources of incense nearby, he prioritized the incense instead. In the Qingyun pool, his primordial spirit had not yet fully recovered. It suddenly dawned on him that incense was far more effective for the restoration of his primordial spirit than the Qingyun pool. In just a few days, he had restored his cultivation to the 9th layer of the bright spirit realm. He had planned to linger in the vicinity for a few days until his cultivation reached the pinnacle of the observation spirit realm before approaching Shen Xianyu to renegotiate their contract. To Bai Qinghan, this matter was not urgent. Previously, he had sensed that no matter how Shen Xianyu fed the white python's demonic form, he could not break through to the qi refining stage. Now, for some unknown reason, he could no longer sense it, but he guessed that Shen Xianyu was still at the primordial yang stage. Thus, it would be just right to let him break his vows and fall back to the sealed yang stage, making the renegotiation of the contract somewhat easier. Furthermore, he could leverage Shen Xianyu's primordial yang to return to the observation spirit realm. As for the demonic form, there was no haste in reclaiming it. This contract must still be honored. At the very least, Shen Xianyu should reach his desired level before it is revoked, and reclaiming it later would yield even greater benefits. After all, disregarding the cultivation of the serpent form, he had consumed for decades yet failed to grow. Shen Xianyu had nurtured it for a short while, and it was nearly 30 zhang long. Regardless of whether one belonged to the human or demon race, there exists an inexplicable obsession with growth. As the White Emperor of the demon race, Bai Qinghan was no exception. With this thought in mind, Bai Qinghan rose from the cushion, brushed the dust from his white skirt, and set his gaze towards the direction of the Yanwang mansion. Upon arriving at the corner of the alley to the right of the mansion, he spotted a blood-soaked figure relentlessly pounding on the door of Yanwang mansion. Xiao Shizhou, Xiao Shizhou. The person cried in a frantic tone, his expression one of sheer panic. Soon, Supa, responsible for guarding the door, opened it and was taken aback upon seeing the visitor. Your Highness Jingjing, did you not return to Jingzhou? Where is Xiao Shizhou? Shen Chuyun's countenance was fraught with urgency. Without further ado, Supa pulled him inside, swiftly closing the door behind them and ordering the guards to enter a state of alert. Hearing the commotion, Shen Xianyu hurried over from the courtyard. Fourth brother, did you not say you were returning to Jingzhou? How did you end up in this state? Did Shen Shenyang ambush you? Shen Xianyu inquired, his concern palpable. Shen Chuyun succinctly recounted his ordeal, then quickly added, my condition is of little consequence. You must be extremely cautious. The Qin family has signed death warrants for over a dozen individuals and acquired numerous self-destructive artifacts. They plan to kill you the next time you leave the mansion. Upon hearing this, Shen Xianyu's brows furrowed. Fourth brother, how did you come by this information? When I was at the Qin estate, I led them to believe I had been driven mad, allowing me to overhear things they otherwise would have concealed. The reason I escaped was that they sent a few worthless individuals to escort me back to Jingzhou. After eliminating them, I came to find you. This was entirely thanks to the concealment technique I practiced years ago, which allowed my spirit to enter a fragmented state, appearing as madness to outsiders. Seeing fourth brother in such a state, Shen Xianyu felt a pang of sorrow. Moreover, his limbs bore the most evident injuries, with white bones visible through the torn flesh. This was a testament to the brutal torment he had endured at the Qin estate. While tending to Shen Chuyun's injuries, Shen Xianyu finally understood how he had managed to kill and escape despite his severed meridians. He had tied the broken meridians together, barely sustaining the circulation of his true energy. Supa quickly summoned a physician, who meticulously reconnected his meridians. The flesh wounds would heal as well. Shen Xianyu breathed a sigh of relief, when the physician called him outside, speaking in hushed tones. Your Highness Yanwang, based on the pulse I have discerned, His Highness Jingwang has been suffering from reversed blood flow for an extended period. Even if his injuries heal, his lifespan will be greatly diminished. It is unlikely he will ever have the chance to break through again. You must persuade him to refrain from attempting further breakthroughs, as his Qi, Dantian, and meridians have suffered irreversible damage. Continuing along the path of martial cultivation will only bring him calamity. The physician was astute. Such words were akin to a death sentence for a martial artist. If he uttered them, Shen Chuyun would never heed them, but perhaps Shen Xianyu could have an effect. A glimmer of helplessness flickered in Shen Xianyu's eyes as he replied, thank you for your assistance. I beseech you to keep tonight's events confidential. The physician nodded in understanding. After speaking, Shen Xianyu discreetly slipped him a gold ingot, which the physician expertly tucked away in his sleeve before quietly departing. Upon returning to the guest room, Shen Chuyun's breath had stabilized significantly. Xiao Shizhou, the corpses of those men will likely be discovered by morning. You must escort me out of the city at once. Shen Shenyang will undoubtedly come to investigate again tomorrow. Shen Xianyu, aware of the stakes, turned to Supa and commanded, you will drive the carriage personally, take some capable hands, and swiftly escort Jingwang back to Jingzhou. Understood. Shen Xianyu then intended to relay the physician's warning, but before he could speak, Shen Chuyun interjected, I am well aware of my current condition and can surmise what that physician just said. If I had a few more years, I would no longer covet a breakthrough. After returning to Jingzhou, I wish to spend my remaining days with your sister-in-law and my nieces and nephews. But what of you? Shen Chuyun's words and gaze were filled with worried. As a ninth layer bright spirit realm being, he was at the mercy of Shen Shenyang. Their father remained oblivious. Even if their father favored Xiao Shizhou, would he truly protect him when the time came? The fates of several of his brothers had all been orchestrated by Shen Shenyang, and not one had been spared. The rebellion of the third prince was one matter, but the fourth prince's suicide by river was met with indifference. Shen Xianyu's expression remained calm, devoid of any tension. What will I do?
Only heaven knows, however, I know this, it is better to strike first than to suffer later. Since Xin Shenyang has enlisted the Chen family to seek my demise, I must preemptively eradicate the Chen family. Chapter 55 of the White Python leads the charge, the Serpent Clan's infighting brother. With your current demeanor, I shall assist you, and upon your return to Jingzhou, await the good news. Observing the confident smile on Xin Xianyou's face, along with the palpable aura emanating from his words, it became evident that little 19 had broken through. This signified that he had destroyed his intrinsic object. Xin Shuyun chuckled, very well, brother, I shall await your auspicious tidings. Should you have the opportunity to visit Jingzhou in the future, I shall gather the fairest maidens for you, as I know your fondness for beauty. Hold on, just 2 or 3 will suffice.
Any more, and my kidneys won't withstand it, Xin Xianyu replied with a grin. Look at your disposition.
Xin Shuyun remarked as he propped himself up, while Supa had already led the carriage to the entrance of the Wangfu.
Xin Xianyu helped him aboard. Xin Shuyun did not forget to remind him, if possible, arrive in Jingzhou sooner. I fear, Xin Xianyu interrupted decisively, brother, enough of the ill-fated talk, take care of your health.
I wouldn't want you merely watching me indulge while you find yourself powerless.
Get lost.
Xin Shuyun laughed, but afterwards, the two brothers spoke in unison, take care. As they watched the carriage depart, Xin Xianyu's expression turned grim as he returned to his chamber in silence. Shortly thereafter, a small white snake slithered out of the room. It first made its way to Yujing Gorge, summoning all serpent demons. Moments later, a throng of serpent demons began advancing towards Chen family village. Upon arrival, Xin Xianyu commanded the white python demon to unleash a continuous cloud of toxic mist, enveloping the entire village simultaneously. Some serpent demons transformed into human forms, while others entered the village in their serpentine state. Xin Xianyu's voice resonated in the minds of all serpent demons. Esteemed ones, today, you may unleash what you previously dared not, leave not a single soul alive.
At your command.
With that, the white python demon expanded to a 30-foot length, rampaging through the village like a flying dragon. No structure could withstand the onslaught of the demon's form. Although the Chen family members quickly reacted, the toxic mist had already put them at a disadvantage, their numbers paltry compared to the thousands of serpent demons. The Chen family boasted several Qi refinement stage Tingyun realm warriors who covered their mouths and noses, charging towards the white python in an attempt to capture the leader first. One of them, wielding a long spear, expertly aimed for the python's vital spot. However, upon contact with the python's scales, the spear shattered, its remnants reduced to dust.
How is this possible? This strike merely left a faint mark on the scales.
In the next moment, the white python lashed its tail, and with a resounding crash, the unfortunate warrior was flattened into the mud. Another individual approached from the side, sword drawn. As the serpent's mouth opened, a flurry of flying swords shot forth, instantly turning him into a sieve. The serpent's fangs deftly ensnared his body, drawing him into its maw. The remaining warriors, slightly more powerful, now dared not continue their assault. Although the Qi refinement stage warriors possessed considerable strength, they could not even breach the python's scales. This was thanks to the refined longevity scales of that ancient tortoise. Even celestial swords could not pierce them. As they began to flee, Xin Xianyu commanded the white python to systematically eliminate them. Some were left as mere bones, while others remained, but were no different than flattened meat. The serpent demons relished the slaughter, as the elderly, the weak, women, and children, anyone with breath, met their cruel end at the hands of the serpent horde. They attempted to escape, but Xin Xianyu commanded the white python to rise fully, resembling a towering edifice over 20 feet tall in the center of the village.
As some sought to flee, they were swiftly detected by the python's gaze, prompting other serpent demons to pursue and hunt them down. This carnage lasted for 2.5 hours. When the last infant was slain, the serpent demons returned to report to the white python. Xin Xianyu mused to himself, the external clan of the Chen family has been declared annihilated. White Emperor, it seems you have mastered your body to perfection, remarked the Prince of Words, who was not stingy with his praise. Bai Qinghan candidly stated, I find myself lacking in comparison when facing enemies with my demon form. I appear overly cautious. This fellow is remarkably fierce, surrounded by toxic mist, protected by longevity scales, and able to exhale sword qi. His methods are truly diverse and formidable. Had I employed such tactics earlier, I wonder how much effort I could have conserved while conquering the demon clan. Under Bai Qinghan's watchful gaze, the white python demon transformed back into a small white snake, slipping into a nearby river, with numerous serpent demons also escaping by their own means. At this juncture, Hong Yue inquired, White Emperor, shall we still visit the Prince of Words' residence?
No need, I suspect he is rather fatigued now, so let us not trouble him further, Bai Qinghan replied.
How considerate of you, White Emperor, Hong Yue remarked.
Bai Qinghan paid no heed to her words and turned to depart, with Hong Yue following closely behind. By this time, it was well past midnight. In Xianjing City, the fierce battle at Chen Family Village had not stirred any unrest. The city remained vibrant and prosperous. The master and servants settled at a wonton stall, resembling the daughters of affluent households, and their attendants, many shared their likeness, rendering them inconspicuous and unremarkable.
After finishing their wontons, Bai Qinghan felt somewhat unsatisfied, glancing towards a dimly lit pavilion. Is there anything delicious at Luanxiang Pavilion? Red Luan promptly replied, Your Majesty, that is a brothel. Then let us seek a reputable tavern. I am still hungry. Very well.
Meanwhile, within the uppermost floor of Luanxiang Pavilion, as Xin Xianyu pushed open the door, Sumei immediately leapt into his arms, her long, fair legs entwining around his waist like water snakes.
Your Highness, you have finally arrived.
Xin Xianyu reached out to pinch her delicate face, smiling as he said, I have come to find you for a serious matter. Hee, then speak of the serious first, and we shall discuss the frivolous afterward, Sume responded coyly.
Half an hour ago, I annihilated the Chen family. Which Chen family? Your deceased elder brother's father-in-law's family? Indeed.
Oh my, impressive, however, I believe I can guess how you accomplished it. Then do tell, if you are correct, there shall be a reward.
Sume's eyes sparkled with interest. The white python led the charge, and the serpent clan turned against each other, am I right? Succinct and precise. Shen Xianyu chuckled. And what is the reward? Sume's enchanting eyes brimmed with innocence, resembling a child anticipating a treat.
Shen Xianyu merely smiled in silence, wrapping his arms around her slender waist as he walked towards the fragrant bed. Sume's heart raced with joy, her 9 white fox tails involuntarily springing forth.
Your Highness! Have you broken through? Shen Xianyu nodded enthusiastically, indeed, but please tuck away your fox tails, they may become a hindrance later. Humph, during sage time, you adored them, now you find them bothersome, you dog of a man. Sume playfully chided, though her 9 tails obediently retracted. On the bed, the fragrance intensified. The following morning, Shen Xianyu stood at the entrance of Luanxiang Pavilion, stretching his sore back before making his way to his carriage. Meanwhile, at a nearby bun shop, Bai Qinghan took a bite of the steaming meat bun, his eyes filled with curiosity as he watched the carriage depart. Why did he emerge from Luanxiang Pavilion so early? Chapter 56.
The annihilation of 9 clans, nothing more. Last night, as I passed by the Luanxiang Pavilion, the intoxicating scent of alcohol wafted through the air, leading me to initially believe it was merely an inn. To my surprise, Han Yue informed me it was a brothel. This thought, Bai Qinghan couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Shen Xianyu, your vitality is indeed remarkable, having slaughtered so many in the first half of the night, you now indulge in merriment here. However, it struck me that, logically speaking, Shen Xianyu should still be in the Yuanyang realm. Was he not concerned that his indulgence might jeopardize his cultivation? Bai Qinghan's heart was filled with further perplexity. At that moment, Han Yue interjected, Your Majesty, there is a trace of fox demon aura within the Luanxiang Pavilion.
I sense it too.
It's merely a small fox. It is not unusual for such a creature to appear in a brothel, Bai Qinghan replied nonchalantly.
The servant fears the possibility of a cuckoo occupying the nest. What do you mean? Fox demons are fond of essence, particularly that of men. If His Highness, the Yan Wang, were to be enchanted by that fox demon, it might inadvertently endanger your true self. Should I take care of her? Bai Qinghan shook his head and said, one must consider the master when chastising the dog.
If that fox demon has a close relationship with Shen Xianyu, then slaying her would only damage my rapport with him.
The servant understands. So, do you intend to seek out His Highness the Yan Wang now? Let us set that aside.
He has caused quite a stir last night with his massacre, and I fear he will be beset with troubles today. I shall instead relish my incense offerings. The battle at Chen's village last night was of such grand scale and momentum that it would surely cause an uproar across the realm by midday. At that time, the 3 Baixian temples would undoubtedly see an increase in incense offerings. How much they would gain, however, depended on Shen Xianyu's subsequent actions. Bai Qinghan was confident that he did not act impulsively in his annihilation of the Chen family. In the past, he had observed many individuals with dragon energy in this area to secure greater opportunities for himself. In fact, Shen Xianyu was hardly remarkable among them. Compared to them, he could only be described as absurd. His innate talent was exceptional, yet he squandered his thoughts on frivolities, daydreaming about which maiden-possessed beauty and night after night fantasizing about the courtesan's alluring figures. Had he not been the son of the current emperor, he would have been nothing more than a complete wastrel. Upon introspection, Bai Qinghan acknowledged that he would not have entrusted his true self to Shen Xianyu had he not been left with no other choice, yet, unexpectedly, during this time, Shen Xianyu treated his true self as a treasure. Although the things he fed it were bizarre, he genuinely intended to nourish it well. In this process, every action taken ultimately benefited only the white python demon. Moreover, he had safeguarded the demon form so thoroughly that it had yet to suffer a single scratch. Bai Qinghan could not help but feel a sense of anticipation for how Shen Xianyu would navigate the storm he had unleashed. The Chen family, an external clan, was also the maternal uncle of Taizong Shen Shenyang. This force was not inherently strong, yet the web it had woven behind it was more intricate than a spider's silk. Additionally, one must consider Shen Shenyang's potential vengeance. However, Shen Xianyu seemed entirely unconcerned with these matters. Upon returning to the royal palace, he sipped on the warm goji berry and ginseng wine, while Xinju brought forth a bowl of freshly boiled black chicken soup. Your Highness, you can't only drink wine so early in the morning. Remember to finish the chicken soup too, Xinju reminded him. Shen Xianyu, genuinely feeling famished, quickly downed the soup. Xinju teased, Your Highness surely had a delightful time at the Luanxiang Pavilion last night. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in such a state. I sought her out for a serious matter, Shen Xianyu feigned solemnity. Serious matters shouldn't take 2 or 3 hours, should they? Indeed, he had invested considerable effort in less serious pursuits, but fortunately, he had managed to bring her under control. Upon hearing this, Xinju's eyes sparkled even more with mischief. 1,000 lost for 800 gained, TSK, how shall I put it? In any case, she won't be getting out of bed this morning. Your Highness is indeed formidable, Xinju said, though she held some reservations about the Emperor's words, as you had not exerted yourself quite so much around her. The jealousy in her words was almost palpable. Shen Xianyu's gaze drifted towards the bedroom, and with a playful smile, he suggested, Why don't you wait for me inside? I'll prove my prowess with actions shortly.
Xinju hurriedly replied, Not during daylight. It would be quite improper. Ha!
Shin Xianyu chuckled, finishing the last sip of wine. His eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, the previous weariness dissipating. A man who can safely navigate the 3 realms of refining essence, combined with the 3 realms of refining the body, will experience enhancements to his physical form far greater than those wrought by martial prowess. Although he had previously managed to subdue Sume, the effort expended was significantly greater than now, yet, I must admit, this little fox girl is, in some sense, an insatiable pit. Moreover, she shares a common trait with the white python demon. Once sated, it is not long before hunger returns, though what they consume may differ. Shin Xianyu set aside these thoughts, turning instead to more pressing matters. After the annihilation of the Chen family, to conclude the affair properly, he would need Sume's cunning. She was not adept in direct combat, rather, her strength lay in manipulating the hearts of others, not as a strategist, but through the winds of rumor. Within a mere 2 days, news of the Chen family's demise indeed sent shockwaves throughout the realm, causing Shin Shenyang to become utterly frantic. Since it was the white python's doing, he sought to initiate a frenzied retribution against it. However, the following day, the tide of public sentiment began to shift. From lamenting the Chen family's fate, the populace transformed their feelings into disdain. At this moment, whispers spread that the Chen family, influenced by their external kin's power, had seduced Taizong Shin Shenyang, aiming to infiltrate the court and disrupt governance. Such matters need not adhere to logic, it was merely a process of the masses turning against a fallen tree, and nonetheless, this was of little consequence. What mattered was the Chen family's wickedness and the white python's renewed quest for justice against evil. Consequently, many began to refer to the white python not merely as a demon but as the white immortal, evoking both respect and fear. Chen's village was not merely a hamlet, but a sect masquerading as one, dedicated to serving Taizong Shin Shenyang. Its defenses were robust, and the martial prowess of its warriors was ample. Even so, within a few hours past midnight, the white python had wiped it utterly clean. The previous day, the court sent officials to investigate. In that vast village, not a single soul remained alive. The emperor, Shin Shangyun, had but one remark: the annihilation of 9 clans is nothing less than this. Even in the extermination of 9 clans, there could still be oversights, yet the Chen family bore no trace of escape whatsoever. Shin Shangyun understood well that this was the work of Shin Xianyu, yet, he found it difficult to believe that the once absurd Shin Xianyu could execute a massacre that rivaled the deeds of those legendary slaughterers chronicled in history.
Chapter 57 of the ambition to deify the means employed by Shin Xianyu are of secondary importance. The focus lies in his ultimate objective. Shin Shangyun sits in contemplation, yet he entirely disregards Shin Xianyu's motives.
Whether his intentions are to save lives or to seek vengeance, they do not conflict with his desired outcome. Until the winds of change begin to blow, only when one becomes a father can one truly comprehend the thoughts swirling in his son's mind. What is blatantly a grand act of life and death, under the influence of public sentiment, transforms into a righteous extermination of evil. The targets of this extermination are none other than the external relatives. Shin Xianyu is evidently intent on sculpting this white python into a national auspicious beast. No, he aspires to create a deity. Upon realizing this, a faint smile graces Shin Shangyun's lips as he murmurs to himself. You clever boy, you truly understand that you cannot outmaneuver Shin Shenyang and those old geezers, hence you have found this route. He muses, if you truly succeed in this endeavor, I would not hesitate to hand the throne over to you.
Shin Shangyun's assessment is not misplaced.
Shin Xianyu's true intention is indeed to deify, with the retribution against the 14th prince merely a secondary consideration. Furthermore, the Chen family has proven to be exceedingly unruly. Regardless of their plans to dispatch assassins or whether these actions are instigated by Shin Shenyang, the external relative faction must be eradicated. To a certain extent, this sentiment is a consensus shared among Shin Shangyun, Shin Shenyang, and Shin Xianyu. The two fathers believe it is best to eliminate them as soon as possible, while the grandson envisions a future where, upon ascending the throne, he could crush his uncles and subsequently deal with his maternal relatives. The root of this conflict lies in Chen Yunji's inability to assert control over the Chen family, often finding herself caught between them and the imperial family. Moreover, when one considers the reality, there are no direct relatives of Chen Yunji left in the Chen estate. Thus, while she feels a twinge of sorrow at the prospect of the Chen family's downfall, she simultaneously feels a great weight lifted from her heart. At least she would no longer be troubled by her maternal relatives. After Shin Shenyang emerged from a state of furious agitation, a wave of trepidation washed over him. For several consecutive hours, he engaged in discussions with his confidants regarding strategies. When Chen Yunji merely passed by the southern study, she overheard Shin Shenyang's furious voice. That Shin Xianyu is truly cunning and malevolent, akin to a rat in a drain. One day, I shall expose his true colors to the world, and then, I shall crush him to dust. A shiver ran down Shen Yunji's spine, causing her to pause at the door, quietly awaiting the conclusion of Shin Shenyang's meeting. We have seen the crown princess. As the door to the southern study swung open, the assembled individuals beheld Shen Yunji standing there, and they instinctively lowered their heads in deference. Shen Yunji spoke coolly, you may all withdraw for now, I wish to converse with the crown prince. The ministers bowed their heads without raising them, making their exit. Shen Yunji then entered the southern study, her countenance tinged with ire.
Chen Yang, your behavior has grown increasingly unruly. The southern study is part of the inner palace, allowing outsiders to tread here is utterly inappropriate. Mother, you did not come here merely to chastise me, did you? Shin Shenyang retorted impatiently. All I wish to convey is that the downfall of the Chen family has nothing to do with your 19th uncle. It is clearly the doing of that great white python demon. What if I were to assert that the white python demon is indeed he? Upon hearing this, Chen Yunji was momentarily taken aback, her voice trembling with fear. Chen Yang, surely you have not lost your senses. How could the python demon be your 19th uncle? Although there is currently no evidence, one can discern that every action taken by the white python since its emergence has ultimately benefited Shen Xianyu. I even suspect that the old rascal conspired with the python demon to commit murder, and I fear he may have the backing of a true dragon. Mother, do you comprehend what this implies? It means he could very well kill me.
Shen Shenyang's perception shifted rapidly. Initially, he believed Shen Xianyu to be the easiest among his uncles to deal with, the most ineffectual of them all. Yet now, he recognizes him as the most formidable adversary. It is not that the python demon is particularly difficult to confront. If a direct confrontation were to occur, with all his forces at his command, he could undoubtedly cleave the demon in two. However, the most troublesome aspect lies in Shen Xianyu's audacity to transform the white python into a deity. Once the opportune moment arises, he could establish a cult around the white python, gathering followers far and wide. Ultimately, one would find oneself merely awaiting death with a clean neck. Chen Yunji, however, could scarcely believe her ears. Impossible, your 19th uncle lacks such capabilities, you must be misjudging him. Moreover, he has always been kind-hearted, and aside from some absurd actions, he poses no significant threat. Chen Yang, your father often told you to spend more time with your 19th uncle, and since his mother departed early, I have raised him myself. You two are as close as brothers, though it may seem somewhat inappropriate to say, I truly do not wish to see you two at odds. As her words reached their conclusion, Chen Yunji's face flushed, her anxiety palpable. Shen Shenyang's voice rose sharply. Silence, mother, I shall impart one thing to you. Should I ascend to the throne, you will be the Empress Dowager. If Shen Xianyu ascends, this kingdom will surely perish under his rule. The subsequent words stuck in Shen Shenyang's throat. Many things could be anticipated from this point onward. Given Shen Xianyu's character, it was not beyond the realm of possibility that he would take his own mother or his elder brother's wife into his harem. Such occurrences are not unheard of in history, yet for him, this was far too difficult to accept. Moreover, should the nation fall, his mother, a mere woman, would be left to the fate of being a captive in a foreign land as an imperial concubine. The outcome was all too evident. At this moment, Chen Yunji fell into a prolonged silence. Calmly, Shen Shenyang spoke. Mother, I understand your concern for your 19th uncle, who lost his mother at a young age, but this matter is not a mere game. It is a matter of life and death. I hope you can recognize your position. Ultimately, your relationship with the 19th uncle is merely that of sister-in-law and younger brother-in-law. I am your biological son. I only wish for you not to side with him, I implore you. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yunji replied, Shenyang, I shall not interfere in these matters any longer. Once you take a wife, I will transfer all responsibilities of the Eastern Palace to her. With that, Chen Yunji departed without another word. Shen Shenyang's expression remained indifferent as his thoughts turned to how to contend with Shen Xianyu. Tactics grounded in political maneuvering would prove of little value. The favoritism shown by the emperor was far too conspicuous. Continuing to challenge the powers within the court would only result in self-sabotage. A shift in perspective was necessary once more. After a long period of contemplation, Shen Shenyang approached his writing desk, solidifying his resolve. Then let us play a grand game of strategy. 19th uncle, are you not fond of mingling with demons and malefactors? Soon enough, I shall witness whether you choose to align with the Eastern Xian dynasty or stand with the demon clan. Chapter 58. The azure white double python. Before long, a letter departed from the East Palace, destined for Zhengzhou. Almost simultaneously, Shen Xianyu, utilizing the form of the white python and the swallowing heaven technique, refined the nourishment obtained from the Chen family village. His cultivation once again broke through, ascending to the first level of the qi-gathering realm. The white python's form also experienced some transformation, growing from 30 zhang to 33 zhang. Fortunately, it could alter its size at will, much like the Rui Jingdu Bang. Otherwise, storing it would pose quite the inconvenience. Today, while feeding the white python, Qingyu watched eagerly from the side. Shen Xianyu inquired, would you like some to eat? Qingyu nodded in affirmation. After all, she too was a pure serpent demon, possessing a certain craving for sustenance, albeit not as voracious as the white python. The white python could devour 200 pounds of poultry and fish in one go, while Qingyu could manage only half a pound before lazily sunbathing, her swollen serpentine belly exposed to the sun. Unable to resist, Shen Xianyu playfully poked her. Your Highness, please refrain from playing with this servant. If I become ill from overindulgence, it will be quite uncomfortable. Oh, my apologies. Shen Xianyu hastily returned Qingyu to the sunlit spot and quietly sipped his tea. Upon seeing Qingyu revert to her human form, he couldn't help but reminisce about Bai Qinghan's figure. Technically, he had only seen her once, yet her beauty and grace remained etched in his memory. This prompted Shen Xianyu to entertain a new notion. The swallowing heaven technique was one of the pinnacle cultivation methods of the demon race, specifically tailored for serpentine creatures. While the white python's size was partly due to its inherent qualities, a more significant factor was indeed the swallowing heaven technique. If I could nurture Qingyu to such an extent, wouldn't I be more formidable than Su Xian? With this thought, Shen Xianyu beckoned to Qingyu without hesitation. Qingyu, come here. I have a treasure to show you. What is it? Qingyu approached with eager anticipation. Shen Xianyu raised his hand, a glimmer of frost-like light emanating from his fingertip, which he then tapped onto Qingyu's forehead. Is this a cultivation technique? Qingyu's beautiful eyes trembled in astonishment as she gazed at Shen Xianyu. Shen Xianyu smiled, saying, practice diligently. In the event that the white python is reclaimed, at least I will have you to rely on. Thank you, Your Highness, I will certainly do my utmost. However, if both the white python and I consume such quantities, it may deplete your finances significantly. Initially thrilled, Qingyu hesitated at this thought, yet her mind began to contemplate hunting expeditions.
Shen Xianyu pinched her delicate face. I lack for two things in this world: women and wealth, so you need not worry. The demand for food was indeed considerable and costly. However, his father was the wealthiest landlord in the realm, rendering such concerns trivial. As a prince, he could amass wealth without even lifting a finger. In the ensuing days, Shen Xianyu's predictions came to fruition. Xingyu continued to grow, her size expanding from under 7 feet to 5 zhang, clearly transforming from a serpent into a python. Moreover, like the white python, the larger she became, the more aesthetically pleasing she appeared, unlike other large demon creatures that grew increasingly grotesque when still, Xingyu resembled her namesake, a jade-like serpent. The transformation method was contained within the swallowing heaven technique. Although Xingyu's innate potential was not exceptional, her grasp of certain techniques was commendable. Upon witnessing this, Xingyu remarked, Your Highness, throughout history, many have tamed beasts, yet you may very well be the first to raise a serpent demon into a python demon. By the way, can you also cultivate the swallowing heaven technique? Shen Xianyu inquired.
Certainly, but my own technique is no weaker than the swallowing heaven technique, and I do not particularly favor it.
Well, I was hoping to help you grow larger, Shen Xianyu replied.
Xingyu smiled, What need is there to grow so large? As long as it suffices for your needs, that is sufficient. Shen Xianyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, a creature too large would be difficult to manage. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Among these women surrounding him, aside from Gu Lianshuang, none were truly human. Just as this thought formed, Gu Lianshuang arrived.
Your Highness, may I have a word? Certainly.
The two retreated to the study, where Gu Lianshuang produced an envelope and drew forth its contents, revealing an invitation from Swordqi Mountain. Swordqi Mountain was not a typical sect but rather an alliance of forces comprised of the 10 great sword sects and numerous sword cultivators, operating beyond the jurisdiction of the Eastern Xian dynasty.
Shen Xianyu's expression turned peculiar. Isn't the discussion of swords typically a summer affair? Why is it commencing now, just as spring begins?
It is not a sword discussion, but rather Swordqi Mountain has some significant matters at hand and wishes for me to attend for deliberation. Although the Jetian sword sect has declined, it still holds a place among the 10 great sword sects, and as its leader, I must make an appearance. Gu Lianshuang clarified. Shen Xianyu did not object and promptly retrieved the frost sword. Lianshuang, take this sword with you. It is, after all, a celestial sword. Also, bring the white python along. Should anything arise, I can lend you my assistance. Controlling the white python was virtually effortless, regardless of distance. However, Gu Lianshuang interjected, No, Your Highness, you are already surrounded by adversaries.
It is better to keep the white python close.
As for the frost sword, I do not wish to take it. I feel that your royal sword is the most effective one I have wielded since becoming a sword cultivator. Without hesitation, Shen Xianyu offered his princely sword, which Gu Lianshuang accepted. The invitation does not specify the location for the discussion.
Do you have any idea? Shen Xianyu inquired.
I am not certain of the exact location, but once I arrive, I will inform you immediately, Gu Lianshuang replied.
Very well, exercise caution on your journey.
Return promptly if there is no pressing matter. If you encounter something insurmountable, notify me without hesitation. Shen Xianyu instructed. Gu Lianshuang felt a warmth in her heart and nodded gently. I will not stand on ceremony with you, Your Highness.
When will you depart? I will leave shortly. Allow me to escort you out of the city.
All right. Gu Lianshuang carried only a sword and a satchel, gradually vanishing from Shen Xianyu's sight. Swordqi Mountain was a force beyond the control of the 3 great dynasties, yet it maintained amicable relations with them. However, across the martial immortal continent, aside from the territory occupied by the demon race, everything had been divided among the 3 great dynasties. For Swordqi Mountain to accomplish its objectives, it must operate within the territories of the dynasties, and many of its actions would inevitably displease them. In selecting a location for their discussions, they were exceedingly cautious. Typically, they would not directly indicate the location in invitations or letters. Instead, after a certain period, they would reveal the specific site through secretive methods inscribed upon the invitation. Gu Lianshuang sensed that the time was ripe and retrieved the letter, observing the changing words upon it.
Eastern Xian Dynasty, Zhengzhou, Xianlu Sect, Chapter 59 of the Rogue Sorcerer, the Tiger Demon. The location for the Grand Council at Swordqi Mountain varies each time. The last gathering was held at a certain sect in southern Xian, and this time it takes place at the Xianlu Sect in the Eastern Xian Empire. Subsequently, a spark flared from the invitation, rapidly reducing it to ashes. Gu Lianshuang chose not to convey the location directly to Shen Xianyu. After all, informing him now would serve no purpose. It would be best to visit the Xianlu sect in person to discern the true purpose of this assembly. After escorting Gu Lianshuang out of the city, Shen Xianyu intended to return to the royal residence for a respite. However, en route, Zhang Qingyuan, the presiding officer of the Astronomical Bureau, approached him. Shen Xianyu was somewhat taken aback and inquired, Zhang officer, do you seek an audience with this prince? Zhang Qingyuan replied respectfully, Indeed, Your Highness. Initially, I was to report this matter to His Majesty, but the Emperor directed me to bring it to your attention instead. What is it? Shen Xianyu asked.
His Majesty should have mentioned to you not long ago that the incense offerings at the 3 Baixian temples have been pilfered.
In recent days, the influence of Baixian has surged, with offerings skyrocketing, yet, this very morning, the Astronomical Bureau discovered that the incense offerings at the 3 temples have completely vanished. Incense, a tangible entity, holds substantial significance for temples and Taoist shrines. The more robust the incense, the better, much like those esteemed Buddhist and Taoist sects, where monks and priests attain extraordinary prowess largely attributable to the incense offerings. Shen Xianyu found himself perplexed.
While he did not object to the mountain spirits and demons relishing the offerings of Bai Xian Temple, once or twice was tolerable, yet, had they truly begun to treat Bai Xian Temple as their own? Had they devoured every last bit of incense offerings? Furthermore, did they not comprehend that taking without permission equates to theft? Mountain spirits and demons fall within the jurisdiction of the demon-slaying division, which currently lies under his command. The fact that Zhang Qingyuan sought him out personally indicated the gravity of the situation. Shen Xianyu remarked, "Very well, Zhang officer, I shall find time to investigate this matter further." "Many thanks, Your Highness," Zhang Qingyuan responded. The unexplained loss of incense is tantamount to theft under the watchful eye of the Astronomical Bureau. It is quite straightforward, as the offerings are made by the common folk of Eastern Xian, and the temples are erected upon the land of the Eastern Xian Empire. Whether it be celestial beings or demons, one may indulge, but they must ensure the Astronomical Bureau receives its due share. Furthermore, Zhang Qingyuan discerned that the entity consuming the incense was not Bai Xian itself. Shen Xianyu was not taken aback by this revelation. In recent days, he had kept the white python demon as a bracelet of sorts. It was evident that the incense had been pilfered by other mountain spirits and demons. Shen Xianyu did not linger on it. That very night, he set out with the Guard General Supa, Commander Suyu of the Demon-Slaying Division, and several skilled members of the division. Beneath the statue of Bai Xian in the temple, remnants of offerings, broken bones of chickens and ducks lay scattered. Supa chuckled, "Your Highness, this mountain spirit is quite gluttonous, having devoured the incense entirely, leaving no offerings behind. It must be a famished ghost." "Your Highness, I feel that the entity consuming the incense does not resemble a demon nor a ghost," Suyu interjected, stepping behind the Bai Xian statue to unveil a black and gold talisman, presenting it before Shen Xianyu for inspection. "Take a look." Neither demons nor ghosts could craft such a thing. It appears to be the handiwork of a rogue sorcerer, he concluded. In the city of Xianjing, the most notorious Taoist temple was none other than the Renlu Temple. According to the delineation of duties, if the thief of the incense was not a mountain spirit or demon, it would fall outside the purview of the demon-slaying division, and Your Highness could delegate this matter to the Xianjing prefecture for resolution. However, Shen Xianyu stated, since we have come this far, let us pay a visit to the Renlu Temple. Renlu, the term sounds somewhat familiar, Shen Xianyu mused, retrieving the medicinal herbs needed by Shen Shangyun, one of which was indeed Renlu. Previously regarded as a particular do, it now seemed less so. Along the way, Shen Xianyu inquired, "Commander Su, you often deal with such nefarious entities, what is the lore surrounding the Renlu Temple?" "Your Highness, it is said that the Renlu Temple was formerly known as the Human Skull Cave, where a great demon resided, feasting exclusively on human craniums. Eventually, the demon vanished under unknown circumstances, and a wandering Taoist transformed the cave into the Renlu Temple. That wild Taoist would occasionally emerge to perform rituals for profit, employing methods that were decidedly sinister. For instance, that talisman just now, its script and essence do not resemble orthodox talismans, rather, it resembles some form of incantation for thieving incense." Listening intently, Shen Xianyu turned to Supa, "Learn from others. Stop being so ignorant whenever I inquire about something, like a clueless tiger." Supa blinked innocently, not daring to respond. Suyu chuckled, "Your Highness, I merely have seen much. When it comes to combat, I am no match for General Su." "Indeed, indeed. Your Highness, both Suyu and I possess our own strengths under your command." Supa quickly added, "Very well, if a confrontation arises, you shall lead the charge." "Understood." The Renlu Temple is situated within a desolate mountain outside Xianjing. After traversing for nearly an hour, the dilapidated temple came into view. The roof, adorned with broken black tiles, was in disrepair, and the entrance was littered with withered leaves. The most striking feature was the skulls positioned on either side of the temple's entrance. The atmosphere felt eerily lifeless, devoid of any semblance of vitality. The temple's main door was firmly shut. Shen Xianyu observed and commanded, "Supa, go knock on the door." "Understood." Supa, undeterred, strode confidently forward. Just as he raised his hand, bang, the door shattered violently, and a tiger-headed demon clad in a Taoist robe erupted from within, crashing through the door and toppling Supa to the ground. Everyone felt a collective jolt of alarm as they turned to the temple's entrance, where a stunning woman in white appeared. Shen Xianyu's gaze met hers in an earnest exchange. Both were momentarily astonished yet instinctively withdrew their eyes in unison. Meanwhile, the tiger-headed demon knelt on the ground, roaring thunderously, its body swelling as it burst forth from its Taoist robe, transforming into a golden-furred behemoth, its size exceeding that of a typical tiger by 2 to 3-fold, with fangs measuring nearly 3 feet in length. Supa and Suyu instinctively shielded Shen Xianyu behind them. "Your Highness, be cautious, this is the great demon Golden Blade Tiger, it has possessed the cultivation of the divine cave realm for a decade. So it had not perished. It was the very rogue sorcerer." At this moment, Shen Xianyu's gaze once again fell upon the woman in white. Had she not claimed she would return to heal her injured primordial spirit? How could she have returned so swiftly? Did this necessitate reclaiming her demon form? Bai Qinghan also glanced at Shen Xianyu. Was this a twist of fate? She had only just arrived, and he followed suit almost immediately? Supa, still dazed, shouted, "Miss, keep your distance, this beast is exceedingly formidable." Bai Qinghan paid no heed to such foolish remarks. Did he not see how the creature had flown out from the temple? Chapter 60 Human Skull Cave, Renlu Temple. At this moment, the tiger demon cast a glance back at the gathered members of the Demon Extermination Department, letting out a low growl once more. Just as one might have expected it to launch an attack, to everyone's surprise, the beast kicked off with its hind legs and burrowed into the forest. Bai Qinghan was unwilling to let it escape, instinctively yearning to transform into her true form to pursue. However, upon a mere thought, she realized it was futile. Bai Qinghan gritted her teeth, remembering that her true form was in the possession of Shen Xianyu, so be it, she would chase it directly. Once again, Bai Qinghan made her move. Though she wielded no sword, the sword aura she unleashed cleaved through the dense thicket of trees with ease. The might of the sword energy remained undiminished, exposing the tiger demon's form in full view. Bai Qinghan darted forth like a sword itself, her formidable presence astonishing all those present. This aura, divine realm, no, it was celestial realm. Moreover, it was highly likely she was at the pinnacle of perfection. Whose daughter is this? She appears to be merely in her early 20s yet possesses such cultivation, and the lethal prowess of her sword energy is undoubtedly at the level of a sword immortal. To the onlookers, it seemed as though the white-clad woman and the tiger demon had fought for dozens of miles, and with the rugged terrain of the mountains, there was no opportunity to lend assistance.
However, Shen Xianyu declared, "You all retreat and rest." "Your Highness, are you going alone?" Suyu inquired with concern. "Why ask so much?"
"Indeed, remember, not a word of what you have seen tonight must be spoken outside, not even to your wives." With that, Shen Xianyu, much like the white-clad woman, took off with the swiftness of a sword. In comparison, though his aura was somewhat diminished, it was still remarkably impressive. In terms of speed, however, he was far behind and needed to arrive before Bai Qinghan could slay the beast. With a thought, Shen Xianyu transformed the white snake bracelet into a white python, firmly landing upon the demon's body while simultaneously directing the white python to surge forward. This speed was significantly faster than riding a sword. Upon arrival, he beheld the beast forcibly tearing out its own 3-foot-long fangs and gripping them in its clawed hands. Bai Qinghan's beautiful eyes narrowed. As she raised her hand, a sword aura strikingly similar to that of the white snake shot forth, only to be severed by the tiger demon's blade.
The tiger demon sneered incessantly.
"Humph, just now, the demon extermination department was present, and I had no desire to provoke them. You are no match for me, you have killed so many in Xianjing.
It is time to pay the price."
Bai Qinghan was acutely aware that within the demon race, certain creatures had a natural restraint against others, such as tigers against snakes. It was an all-encompassing suppression. If in a peak state, one might crush the other with sheer cultivation advantage, but in her current state, there was still a chance to slay the beast. However, during the pursuit, her primordial spirit had been unstable, leading to a disruption of her internal energy. Should the battle continue, she would likely find herself at a disadvantage. As her thoughts lingered, a rustling sound akin to scales scraping against the ground reached her ears. Both the tiger demon and Bai Qinghan turned towards the sound.
"I initially believed you were stealing offerings for the purpose of cultivation. It seems you were merely luring her to reveal herself for Wang Shen Xianyu?" Shen Xianyu, somewhat surprised, smiled and asked, "You know me?"
In his recollection, he had never encountered this tiger demon before. The tiger demon had intended to negotiate with Shen Xianyu, but upon noticing the 30-foot-long white python at his feet, its expression shifted to one of utter bewilderment. After glancing between Shen Xianyu and Bai Qinghan, it quickly came to a realization.
"Shen Xianyu, you are the one controlling the white python to kill?"
In response to the tiger demon's inquiry, Shen Xianyu nodded with pleasure. The tiger demon, in a fit of rage, demanded, "What is your relationship with her?" After some contemplation, Shen Xianyu replied, "If we must define our relationship, it would be akin to that of a master and pet."
Bai Qinghan. At that moment, a chill radiated from Shen Xianyu's countenance. "Now, it is my turn to inquire, what business is it of yours? Why meddle in my affairs?" The tiger demon retorted angrily, "How could you betray the late crown prince's instructions to protect you in your time of need? Instead, you conspire with this white python to persecute his son, his subjects, and the hundreds of souls of the Chen family. The one who truly deserves to pay the price is you." With that, the tiger demon tore off another of its 3-foot-long fangs, gripping it in both hands, its power on full display. "Today, I shall slay this white python right here and take its demon body to meet His Majesty the Emperor." "Then come at me." Shen Xianyu replied nonchalantly, leaping down from the white python.
Bai Qinghan cautioned, "Do not engage it with my true form, it has a natural advantage over serpents."
"What is there to fear?"
Shen Xianyu disregarded her warning, controlling the white python with brute force to crash forward. The tiger demon raised its tooth blade. The momentum was akin to splitting heaven and earth, yet when it struck the white python, the tooth blade shattered upon impact. At that moment, the tiger demon quaked in disbelief, staring at the scales on the python's body.
"It felt akin to the old turtle in the moat." "Shen Xianyu, did you somehow affix the old turtle's scales onto the white python?" Shen Xianyu corrected, "It was refined."
He had not initially considered this, but ever since the white python had refined Gu Lianshuang's Shangfei tube, he could not help but reminisce about the old turtle. Consuming its flesh provided cultivation nourishment, and refining its longevity scales had nearly endowed the white python with an indestructible body. The tiger demon steeled itself, discarding the tooth blade and opting for sheer brute force to strike. No matter how hard the scales, they could not withstand the force of the assault. It would merely allow the energy to penetrate through the scales and pulverize the flesh of the white python. The tiger demon unleashed a fist larger than a human head, smashing down upon the white python. Yet, although the white python was large, it was remarkably agile, swiftly coiling around the tiger demon's arm. Crack, crack, in an instant, the sound of bones shattering echoed. In the next moment, its right arm was wrenched off by the white python. A tiger might easily dispatch a snake with its eyes closed, but strictly speaking, it was no longer a mere snake. It was a white python on the verge of transformation into a true dragon. With its body covered in longevity scales, it could disregard all external forces, and its 30-foot size was not without merit. An increase in size corresponded to an increase in raw power. As Shen Xianyu spoke, the white python moved once more, slightly reducing its size to completely constrict the tiger demon. The python's head fixed its gaze upon the tiger's head, as if preparing to swallow it whole. However, before doing so, there was one question that needed answering. The transformation from human skull cave to Rinlu temple likely had something to do with my elder brother. But what, precisely, is Rinlu? Can you enlighten me on this matter? Chapter 61. Do not feed me such repugnant things. The tiger-headed demoness heart trembled, filled with uncertainty as it questioned, why do you ask this? What business is it of yours? Just say it. Shen Xianyu, somewhat impatient, tightened his control over the white python demon, the sound of cracking bones growing increasingly frequent. The anguished cries from the tiger-headed demon were relentless. Initially, it had escaped his mind, but suddenly recalled that in that book, the male protagonist, Tang Daoshang, had acquired a mount in the latter part of the story, which was none other than this tiger. He repeatedly proclaimed his obligation to repay the favor owed to the former crown prince, vowing to express his gratitude in this lifetime, yet, in the end, he clung to the adage that those who recognize the times are the true heroes. This tiger-headed demon bore a striking resemblance to the one depicted in the book, being equally spineless, faced with excruciating pain and the venomous fangs protruding from the white python's mouth. It was nearly at its wit's end. Renlu, indeed, to sever the head of a living person and place it beneath the eaves on a cold day to collect dew, the dew that drips into a jade porcelain bowl is the genuine human dew, possessing the power to prolong life. I do not wish to die. I could be a pet to the king of words. In truth, the tiger-headed demon sought to lure the white python into revealing itself by stealing its incense, intending to slay it and present its remains before Emperor Shen Shengyun to request an imperial decree. To transform from a mere mountain spirit into a true demon king, akin to the old turtle in the moat. However, the white python proved to be more formidable than anticipated, with scales as impenetrable as iron walls and an overwhelming brute strength. Bai Qinghan could no longer restrain herself and exclaimed, "Nonsense, I am not its pet."
Shen Xianyu smiled broadly and replied, "My doubts have now been resolved, yet I cannot acquiesce to your request. It would be too risky to keep a capricious pet by my side. Perhaps I should just swallow you." With a swift motion, the white python completed its final squeeze, contorting the tiger-headed demon's body, blood oozing from every part. Even the broken bones pierced through flesh. Shen Xianyu then commanded the white python to consume it whole. Bai Qinghan observed with disdain. "You eat this too?"
Shen Xianyu retorted, "Come on, it's clearly you who wishes to indulge. But now I cannot control my true form, and I have never consumed such things before. It was your offering of bloody food that awakened the beastly instincts within my bloodline. See, the consequences of being picky are evident. One cannot grow." Bai Qinghan was rendered speechless. Shen Xianyu bent down to pick up a complete tiger demon fang, contemplating whether to take the broken ones as well. Bai Qinghan praised, "Good eye and good thought. If these two fangs are forged into a sword and combined with other fine materials, they could yield a sword of immortal quality."
"How did you know what I was thinking?" Shen Xianyu asked, astonished. "Sometimes I can sense your thoughts, but curiously, at other times, I cannot." "Damn. Does that mean you know when I engage in those indecent acts?"
At that moment, Shen Xianyu's face flushed with embarrassment. Bai Qinghan chuckled, "You can blush, huh, but let's get back on track."
"Didn't you say your injuries from nurturing the spirit were healed?" Shen Xianyu inquired.
"If I were healed, I wouldn't be giving you the chance to act. One strike would suffice to deal with the tiger demon."
"So, you intend to reclaim the white python's form?"
Bai Qinghan shook her head, stating, "To do so now would be detrimental to me. I merely wish to use the incense from those 3 white immortal temples to expedite my healing." At this point, Bai Qinghan's expression darkened again. She had intended to say something, but now felt as if she had consumed undercooked meat, rendering her speechless.
Shen Xianyu questioned, "What troubles you now?"
"I just remembered something. The tiger-headed demon had a great deal of incense that you consumed. Furthermore, last time, when I intended to absorb the fortune, you preemptively took it all."
Bai Qinghan was both frustrated and angry. Shen Xianyu feigned innocence. "I had no idea you wanted that incense, and had I not encountered you here, I wouldn't have even known you were around. But since it's like this, why don't you return with me to the royal residence?
Tomorrow, I'll think of a way to construct several more white immortal temples in Xianjing City to provide you with additional incense."
Bai Qinghan expressed skepticism, asking, "You aren't deceiving me, are you? What reason would I have to deceive you?"
"I only have one condition. Do not reclaim the white python form until I ascend to the 9th layer of the divine realm," Shen Xianyu replied.
"That's my intention as well, but I fear you may not return it to me later. I am not so shameless."
Bai Qinghan replied gloomily, "You have committed many shameless acts.
This one more or less doesn't make a difference.
Let's set things straight. We should first return to the Rinlu temple and see if any Rinlu remains with the tiger-headed demon," Shen Xianyu suggested.
"You wish to prolong your life? Everyone desires that."
In the Rinlu temple, there were indeed numerous jade porcelain bowls wrapped in oiled paper. The liquid within was clear and pristine, yet it carried a faint metallic scent.
Shen Xianyu muttered to himself, "I wonder how much enhancement this would provide to the demon form."
Upon hearing this, Bai Qinghan immediately protested, "Do not feed me such revolting things."
Shen Xianyu laughed, "The taste of lamb kidneys is far more revolting than this. And I've fed that to you as well."
"That was because I did not see it with my own eyes. You can feed however you please, but while I'm here, you are not allowed to do so." Bai Qinghan pouted in anger.
"Still picky?
Then you can nourish yourself."
"I refuse, but you simply cannot feed me, it's too disgusting."
Upon hearing the tiger-headed demon describe the source of this Renlu, she found it somewhat cruel, yet the thought of actually consuming it was utterly unacceptable. Shen Xianyu reassured her, "Rest assured, I intend to give this to others, I will not feed it to your demon form." With that, Shen Xianyu found a basket in the temple and carefully packed all the jade porcelain bowls. After securing Bai Qinghan in the royal residence, he hurriedly made his way to the Yangxing Palace in the imperial city with the bowls. By this time, dawn had already broken. Shen Shangyun, as was often the case, did not attend the morning court and was instead concocting alchemical potions in the Yangxing Palace. Upon seeing the Renlu, Shen Shangyun was quite surprised, his face displaying a hint of joy.
"Xianyu, where did you procure this Renlu?" Shen Xianyu provided a brief explanation, omitting Bai Qinghan's involvement in the matter.
Shen Shangyun muttered thoughtfully to himself, "Human cranium, cave of Renlu, the essence of human dew, the mysteries of heaven are indeed profound."
Shen Xianyu then added, "Father, there is something even more extraordinary. My elder brother discovered the cave of human craniums before his demise and even taught that tiger-headed demon, likely instructing it to cultivate diligently in the mountains. I assume this matter was never mentioned to you?" Chapter 62. The commonality of monsters in Shen Xingyun's memory, there was scarcely any impression of this matter. Little did he anticipate that it would intertwine with the fate of his deceased eldest son. Shen Xianyu spoke in a calm tone, "Father, my intention is not to disparage my elder brother, although I harbor a profound disdain for Shen Shenyang. I believe in differentiating matters concerning my brother. What I truly wish to convey is this: do you not find the circumstances exceedingly coincidental? The longevity scales you require originate from the old turtle in the moat, while the Renlu is derived from that tiger-headed demon, and both of these creatures have ties to my elder brother. Father, speak to me candidly of the so-called elixir of immortality. Did you devise it yourself, or was it a formula imparted to you by another?" Shen Shangyun maintained a stoic expression as he replied, "This represents a stroke of fortune for me as well. Whether it succeeds depends on the efficacy of the alchemical pill produced." Shen Xianyu chose not to press further.
It was evident that his imperial father was being evasive, and all the lengthy discourse was in vain. At the very least, from the perspective of the individual herbs, there appeared to be no issues. The longevity scales were inherently difficult to damage. As for the Renlu, the tiger-headed demon had explicitly stated its rejuvenating properties, which had also received Shen Xingyun's personal affirmation. The concepts of prolonging life and achieving immortality are fundamentally distinct. While the whereabouts of the other herbs remained unknown, a discernible pattern and commonality could evidently be identified. Shen Xianyu resolved to take a bowl of Renlu with him, intending to find a secluded spot later to feed it to the white python demon. If it were as finicky as Bai Qinghan, growth would be painfully slow, regardless of the substance. As long as it posed no detriment, it ought to be ingested. Shen Shangyun could not help but inquire, "You, being so young and robust, why would you wish to consume such a thing?" "Father, allow me to remind you that while Renlu is beneficial, due to its inherent medicinal properties, it is only suitable for consumption after the age of 60. This aligns with the principle that when something is at its peak, it may overflow, and when it is excessively pursued, it may lead to downfall."
Shen Xianyu expressed his confusion. "Is it not possible to utilize this substance to enhance one's cultivation?"
"It is not," Shen Shangyun replied, producing several qi concentration pills, their quality varying significantly. Shen Xianyu showed no signs of disdain. Though he lacked knowledge of alchemy, he had been subtly influenced by Shen Shangyun since childhood, understanding well the challenges of crafting a high-quality pill. After delivering the pills, Shen Shangyun continued in the manner of a devoted father. In cultivation, regardless of whether one emphasizes martial arts or other paths, there are myriad methods to enhance one's abilities. You must discern your purpose, otherwise, you risk appearing resplendent on the outside while being flawed within. Shen Xianyu candidly replied, "Of course, it is to kill, and also to prevent others from killing me."
Hearing this, Shen Shangyun was momentarily taken aback, then asked, "Can murder truly resolve all problems?"
"Of course not," Shen Xianyu retorted, "but I believe my issues can only be resolved through killing."
Observing the smile on Shen Xianyu's face, Shen Shangyun felt a pang of helplessness.
Initially, he had thought that among his 19 sons, Shen Xianyu was the least bloodthirsty, and now, he realized he had completely misjudged the situation. How had he given rise to such a troublesome offspring? Shen Shangyun, with exasperation, declared, "I cannot be bothered to argue with you, hurry back and rest." "Father, there is one more matter for which I need your assistance," Shen Xianyu interjected.
"What matter? Need money?" "Oh.
How could I possibly approach you solely for financial support? I merely wish for you to speak to the Taichung Temple, urging them to construct several more Bai Xian temples. After all, do you not advocate for the equality of all beings in this world?"
"You might as well ask for money." Shen Shangyun snapped back.
"Additionally, I previously instructed you not to emulate the training methods of those mountain spirits and demons, yet you have treated my words as mere suggestions, have you not?"
Shen Xianyu remained unfazed. "What is prohibited and what is not?
Are there not countless individuals who have achieved renown by taking the wrong path? Besides, my approach is not necessarily misguided. In truth, the necessity for Bai Xian temples has little to do with deification. The Bai Xian stone statues there are far less practical than allowing the white python demon to occasionally roam about. The main point is that Bai Qinghan enjoys the incense offerings."
Shen Shangyun scolded, "Such twisted reasoning. Depart."
"Very well." Shen Shanyu thought to himself, knowing that the matter was settled. If Shen Shangyun had outright refused, he would have clearly stated so. As he reached the doorway, Shen Shanyu recalled something and turned back to Shen Shangyun. "By the way, father, I have one more question regarding my life-bound object." These past few days, I have been pondering that if my lifebound object has not been tampered with, it should not impose any limitations on me. Was it you who interfered with the lifebound object, preventing my breakthrough from the Yuan-Yang realm?
Xin Shengyun replied nonchalantly, do you truly believe that is possible? If not you, then it must be Xin Shenyang, Xin Xianyu asserted. He lacks the capability.
I must be frank with you, it was your elder brother who took preventive measures against you long ago.
Xin Xianyu chuckled. Ha!
With that laughter, he turned and departed, not lingering any longer in the Yangxin Palace, only glancing at the East Palace gate as he passed. Sometimes he pondered whether, upon slaying Xin Shenyang, he would feel remorse for the past kindness shown by his elder brother Xin Pingchuan and sister-in-law Chen Yunqi. However, he found himself devoid of any burdens now. At the East Palace gate, Xin Xianyu fell into contemplation and recalled a historical tale from his previous life. After Emperor Zhu Di of Yin ascended the throne, his nephew Zhu Yunwen mysteriously vanished. Even after centuries, no one could ascertain whether Zhu Yunwen had perished during the Jingnan campaign. In any case, he simply disappeared. Sometimes, deceiving oneself lightens the heart. At times, it is also necessary to deceive the world. Zhu Di's actions were worth emulating. Xin Xianyu strolled out of the imperial city with ease, returning to the royal residence. Bai Qinghan sat regally in the main hall of the rear courtyard, accompanied now by a maidservant. As Xin Xianyu approached, the maidservant greeted him. This servant, Han Yue, pays her respects to His Highness, the Prince of Words.
No need for formalities, Xin Xianyu replied casually. Is she a demon as well? What else could she be? After all, your residence is filled with various demons, what does one more matter? Bai Qinghan laughed. Nonsense, there are clearly more humans here. In the eyes of you nobles, are not all beneath you mere ants? Are the servants not people?
Xin Xianyu replied helplessly, that was the etiquette from thousands of years ago, our human race has long abolished slavery, they are simply workers in the royal residence. Bai Qinghan raised an eyebrow, offering a compliment, I did not realize that when you are not killing, you possess quite a benevolent nature.
Xin Xianyu smiled in delight, indeed.
The process of becoming dark requires time. I have essentially been nurtured in a honeyed environment throughout my life. Should I turn dark, that would be illogical. As for being a villain, perhaps others may perceive it that way, but let them think as they will. Those who fail to survive are the true villains.
At this moment, Xin Xianyu took a seat and directly inquired, I have yet to ask you, what brought you here this time? Was it merely to gather incense offerings? Chapter 63 of The White Fairy, such a melodious title, however, that is not the reason I have come. I merely wish to see you. As Bai Qinghan spoke, a smile graced her lips, truly captivating in its beauty. Yet, there was something about her words that felt somewhat disingenuous. Xin Xianyu interjected, as long as you do not harbor thoughts of reclaiming the white python's demon form prematurely, all will be well. Rest assured, I have no such intentions. However, I fear I shall need to reside with you for a time. The incense offerings will greatly aid in restoring my primordial spirit, Bai Qinghan stated candidly. That is acceptable, but let us be clear. While I tend to the white python, you are not to interfere, nor to meddle, that is my body. Am I not allowed to say a word?
Xin Xianyu chuckled, until I return what is yours, the ownership of your body lies with me, unless you wish for me to cease my care. Bai Qinghan gritted her teeth in frustration.
Very well. I shall remain silent.
This matter was not one of debt but rather a mutually beneficial arrangement. Bai Qinghan sought a more formidable demon form, while Xin Xianyu aspired for greater cultivation. Nonetheless, Xin Xianyu was intrigued. This woman was undeniably powerful. How had she been grievously wounded by someone as insignificant as Lu Feiyu? As the conversation turned to this topic, Bai Qinghan's expression darkened. At the time, I was in the midst of absorbing the water element for my cultivation and had just entered the molting phase. A snake is most vulnerable while shedding its skin. It was the perfect opportunity to exact revenge for that sword strike. Xin Xianyu replied nonchalantly, Lu Feiyu has long since been devoured by you.
Ah? Bai Qinghan's eyes widened in surprise.
I dispatched her shortly after you departed for 7 days.
Was there any need to wait until now? Oh, so you consider that vengeance on my behalf? Xin Xianyu grinned.
Not entirely, after all, Lu Feiyu also struck me with her sword while I was fishing.
How could I simply endure that?
It was now abundantly clear that Bai Qinghan was unaware of many prior events, confirming her honesty. This was for the best mutual transparency. Xin Xianyu then commanded, Xingzhu, find a few individuals to prepare 2 guest rooms for the White Fairy and this Hongyue lady.
Understood. White Fairy.
Upon hearing this, Bai Qinghan's lips curled into a slight smile. What a delightful appellation, it sounded far more pleasing than Emperor Lord Snake Demon. At that moment, Hongyue whispered, Emperor, may I not reside here? I find Xingzhu quite irksome and wish to eliminate her. From the very first glance at Xingzhu, Hongyue had felt an impulse to do away with her. Bai Qinghan immediately understood that Xingzhu girl had a rather formidable background and exuded an aura of water element. As for Hongyue, her true form was that of a crimson refining snake, aligned with the fire element. Naturally, encountering Xingzhu would be quite uncomfortable for her. However, Bai Qinghan did not acquiesce to Hongyue's request. If you dislike her, simply avoid her, you must remain here. Very well, Hongyue conceded, primarily concerned that should Xin Xianyu take advantage of her, she would be at a disadvantage without her own maid by her side. At that moment, Qingyu returned from outside. She appeared indifferent upon seeing Bai Qinghan, but her gaze began to dart nervously when she laid eyes on Hongyue. It was not that she recognized her from the past. Rather, she was simply afraid of her. Bai Qinghan narrowed her eyes, muttering to herself, this Shen Xianyu truly has remarkable fortune. Qingyu timidly passed by the two of them. Hongyue then remarked with a gentle smile, Emperor, I find this girl rather likable. Please do not bully her, she seems quite pitiful. Bai Qinghan instructed, you must remember that, for I cannot bear to see her mistreated. Rest assured, I could never bring myself to do so. In the vast demon realm, there existed no true wood elemental snake, and upon arriving at the Wangfu, she had fortuitously encountered one. Wood nurtures fire. Bai Qinghan then made her way to the rear courtyard, where she found Qingyu transformed into a green python, feasting alongside her true form, and turned to Shen Xianyu.
Shen Xianyu, have you also imparted the devouring heaven technique to her? Indeed.
Very well, considering our shared lineage as snakes, I shall overlook it.
Bai Qinghan then declared, I too am hungry. Then eat.
There is plenty to go around. Shen Xianyu gestured toward the assortment of poultry and fish. However, Bai Qinghan wrinkled her nose in distaste.
I refuse to consume such fare, I desire something cooked. How particular you are. Shen Xianyu, now reminiscing, inquired playfully, when you send dreams to the common folk, do you not use dishes like braised pork knuckles as tribute? Could that be your doing, O white fairy? And what of it, am I not allowed to indulge my cravings? Bai Qinghan retorted defiantly.
Very well, I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare something special for you.
Ultimately, the true essence of carefree living was bestowed by Bai Qinghan.
For her, all was well. Although her past was filled with reckless abandon, there were moments when she contemplated her fate, and it was truly disheartening, perpetually clinging to a mindset of carpe diem. Such was the nature of a fool. Since acquiring the white python's demon form, she had experienced the exhilarating rush of ascending through realms of power. The shadows that once clouded her heart had been swept away entirely. The chef at the Wangfu was a eunuch specially recruited from the Shangshan Bureau, and his culinary prowess was beyond reproach. A table laden with food remained largely untouched by others, while Bai Qinghan devoured her meal as if she had just been released from a prison.
Shen Xianyu couldn't help but chuckle wryly, caring for you costs far more than nurturing a white python's demon form. Does that small sum truly matter?
Bai Qinghan, exuding confidence, removed a blood jade bracelet from her wrist and slapped it onto the dining table.
Do not your kind enjoy pilfering blood jade from my demon realm for profit? This bracelet could fetch a few thousand taels of silver, would that suffice for my meals for a while?
Shen Xianyu hastily pushed her hand aside, carefully caressing the bracelet.
Good heavens, my lady, could you be gentler?
Such exquisite blood jade, should it shatter, would be a true waste, and a few thousand taels of silver, it might be worth more in gold. Aside from women, Shen Xianyu harbored another passion, jade artifacts. He had an affinity for all things jade, including jade feet. Bai Qinghan chuckled, squinting her eyes as she asked, do you truly like it?
Of course. Shen Xianyu nodded vigorously. Then I shall gift it to you. When I return from the demon realm next time, I will select a few fine pieces of blood jade for you, as a token of gratitude for nurturing my true form. Agreed.
Shen Xianyu had initially intended to keep the blood jade bracelet for himself. Just as he rose from the table, a pure white dove alighted upon his shoulder. Bai Qinghan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Shen Xianyu, may I have that pigeon for soup? It looks incredibly delicious.
Are you a reincarnated glutton? You just finished eating and are already yearning for more.
Shen Xianyu couldn't help but tease her, yet, in a swift motion, he crushed the dove, which transformed into wisps of sword energy coalescing in his palm.
Bai Qinghan's eyes lit up, visibly impressed. To condense sword energy into the form of a white dove, whose handiwork is this?
Shen Xianyu remained silent, his gaze fixed on the characters formed by the sword energy in his hand, his expression growing increasingly grave. The dove was an embodiment of Gu Lianshuang's sword energy. She had already arrived at the meeting place of Sword Energy Mountain and learned of the agenda at hand. Sword Energy Mountain had resolved to unite 3 empires in a concerted effort against the Demon Clan. Chapter 64 The Joint Campaign Against the Demon Clan at Sword Chi Mountain. What kind of madness is this? The words were uttered by Bai Qinghan, her exquisite visage already betraying her fury. Shen Xianyu dissipated Gu Lianshuang's sword energy, gripping the blood jade bracelet tightly in his hand. In an instant, countless thoughts surged through his mind. The campaign against the Demon Clan at Sword Chi Mountain was not the issue. The real dilemma lay in uniting 3 dynasties to confront them. Setting aside the feasibility of such a venture, the mere signal it would send was inherently threatening. It had the potential to influence the court above and endanger himself below. Shen Shengyun had long advocated for peaceful coexistence with the Demon Clan and faced considerable opposition on this matter, with some ministers even plotting to assassinate him. This factor also played a role in the rebellion of the 3 kings. It was not that he cherished peace, but rather that he deemed the other 2 dynasties unreliable. To eliminate dissent, it was unrealistic for the Eastern Xian dynasty to withstand the Southern Xian and Northern lurkers. It was far easier to drive the tiger away and swallow the wolf. If this situation were to arise, should, by mere chance, the Southern Xian and Northern lurkers choose to assist Sword Chi Mountain, the Eastern Xian dynasty would undoubtedly be embroiled in turmoil. The outcome was simply too ambiguous. Shen Shengyun and his advisors would surely act preemptively, allying with Sword Chi Mountain before the Southern Xian and Northern lurkers could. One must consider that the Demon Clan possessed abundant cultivation resources and rare treasures, which they could not fully utilize, resulting in considerable accumulation. Greed leads to ruin, just as hunger drives birds to their demise. This holds true for individuals and nations alike. The intentions of Sword Chi Mountain were also quite transparent. They sought a stable domain to establish a Sword Chi dynasty. All these matters were far-reaching. Previously, they had little relevance to him, but now they bore immense significance. Should war break out, humanity and the demon clan would become irreconcilable enemies, and he would truly find himself in a perilous position. The so-called deification would be thwarted. The crux of the matter was that countless individuals would come to assassinate the White Python unless he acted swiftly to ensure the White Python transformed into a true dragon before the war officially erupted. Time was of the essence. Bai Qinghan's beautiful eyes shimmered with coldness. At this moment, she had already resolved to return to the demon clan. Shen Xianyu interjected, "You should remain in the royal residence for now. Such a significant commotion cannot have escaped my father's notice. I shall seek him out to clarify matters." He added, "Every occurrence has its cause. Ensure your subjects understand the situation and refrain from rash actions." With that, Shen Xianyu hastily exited the royal residence. Upon arriving at the Yangxin Palace once more, he was taken aback to find numerous officials from the Ministry of War and several members of the cabinet present. Shen Xianyu was halted at the door by eunuch Feng. "Prince Yan, His Majesty is currently in a meeting with the ministers. Please follow me to the pavilion for a moment." "Very well." Eunuch Feng had gleaned some information regarding the discussion, which aligned closely with Shen Xianyu's predictions. It too revolved around the joint campaign against the demon clan. In truth, this was not a matter that had arisen overnight. Earlier, the three dynasties had been scheming in secrecy, but due to Shen Xianyu's fluctuating stance, sometimes advocating for war, at other times opposing it, the other two dynasties found it difficult to take decisive action. Their objective was to carve up the demon clan's territory, which was merely a fade. In reality, Sword Chi Mountain was at the helm, seeking to profit from the ensuing chaos, which also aligned with the interests of the other three dynasties. They were not merely intent on targeting the demon clan, they also sought to extract benefits from the other three powers. The specific details remained unknown even to eunuch Feng. Shen Xianyu patiently awaited the conclusion of the meeting, then approached Shen Xianyun, inquiring, "Father, what was the outcome of your discussion?" "The cabinet advocates for war, and the Ministry of War concurs. These two departments essentially represent the sentiments of the civil and military officials, achieving a remarkable consensus," Shen Xianyun replied. "What is your stance?" "Father has yet to reach a conclusion." This exemplified Shen Xianyun's governing style. He had never favored a mingling of civil and military officials and was even less inclined to see them united on matters of warfare. It was not that he feared rebellion, but rather that their convergence would yield no good results. Civil officials relished profiting during wartime, while military officers were eager to achieve merit through battle. Those who did not engage in combat were mere idlers. Ultimately, Shen Xianyun was reluctant to go to war. In fact, he harbored a desire to ally with the demon clan, aiming first to annihilate the northern Jing dynasty, which was closest to the demon clan, and subsequently divide its territory and populace with the demons. He would then turn his attention to the southern Shen. However, there was no rationale for such a course of action. Not only did the external situation not permit it, but the internal circumstances were equally dire. Although humanity was divided into several dynasties or nations, they were fundamentally one and the same. The demons, on the other hand, were an alien race. Shen Xianyu had fallen silent, clearly lost in thought. After a while, he finally spoke, "Father, why do I feel that this matter is less about targeting the demon clan and more about targeting you and me as father and son?" Shen Xianyun furrowed his brow in confusion. "What do you mean by that? To voice such a suspicion now would be premature." "It's merely my conjecture. I shall instruct my people to investigate further and return to discuss it with you in a few days. You must act swiftly. I can manage a moment's crisis, but not a lifetime's," Shen Xianyun cautioned. "Understood." Shen Xianyu then proceeded to the Luanxiang pavilion, requesting Su Mei to employ her means to gather information, before heading to the Demon Extermination Division to have Commander Su Yu collect intelligence. Upon returning to the royal residence, Bai Qinghan's maid, Hongwei, had also gained some understanding of the situation. The root of the current dispute was quite simple. Not long ago, a group of sword cultivators from the demon clan allied with several sword cultivators from Sword Chi Mountain to breach a forbidden zone, extracting a celestial sword and treasures, only to subsequently slay the sword cultivators from Sword Chi Mountain. The sects of those slain cultivators sought assistance from their respective dynasties but received no response. They ultimately took their grievances directly to Sword Chi Mountain. The higher-ups of Sword Chi Mountain deliberated and concluded that they must demand an explanation from the demon clan. However, before they could obtain such an explanation, they suffered further losses of sword cultivators. At this moment, Shen Xianyu turned to Bai Qinghan. She quickly interjected, "Do not look at me like that. Though I am the Empress of the demon clan, I was entirely unaware of these events." Shen Xianyu understood her plight. He was no ordinary commoner, he comprehended the workings of power dynamics. Those in positions of authority were often oblivious to the happenings among the lower ranks. It was not that they did not wish to know, but rather that it was exceedingly difficult to ascertain. The notion of the king is easy to deal with, but the little ghosts are troublesome often held true. It was typically the latter who instigated chaos. Yet, now that the situation had escalated, Bai Qinghan could not possibly yield to Sword Chi Mountain. With a resolute tone, she declared, "If war is to be waged, then I shall return to the demon clan at once and lead the demon army to raise Sword Chi Mountain." "Truly a fierce spirit, Fairy Bai." Shen Xianyu commended, raising his thumb in approval, then chuckled, "Setting aside whether you can indeed level Sword Chi Mountain, even if you do, what will you do when the iron cavalry of the northern lurkers descends upon it, and our border forces of Dexian stir the pot?" "I will annihilate them." "Do not be absurd. If you truly possessed such prowess, the entire martial immortal continent would have long been unified by your demon clan. Then what do you propose we do?" Shen Xianyu appeared to have devised a plan. Just then, a woman clad in black soared into the royal residence on her sword. As she steadied herself upon the ground, the Yanwang pendant sword hovered beside her.
Your Highness, I have returned. Chapter 65. This decree left the crown prince quite discontented. Lian Shuang, how have you returned so swiftly?
Shen Xianyu expressed his surprise, while Gu Lianshuang could only manage a bitter smile as she replied, I am not well regarded in the discussions. They merely summoned me to maintain the fade of the Jueyun sword sect. Her words carried a tinge of sorrow. Although the Jueyun sword sect still held a position among the top 10 sword sects, its stature and heritage had dwindled, barely rivaling a second-rate sect. At this rate, if they failed to achieve notable results in the upcoming sword competition in half a year, they would likely plummet to a third-rate sect. During this meeting, Gu Lianshuang was not only denied the opportunity to speak but even lacked the right to attend as a listener for certain agendas. Though she did not explicitly state this, Shen Xianyu discerned her sentiment and consoled her with a smile. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, there is no need to dwell on such matters.
In the future, it may well be they who seek your favor. Your Highness always has such soothing words, Gu Lianshuang replied with a smile. Now, to return to the matter at hand, I trust you have not returned empty-handed and should bring me some valuable intelligence. However, I must first share what I have learned. As she listened to Shen Xianyu, Gu Lianshuang could not help but glance at Bai Qinghan. There was an intriguing scent about her, reminiscent of the white python demon. No, it was not merely similar, it was almost identical. Could she be the renowned White Emperor of the Demon Clan? At this juncture, Shen Xianyu interjected, Lianshuang, are you even listening to me? I am indeed listening.
What I have gathered aligns closely with your findings. The Sword Qi Mountain is convening at the Zhengzhou Xianlu sect to unite the powers of 3 dynasties against the Demon Clan. This is virtually a foregone conclusion, however, it hinges on the Emperor Wuxian's decision. Gu Lianshuang explained Wuxian was the era name of Shen Shengyun as emperor, and this year marked its 40th year.
Upon hearing this, Bai Qinghan could no longer suppress her fury.
Shen Xianyu, you must take care of my body. Once I have dealt with the demon threat, I shall seek you out.
With that, Bai Qinghan intended to leave.
Shen Xianyu promptly grasped her delicate wrist and said, See, you are in a rush again. Lianshuang has yet to finish her words. There may yet be a turning point. War is akin to a monstrous flood. The conflicts between the demon and human clans have always been even more severe. Once the momentum builds, it is almost set in stone. Shen Xianyu then turned to Gu Lianshuang and said, Lianshuang, I need to ascertain a few matters. Please analyze and relay what you know as best as you can. First, why is Sword Qi Mountain chosen to convene at the Zhengzhou Xianlu sect? Second, is there any underlying cause for the dispute? Third, what is the relationship between the Xianlu sect and Sword Qi Mountain, or more specifically, what connection do the members of the Xianlu sect have with Sword Qi Mountain? After a moment of contemplation, Gu Lianshuang responded, I will address the first and third inquiries together. The head of the Xianlu sect, Tang Yu, is a sword cultivator at the Ascending Cloud stage and a direct disciple of one of the 3 mountain masters of Sword Qi Mountain, thus affiliated with Sword Qi Mountain. The meeting at the Xianlu sect is both an invitation from Tang Yu and a means to facilitate contact with our Emperor of Dexian. Regarding the second matter, while it is publicly stated that the Demon Clan sword cultivators are acting unethically in seizing immortal swords, my personal investigations lead me to suspect that someone is orchestrating the Demon Sword cultivators' actions to provide Sword Qi Mountain with a pretext for their campaign. Orchestrating? Shen Xianyu and Bai Qinghan almost instinctively seized upon this term. If that were the case, the situation could become considerably simpler. Gu Lianshuang's marginalization at Sword Qi Mountain might, in fact, prove advantageous. During her days in Zhengzhou, she had not idled away her time but had diligently sought to uncover the underlying reasons and had indeed discovered some leads. The demon sword cultivators who had been seizing immortal swords had recently appeared in Zhengzhou, accompanied by several disciples of the Xianlu sect. Shen Xianyu fell into silence. After a lengthy pause, he inquired, Is that Tang Yu related to the Tang family of Zhengzhou? Indeed, he is the 6th uncle of Tang Gaosheng, Gu Lianshuang confirmed. Ah. Now this is intriguing. If this matter has no ties to the Tang family, I would find that utterly implausible. This could subsequently extend to Xin Shenyang. After all, the Tang family's most formidable backing is none other than the crown prince. Moreover, considering the situation in the court, Emperor Shen Shengyun and his trusted advisors seem reluctant to involve themselves, while the crown prince and the former crown prince's faction harbor a fervent attitude towards warfare. Shen Xianyu promptly asked, Lianshuang, the discussions at Sword Qi Mountain have not yet concluded, correct? Correct, Gu Lianshuang nodded. Then I shall make a personal visit. With the information at hand, it was evident that this was another form of military coup. Ostensibly, it aimed to unite against the Demon Clan, but in reality, it sought to compel Shen Shengyun to yield. Initially, there had been plans to deal with the Tang family, but they had been unable to act. Now, it seemed they might finally uproot them entirely. Not going was simply not an option. Shen Xianyu pondered a reason and signaled to Shen Shengyun to release a false message. The next day, eunuch Feng arrived at the Yanwang mansion bearing an imperial edict. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees. Since the treason of the Zhao prince has been quashed, Zhengzhou, the heartland of our Dexian, has yet to receive royal authority to exert pressure. Therefore, I decree my 19th son, Yanwang Shen Xianyu, to patrol Zhengzhou in preparation for the establishment of a princely fief. Thus it is ordered. Shen Xianyu knelt and respectfully replied, I humbly accept the edict. The edict's meaning was straightforward. Following the execution of the treacherous Zhao Wang, there was no longer a princely ruler in Zhengzhou, and the emperor intended to appoint Shen Xianyu as the prince. However, there were reservations. The terms patrol and preparation for the fief suggested that this matter still required careful consideration. Clutching the edict, Shen Xianyu noted that Eunuch Feng approached and whispered, "Your Highness, when the cabinet drafted this decree, the Crown Prince seemed quite displeased and has been discussing with His Majesty that you are unsuitable for the princely role."
Ha! Is he not eager for me to assume the princely title sooner?
Shen Xianyu chuckled. Eunuch Feng remarked with a cryptic smile, "Now that is quite intriguing. Enough of your speculations, Eunuch Feng. Return and inform my father that I shall set forth to Zhongzhou shortly."
Understood, I take my leave.
Zhongzhou lies to the east of Xinjing City, and the journey from the Yanwang Mansion to the capital city of Zhengzhou, Zhongyang City, is merely around 100 miles.
The Tang family, the Xianlu sect, and the Naosil Jiaowang Mansion are all located within Zhongyang City. Xanju assisted in preparing his belongings but chose not to accompany Shen Xianyu this time, opting instead to remain at the Yanwang Mansion to tend to it.
As he prepared to depart, Shen Xianyu embraced her gently in her chamber and softly said, "If all goes well, I shall return in just a few days from Zhongzhou. Remember to feed Qingyu well." "Alright, Your Highness, please take care on your journey," Xinju replied, reluctant to part.
"No worries.
After all, Lian Shuang and Fairy Bai will be with me, and nothing will go awry. Moreover, my father has also assigned me 800 feather forest guards," Shen Xianyu reassured her. Chapter 66, The Allure of Power. Xinju's eyes brimmed with reluctance. However, as Shen Xianyu's actions grew increasingly audacious, that reluctance swiftly transformed into indignation. Perhaps he had exerted a bit too much force, causing Xinju to clench her teeth tightly, her complexion turning a shade of crimson.
"Your Highness, are you certain you do not wish to withdraw your hand? We must be on our way soon."
Xinju reminded, her cheeks flushed, yet there was no hint of unwillingness in her tone. If not for the fear of delaying matters, she would have certainly pushed this mischievous boy onto the bed. With a playful smile, Shen Xianyu replied, "Very well, but you must remember my words, guard the house well." "Rest assured, Your Highness," Xinju said sweetly, yet, her gaze began to take on an odd quality, reminiscent of a mother's worry for her child traveling far from home. Shen Xianyu felt a shiver run down his spine. Thankfully, Xinju's beauty remained timeless, otherwise, he would truly feel a pang of guilt. Upon exiting the chamber, the assembly was nearly complete. The royal guards, alongside the Yulin guards, numbered in the thousands once more. Supa galloped ahead, brandishing a royal banner. Within the carriage, Gu Lianchuan and Bai Qinghan sat on either side. Bai Qinghan, appearing languid, remarked, "It's just a little over 100 miles.
Can't we just fly there on our swords?"
Shen Xianyu explained, "Fairy Bai, I am on a royal inspection. Asa Prince, I also bear the title of an imperial envoy. Have you ever seen an imperial envoy traveling with 2 women for an inspection? This is not merely about grandeur, it is a symbol of authority. Much like in the demon realm, can one establish dominance solely through slaughter, authority must be established as well." Bai Qinghan nodded in agreement. The journey was not lengthy, and within 2 to 3 hours, they arrived at Zhongzhou's Zhongyang prefecture. The local officials and prominent figures awaited them on the official road outside the city.
Upon sighting the royal banner, they immediately knelt in reverence.
"We pay our respects to His Highness, the Prince of Words." Hearing the greeting, Shen Xianyu lifted the curtain and gracefully descended from the carriage, holding a document from the ancestral court. Before the governor of Zhengzhou, Hanli, he presented the document. Hanli, puzzled, inquired, "Your Highness, what is this?" "The emperor has decreed that if I find Zhengzhou suitable to become a vassal state, preparations should be made to refurbish the Zhao Wangfu, to avoid the unnecessary expenditure of rebuilding a royal residence," Shen Xianyu stated.
"Understood.
I shall dispatch someone to attend to this matter immediately,"
Hanli affirmed.
"And do not disturb the Zhao royal family. I shall comply with your royal command." The former was the emperor's edict, while the latter was the prince's order. Through this exchange, the other officials gradually grasped why Hanli had ascended from a poverty-stricken scholar to a high-ranking official in this territory. Had they been in his position, they would not have perceived the nuances in Shen Xianyu's language.
Most importantly, Hanli was demonstrating his loyalty.
"Your Highness, during this inspection, I shall follow your every command. I am but your loyal dog." Historically, princes sent to the vassal states did so without prior inspections, being quietly placed within their domains. This was merely the emperor's way of sending a trustworthy individual to ascertain the situation in Zhengzhou. Once inside the city, various dignitaries lined the streets to extend their welcomes. The allure of power was vividly displayed at that moment. Regardless of one's past conduct, as long as one held great authority, even the most ludicrous would be revered like a deity. Before they even reached Zhao Wangfu, the residents had been meticulously prepared for Shen Xianyu's stay. Just as Shen Xianyu settled in the grand hall, Hanli approached respectfully, asking, "Your Highness, should we remove the plaque of Zhao Wangfu?"
"No need," Shen Xianyu replied.
"My purpose in coming here is primarily for inspection. We have not yet reached the point of establishing a vassal state."
"Does your Highness have any other commands?" Hanli inquired.
"I have heard that the Xianlu sect has been quite lively lately, with notable figures from Swordchi Mountain gathering there. Please summon the sect leader to explain the situation to me. I shall relay your message at once." Approximately half an hour later, Tang Yu arrived. The Xianlu sect held a modest position in Zhengzhou, yet as the sect leader and a skilled swordsman on the verge of reaching the divine refinement stage, Tang Yu, being a member of the Tang family, could stand on equal footing with Hanli in formal settings. Upon encountering Shen Xianyu, he bore an air of arrogance, particularly upon noticing Gu Lianchuan beside him, which elicited a tinge of disdain in his gaze. Nevertheless, Tang Yu complied with decorum, kneeling to pay his respects. Shen Xianyu did not respond, and as Tang Yu attempted to rise, Shen Xianyu's voice cut through the air, icy and commanding.
Sect leader Tang, did I grant you permission to rise? Tang Yu was taken aback, obliged to kneel once more. Shen Xianyu directly queried, Sect leader Tang, why was the matter of Sword Chi Mountain discussed within your sect, yet not reported to the Zhengzhou prefectural office?
Your Highness, the Xianlu sect is a subordinate sect of Sword Chi Mountain, and I am a disciple of one of the three masters of Sword Chi Mountain. The court has an agreement with Sword Chi Mountain, as long as they do not cause trouble within the Dashuan realm, there is no need to report to the office, Tang Yu explained. You are correct, but the mountain under your Xianlu sect does not belong to you. It belongs to the state. Moreover, are you, Tang Yu, a subject of Dashuan or merely a member of Sword Chi Mountain? In this world, all lands are under the king's dominion, and all shores belong to the king's ministers, unless you do not consider yourself a subject of Dashuan.
At this pronouncement, unease crept into Tang Yu's heart.
Shen Xianyu continued, I shall not engage in wordplay with you. I have received reports indicating that disciples of your Xianlu sect have been seen consorting with demon realm sword cultivators. Is there any truth to this?
How could that be?
Tang Yu hastily protested, Your Highness, I am unaware of where you have heard such rumors, but our Xianlu sect has long sworn to stand against the demon race.
It is impossible for the situation you describe to exist.
Then prove it. I possess substantial evidence here. You have 12 hours from now, or I shall commence arrests.
Tang Yu was taken aback. Your Highness, in matters like this, is it not the responsibility of the accuser to provide evidence? Why must the Xianlu sect prove its innocence?
Shen Xianyu smiled, I was waiting for you to say that. If you require me to provide evidence, then I must first conduct an investigation.
Bring forth the Xianlu sect, arrest according to the list.
Arrests were not the responsibility of the sect itself, but rather that of the inspection office. In the Eastern Xian Empire, there had never been a case where the office could not manage sect matters. Backed by imperial authority and military force, officials always stood atop the food chain. Beyond that apex, there was yet another peak, but only one person occupied that position, Shen Xianyu. Regardless of Tang Yu's prowess in the Ascendant Cloud realm, dealing with him was merely a matter of words. As for evidence, in most cases, it was not of paramount importance, it merely served as a pretext. Without substantial evidence, one could still be judged. Of course, this was only applicable when there was a significant disparity in status. Had the difference been smaller, it would have borne no weight. Chapter 67 The preferences of Lord Yan. Only beauties. As for the list, it was provided by Gu Lian Shuang, who was acquainted with several disciples of the Xianlu sect and knew their names. Naturally, the task of apprehending individuals fell to the Office of Inspection. There was no cause for concern that they would meddle in the matter, with the prince coming to inspect. Should local officials dare to engage in any trickery, the next visitor would not be the prince, but rather ironclad cavalry. At this level of chaos, no one is a fool. While obedience may bring little reward, disobedience certainly brings none. Under the guidance of Hanli, Inspector Lu Jing issued an order. In merely half an hour, 6 disciples of the Xianlu sect were seized and thrown into prison for rigorous interrogation, with little fear of their silence. With the situation escalating to such a degree, there was no need to consider the consequences. If they remained silent, they would be coerced into confession. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, the sect leader of the Xianlu sect, did not return to the sect but instead went to the Tang family estate to confer with several elders of the family.
Tang Daosheng was also present. Upon learning the circumstances, Tang Daosheng clenched his fists and indignantly remarked, This Lord Yan is clearly fabricating charges, but what is his true intention? Tang Yu wore a look of confusion.
Although young, Tang Daosheng possessed an acute intuition about certain matters, sharper than a hound's nose. The emperor, under the pretext of inspecting the vassals, sent Lord Yan Shen Xianyu to survey Zhengzhou with one clear aim. To avoid war with the demon race. This statement plunged the room into silence, as it revealed the underlying truth. Tang Daosheng harbored a suspicion that this was not merely the emperor's intention, but likely also Shen Xianyu's. After all, it was becoming increasingly evident that Shen Xianyu was harboring demons. Shen Xianyu could have numerous reasons to avoid conflict with the demon race, whereas Shen Xianyu had but one. Should war break out, he would incur public wrath and meet a most tragic end. Tang Yu's face darkened, his gaze filled with resentment. What was the emperor thinking? The consensus to unite against the demon race had already gained momentum, with both Nqian and Bijing nearly in tacit agreement, yet he sought to undermine it. Bijing, known as the Northern Barbarians, with Jing as the national title and L as a derogatory term, indicating the geographical position of the nation. It is akin to how the people of the Eastern Xian dynasty may be referred to as Dongxian by outsiders, yet they refer to themselves as Dashuan from top to bottom. At this moment, the elder head of the Tang family, Tang Ku, spoke slowly. The current sovereign has always advocated for peaceful coexistence with the demon race. It would be most peculiar if he did not intervene. However, he will inevitably meet his demise. The throne will eventually pass to the crown prince. Our Tang family has received great favor from both the former crown prince and the current one, and it is time we consider how to repay this debt. We must ensure the progression of events, which would allow many martial artists from our family to contribute, and it would also provide a legitimate opportunity for Daosheng to serve the crown prince. At this juncture, Tang could turn to Tang Yu. Furthermore, after the united effort against the demon race, the Sword Chi Mountain will surely have a place to thrive, and as a direct disciple of the Three Mountains, you too could greatly benefit. Yet the immediate concern was that people had already been ordered to be captured by Lord Yan. Tang Yu's face was filled with worry. The other members of the Tang family also appeared unsettled. Tang Daosheng could not help but inquire, Uncle Yu, do you truly believe those apprehended are in collusion with the demon race's sword cultivators?
Indeed, Tang Yu replied, nodding solemnly.
The reaction was akin to thunder striking the head except for Tang Daosheng. The remaining members of the Tang family appeared dazed, their scalps tingling in dismay. It was clear to Tang Daosheng that he was asking a question he already knew the answer to. Previously, he had sought out Tang Yu's mentor, the master of Sword Qi Mountain, and proposed the idea in the name of Crown Prince Xin Shenyang to instigate conflict, incite war, and force Emperor Xin Shengyun to yield, compelling him to unite with Nqian and Bijing against the demon race. Such a scenario would render many of Xin Shengyun's original propositions laughable, inevitably diminishing his authority. It was primarily due to Xin Shenyang's impatience. He desired to ascend the throne swiftly during wartime. Amid internal chaos, a coup could be executed. Thus, it could be surmised that Xin Shengyun had dispatched Xin Xianyu to break the deadlock simultaneously. Xin Shenyang's strategy soon followed. A letter landed in the hands of Tang Ke, the family patriarch, bearing a single command. Kill. Tang Ke frowned slightly, uncertain whether to heed Xin Shenyang's directive. Suddenly, Tang Daosheng spoke up. A great-grandfather, this is the course of action we must take. The crown prince previously stated that we should not engage in further schemes against Xin Xianyu. We must do whatever it takes to eliminate him. This is the safest option. Tang Ke replied calmly, Daosheng, I believe this cost should not fall upon our Tang family. Let the demon race's sword cultivators bear the burden, adding the final spark to our united effort against them. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Daosheng stated decisively, power, in a certain sense, is a tool, a most formidable one at that. It cannot be denied that those who wield power can also perish. Let us take the risk, seizing the opportunity for the Tang family's transformation while striving for a future previously deemed unattainable. At this point, Tang Ke queried, then we must consider Lord Yan's strength, along with the prowess of his guards. Tang Daosheng responded, Great-grandfather, the guards of the royal mansion and the Yulin guards are indeed formidable, yet Xin Xianyu cannot possibly bring over 1,000 men everywhere. During this visit to Zhongzhou, he is likely accompanied by merely 2 individuals of the Guard General Supa, at the 9th level of Qi refinement, and Gulian Shuang, the sect leader of the Jitian sword sect, who has recently ascended to the Cloud Ascension realm. As for himself, he is merely at the Yuan Yang level, even I could easily dispatch him. Tang Daosheng's cultivation level places him among the elite of the younger generation, at the 8th level of the Cloud Ascension realm. Moreover, his 3 stages of body refinement and essence refinement render him exceptionally strong among his peers. This implies he possesses a significant advantage over other martial artists or cultivators of the same rank. Tang Ke spoke gravely. Do not harbor thoughts of killing Lord Yan. This matter should be left to your uncle Yuda. He will liaise with those demon race sword cultivators, and if necessary, seek assistance from Sword Qi Mountain. We are all in the same boat. As long as we elevate the crown prince to the throne, this vessel shall never capsize. Tang Yu also devised a plan. In the name of Sword Qi Mountain, he would invite Xin Xianyu to the Xianlu sect for a treasure presentation. Should he dare enter, his life could be forfeit. Tang Ke cautioned, if we are to proceed in this manner, we must tread carefully, particularly regarding the treasure presentation. It would be wise to ascertain Lord Yan's specific preferences to avoid any appearance of awkwardness. At this, Tang Daosheng scoffed, humph. Great-grandfather, Lord Xin Xianyu's preferences are well known. He is enamored with beauties. Simultaneously, Tang Daosheng's heart ached with turmoil, pondering whether Xin Xianyu had tormented Feiyu before her demise. Chapter 68 Master Tang, you truly have an eye for character. Achoo, which scoundrel dares to speak ill of me behind my back? At that moment, Xin Xianyu, who was observing the executions in the prison of the inspectorate, suddenly sneezed. Lu Jing, the inspector, who had managed to stifle his laughter, could not hold back any longer and burst into giggles upon hearing Xin's words. However, the amusement was short-lived. Xin Xianyu placed his hand on Lu Jing's shoulder and, with a smile, inquired, Minister Lu, is it truly that amusing? Lu Jing shook his head repeatedly, adopting a serious tone. No, Your Highness, I merely find you inexplicably endearing. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us hasten the interrogation and ascertain the whereabouts of those demon clan sword cultivators. But you were the one who initiated the frivolity. Lu Jing dared only to think silently. His gaze shifted back to the disciples of the Xianlu sect, and he slowly spoke, very well, cease the torture. Your Highness, they are quite resolute in their silence. I propose, with your consent, the use of the oil torture. The Ministry of Punishment in Dexian maintained strict regulations regarding the use of torture. Certain heinous methods required prior approval from the ministry before they could be employed. However, Xin Xianyu held a position of greater authority than the ministry, especially with the mandate for inspection at hand. Lu Jing had initially presumed that Xin Xianyu would find the use of oil torture inappropriate. Indeed, he expressed such concerns. Minister Lu, if we cook them alive in oil, what good is the interrogation? Let us simplify matters, bring forth their relatives and kin, and execute them one by one. Lu Jing was taken aback, cold sweat beading on his forehead, while Xin Xianyu continued to speak with a smile. It was as if he regarded these individuals as mere objects. The disciples of the Xianlu sect, while not of lofty origins, were not entirely destitute either. They hailed from the local martial arts families of the Central Plains. Although such a course of action would undoubtedly offend human decency, it was deemed acceptable if it yielded the desired information regarding the demon clan sword cultivators. The disciples believed that Xin Xianyu was merely feigning threats to extract confessions, and thus clung stubbornly to their claims of innocence. Xin Xianyu remarked nonchalantly, I am not here to listen to your pleas of injustice. Save them for the king of hell after you perish. With his decree given, the inspectorate promptly complied. Lu Jing was remarkably efficient. Within 2 hours, he had brought forth the families of these captives, presenting them before their eyes. Yet, Lu Jing hesitated, glancing at Xin Xianyu, and asked, Your Highness, do you truly intend to kill them? Yes, if even this does not elicit a response, there is no need for further inquiry. Simply execute them all, Xin Xianyu declared. Very well, silence yourself and carry out the order, I shall take full responsibility, he added. Lu Jing could only nod in agreement, his heart racing.
His Highness the Prince shows no regard for decorum at all. Shen Xianyu's reasoning was blunt and straightforward.
Having already uncovered the truth, why continue to play games in the absence of evidence, offending someone? I am a prince, the direct son of the reigning emperor. At least within the realm of the Dexian dynasty, it is others who must consider whether to offend me, not the other way around.
Moreover, what is the Tang family, what is the Xianlu sect? If they persist in their defiance, I could easily fabricate a pretext to send 5,000 cavalry to trample their forces underfoot.
In summary, Shen Xianyu believed he had shown considerable restraint. At that moment, Supa entered the prison, whispering, Your Highness, the master of the Xianlu sect, Tang Yu, requests an audience.
Here we go again. Shen Xianyu thought for a moment before addressing Lu Jing. Minister Lu, continue the interrogation as I instructed. Until I return, no confessions are to be disclosed. I understand.
Lu Jing replied respectfully. With that, Shen Xianyu waved his sleeve and departed. In the guest hall of the inspectorate, Tang Yu arrived with 2 attendants, carrying numerous gifts. Upon seeing Shen Xianyu, he approached with utmost respect and flattery. I pay my respects to your Highness the Prince. I was taken aback by your summons earlier and, in my haste, failed to bring any gifts. I hope your Highness will forgive my oversight. These modest tributes are merely a token of my esteem. I humbly request that your Highness accepts them. Noting Tang Yu's excessive politeness, Shen Xianyu refrained from dismissing him outright. After taking a seat, he smiled and asked, Master Tang, have you come to plead for someone? I believe there must be some misunderstanding, so I wish to clarify matters with your Highness, Tang Yu replied. Of course, mere words are insufficient. In addition to these humble gifts, the Xianlu sect possesses more rare treasures. I have prepared a banquet for your Highness, and I hope you will honor us with your presence. After the feast, perhaps you might consider sparing my unfortunate disciples. The esteemed leader of a sect now groveling in humility, Shen Xianyu inquired with a smile, Pray tell, is this not a banquet of treachery? Your Highness jest. The treasures are too extraordinary to present directly, hence my invitation to you at the Xianlu sect, Tang Yu explained. Shen Xianyu's curiosity piqued. What kind of treasures are we speaking of? Tang Yu lowered his voice and said, Your Highness may have heard of her. She is renowned across the 3 dynasties as the most beautiful woman of the Central Plains, Xiao Linglong. The name rang a bell. Shen Xianyu recalled hearing tales of her beauty last year, along with the fact that she was an entertainer who sold her skills but not her body. He had considered spending money to acquire her, but that had incited jealousy in his little fox companion, leading to a confrontation that nearly ended in disaster. With his thoughts in that direction, Shen Xianyu's expression turned grave. Master Tang, do you take me for a fool? Tang Yu immediately panicked. However, Shen Xianyu broke into a grin. Nevertheless, I can appreciate that Master Tang has expended considerable effort to curry my favor, bringing so many gifts. It would be remiss of me to refuse your generosity. Ah, your Highness is too kind. It is truly my duty to do so. Your visit to the Central Plains is a blessing for both the people and the sect. As those words left Tang Yu's lips, he felt a churn in his stomach. Even when facing Han Li or other regional officials, he had never stooped so low. Yet, in the presence of Shen Xianyu, despite him being the least capable among the princes, the sight of the prince's purple golden patterned robe evoked an uncontrollable sense of submission within him. If a mere prince could command such reverence, what must the emperor, seated high above, be like? Tang Yu finally understood why some individuals would forsake their cultivation to seek a minor official position in the court. The allure of power far surpassed that of mere spiritual attainment. Shen Xianyu slowly rose to his feet. In that case, Master Tang, you may take your leave for now. I have just emerged from the prison, and I am in dire need of a bath to rid myself of the stench of blood. Otherwise, I may inadvertently tarnish the beauty of Xiao. As Shen Xianyu smiled, Tang Yu harbored bitter thoughts. Regardless of whether he bathed or not, today would ultimately result in tarnishing her reputation. Realizing that impatience would yield no results, Tang Yu respectfully replied, Very well, I shall await you at the mountain gate. Safe travels. As he watched Tang Yu depart, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Shen Xianyu's eyes, and he muttered to himself, Had this not been a banquet of treachery, I would have devoured that Xiao Linglong whole. Chapter 69. Xianlu Mountain. Shen Xianyu proceeded at a leisurely pace towards the prison. The disciples of the Xianlu sect were wailing and lamenting. Upon seeing Shen Xianyu, one of them contorted his face into a grotesque expression. Shen Xianyu, if you have the guts, do not allow me to leave this place alive, otherwise, I shall feast upon your flesh and wear your skin. Shen Xianyu chuckled, Since you have spoken so boldly, out of respect for you, I shall not grant each of you the privilege of leaving unscathed. Whether you confess or not matters little, consider it a journey together with your kin. With that, Shen Xianyu turned and departed. Having reached this point, he could no longer afford to retain any entities or matters that posed a potential threat. He simply did not wish to tread the same path as the Shen Xianyu in the book. That would be dreadfully tragic, far worse than the plight of these Xianlu sect disciples. Upon returning to the Zhaowang mansion, Shen Xianyu did not indulge in a bath, nor did he change his attire. He merely recounted the events to Gu Lianxiang and Bai Qinghan. Gu Lianxiang, her face etched with concern, questioned, Your Highness, if you are aware that this is a banquet of treachery, why agree to attend? It must be for that enchanting beauty. This roasted chicken is truly delectable. Bai Qinghan interjected, holding in her hands a roasted chicken, half consumed. Shen Xianyu, exasperated, replied, Do you truly believe I am the sort to be so easily distracted by a beautiful woman? The two ladies fell into an uncomfortable silence, refraining from responding. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Shin Xianyu continued, the Judicial Inspectorate's prison is currently conducting an interrogation. Whether they yield results remains uncertain. If they cannot extract any confessions, we shall find ourselves at an impasse.
Thus, attending this banquet of treachery is imperative. Of course, if it were merely an occasion for him to rescue someone, that would be entirely justifiable, though the likelihood of such an occurrence is minuscule. Bai Qinghan, munching as she spoke, said with a mouthful, then let's go, I shall accompany you. Gu Lianxiang chimed in, I shall go as well. Shin Xianyu responded with a smile, I returned specifically to bring you both along. If a confrontation arises, with you two by my side, I shall not suffer too great a loss. Not just the two of them, the guards from the Yanwang mansion and the Feather Forest Guard who accompanied him from Xinjing followed suit. The scale of their assembly resembled that of a grand army. Upon receiving word from the Xianlu sect, a tense atmosphere enveloped the sect. The sect master, Tang Yu, knelt before his mentor, discussing Shin Xianyu's movements. The individual before him, with grizzled hair and clad in a loose black robe, bore an appearance of decay, yet his eyes radiated a piercing sword intent. Master, it appears that Shin Xianyu is not as foolish as he seems. He is not here for Xiao Linglong, he is solely intent on locating those demonic sword cultivators. My nephew is indeed wise, he should strike decisively rather than engage in cunning schemes. The master of Sword Chi Mountain spoke in a raspy voice, your nephew is a fine material. He shall undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. However, Shin Xianyu has brought an army, the guards from the Wang Mansion are manageable, but those from the Feather Forest Guard are truly formidable. Tang Yu remarked. Then conceal your murderous intent. Let him and Xiao Linglong indulge in their pleasures for a moment. I refuse to believe that he would allow others to linger in the company of a woman during such intimate moments. Tang Yu was somewhat reluctant. When Xiao Linglong was summoned, his nephew had shown interest, contemplating eliminating Shin Xianyu and presenting her to him. As for himself, having reached a certain age, he no longer felt any attraction towards women. Yet in the current predicament, he had no choice but to subject Xiao Linglong to this ordeal. At the foot of Xianlu Mountain, the carriage could ascend no further. It was now afternoon, and the spring sun was pleasantly warm. Shin Xianyu gazed up at the mountain scenery and exclaimed, this mountain is truly endowed with extraordinary spirit, it rightfully deserves the title Xian. By the way, why is it called Xianlu Mountain? Looking at Bai Qinghan, who was chewing on a candied hawthorn skewer, he heard her mumble indistinctly, how would I know? Gu Lianxiang, noticing this, explained, Your Highness, it was over 1,000 years ago that a celestial deer appeared in this mountain, which blessed the local populace with favorable weather and later bestowed the founding master of the Xianlu sect with a cultivation method, hence the establishment of the sect and the mountain's name. At that moment, Bai Qinghan finished the last piece of her skewer. I find this hard to believe. If there were truly a mountain spirit with millennia of cultivation, I would surely be aware of it. Shin Xianyu smiled gently, Fairy Bai, since your arrival in the human realm, all you seem to know is eating. How could you possibly comprehend anything? Gu Lianxiang had been thinking along similar lines. Initially, she had imagined that the White Emperor of the demon race would exude an overwhelming presence, capable of altering the very skies with a single step. Instead, she encountered a mere glutton. During their time at the Judicial Inspectorate, while Shin Xianyu was preoccupied, she found herself hungry. There was little to eat in the Zhao Wang mansion, prompting her to take Bai Qinghan on a stroll through the streets. To her astonishment, nothing remained after they indulged. Whatever they ate was insufficient. No wonder Shin Xianyu remarked that caring for her was more demanding than tending to the white python demon. Upon hearing this, Bai Qinghan tilted her head, seemingly reflecting on her own behavior, her cheeks flushing slightly. It does seem that way. Primarily, the demon realm is devoid of grains. Even if they existed, no one would bother to cook. I once brought a few chefs over, but their courage was too feeble. Upon seeing those fearsome demon creatures, they were all terrified to death. Having longed for human delicacies while in the demon realm, she could not resist indulging in the culinary delights of the human world during her rare visit. As they conversed, Shin Xianyu led the two ladies up the mountain, with the army trailing behind them until they reached the gates of the Xianlu sect. Tang Yu awaited their arrival, accompanied by the sect's elders and several distinguished disciples, who all approached to pay their respects upon seeing Shin Xianyu. When Tang Yu's gaze fell upon Gu Lianxiang standing beside Shin Xianyu, his expression stiffened. He could not help but recall the time he had casually mocked the Jieyun sword sect during a discussion at Sword Chi Mountain. As his eyes rested on Bai Qinghan, he perceived disdain reflected in her exquisite gaze. Shin Xianyu inquired, and where is that enchanting beauty, Xiao? Reporting to your highness, she is within the sect. A banquet has been prepared, and shortly, Miss Xiao will come to attend to you, Tang Yu replied respectfully. Very well, let us proceed. Along the way, Tang Yu could not resist asking, Your Highness, who is that young lady by your side? Shin Xianyu glanced back at Bai Qinghan. Her? Tang Yu nodded. Shin Xianyu chuckled, You do not recognize her? I do not. Then it is best you refrain from further inquiries, it is of no concern to you. Tang Yu's lips twitched. That young lady possessed a beauty and grace unparalleled in the world, her eyes sparkling like stars, her hair as white as snow. The mere thought of such a woman being involved with Shin Xianyu was nothing short of a waste of heavenly beauty. Upon entering the Xianlu sect, Bai Qinghan caught a whiff of a fragrance, rekindling her appetite. However, the source of this aroma was not from any proper food. Bai Qinghan approached Shin Xianyu and whispered, May I wander about freely? Chapter 70 of the Double-Horned White Deer. Shin Xianyu responded, As long as you are aware, that suffices. Go ahead. All right then.
Bai Qinghan had just taken a step when an unsettling feeling suddenly washed over her. How could a dignified demon emperor, a being capable of standing toe-to-toe with Xin Shangyun, feel the need to consult Xin Xianyu before proceeding with her affairs? Never mind, one must be mindful of their benefactors. For now, she would heed his words. When the time came to reclaim her true form, the heavens and the earth would lie within the palm of her hand. Xin Xianyu was equally curious. What was Bai Qinghan up to? However, it seemed unlikely that she was seeking a confrontation. If it came to that, so be it. Moreover, while she was indeed a demon emperor, it appeared that few had glimpsed her true visage. Since arriving in the realm of mortals, Bai Qinghan had made several public appearances, mostly perceived as merely a new beauty acquired by Xin Xianyu, a reputation she seemed indifferent to. Truly bold of her, Xin Xianyu followed Tang Yu to a building known as the Jilu Pavilion. This place was often used by the Xianlu sect to host guests, adorned with exquisite decorations and treasures. Among these treasures, none shone as brightly as the woman named Xiao Lingrong. Upon seeing her countenance, Xin Xianyu's features revealed a hint of astonishment, truly deserving of the title, the fairest maiden of Zhangzhou. Xiao Lingrong approached, performing a deep bow, and respectfully said, "I am Xiao Lingrong, and it is an honor to meet your highness Yan Wang. I am deeply humbled to serve you with wine today, and should my manners be lacking, I hope you will kindly overlook them." Her demeanor was flawless, and her expressions while speaking conveyed the essence of a delicate maiden. Gu Lianxiang could not help but wonder, if she were to behave similarly, would the prince draw closer to her? At this moment, Xin Xianyu spoke, "Miss Xiao, there is no need for such formalities. To have the fairest maiden of Zhangzhou attending to me, the envy of all in this world is surely upon me. How could there be any shortcomings?"
"Thank you for your kind words, your highness. Please take a seat," Xiao Lingrong replied. The banquet was sparsely attended, with only Xin Xianyu, Gu Lianxiang, Tang Yu, and a few elders from the Xianlu sect present. After several rounds of wine, Xin Xianyu's cheeks flushed slightly, while Xiao Lingrong continued to pour wine into his cup. Tang Yu inquired with a smile, "Your highness, what do you think of Miss Xiao? If she has captured your heart, you may take matters into your own hands after the banquet." Seeing Xin Xianyu about to speak, Tang Yu quickly continued, "Your highness, it seems you are quite enjoying your drink today, so let us refrain from discussing matters beyond this. If you tire, the upper floor has been prepared for your rest. Perhaps Miss Xiao could accompany you." Xin Xianyu chuckled but remained silent, instead gesturing towards the guards of the Yan Wangfu and the Yulin guards outside the pavilion. "Tang Zongju, let us refrain from employing such trite tactics as beauty traps and hidden agendas. I have brought over 1,000 people here, not to flaunt before you. My purpose is not to indulge in the beauty of Miss Xiao, but rather to seek those sword cultivators of the demon clan. I shall ask you once more, will you surrender them or not? If you refuse, you will not witness the arrival of these 1,000 men. If you comply, the Xianlu sect shall continue to exist." With these words, the atmosphere in the Jilu pavilion became tense, and Xiao Lingrong, standing beside Xin Xianyu, could no longer detect the scent of wine on him. All she felt was a chilling aura akin to piercing nails. Tang Yu forced a smile and said, "Your highness, what are you saying? I do not comprehend." "Enough, I have no desire to engage in idle chatter. I will ask you one last time, will you surrender or not?" Xin Xianyu's gaze was icy. Tang Yu continued to feign ignorance, instructing, "Miss Xiao, it seems his highness has had too much to drink. Please attend to him and ensure he rests." Just as Xiao Lingrong was about to comply, Gu Lianxiang suddenly drew her sword, pinning Xiao Lingrong's delicate hand to the table with the scabbard, the sword's tip aimed squarely at Tang Yu. Boom! Amidst the charged atmosphere, a thunderous crack split the sky. The resounding noise brought a moment of clarity to everyone present. Xin Xianyu looked towards the entrance, tilting his head slightly. Unbeknownst to him, the skies had darkened, clouds gathering ominously, with lightning flickering and swirling within. It was springtime, and the booming thunder rolled on endlessly. Xin Xianyu sensed that this was not heralding a torrential downpour. He had gazed at the starlit sky the night before, and the multitude of stars far surpassed any blemish on a pockmarked face. How could it possibly rain heavily today? With a myriad of stars overhead, clear skies were to be expected. This was common knowledge. At that moment, Tang Yu's mind was also jolted simultaneously. A ringing of bells echoed throughout the Xianlu sect, including within the Jilu pavilion itself. Tang Yu, for reasons unknown, was overwhelmed with joy, disregarding Xin Xianyu, and dashed outside, kneeling on the ground to pay homage to the ancestral spirit of the Xianlu sect. Disciple Tang Yu pays respect to the Xian ancestor. The others from the Xianlu sect followed suit, their expressions filled with utmost reverence. Gu Lianxiang then explained, "Your highness, there is a saying within the Xianlu sect, whenever thunder of such magnitude appears, it signifies the arrival of their ancestral spirit, the very deer that treads upon their sacred ground." Above the back mountain, the thunder converged, and under the watchful gaze of many eyes, it condensed into a massive sword blade, piercing directly into the dense forests of the back mountain. Meanwhile, the members of the Swordchi Mountain, hidden within another pavilion, were also observing this spectacle, their hearts filled with confusion. The sword cultivators of Swordchi Mountain glanced at their leader, all exhibiting expressions of perplexity. "My disciples, slay the demons." At that moment, a deep voice resonated from the back mountain. As the voice faded, the thunder gathered once more, this time coalescing into a colossal double-horned white deer. Its size towered over the forest, rivaling that of a great white python. The double-horned white deer emitted another sound, yet it echoed the same two words, "Slay the demons." "This is bad." Tang Yu suddenly broke into a cold sweat, disregarding everything as she raced back towards the Jilu pavilion. Just as she took a few steps, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, obliterating the entire Jilu pavilion into ruins. The sheer force left everyone aghast. At that precise moment, Bai Qinghan's figure leaped from the back mountain, landing directly beside Xin Xianyu, her exquisite face adorned with joy. "Xin Xianyu, this time, I have procured a splendid meal, not for you, but for myself. Shen Xianyu immediately understood, yet still inquired, the meal you speak of, it wouldn't happen to be that creature, would it? Indeed. Did you provoke it? Yes, I just tested it, and this creature is quite weak, think of a way to devour it.
Upon hearing this, Shen Xianyu felt a surge of frustration.
Dear lady, do take a look at that pavilion.
The double-horned white deer can summon thunder, if it strikes either my demon form or yours, whether we could withstand it remains uncertain. Though he said this, Shen Xianyu's heart raced with excitement. Indeed, this was a rare delicacy, one that stood on par with the ancient turtles in the moat. His gaze was now completely fixated on the double-horned white deer. A plan was needed. He had to think carefully. Chapter 71. A fish in a net. As his thoughts meandered, Shen Xianyu's gaze shifted towards the ruins of the once majestic Zhulu Pavilion. Slaying demons. At first, upon hearing this term, he presumed it was directed at Bai Qinghan or perhaps the Bai Python demon. However, the thunder summoned by the two-horned white deer descended squarely upon Zhulu Pavilion. Realizing this, Shen Xianyu became resolute in his conviction and promptly commanded, Supa. Supa responded in a clear voice, this subordinate is at your service. Gather your men and clear the rubble of that ruin. We must endeavor to rescue all the survivors. This subordinate obeys. Upon uttering these words, Shen Xianyu turned to Tang Yu, slowly approaching him with a smile. Master Tang, since I have witnessed this scene, I cannot remain a bystander. I must honor the hospitality you have extended today. Tang Yu found himself at a loss for words. The joy that had once filled his heart had vanished entirely. The appearance of the immortal ancestor was an immense opportunity for the entire Xianlu sect, yet this opportunity had marred today's significant event. Why did the thunder strike Zhulu Pavilion? Tang Yu understood far better than Shen Xianyu. The demon sword cultivators had previously taken refuge in Zhulu Pavilion, which was a stone's throw from the sacrificial deer pavilion. He had contemplated luring those demon sword cultivators over while Shen Xianyu and Xiao Linglong rebelled in their merriment, intending to eliminate him outright, yet, in all his scheming, he had never anticipated the sudden descent of the immortal ancestor's thunder. Tang Yu observed the guards as they began to clear the rubble of Zhulu Pavilion. Internally, he was a bundle of nerves, yet he maintained a facade of composure. I am grateful for your assistance, Your Highness, but it would be unwise to trouble you with the affairs of the Xianlu sect. The circumstances of today are indeed unforeseen. I implore you to lead your soldiers down the mountain first. Tomorrow, I shall host a banquet in the city to apologize for today's inadequate hospitality. What do you think? Shen Xianyu waved his hand dismissively, remaining silent. The nature of the situation had irrevocably changed. A banquet to smooth over matters was of no consequence. It was plainly an opportunity to eliminate hidden dangers. One could only be thankful to Bai Qinghan, yet, he wondered how she had discovered the existence of that two-horned white deer. At that moment, Supo's voice broke through Shen Xianyu's reverie. Your Highness. We have a survivor, but it is not a human, it is a monkey. To be precise, it was a monkey demon. Shen Xianyu turned towards the sound, where Supa had seized the tail of the monkey demon, forcibly dragging it from the debris. The monkey demon's attire had been reduced to charred remains, its fur singed and curled from the lightning strike. At this moment, it was barely clinging to life. Shen Xianyu couldn't help but chuckle. I initially thought it was quite formidable, yet it seems the thunder was more bluster than substance. Now, I have some assurance. From the aura of the monkey demon, it was evident it possessed cultivation, likely at the qi refinement stage since it had survived, this confirmed by Qinghan's probing outcome regarding the two-horned white deer. Its overwhelming display of might was merely a means of intimidation, indicating it was, in fact, quite feeble. Furthermore, this incident yielded another revelation. The immortal ancestor, as described by the disciples of the Xianlu sect, provided evidence of the sect's complicity in sheltering demon sword cultivators. The monkey demon's garments were indeed charred, yet the patterns remained discernible, identical to those worn by other disciples of the Xianlu sect. At this juncture, Shen Xianyu once again regarded Tang Yu, his expression gravely serious. Master Tang, will you voluntarily confess your transgressions, or shall I instruct my soldiers to inflict severe punishment upon you before you do so? Tang Yu's body trembled, and as he pondered deeply, he suddenly knelt before Shen Xianyu, proclaiming, I, the sinner Tang Yu, confess my crimes. Shen Xianyu smiled with satisfaction and commanded once more, Supa, relay a message to the supervising office. Instruct Lord Lu to bring his men and seal off the Xianlu sect. At this moment, Gu Lianchuang approached. Your Highness, my sword chi carrier pigeon has been dispatched to Zuangqing Imperial City. His Majesty should receive it shortly. Shen Xianyu nodded slightly, remaining silent. This was his counteraction against his father, the Emperor, and a trap laid for the Sword Chi Mountain and its associates. Had he not intervened, the scheme would collapse. Now that he had arrived, those individuals would reveal numerous flaws, yet the progress exceeded his expectations, largely thanks to Bai Qinghan. The officials from the supervising office arrived with remarkable swiftness. Moreover, from Zuangqing, Emperor Shen Shengyun dispatched a cavalry troop known as the Xianlin Guard, comprising 10,000 soldiers, advancing in rapid march towards Zhengzhou's Zhengyang prefecture. As for the two-horned white deer, once the Xianlu sect was sealed off, it would be akin to a fish in a net. Shen Xianyu gazed towards the rear mountain, using the white snake bracelet on his wrist to release a surge of demon chi. Sure enough, in an instant, a bolt of lightning coalesced above, swiftly descending like a sword from the heavens. Gu Lianchuang unsheathed her sword and, with a swift stroke, severed the lightning. Seeing this, Bai Qinghan could not help but exclaim, impressive, indeed, a budding sword immortal, already half as skilled as I. Fairy Bai, such words may invite trouble, Shen Xianyu replied with a gentle smile. Gu Lianchuang retorted, she speaks the truth, this cannot be denied. Though Bai Qinghan had yet to engage in battle, her accomplishments as the demon clan's white emperor resonated throughout the martial immortal continent. Meanwhile, in the distance, Tang Yu and the elders of the Bai Deer sect found themselves ensnared by the supervising officer's restraints. They clearly witnessed this unfolding scene, only 4 words echoed in their minds. The immortal ancestor is finished, just as they had anticipated. Shen Yu, accompanied by a multitude of guards, advanced towards the rear mountain, yet, they found themselves unable to comprehend why the immortal ancestor would suddenly turn against Shen Yu. Tang Yu's mind was in turmoil. Could it truly be as Dao Shang had said, that Shen Yu had an inseparable bond with that white python? However, there was no direct evidence to substantiate this claim. Yet, the immortal ancestor's summoning of heavenly thunder, aimed at attacking Prince Yan, was indisputable, having been thwarted by the Sword Cloud sect's leader with a single stroke of his sword. Tang Yu came to a grim realization. It was not just the immortal ancestor who was finished, the Xianlu sect was also doomed. This was a far cry from their original plan. At its core, the reason was simple. The immortal ancestor should never have revealed himself at such a moment, nor should he have caused such an uproar. Shen Yu arrived at the rear mountain but instructed his guards to wait outside. Only Bai Qinghan and Gu Lianshuang remained by his side. Many were perplexed by his intentions. What was he up to? The sword cultivators from Sword Qi Mountain struggled to comprehend Shen Yu's actions, yearning to glimpse the battle, yet they were hindered from approaching the rear mountain by the guards' blockade. Some among the Sword Qi Mountain had intended to infiltrate by force. However, upon learning that the Shenlin Guard was en route to Zhongyang City, they promptly abandoned that notion. Shen Yu, on the other hand, began to confront the two-horned white deer directly. Chapter 72 The Principles and Truths, all in my grasp at first. The two-horned white deer exhibited no expression in its gem-like eyes upon seeing Shen Yu. It was only after Shen Yu fully unleashed the form of the white python demon that a flicker of disdain emerged in its gaze. So, the source of that demonic aura lies within you. As the two-horned white deer spoke in human tongue, the antlers atop its head erupted with dazzling bolts of lightning. This display was indeed intimidating, yet undeniably alluring. Much like the white python demon, it was pure as snow, untainted by any blemish, and its antlers were exquisitely shaped. Were it not for its cultivation, it would likely fall prey to hunters within 3 days if left in the wild. Of course, even with cultivation, the outcome would be similar. The role of the hunter would merely be replaced by the white python's form. Shen Yu drew his celestial sword, Frost Encounter, and turned to Bai Qinghan, inquiring, "Do you truly intend to merely observe? What else is there to do?" "I refrain from engaging directly due to the instability of my primordial spirit, lest I find myself in a predicament akin to the last time. It would be more prudent for you to take action yourself." It was precisely for this reason that Bai Qinghan chose not to intervene. Were her primordial spirit in a robust state, she would require minimal effort to slay the celestial deer. However, with her primordial spirit still wounded and particularly vulnerable to thunder, a single misstep could jeopardize her recovery. Furthermore, with Gu Lianshuang present, Shen Yu himself possessed only the cultivation of the first level of qi gathering. Subduing the celestial deer was not an insurmountable task. The ambush was devoid of suspense. Within a mere quarter of an hour, Shen Yu severed the 2 antlers with his sword aura and then commanded the white python to tightly bind the celestial deer's body. To the ears of outsiders, the mountains behind the celestial deer sect echoed with the mournful cries of the deer. Before long, the cries ceased abruptly. Shen Yu gazed somberly at the lifeless form of the celestial deer. It was simply too large for the white python to consume in one go. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to dismember it with sword aura, allowing the white python to devour it piece by piece. Bai Qinghan and Gu Lianshuang both harbored a twinge of compassion. After all, this celestial deer had committed no egregious acts yet met a tragic fate beneath Shen Yu's blade. Each strike he delivered was aimed directly at its life source, showing no mercy whatsoever. Noticing the expressions on their faces, Shen Yu jested, "Are you both feeling guilty?" Bai Qinghan shook her head. Such occurrences are commonplace among demonkind. Weaker demons are often consumed by stronger ones. It is merely a law of nature, so there is no need for guilt. Gu Lianshuang nodded, expressing her own sense of remorse. After all, this celestial deer had once protected the local populace. Shen Yu replied nonchalantly, "Guilt is natural, but it will fade with time. It is crucial to understand the relationship between the celestial deer sect and the celestial deer, as well as the ties between the sect, the Tang family, and Sword Qi Mountain. Even if it could not serve as sustenance for the white python, I would eventually have to slay it. Otherwise, it would fall into the hands of others who would nurture it, only to summon heavenly thunder against me in the future. In any case, whether sooner or later, it must be killed. Moreover, throughout history, how many wrongfully executed souls have there been?" After ensuring the white python had consumed all the deer meat, Shen Yu proceeded to collect the 2 exceptionally shaped antlers. Gu Lianshuang inquired, "Your Highness, what do you intend to do with these antlers?" "One shall be given to my father for alchemical purposes, while the other I shall keep for myself," Shen Yu replied, glancing at Bai Qinghan. "No, it will be ground into powder to nourish her true form." "Your words are unexpectedly touching." Bai Qinghan smiled softly. In truth, she felt somewhat moved. Since acquiring the white python's form, Shen Yu had prioritized feeding it with any valuable resources. Although this was also for the sake of his own cultivation, fundamentally, it was for the benefit of his true self. Additionally, during the battle with the celestial deer, he had not directly commanded the white python to charge. Instead, he engaged alone, conserving energy until he severed the antlers before allowing the white python to strike. Upon exiting the mountains, everyone beheld the antlers Shen Yu held aloft. Instantly, the entire celestial deer sect erupted in fervor, particularly among the disciples. To them, the celestial deer was akin to a divine being. Yet now, it lay slain by Shen Yu's hand. A multitude of disciples seethed with resentment, eager to act, and even those swordsmen from Sword Qi Mountain felt that Shen Yu had gone too far. The celestial deer was essentially the foundation of the celestial deer sect. His actions were akin to desecrating ancestral graves. However, Shin Senyu paid them no heed. At that moment, the master of Sword Chi Mountain stepped forward.
Your Highness, please halt. Now that the celestial deer is dead, should not its antlers be returned to their rightful owner? Shin Xianyu inquired, and who might you be?
I am Li Lufeng, the third master of Sword Chi Mountain. I merely wish to speak some words of fairness on behalf of the celestial deer sect.
And what do you define as fairness?
The celestial deer's attack on your highness was indeed inappropriate.
Your slaying of it is entirely justified. However, the antlers belong to the celestial deer sect. By taking them, are you not engaging in an act of hunting?
Even a common deer's antlers could fetch a high price in the market. How much more so for those of a celestial deer? Li Lufeng's righteous words resonated with many disciples of the celestial deer sect. If they could retain the antlers, though the celestial deer's essence was lost, at least the seedlings would remain.
Shin Xianyu chuckled. Master Li, imagine if a dog were to bite you while you walked by, and you killed it, taking it home for a dog stew, with even its owner saying nothing. Yet a stranger demands that you return the dog meat to its owner. Do you find that fair, or do you have some connection to the celestial deer? If that were the case, I would have to debate the matter with you.
Li Lufeng's face stiffened in an instant, and he hastily replied, Your Highness, I have no connection to the celestial deer. I am merely the master's teacher of the celestial deer sect.
Shin Xianyu coldly stated, then your words hold no semblance of fairness.
Li Lufeng was rendered speechless. After all, there was some merit to Shin Xianyu's argument. However, no one could have anticipated, not even Gu Lianshuang, who stood beside Shin Xianyu, that he had intentionally released demonic energy to provoke the celestial deer into attacking with its thunder.
Shin Xianyu then remarked, Master Li, in principle, your argument does have some validity.
Upon hearing this, Li Lufeng assumed Shin Xianyu was about to show compassion and grant a favor to the master of Sword Chi Mountain.
Yet the words that followed left everyone feeling a profound sense of oppression.
However, at present, whether it be reason or principle, it all rests in my hands. I have no obligation to gift the treasures I have acquired to others.
As for what principle entails, I trust Master Li is well aware. Shin Xianyu gestured toward the guards and the feathered forest guards.
Principle is embodied by them, along with this celestial sword in my possession.
Chapter 73. The transformation of the white python. As the words fell, Shin Xianyu departed gracefully with the deer antlers in hand. Due to principles, no one dared utter another word, and at that moment, the Xianlu sect began to teeter on the brink of disintegration. The sect leader was captured, and the celestial deer were slain. Once a prominent force in the Central Plains, the Xianlu sect had plummeted into despair in the blink of an eye. Within the carriage, Bai Qinghan glanced at the deer antlers, opened her small cherry-like mouth, and took a bite. Oh, how hard! She exclaimed. Shin Xianyu and Gu Lianshuang could not help but chuckle.
Bai Qinghan, slightly vexed, remarked, I thought it would be as soft as deer velvet, fair maiden. While it may not be as hard as the old turtle's shell, even your true form might struggle to crush it, Shin Xianyu replied.
Bai Qinghan, suddenly enlightened, said, no wonder you wish to grind it into powder. However, I have no time for that now. You and Lianshuang can take care of it yourselves. I must head to the inspectorate. The evidence regarding the demonic sword cultivators is largely conclusive. We shall see what kind of confession Tang Yu will provide. However, I suspect he will take all the blame upon himself. Upon arriving at the inspectorate, Shin Xianyu listened to Tang Yu's confession as he narrated it. Your Highness, Tang Yu confessed that he instigated the demonic sword cultivators to murder the sword cultivators of Sword Chi Mountain and seize the celestial sword. His motive was to obtain that celestial sword. Moreover, in regards to the banquet, he adamantly refused to admit anything, merely stating that he wished to please you and secure the release of the captured disciples of the Xianlu sect. Shin Xianyu fell into deep contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. Tang Yu is attempting to cut his losses. He wishes to distance himself from the three factions of the Tang family, Xianlu sect, and Sword Chi Mountain. He is clever, sacrificing his own life to ensure the safety of these three factions, but we must not allow him to succeed. Lu Jing, the inspector, fell into silence. He understood that this matter implicated the court's decisions on warfare. As a local official, it was best to remain silent, lest he invite calamity upon himself. Shin Xianyu then instructed, let us do this first, transfer Tang Yu's confession to Sword Chi Mountain in the name of the inspectorate, ensuring they understand the reasons behind the incident. It would be inappropriate for us to linger further in the Central Plains. Congratulations, Your Highness, for fulfilling the Emperor's decree. Lu Jing promptly began to express his congratulations. Shin Xianyu waved his hand dismissively. The Emperor's command has been addressed, yet I have matters of lesser significance yet unresolved in the Central Plains. Your Highness may share with me. I might be of assistance. Lu Jing replied respectfully. Of the Tang family, have they offended Your Highness in any way? Shin Xianyu chuckled. Lu Daren, would you believe me if I said the Tang family intends to assist the Crown Prince in eliminating me? Your servant is at a loss for words. Lu Jing fell to his knees, trembling. This reaction was understandable. If the Tang family merely sought to eliminate Yan Wang, it would be akin to an assassination of the king, which was improbable. However, aiding the Crown Prince in eliminating Yan Wang would indeed amount to a struggle for succession. Lu Jing was on the verge of tears, regretting his inquiry. Now, he was likely to be embroiled in the contest for the heir apparent, putting his life in peril. Realizing Lu Jing's anxiety, Shin Xianyu smiled lightly. Do not worry, Lu Daren, you need only to do one thing, press Tang Yu on whether the Tang family supported the instigation of the demonic sword cultivators. If so, seal the confession immediately and prevent any leaks. Report back to me without delay. Lu Jing hastily replied, I shall remember. By the way, what of that Xiao Linglong, has she been interrogated?
Shen Xianyu suddenly recalled the woman and casually inquired. Lu Jing responded, reporting to your highness, Xiao Linglong claims she was hired by Tang Yu with a handsome sum to serve you, having received 2,000 taels of gold. Tang Yu only instructed her to serve you well, promising her rewards thereafter. You did not resort to torture, did you? Shen Xianyu asked. None at all, as Xiao Linglong was quite cooperative during the interrogation, so I refrained from using any coercive methods. Very well, deliver her to the Zhaowang mansion when night falls. Understood. Some women, after all, should be taken without hesitation. Life is fleeting, and occasionally seeking pleasure is harmless. Lu Jing then dispatched a carriage to escort Shen Xianyu back to the Zhaowang mansion. Upon entering the courtyard, Shen Xianyu was greeted by the sight of the two women, each wielding a hammer, vigorously smashing the deer antlers as if they were farmers tilling the fields. With a loud clang, Shen Xianyu's heart skipped a beat. If they lacked cultivation and strength, they would indeed be hard to control in the future. Before long, one deer antler was completely reduced to powder. Bai Qinghan, feeling the grinding process too slow, opted for a more direct approach. Shen Xianyu gathered the fine powder, enough to fill 2 large bowls, preparing to administer it to the white python. Bai Qinghan could not help but exclaim, Shen Xianyu, you must add some water, or else I feel I might choke. Ah, no wonder I feel my throat is parched, Shen Xianyu remarked, rubbing his throat. Bai Qinghan and Gu Lianshuang exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a mix of amusement and disbelief at his antics. After diluting the powder with water, Shen Xianyu immediately felt relief in his throat, though a tingling sensation began to arise on his scalp, as if something was about to sprout. The itching intensified. Shen Xianyu muttered to himself, could there be lice in my hair? I haven't washed it in 3 days. Bai Qinghan and Gu Lianshuang stood frozen, their gazes fixated on the white python. At that moment, 2 conspicuous growths appeared atop the python's head, and they continued to expand, their shapes evolving noticeably. Shen Xianyu, still scratching his head, called out, could someone come over here and check if I have lice in my hair? Neither of the women responded, their eyes glued to the white python. The 2 growths morphed into 2 majestic deer antlers, and the scales of the python shimmered with a radiant golden-white luster. Only then did Shen Xianyu turn his attention to the white python, momentarily taken aback before his eyes lit up with joy. The white python had transformed into a dragon. Chapter 74. He is truly a flirt. The royal tome, Changlanzi, records that a snake transforms into a python, and a python subsequently becomes a flood dragon. However, this flood dragon is not a true dragon, but rather a python-dragon hybrid. The most significant distinction lies in the absence of dragon claws beneath its belly, yet it is merely a step away from evolving into a true flood dragon. At this moment, Bai Qinghan slowly approached her true form, her delicate hands gently caressing the dragon horns. Observing this, Shen Xianyu felt a pang of anxiety. Would Bai Qinghan revert to her true form at this very moment? In truth, Bai Qinghan pondered the same, but after a fleeting moment of contemplation, she quelled the turmoil within her heart. Her palm gradually retreated. Shen Xianyu, I find myself at a loss for words to express my gratitude. Bai Qinghan gazed at him, her beautiful eyes brimming with a myriad of emotions. I have sought the opportunity to transform for decades, and unexpectedly, it is you who has assisted me in achieving it. Shen Xianyu grinned and replied, as a demon emperor, your vision should extend far beyond this moment. You must not settle for mere satisfaction. Bai Qinghan smiled softly and inquired, are you perhaps afraid that I might revert to my true form right now? Indeed, Shen Xianyu nodded. You may rest assured, for it has been proven that you care for my true form better than I could ever manage, and my ambitions and aspirations are far more profound than you might imagine. Otherwise, I would not have pleaded for you to nurture my true self. Their thoughts were mutually understood. At that instant, the white python completely transformed into a python dragon, its size growing exponentially an estimated 40 zhang. The courtyard of the Zhaowang mansion would appear minuscule when measured against its dragon form. Shen Xianyu focused his thoughts and transformed the white flood dragon back into a bracelet. With the addition of those dragon horns, its aesthetic appeal surpassed that of before. Bai Qinghan then asked, with this transformation, your realm should have experienced a breakthrough, correct? Shen Xianyu had not yet consciously examined the changes within his true qi. Upon Bai Qinghan's reminder, he realized that he had indeed made a breakthrough. The characteristics of the qi refining stage are quite simple. Each breakthrough in size and realm refines one's true qi, rendering it more pure. The martial techniques or magical arts derived from this true qi possess far greater lethality than those from the body refining and essence refining stages. As for his realm, he had already reached the 9th level of the gathering qi stage. The final realm of the qi refining stage, the cloud ascending stage, was now but a step away. Shen Xianyu inhaled deeply. If he could genuinely enter the cloud ascending stage, he would likely be unmatched among his peers across the 3 dynasties. Bai Qinghan wholeheartedly agreed, smiling lightly. Originally, when I imparted the devouring sky technique to you, I estimated it would take you 1 to 3 years to reach your current level. I did not anticipate that your thoughts would be so vibrant. You dare to consume anything, and confront any existence, albeit influenced by my true form and mental methods, yet the effort you have invested cannot be overlooked. Shen Xianyu, with a straightforward smile, replied, effort? It's not as if it's been a struggle. Being the son of an emperor has made many things quite smooth. Bai Qinghan shot him a glance. You take offense when I call you fat, but you take compliments to heart. Just remember that any realm is merely a foundation. Do not indulge in excess, and do not neglect the cultivation of martial skills and magical arts. Shen Xianyu retorted confidently, I have never neglected them. I only know that while you have a penchant for diving into women's embraces during your spare time, when have I seen you practice martial arts or magic? I can't help it. I've been fortunate, with you as a fortuitous opportunity for my realm, and Lian Shuang has imparted her lifelong swordsmanship to me. As for magic, I have a ready-made source. What source? Bai Qinghan inquired, puzzled. Suddenly, a thunderclap erupted from the clear sky without warning, but it was fleeting. Bai Qinghan and Gu Lianshuang were both startled, their delicate frames shivering. Shen Xianyu chuckled, that is the ready-made magic. I refined the deer antlers using the white flood dragon's form, and it was only upon your mention that I realized the techniques employed by that celestial deer when it was alive. It bears a striking resemblance to the 5 thunder rites of the Yuzhang prefecture, yet they harness their internal organs' energy to create thunder, while that celestial deer drew upon the thunder through its antlers.
Bai Qinghan and Gu Lianshuang understood at once.
This young man possessed an abundance of ingenious ideas. Bai Qinghan remarked softly, in comparison to you, I feel that my true form and the devouring sky technique have been somewhat squandered, with many extraordinary uses left untapped. You are simply too conservative, akin to a secluded nun, Shen Xianyu stated bluntly.
Bai Qinghan arched her brow, you are the one who resembles a nun.
I speak earnestly, when you practice, you avoid this and that, fearful of tainting your true form with even a hint of blood or filth.
I can only surmise that you have relied solely on your own innovations in your cultivation methods, am I right?
Shen Xianyu asked. Bai Qinghan reflected on her own journey and confirmed, indeed. I have always believed that I could create superior martial techniques and magical arts on my own. Why should I learn from others? The devouring sky technique's object refinement has scarcely been utilized. Initially, her practice of the devouring sky technique was merely to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, unlike your unabashed consumption. Shen Xianyu further commented, with your disposition, if you were among humans, you would undoubtedly make a fine Taoist or nun.
Is that a compliment? Bai Qinghan queried.
Consider it so. Compliments affirm that my chosen path is indeed correct.
Shen Xianyu laughed.
Indeed, there is no mistake. I finally understand why you resemble a starving ghost.
Humph.
Bai Qinghan huffed lightly, choosing not to respond. She indulged in those things purely to satisfy her appetite, yet she indeed had been too harsh on herself in the past. After genuinely allowing herself to enjoy, she found that it was quite pleasant, significantly uplifting her mood. Reflecting on her previous cultivation journey, in comparison to the present, it felt like a form of torment. In stark contrast, Shen Xianyu, throughout his life, indulged in feasting and merriment, effortlessly obtaining what others had to toil for. Upon this realization, Bai Qinghan felt a surge of pride. While Shen Xianyu nurtured her true self, was she not also nurturing him? Yet he was simply too much of a flirt, otherwise, she would willingly sacrifice her life for him. At that moment, a guard approached to report, interrupting Bai Qinghan's reverie.
Your Highness, Lord Lu Jing from the supervisory office seeks an audience. Let him in.
Subsequently, Lu Jing entered, accompanied by Xiao Linglong. Upon seeing Bai Qinghan and Gu Lianshuang, he could not help but feel a surge of envy. To be fair, His Highness Yan Wang's choice in women is truly exceptional. Not to mention Xiao Linglong, even these two ladies would outshine the courtesans of the highest brothels. Lu Jing collected his thoughts and respectfully stated, Your Highness Yan Wang, Miss Xiao has been brought in. I shall take my leave. As he finished speaking, 3 pairs of eyes turned toward Xiao Linglong. Chapter 75 of the Life-Saving Treasure. Subsequently, Bai Qinghan and Gu Lianshuang turned their gazes toward Shen Xianyu, who was somewhat evasive, casting his eyes towards the heavens. Why had Lu Jing hurried to deliver this at dusk? Was it not agreed that he would bring it later in the evening? Bai Qinghan chuckled derisively. Ah, so you do know to avoid others.
I suppose you possess a modicum of shame. Lianshuang, let us depart. We must not disturb His Highness Yan Wang's romantic interlude.
Gu Lianshuang nodded in agreement. The 2 women proceeded towards the back courtyard, while Xiao Linglong, witnessing the scene, remained composed and performed a respectful greeting.
Commoner pays her respects to His Highness Yan Wang.
No need for formalities, just follow me, Shen Xianyu replied, leading her silently to a private chamber. Once inside, Xiao Linglong took the initiative to close the door. As her garments loosened, Shen Xianyu observed her and inquired, What are you doing?
Isn't your Highness here to indulge in the company of a commoner? Xiao Linglong replied nonchalantly. Enough of that.
You have just emerged from prison, steeped in misfortune. I have no interest. We shall discuss this once we return to Zhuangqing.
Xiao Linglong was taken aback, unable to suppress her confusion. Then what is the purpose of your Highness bringing me here? Shen Xianyu pulled out a chair and sat down with an air of candor.
I find it difficult to believe your testimony regarding the prison under the supervision of the inspectorate. Furthermore, there is a point of contention that requires your explanation. You entertained the elite at the Zuihua Tower in Zhongyang City without compromising yourself, yet upon my arrival, you are so eager.
How is that?
At times, Shen Xianyu considered himself to be overly suspicious. Reflecting on the countless women he had encountered over the years, it was precisely this suspicion that had preserved his life. Xiao Linglong bit her lip, hesitating to speak. Shen Xianyu, growing impatient, urged, Speak of all that you know. Should you conceal even a fragment from me, it will not bode well for your career as an entertainer.
With a complex expression, Xiao Linglong divulged the truth.
It was Tang Yu who sought me out yesterday, informing me that should I capture your Highness's favor, at the very least, I could secure a position as a concubine within your esteemed Yanwang mansion.
Shen Xianyu remained silent.
If Xiao Linglong spoke the truth, it was indeed a matter of little consequence. Xiao Linglong continued her explanation.
Your Highness, I hail from the Woho mansion in Shuzhou, born in the 20th year of Xiangwu.
In the 39th year of Xiangwu, I arrived in Zhengzhou, residing at the Zuihua Tower, where I have been performing for a year, all for the purpose of meeting your Highness.
Upon hearing this, Shen Xianyu was taken aback. What do you mean, for my sake? Xiao Linglong nodded.
I have an elder sister who was selected for the palace in the 30th year of Xiangwu and was conferred the title of concubine.
Shen Xianyu, astonished, jested, so, you are of royal lineage? I wish to see her. When she left home, she took with her a treasured item of mine. If it is not returned to me before my 24th birthday, my life will be forfeit. I in the 38th year of Xiangwu, upon hearing of your highness's notorious indulgences, I resolved to come to the capital to perform and attract your attention, hoping to reunite with my sister and reclaim my treasure. Shen Xianyu pointed out a flaw in her narrative, inquiring, then why did you not simply go to Zhuangqing? That would bring you closer to me.
I intended to enter the palace through the selection process, but in the 35th year of Xiangwu, my father was executed for embezzling disaster relief funds, thus eliminating my eligibility. I have been to Zhuangqing, but the brothels and taverns there would not permit me to truly perform without compromising myself. Only the Zuihua Tower in Zhongyang City allows me some semblance of purity. Shen Xianyu found himself both amused and incredulous, encountering such peculiar circumstances.
He then asked, so, to put it plainly, your performances at the Zuihua Tower were an attempt to entice me?
I am well aware that knocking on the door of your highness's mansion would likely brand me as a lunatic. As she spoke, Xiao Linglong's enchanting eyes were filled with resignation. Very well, Shen Xianyu conceded, from this day forth, you shall reside here.
Once I have concluded my affairs, you will accompany me back to the capital. Thank you, your highness.
Xiao Linglong promptly knelt, tears of gratitude brimming in her eyes. With a tender expression, Shen Xianyu helped her to her feet and, in a serious tone, uttered a rather impudent remark. In the coming days, do ensure you bathe frequently. I truly detest the misfortunes that come from prisons.
Xiao Linglong's cheeks flushed crimson, and she fell silent. Shen Xianyu raised an eyebrow. What is it, are you not pleased?
As long as your highness can assist me in locating my sister, I would be willing to do anything.
Xiao Linglong hastily replied.
All right, upon my return to the capital, I shall inquire about her.
By the way, what is your sister's name? Perhaps I have encountered her before.
Xiao Lingjun, I believe her title is Zhuang Pin.
Shen Xianyu found himself momentarily at a loss, unable to recall her specifically.
After all, with 3 palaces and 6 courtyards housing 72 concubines, it was impossible to have met them all. That old man is still bringing new women into the harem this year. During his alchemical endeavors, he maintained an air of ethereal grace, yet his constitution was undeniably robust. Otherwise, how could he have fathered 19 sons? In this regard, among the 300 emperors recorded in history, he would claim the first position without contest.
Xiao Linglong hesitated before asking, Your Highness, do you know her?
No recollection, but with both her title and name, locating her should be quite simple, Shen Xianyu replied.
Very well, Your Highness will take your leave now. Do take care of yourself and rest well?
His cultivation level had just recently broken through, stabilizing it was of utmost priority. Shen Xianyu then opened the door, only to discover Bai Qinghan and Gu Lianchuan eavesdropping by the window.
Are you two engaged in the art of spying? Shen Xianyu inquired, perplexed.
Ahem,
Bai Qinghan cleared her throat, adopting a serious demeanor.
One who has never seen a pig run seeks to witness it.
So do I, Gu Lianchuan chimed in, her face slightly flushed.
Shen Xianyu shot them a disapproving glance and chose not to engage further.
Each of you, one day, you shall be made to indulge fully.
Thus, cultivating his strength was imperative, otherwise, he would be unable to withstand it. After watching Shen Xianyu retreat to his chamber, Gu Lianchuan expressed her discontent. Bai Xianzi, I already told you I did not wish to come, yet you insisted on dragging me along.
And look, we saw nothing.
Bai Qinghan's eyes reflected a hint of disappointment.
You possess such a peculiar inclination?
Gu Lianchuan scrutinized Bai Qinghan, her expression quite strange.
Primarily, she is an empress of monsters. Bai Qinghan's flawless complexion tinged with a hint of crimson. It is not an inclination, merely curiosity.
Here, I need not contend with those demon kings, nor adopt any imperial demeanor. I am free to act as I please. As for the little secrets I harbor, they remain hidden. Initially, Bai Qinghan presumed that Shen Xianyu would be overly eager towards Xiao Linglong, yet he managed to converse in such a composed manner. Thankfully, he did not engage in any lewd antics, for otherwise, given his treatment of women, it would only lead to embarrassment for himself. Chapter 76 of the Executor. In the dead of night, within the giant deer pavilion of the Xinlu sect, the Council of Swordqi Mountain convenes.
The 10 mountain lords of Swordqi Mountain are gathered here, 9 of whom cast their piercing gazes like blades towards the 3rd mountain lord, Li Lufeng. The emaciated Li Lufeng feels a twinge of guilt and begins to explain, Esteemed lords, I assure you, I am unaware of this matter. It is all the doing of my wayward disciple, Tang Yu. He seeks to claim credit for himself and usurp a position among the mountain lords.
Do you truly believe that? One mountain lord speaks slowly, his tone inscrutable yet laden with an overwhelming sense of pressure.
Li Lufeng grits his teeth.
My lords, I genuinely do not know. I thought the demon clan sword cultivators were oppressing our Swordqi Mountain S disciples, yet I never anticipated that it was Tang Yu orchestrating this.
Enough.
Swordqi Mountain has already suffered enough disgrace. From this moment onward, each of you should return to your respective duties and refrain from discussing the matter of attacking the demon clan.
Dismissed.
Swordqi Mountain is merely a coalition of powers. Each mountain lord is the head or an elder of significant sex within the 3 empires. If a real war against the demon clan were to be waged, they would be eager to engage. Yet now, they feel as if doused in a bucket of ice water. Each lord possesses a copy of Tang Yu's confession, which he admits without reservation, clearly attempting to shoulder all the blame alone. This document also indicates that the demon clan itself was unaware of the situation should war be forcibly initiated. While both southern Xian and northern Jing would lend their support, the eastern Xian Emperor Shen Shengyun would likely ally with the demon clan instead. After weighing the pros and cons, the various factions unanimously conclude that war is untenable. The multitude of sword cultivators can only depart in silence. Only Li Lufeng remains, enveloped in contemplation. After a long while, he can only let out a weary sigh. Oh, a hard-won opportunity has turned to naught because of that wretched celestial deer. At this moment, a voice breaks the silence. Master Ancestor, regardless of the celestial deer's involvement, the opportunity for war will inevitably collapse. Li Lufeng turns towards the voice. The speaker is a young man he has encountered a few times before, seemingly a prodigy of the Tang family. Tang Daoshang bows respectfully. I am Tang Daoshang, nephew of Tang Yu, and I ought to address you as Master Ancestor. Li Lufeng replies nonchalantly, I have heard of you. At such a young age, you have already attained the Cloud Ascension realm. Indeed, you do not tarnish the title of prodigy. Master Ancestor, you flatter me. I have come here to discuss this matter further. What are your thoughts? Tang Daoshang speaks earnestly. The crux of the issue lies with Emperor Shen Shengyun still on the throne. Shen Xianyu is merely a pawn he is sent to stir chaos. Regardless of whether the celestial deer reveals the demon clan sword cultivators, Shen Xianyu will find other means. This aligns with the Emperor's intentions. Li Lufeng, agitated, retorts, is that not mere platitude? It is common knowledge. Thus, the younger man boldly implores, I beseech you to assist the Crown Prince. Tang Daoshang's expression is earnest. If the Crown Prince ascends the throne, many matters will become far more manageable. For instance, had Xin Shenyang been the emperor during this incident, war would undoubtedly have erupted. I do not meddle in court affairs, seek assistance elsewhere. Li Lufeng firmly declines. However, Tang Daoshang counters, I merely wish to connect you with the Crown Prince. Moreover, if Swordchi Mountain intends to wage war against the demon clan, would it not aim to establish an empire within demon territory? Then, Swordchi Mountain's sword cultivators would no longer need to bow to the three empires for survival. The Crown Prince can assist you. He can also aid Swordchi Mountain. Therefore, I implore you to help the Crown Prince. Seeing Tang Daoshang's increasingly fervent demeanor, Li Lufeng's interest is piqued, and he inquires with a smile, why are you so invested in the Crown Prince Xin Shenyang? Do you seek to achieve a great merit by riding his coattails? It is not merely that. In my youth, I traveled the world with the Crown Prince, forging a bond of life and death. Though we are not blood brothers, we share a bond stronger than that of kin. As he speaks, Tang Daoshang's heart swells with pride. Ally Lufeng scoffs, you underestimate the situation. He is the heir apparent, a future emperor. How could he regard you, a scion of a noble family, as a true brother? You are, at best, a mere pawn in his game. Not be ye wary not to foolishly become a tool for others. But only by aiding the Crown Prince's ascension can I become the executor. Tang Daoshang's eyes sharpen. He knows all too well that being a prodigy, even upon reaching the pinnacle of power, without authority, one will still live like a marionette. Only by aligning closely with Xin Shenyang and acquiring power through him can he truly live as a man and become the executor. At this moment, Tang Daoshang kneels, pleading, Master Ancestor, both the Crown Prince and I are convinced that the white python causing quite a stir in Zhuangqing is undoubtedly nurtured by Shen Xianyu. The reasons are complex. We do not ask you to kill Shen Xianyu, but rather to draw your sword and slay that white python just as the founding emperor of the previous dynasty did. Slaying the white python marked the inception of his grand enterprise. The last words ignite a surge of emotions within Li Lufeng. The founding emperor of the previous dynasty also rose to prominence at this very age. Tang Daoshang continues, Shen Xianyu himself may not be the issue, but his transformation has been excessive. He has evolved from a farcical prince to a true royal. We suspect he has been possessed by the python demon. If we can slay the white python, he will be forced to reveal his true form. The Crown Prince, positioned as the heir, would pose no threat, while Emperor Shen Shengyun, aging, would be unable to withstand such a blow. Li Lufeng discerns the underlying implications in Tang Daoshang's words. The notion that the python demon has seized Shen Xianyu's body is merely a pretext. By using this rationale to slay the white python and then eliminate Shen Xianyu, others would believe it was because Shen Xianyu had long been possessed. Even so, after calming his thoughts, Li Lufeng remains hesitant. Should this matter falter, the heads of the 9 clans may not suffice to appease Emperor Shen Shengyun's wrath. Tang Daoshang perceives his indecision and speaks once more, Master Ancestor, my uncle Tang Yu is also your direct disciple. He is currently suffering in the prison of the inspection office. If you hold any regard for this disciple, please draw your sword once, slay the white python, and eliminate Shen Xianyu, thus freeing him from his confinement. Upon hearing this, Li Lufeng's countenance darkens. A disciple is akin to a son. Having led Tang Yu into this predicament, he feels the weight of his own responsibility. At that moment, a disciple of Li Lufeng's sect rushes in, his expression filled with sorrow. Sect Master, I have just received news from the city. Li Lufeng's heart races, and he questions urgently, what has happened to him? Tang Shishu has confessed in prison, but Lord Shen Xianyu still believes he has not revealed the truth and has ordered Inspector Lu Jing to subject him to the oil-boiling punishment. Li Lufeng stands momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Ha! Lord Shen Xianyu, you truly are a living demon king. Chapter 77 of the King of Words, the True King of Hell. In truth, it was a decree issued personally by Shen Xianyu. During the interrogation at the provincial prison, Inspector Lu Jing employed every non-lethal method at his disposal, yet Tang Yu remained obstinately silent. At first, Shen Xianyu believed he might have misjudged an innocent soul. Lu Jing, equally perplexed, inquired, Your Highness, why are you so eager to amplify the charges against Tang Yu? In matters of criminal law, a moment's carelessness could lead to a miscarriage of justice, tarnishing reputations. I do not fear the consequences, but as you are inspecting Zhengzhou, I am concerned for your honor. I suggest that if Tang Yu refuses to confess, we release him and I shall arrange for close surveillance, guiding him gently.
Shen Xianyu smiled faintly and asked, Lu Durun, are you suggesting we first exonerate Tang Yu?
Precisely, allowing him to leave as a seemingly innocent man. After all, the Tang family and various factions are maneuvering, and you might gain a favor in the process. Lu Jing replied. Shen Xianyu's expression turned cold as he said, Lu Durun, heed my command. Tang Yu, the head of the Xinlu sect, instigated chaos among the demon sword cultivators, committed murder, and seized treasures, nearly entangling matters of state. His crimes are beyond pardon. He shall be dealt with according to the laws of Dexian, and must be executed.
Upon hearing this, Lu Jing was momentarily taken aback.
Yet, there was no recourse, it was a royal decree.
Yes, I shall comply with your command.
Shen Xianyu instructed with a smile, the manner of Tang Yu's execution should be as brutal as possible. I shall remember, Lu Jing responded. As he exited the royal palace, a whirlwind of emotions surged within him. As the inspector of Zhengzhou, responsible for the administration of criminal law, he often pondered the weight of his position. In all of Zhengzhou, aside from a select few, he wielded the power of life and death over countless individuals. Even the most malevolent spirits would tremble before him. He understood that defining good and evil was an exceedingly complex endeavor. It became clear that the distinction between virtuous and wicked individuals is often dictated by a particular person, namely, the king of words. Shen Xianyu indeed, he was the true king of hell. After Lu Jing departed, Gu Lianshuang approached, her brow furrowed with concern. Your Highness, I believe Lu Jing's words hold some merit. The intertwining factions pose a significant threat, and persisting in our pursuit of Tang Yu may provoke retaliation.
Shen Xianyu smiled calmly. The matters my father feared have been resolved, yet those I worry about remain unaddressed. Surely you do not believe my focus is solely on Tang Yu? Your Highness intends to target the Tang family? Indeed, this Tang family appears inconspicuous, yet they are a formidable threat.
Gu Lianshuang could comprehend this, for the close ties between Tang Daosheng and the Crown Prince Xin Shenyang were evident, especially given the current situation involving members of the Tang family. However, one cannot achieve substantial results in a single breath. Addressing a singular faction necessitates a gradual approach. At the very least, one must guide them gently. She sensed that he was too hasty, harboring a deep-seated animosity toward the Tang family. At that moment, Shen Xianyu produced a roster. Lianshuang, take a look. This lists some significant members of the Tang family and their affiliations. Take Tang Yu, for instance, as the head of the Xinlu sect. He is backed by Li Lufeng, the master of Sword Qi Mountain, who is also the leader of the Qinghe sword sect.
How many more similar figures can you find on this list? Gu Lianshuang's eyes widened, and her heart raced in many. The Tang family resembled a seed, rapidly branching out and expanding. This observation struck a chord with Shen Xianyu. Precisely. Just as the true form of Bai Xianzi requires sustenance to grow, so too does a seed require nourishment to flourish. The primary source of nourishment for the Tang family is that little brat Shen Shenyang. It is only a matter of time before the Tang family grows to an unassailable stature, yet for now, it is not insurmountable to uproot them. Therefore, I cannot afford the luxury of a gradual approach. The inspection of Zhengzhou was an opportunity orchestrated by my father, and I must eradicate the Tang family completely. Initially, Shen Xianyu had his doubts. According to the book, as the protagonist, Tang Daosheng would inevitably become immensely powerful. But what was the source of his strength? After arriving in Zhengzhou and having the Chancellor Han Li and Inspector Lu Jing investigate the Tang family's offspring, the truth became apparent. The logic of becoming stronger was not solely based on opportunities in cultivation, rather, it stemmed from a robust force backing them. The Tang family had been scheming all along. They were indeed a seed, destined to grow into a mighty tree bearing fruit, a fruit that would inevitably be devoured by Tang Daosheng. All the nourishment would coalesce within him, and when that time came, who could rival Tang Daosheng? It was no wonder Shen Shenyang ultimately lost his kingdom. Facing the relentless pressure from Tang Daosheng, the psychological burden only intensified, and in such circumstances, only a select few could make sound judgments. This was entirely logical. Shen Xianyu conveyed this growth logic to Gu Lianshuang. Lianshuang, you are no blank slate. You should be able to discern the threat posed by the Tang family. Thus, not only for my future but also for the future of this realm and for my father's decades-long reign, I must uproot the Tang family. Gu Lianshuang did not possess the godlike perspective of Shen Xianyu. However, she was acutely aware of why the Tang family aligned themselves with Crown Prince Xin Shenyang. They intended to drain him of his essence and then turn against him. Such an act was tantamount to treason. In comparison, Lu Jing's suggestion seemed rather petty. Fear-making enemies was to neglect one's duties and allow a threat to grow unchecked. Put it bluntly, that was a narrow-minded outlook. As Gu Lianshuang gazed at Shen Xianyu, admiration flickered in her beautiful eyes. Your Highness, though your cultivation and age may be slightly less than mine, I now feel that I fall far short of you. Shen Xianyu replied with a gentle smile, it is not a matter of superiority or inferiority, merely differing strengths. You are well suited to wield a sword on my behalf. As long as your Highness does not discard me, I shall fulfill my earlier vow to help you vanquish all present foes. Gu Lianshuang's gaze was resolute, her tone unwavering. Shen Xianyu chuckled and asked, do you not think many of my actions are misguided? Right and wrong, as well as good and evil, are both incredibly difficult to define, yet I understand that your Highness stands firm in your own beliefs.
What is wrong with acting in your own interest? Moreover, even if the world deems you wrong, I shall always believe you are right. This sentiment may be cliché, but when genuinely expressed by an individual and received by another, it transcends the ordinary. Shen Xianyu gently embraced Gu Lianchuan. She felt a surge of tension, her delicate form instinctively stiffening, yet she did not resist, for such intimacy was rare. When Shen Xianyu finally released her, Gu Lianchuan's eyes brimmed with affection. Your Highness. Gazing at her rosy lips, Shen Xianyu inclined his head slightly. Thus, a sleepless night ensued. Chapter 78. The torture of oil boiling at dawn the following day. Shen Xianyu dressed by the bedside and cast a glance at the exquisite figure of Gu Lianxiang, who lay peacefully asleep. Upon stepping out of the room, he was met with the first report from Lu Jing. Your Highness, the criminal Tang Yu was executed in the prison last night. Shen Xianyu lazily inquired, what method was employed? The torture of oil boiling, Lu Jing replied. Indeed, quite cruel. Return now, go about your business today, for I have no inclination to conduct inspections, Shen Xianyu said. Lu Jing immediately noticed the red mark on Shen Xianyu's neck. As someone who had experienced such matters, he could hardly be oblivious to its implication. In a hushed tone, Lu Jing remarked, Your Highness, I have some cherished deer antler and goji berries sent from Yenzhou at home. I shall bring them to you for tea. That is unnecessary. I have plenty at the Wang residence, keep them for your own nourishment, Shen Xianyu replied. Very well, I take my leave. Lu Jing did not linger, hastily exiting the Zhaowang residence. Upon reflection, he realized his own folly. Given the age of his highness, in the prime of his vitality, did he truly require such supplements? Nevertheless, he himself indeed needed to recuperate. After a night of toil, he had scarcely spent a quarter of an hour on the bed of his concubine before returning home. Shen Xianyu sat in the courtyard, lost in thought, while the maidservants approached to assist him with grooming. At that moment, Gu Lianxiang pushed open the door, her steps slightly limping. Coincidentally, Bai Qinghan returned from outside with an array of steaming pastries. Noticing Gu Lianxiang's peculiar gait, she inquired, Did you twist your ankle? No, Gu Lianxiang gently shook her head, her cheeks flushed, casting a resentful glance at Shen Xianyu. This young man was sometimes quite tender-hearted, yet at other times, he completely disregarded such sentiments. For instance, last night, Bai Qinghan, still puzzled, placed the pastries on the stone table in the courtyard and continued to nibble on them.
Shen Xianyu chuckled, Isn't the Wang residence known for preparing a plethora of dishes in the morning? Why venture out to buy? Are you implying I am reluctant to spend your money?
Bai Qinghan raised her brows. Not at all, merely a casual inquiry.
Oh, one can grow weary of consuming the same fare repeatedly. I fancied a change of taste.
At this, Shen Xianyu fell silent. Was she hinting at something? Gu Lianxiang's face reddened further, her gaze filled with reproach. No wonder he refrained from bringing other women here. Shen Xianyu suddenly remarked, Some things truly suit the palate, one could feast upon them for a lifetime without growing weary.
Such as? Bai Qinghan queried.
Indescribable, he replied.
Humph.
Bai Qinghan huffed playfully, turning back to her pastries. This young man, what mischief had he engaged in last night? It was infuriating. Such thoughts plagued her mind. Oddly enough, despite Shen Xianyu's constant interactions with women, his resolve remained steadfast, impervious to any temptation. At this moment, the maidservants had completed Shen Xianyu's grooming. He approached Bai Qinghan, taking 2 pieces of pastry to quell his hunger, cautious that she might snap at him. Fortunately, she did not guard her food.
Just as this thought crossed his mind, Bai Qinghan grinned, I'm still not satisfied. Then why not purchase more? Shen Xianyu jested. Humph, how was I to know your appetite? As for me, I eat anything as long as it isn't inedible. I am not picky. Bai Qinghan suddenly brightened, a smile gracing her features. What do you mean by that? Shen Xianyu, with utmost seriousness, replied, the literal meaning. I don't believe you. You have misunderstood. I haven't tea. Then why are you stuttering?
Bai Qinghan, flustered and annoyed, fell silent, wishing to bury her face in the pastries. Gu Lianxiang stifled a laugh, pondering to herself, even the demon emperor must face defeat in certain aspects when encountering his highness. The atmosphere in the courtyard was filled with laughter and joy. In stark contrast, within the Tang family estate, the atmosphere was heavy with sorrow, and the scent was a far cry from the sweetness of pastries. The air was thick with the smell of blood. At the center lay a corpse, covered with white cloth. Many of the younger generation of the Tang family knelt on the ground, tears streaming down their faces, their eyes filled with resentment. The family head, Tang Ku, struggled to suppress his anguish, forcing himself to maintain composure as he proclaimed, Tang Yu transgressed the family laws and thus met his just end. The younger generation of the Tang family must not harbor resentment. His Highness merely enforced the law. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu's only son, Tang Wu, rose in defiance, seething with rage. Grandfather, is that truly the enforcement of the law? Even if my father was to be executed, shouldn't there be a trial? Yet there was not a moment for such proceedings. Whether my father was coerced into confession remains a mystery. His death in the prison under the torture of oil boiling is a fate worse than death. Oil boiling ranked among the most excruciating tortures. Death was agonizing, and the soul would be entirely consumed, leaving no chance for reincarnation. Asa father, Tang Ke gritted his teeth, filled with utmost fury, yet there was nothing to be done. The decree had come from Shen Xianyu that he wielded the imperial edict and royal authority, and none could contest him. However, the harsh reality remained. Tang Yu had to die. His confession was clear. He had incited the demon clan's sword cultivators to slay the sword cultivators of Sword Chi Mountain to seize the celestial sword, intending to disrupt the realm. He deserved his fate. The Tang family had no grounds to seek redress. Thoughts of revenge, utterly impossible. Shen Xianyu was no mere impartial official, he was a prince, and the Tang family had to swallow their grievances, harboring not a trace of discontent. Yet now, Tang Wu was exceedingly agitated, even contemplating drawing a blade to confront Shen Xianyu. Observing this, Tang Daosheng swiftly pulled Tang Wu aside into a private chamber in the back courtyard.
Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, you must calm down, we cannot afford to make any rash moves. Tang Wu, tears streaming down his face, choked out, elder brother, that was my father, how can I, as his son, endure such humiliation? No matter what, I must seek justice for him. Even if it means striking Shen Xianyu once, it would be worth it. With those words, Tang Daosheng grasped Tang Wu by the neck, speaking in a low voice, Xiao Wu, this is mere bravado. It will plunge the Tang family into an abyss of ruin. Listen to your elder brother, remain calm. A gentleman's revenge is not too late, even if it takes 10 years. Tang Wu broke free, shouting in fury, that was my father. Not yours, you can utter such words only because it wasn't your father who was slain. If Shen Xianyu had executed your father, would you still say the same? I must avenge him. Words of consolation were in vain. Tang Daosheng, using his hand as a sword, decisively severed Tang Wu's head. Blood splattered across his face. With a cold demeanor, Tang Daosheng's eyes were filled with remorse. Xiao Wu, forgive me. Anyone who hinders my path must perish. Once I achieve greatness, I shall make amends to you. Chapter 79. Slaying the Serpent. In the aftermath, the clan elders, including the clan head Tang Ko, merely offered a few scoldings. This indicated their tacit approval of Tang Daosheng's actions. Ironically, while facing their attitude, Tang Daosheng felt a pang of anguish in his heart. What do the younger generations truly mean in the face of the clan? If one day I were to be slain by another disciple, would grandfather and these uncles adopt a similar stance? Contemplating this, Tang Ke solemnly declared, Tang Yu sacrificed his life to ensure that this matter did not implicate the Tang family. Although Daosheng's actions were extreme, they were ultimately aimed at preserving the clan. If we allow Xiao Wu to act recklessly, the Tang family will surely face annihilation. This matter must not be mentioned again. When the time comes to incinerate Tang Yu's remains tonight, we shall quietly dispose of Xiao Wu's corpse as well. The assembly had no objections to this clandestine plan, for all recognized it as a crucial moment for the survival of the Tang family. After the resolution of the Sword Qi Mountain affair, various factions assumed he would return to Xianjing to report to Emperor Shen Shengyun. However, he did not do so. Instead, he intended to continue investigating evidence through the Tang family. Meanwhile, news from Crown Prince Shen Shenyang indicated that the emperor held Shen Xianyu's actions in high regard and had no intention of recalling him to the capital. Tang Ko murmured, the emperor wishes for our Tang family to perish. Grandfather is right, we must seek a way to break the deadlock, and the only solution at present is to eliminate Shen Xianyu. How shall we kill him? How can we ensure that we do not invoke the emperor's wrath? The mention of Li Lufeng, the master of the Qinghe sword sect and one of the three lords of Sword Qi Mountain, caused a shift in the expressions of all present. Li Lufeng, at the 9th level of the Divine Spirit Realm, was among the foremost sword cultivators of this era. Tang Ku immediately inquired, Daosheng, have you had contact with Li Lufeng? Indeed, it was last night. Upon learning of Tang Yu's death, he has already decided to take action. Tang Daosheng recounted his discussions with Li Lufeng to the clan elders, ensuring they were well informed. Tang Ku looked upon his grandson with pride. My grandson Daosheng shall undoubtedly achieve great things. To think he could conceive a plan from this angle, even turning a failing situation around. The strategy was straightforward. To ascertain that the serpent demon had possessed Shen Xianyu, and in slaying the demon, it would appear that Shen Xianyu's death was not at the hands of Li Lufeng, but a consequence of the demon's possession. Even if the emperor sought revenge afterward, it would be directed at Sword Qi Mountain. Thus, the Tang family could preserve itself, and the crown prince would be rid of a threat. A perfect resolution. Yet, Tang Daosheng's brow furrowed with worry. I fear that Shen Xianyu may leave Zhengzhou at this juncture. If he returns to the capital, it would be exceedingly difficult to act. A powerful dragon does not suppress a local snake. This adage rings true. I in the capital, Shen Xianyu is the most formidable local snake, backed by a powerful dragon. However, in Zhengzhou, he is the dragon, while the Tang family and the intricate powers behind it are the local snakes. Today's intelligence suggests that Shen Xianyu has not stepped out of the Zhaowang mansion. This situation appears to signal a return to the capital. After deep contemplation, Tang Daosheng proposed, esteemed elders, I have a suggestion, though I am uncertain of its viability. To prevent Shen Xianyu from returning to the capital, we must create another conflict. Are you aware that there is also a serpent demon in the Jinsha River? The Jinsha River, located within Zhengzhou, traverses 6 states and is the longest and most formidable river in the Great Qian dynasty. This serpent demon has lurked there for years, occasionally stirring up storms, compelling the common folk in the court to offer tributes. Whenever the court attempted to eradicate it, the beast would hide at the riverbed, and after several failed attempts, the court opted to appease it instead. Tang Daosheng continued, if I could incite that serpent demon to once again wreak havoc, Shen Xianyu, who oversees the demon slaying division, would be obliged to confront the demon, especially since he remains in Zhengzhou. After all, this upheaval is not solely the emperor's scheme against our Tang family, it is also an opportunity for him to elevate Shen Xianyu's status, further solidifying his authority in the court. Shen Xianyu likely understands this too, which is why he would not forego this chance. Tang Ko raised an eyebrow, inquiring, Daosheng, have you had prior dealings with that serpent demon? Grandfather, to speak candidly, this was the crown prince's intent to draw the serpent demon to our side, Tang Daosheng replied. What are the chances of success? 10 out of 10. This is not a sudden whim of mine, it was the crown prince's original plan, and he possesses means to control the demon. Very well, proceed swiftly. Do not delay.
That night, the Sanyang Dam, located south of Zhongyang Mansion, breached, unleashing the river's waters into the city, resulting in the demise of over 100 households. The Bureau of Public Works and the Capital Commander's Office hastily mobilized to prevent flooding. Inspector Lu Jing arrived to report. Upon hearing Lu Jing's account from outside Zhaowang Mansion, Shen Xianyu withdrew his hand from Gu Lianxiang's garment.
What did you say? Floodwaters are invading the city?
Indeed, the Sanyang Dam is the largest dam in Zhengzhou, and it has completely collapsed. Moreover, a spring rain is expected tonight. If we do not act quickly, half of Zhengzhou will be completely submerged.
With the dam breached, how can we possibly recover?
Shen Xianyu challenged, prompting Lu Jing to explain, Your Highness, we are merely sacrificing lives to rebuild the dam. The crux of the matter lies with that serpent demon in the Jinsha River. It is the one stirring up trouble.
Serpent demon? Lu Jing briefly elucidated the origins of the demon. Shen Xianyu's brow furrowed deeply as he turned and retrieved the scabbard frostblade from within the room, summoning all guards and the feather forest guards to accompany him to the Sanyang Dam. Within the room, Gu Lianxiang hurriedly donned her attire, arming herself with the royal sword to follow. By Qinghan, unfazed, remarked, Why the commotion, am I not here? By Xianzi, the flood is merciless. Should it truly escalate, His Highness will undoubtedly bear the consequences. I must assist him in slaying that serpent demon, Gu Lianxiang replied, her expression urgent. By Qinghan understood the gravity of the situation. Shen Xianyu had just stirred up such turmoil in Zhengzhou. If a natural disaster were to occur and prove irreversible, the human race would perceive it as divine retribution against Shen Xianyu.
No matter how astute Emperor Shen Shengyun may be, he could not silence the voices of the masses.
Calm down, with me here, I still rely on Shen Xianyu to sustain my vitality.
He cannot afford to meet with misfortune. Bai Qinghan maintained her composure. After saying this, she and Gu Lianxiang followed at a measured pace. Upon arriving in the vicinity of the Sanyang Dam, they found Shen Xianyu standing at the riverbank, gazing across the seemingly endless expanse of the Jinsha River.
The waters surged violently. The most alarming aspect was that the spring rain had indeed arrived, and the river's water level was visibly rising. A local official from the Astronomical Bureau had predicted this spring rain. Your Highness, this spring rain is not a heavenly decree, but the work of that serpent demon. It possesses the ability to summon wind and rain, making it imperative that we slay the serpent. Chapter 80 of the Wind-Breaking Wave. In succinct terms, slaying the serpent would swiftly alleviate the pressing crisis. The official from the Astronomical Bureau was acutely aware that should the situation escalate, it would no longer fall under the jurisdiction of local authorities. A monstrous serpent is indeed a monster. The role of the demon-slaying department becomes evident here. His intention was straightforward. He wished to summon personnel from the demon-slaying department under Shen Xianyu's command. After all, the department was under Shen Xianyu's purview. Shen Xianyu spoke in a deep, resolute voice. With the time it takes to travel back and forth from the capital, who knows what devastation the floods will wreak upon Zhongyang Prefecture. I will personally slay it. Absolutely not. Not only the official from the Astronomical Bureau, but other local officials also positioned themselves before Shen Xianyu, particularly the Governor Hanli, whose face had flushed crimson. Your Highness, not to mention the surging floodwaters, that serpent possesses at least the strength of a cave spirit. It holds a significant advantage in the waters of the Golden Sands. Even if you seek to achieve merit, this course of action is fraught with peril. Grant me more time, and I shall seek the sword cultivators from Sword Chi Mountain to assist us. Please, do not act impulsively. Many matters require the wisdom of restraint and cyclical reasoning. As the saying goes, slay the serpent. Why not say kill the serpent? This is precisely because sword cultivators possess an innate superiority over such monsters. Shen Xianyu raised his hand, wiping the rainwater from his face. I am also a sword cultivator, and so is Gu Zongju by my side. Why must we seek the aid of outsiders from Sword Chi Mountain? In the past, Shen Xianyu would have been indifferent. However, now that it was a monstrous serpent, would it not be better to offer it to the white serpent for consumption? Moreover, it would serve to enhance Bai Qinghan's reputation. Why not seize the opportunity? If the sword cultivators from Sword Chi Mountain were summoned, it remained uncertain whether they could even consume it, and the white serpent's presence could not be revealed. They were unlike the previous adversaries. They were truly capable of slaying serpents. Shen Xianyu removed the royal crown from his head and handed it to his attendants. The fierce wind and torrential rain lashed against him, causing his long hair to billow behind him. At this moment, Bai Qinghan approached his side and whispered, Xianyu, trust in me as you enter the water. I shall ensure your success in slaying the serpent. Shen Xianyu turned to Bai Qinghan, whose face was filled with unwavering confidence. Gu Lianxiang had already drawn her sword, her beautiful eyes gleaming with a sharp aura akin to sword energy. Your Highness, I shall take the lead in the attack. You simply await your opportunity to strike. Shen Xianyu nodded, remaining silent. Just as he was about to enter the water, a eunuch clad in red galloped towards him. Upon turning, he recognized it was Eunuch Ling, a close aide to Shen Shengyun. Your Highness! Your Highness, wait! Eunuch Ling dismounted and rushed toward him, clutching an unopened letter. Your Highness, the Emperor has commanded that you open this letter alone. With a look of bewilderment, Shen Xianyu accepted the letter and, avoiding the gaze of the crowd, tore open the envelope. The contents revealed but a single line. Your father has learned that the heart of the serpent is the glazed heart found within the elixir of immortality. After reading, Shen Xianyu immediately tore the letter to shreds. He then turned to Wu Weijian, the commandant of the Central Command. Commander Wu, how many men have you assembled? Wu Weijian replied respectfully, 8,000 men.
Very well, Shen Xianyu declared, I entrust the Royal Guards and the Feather Forest Guard to your temporary command. Until I have successfully slain the serpent, no one outside the government may approach the Golden Sands River. Should anyone dare to come near, it shall be upon you to answer. Shen Xianyu's tone was stern, and though Wu Weijian found his reasoning perplexing, he did not voice any objections. Yes. This subordinate shall obey the royal command. As soon as the words were spoken, Shen Xianyu's figure pierced through the tumultuous waters like a sword. Jiu Lianchuan followed closely behind, while Bai Qinghan slipped silently away from the crowd. To be precise, she transformed into an imperceptible wisp of mist, merging seamlessly into the river. Most astonishingly, it was still Shen Xianyu. Many could sense his aura. Wu Weijian looked on in astonishment.
Your Highness's aura does not seem to belong to the Yuan Yang realm? Governor Han Li, beside him, responded incredulously, are you implying that His Highness's Yuan Yang realm is false?
No, it seems His Highness has already reached the Gathering Qi realm, and his aura is remarkably full. It appears he is but a step away from the Ascendant Cloud realm. As Wu Weijian's words echoed, everyone stood in stunned silence. Just a short while ago, they had heard that Prince Yan had already entered the Yuan Yang realm, which was truly remarkable, considering he had previously shown no signs of cultivation, indulging instead in revelries. To put it bluntly, among the princes, he had been the most ineffectual, yet now, such a brief time had passed, and he had unexpectedly reached the Gathering Qi realm. Wu Weijian, a martial officer and a practitioner of the Ascendant Cloud realm's third tier, had spent 23 years to attain this level. And yet, Prince Yan had achieved in under 3 months what had taken him 2 decades. As these thoughts swirled, a tremendous explosion resonated from the water, sending towering waves soaring to great heights. Wu Weijian realized that the battle had commenced beneath the surface and instructed his deputy commander, relay the order to secure the riverbanks. Anyone who approaches recklessly shall be met with lethal force. Wu Weijian's reasoning was straightforward.
Should anything go awry, Prince Yan would hold him accountable, thus he resolved to act with strictness. After Shen Xianyu and Gu Lianchuan plunged into the water, they struggled momentarily to maintain their footing, relying on Gu Lianchuan's sword energy to combat the turbulent currents. Suddenly, Bai Qinghan appeared, her graceful figure standing resolutely in the water, resembling a sword. With her palm outstretched and reversed, she concentrated her true energy into a longsword that pierced fiercely into the depths below. In an instant, the river stilled, though the surface remained tumultuous. Jiu Lianchuan's gaze sharpened. Is this the wind-breaking sword?
There was no time to ponder, as a lone, entirely black serpent surged toward them once more. Bai Qinghan communicated silently, Xianyu, Lianchuan, my primordial spirit is still healing, invoking the wind-breaking sword is already my limit, the next moves depend on you too.
Shen Xianyu felt a pang of anxiety.
Was she so gravely wounded? The black serpent approached, and though they were submerged, the two wielded their swords with effortless precision. Their sword energies collided with a resounding force. It was merely a testing strike, yet the black serpent, comfortably navigating the waters, effortlessly evaded the attack. As the sword energies detonated, a massive wave surged upon the river's surface. Shen Xianyu conveyed through thought, Lianchuan, I shall engage the black serpent with the white serpent's form. You must seize the opportunity to extract its heart.
Understood.
A brilliant white light shot forth from Shen Xianyu's hand. In the blink of an eye, the enormous serpent's form extended majestically beneath the water. Upon sighting this, the black serpent's eyes widened in evident shock, realizing the vast disparity in size. At that moment, Shen Xianyu felt a peculiar sensation. Why was it so effortless to control the white serpent's form in these waters, when it had felt so different within the city moat? He quickly dismissed his doubts and directed the white serpent's form straight toward the black serpent. Upon witnessing this, the black serpent abruptly turned to flee. Jiu Lianchuan's eyes narrowed.
Trying to escape? Chapter 81.
This is an opportunity, not a masterpiece. Gu Lianchuan once again swung her sword. Although she remained at the cloud-soaring realm, the momentum of this sword energy already bore the essence of a sword cultivator in the spirit-refining stage. This sword energy pierced directly into the black flood dragon's back. Suddenly, the black flood dragon let out a mournful howl, plummeting towards the riverbed. When it cast a glance back, the snow-white python had already approached. It was no wonder it was terrified. The size comparison between them was like that of heaven and earth. Furthermore, with Bai Qinghan's stabilizing wind, it could not unleash its aquatic powers. This was its most fatal flaw. At this moment, Shen Xianyu could also sense that the black flood dragon's cultivation was indeed at the cave spirit realm, but its condition was evidently amiss. It yearned to escape, yet found itself unable to do so, as if it were engaged in a struggle for control over its own body. Observing through the perspective of the white flood dragon, one could discern the helplessness and struggle in its eyes, as if it were pleading for rescue. From this, it could be inferred that the sudden turmoil was likely not its original intent. However, it mattered little now. At this juncture, it must be slain. Shen Xianyu commanded the white flood dragon's form, but he no longer attacked recklessly. The two dragon horns atop its head now flickered with lightning. Boom! A surge of thunderous energy struck the black flood dragon with unimpeded force. The point of impact was precisely at the wound that Gu Lianchuan had inflicted with her sword energy. The strike pierced through the black flood dragon's body. Immediately after, Gu Lianchuan delivered another strike, plunging her sword into the black flood dragon's head, pinning it firmly into the muddy riverbed. In the next moment, she soared upward on her sword, intending to extract the black flood dragon's heart as Shen Xianyu had suggested. Just as she tightened her grip on the sword hilt, preparing to fully dissect the creature's back, an unexpected sword energy surged forth, prematurely tearing through the black flood dragon's body. Gu Lianchuang swiftly retreated, only to be met with a torrent of densely packed flying swords, each brimming with lethal force that was exceedingly difficult to counter. She had no choice but to clasp her hands together, channeling her sword intent to swiftly form a majestic sword array, just in time to deflect those flying swords. This was the cultivation of the bright spirit realm. Before Gu Lianchuang could fully comprehend the situation, she noticed a figure darting out from the black flood dragon's body. Its target was none other than the white flood dragon. Shen Xianyu had also failed to notice, as the opponent had concealed their presence to an extreme degree. It was only upon closing in that he realized it was an assault. Instinctively, Shen Xianyu steadied his mind and focused on the approaching figure. Li Lufeng, how could he emerge from the body of the black flood dragon? During their encounter at the Xianlu sect, he had crossed paths with this master of the sword Qi Mountain before. They were not strangers, yet neither were they familiar. Li Lufeng's strike was remarkably precise. The first sword was a forceful blow, a streak of azure sword energy aimed at the white flood dragon's vital point, aptly reflecting the adage, strike the snake at its 7 inches. Upon witnessing this, Shen Xianyu felt a wave of relief wash over him, a smile playing on his lips as he envisioned the outcome of that strike. However, as the forceful sword aimed for the vital point, the entire blade shattered into fragments. Li Lufeng's expression shifted in shock. Was it a flaw in the sword? No, it was not that this beast had consumed the fruits of that old tortoise, for its scales were notoriously difficult to breach. Yet the energy contained within this sword should have penetrated the scales, yet, the colossal creature remained steadfast. At that moment, Li Lufeng finally discerned the 2 elongated horns atop the white python's head. This was not a white python, it was a flood dragon. Snakes, pythons, and flood dragons are fundamentally distinct beings. A strike aimed at the vital point may yield some effect against a snake or python, but it bore no relevance to a flood dragon. Shen Xianyu did not inquire further. With a mere thought, the 2 dragon horns of the white flood dragon crackled with thunder once more. Li Lufeng gritted his teeth, his mood suddenly heavy. This was a stark contrast to what Tang Gaosheng had described. Shen Xianyu's realm had transcended the Yuanyang realm, and the white python was no longer a mere python but had fully transformed into a flood dragon. Adorned with the tortoise's longevity scales and wielding the lightning techniques of that celestial deer, he had intended to catch his opponent off guard, yet now it was he who found himself unprepared. There was no other recourse, he could only summon his lifebound flying sword. Li Lufeng gathered another surge of sword energy in his palm, but instead of directing it towards the white python, he thrust it into his own heart. With a splatter, blood gushed forth, yet within that blood, an ethereal brilliance began to emanate. Seeing this, Gu Lianchuang's heart tightened instantly. Your Highness, do not resist. Li Lufeng's lifebound flying sword had accumulated decades of sword energy. Upon hearing Gu Lianchuang's silent plea, Shen Xianyu turned to Li Lufeng, where a sword, enveloped in radiant light, was manifesting from his heart. It was indeed a considerable threat. Before Shen Xianyu could contemplate further, Li Lufeng had fully unleashed his lifebound flying sword. Just as he intended to grasp it, a streak of white light darted forth and directly seized the blade's edge. The master of the sword Qi Mountain was no trifling opponent. Li Lufeng observed clearly as the stunning woman before him smiled with a hint of mockery. Grasping the sword's edge with one hand and the hilt with the other, she snapped the lifebound flying sword in 2. Witnessing this, Shen Xianyu and Gu Lianchuang were momentarily stunned. Had she not claimed to have reached her limits, Shen Xianyu quickly regained his composure. Without a moment's hesitation, he wielded his immortal sword, Frost Encounter, and lunged forward, plunging the sword into Li Lufeng's forehead. Gu Lianchuang followed closely behind, delivering a strike that cleaved Li Lufeng's body in half. The bright spirit realm was indeed formidable. Even in such a state, he did not immediately perish. Bai Qinghan, with a smile, reminded Xianyu, remember to deliver a finishing blow to his heart. This fellow is like a venomous snake, capable of striking even after decapitation. Shen Xianyu nodded, gazing at the half-body of Li Lufeng, who was filled with resentment. Li Lufeng gritted his teeth, glaring at Shen Xianyu, and inquired through his thoughts of this white flood dragon. It has transformed from that white python, hasn't it? Indeed, Shen Xianyu replied coolly. Your masterpiece? Shen Xianyu shook his head, correcting him. This is my opportunity, not a masterpiece. Now, it is my turn to ask you. Why were you hiding within that black flood dragon? Is it related to the Tang family? Li Lufeng scoffed. The Tang family does not possess such capability to compel me to act on their behalf. It is merely that I miscalculated a key element, otherwise, how could I have found myself in such a dire predicament? It is a pity that I failed to eliminate you. I sought to avenge my apprentice who was slain. Shen Xianyu's finger glided across the sword's edge, a pure sword intent enveloping it. You and your apprentice are both unworthy of lament. Both are stubborn as a dead duck. With that, Shen Xianyu brought his sword down upon Li Lufeng's neck, severing head from torso, and deftly grasped a handful of hair atop Li Lufeng's head. The corpse, naturally, would not be spared. Chapter 82 of the demon-controlling jade. Shen Xianyu transformed his sword energy into a delicate thread, seamlessly connecting the 2 severed halves of his body. With one hand grasping the ethereal line of sword energy and the other holding his own head, he awaited Gu Lianchuang to retrieve the black flood dragon's crystalline heart before emerging from the water together. On the riverbank, the onlookers were momentarily stunned. Wasn't His Highness the Prince of Words supposed to have slain the dragon? Why then did he bring back only a head and a corpse? Once Shen Xianyu steadied himself on the shore, Han Li, Lu Jing, and Wu Weijun quickly surrounded him. What on earth is happening, Your Highness? Han Li asked, her eyes filled with confusion. Shen Xianyu smiled serenely. Do take a look at this head. Whose is it? The trio focused intently, and in an instant, their faces turned pale, chills racing through their bodies. Is this Li Lufeng? Shin Xianyu nodded with satisfaction, speaking slowly. This fellow emerged from the body of that dragon, which means this flood was not a natural disaster but rather a man-made calamity. But why would he do this?
Han Li questioned in disbelief. To eliminate me, of course, Shin Xianyu replied nonchalantly. Han Li then posed a question that was on everyone's mind. Your Highness, how did you manage to slay Li Lufeng, especially considering he seemed to have allied with that black dragon? How did you accomplish such a feat? Her curiosity was purely innocent, with no ulterior motive. Shin Xianyu did not respond, instead turning his gaze towards the gradually calming surface of the Golden Sand River. At that moment, the corpse of the black dragon had already surfaced, but a snow-white python dragon was voraciously devouring its remains. Shin Xianyu bowed respectfully to the snow-white python dragon. Thank you, White Immortal, for assisting me in vanquishing the dragon and liberating the people of Zhengzhou from peril. I, along with the citizens of Zhengzhou, express our heartfelt gratitude. Han Li and the others quickly followed suit, bowing in reverence. The situation had become exceedingly clear. In essence, Li Lufeng had colluded with the Black Dragon to deliberately damage the Sanyang Dam, resulting in the flood, all in a bid to lure Shin Xianyu into the water to kill him. However, at the critical moment, the White Immortal from Zhuangqing arrived, akin to the purging of evil from the Huang, Chen, and Tang families in Zhuangqing once before. Yet, was this not a rather remarkable coincidence? Han Li and the others exchanged knowing glances, but none dared to speak further. At the very least, the outcome was favorable this time. As Shin Xianyu straightened his posture, the snow-white python dragon had completely consumed the black dragon, vanishing back into the river without a trace. Shin Xianyu then turned to Lu Jing. My good sir, I must clarify something. It was not that Li Lufeng and the Golden Sand River dragon conspired together, rather, he had exerted control over the dragon. Please take this dismembered corpse back to the inspectorate for proper safeguarding. Upon hearing Shin Xianyu emphasize the importance of proper safeguarding, Lu Jing understood the gravity of the matter and replied earnestly, Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall personally see to it. Han Daran, Wu Jiawei, with the dragon now slain, the responsibility for flood control and disaster relief falls to you. When I return to the capital, I shall report this matter truthfully to His Majesty, Shin Xianyu declared. We shall faithfully obey your command, Your Highness, and regard flood control and disaster relief as our utmost duty, ensuring that not a single citizen of Zhengzhou suffers from this flood, they responded earnestly. Oh, and one more thing. The credit for this achievement does not belong to me, but rather to the White Immortal. As he spoke, Shin Xianyu cast a meaningful glance at Han Li. Han Li, not only the chief minister of Zhengzhou but also a leader among the scholars of the region, quickly devised a plan to compose a commendatory piece for the White Immortal. If executed well, it would garner a significant reputation for the region and, moreover, fulfill a political achievement that would surely please His Highness. Meanwhile, Wu Weizhen was growing increasingly anxious. Shin Xianyu had previously stated that if any outsiders entered the Golden Sand River, he would be the one to question them. Who could have foreseen that Li Lufeng had been hiding within the dragon's body all along? Shin Xianyu noticed his unease and chuckled. Wu Jiawei, what are you worried about? I have no intention of devouring you. In your capacity as the chief commander of Zhengzhou, report to the Ministry of War that the master of Sword Mountain, Li Lufeng, attempted to assassinate me. The matter is still unclear. Once the ministry grants approval, gather the forces of Zhengzhou and besiege the Xianlu sect. Wu Weizhen immediately understood and respectfully replied, I shall see to it at once. At that moment, it was already late into the night. Shin Xianyu, accompanied by the guards of the royal residence and the Feather Forest Guard, returned to the Zhao Wangfu. Upon entering the front courtyard, he placed the white dragon bracelet back on his wrist. After the white dragon had submerged back into the water, Shin Xianyu took control of it, guiding it back to the royal residence. This transformation technique was indeed remarkably useful. At that point, Bai Qinghan was languidly seated in a chair, gazing at Shin Xianyu with an air of indolence. She suddenly inquired, Shin Xianyu, were the words you spoke on the riverbank sincere, or merely for show, or perhaps a mixture of both? Shin Xianyu smiled gently, mostly the former. I believe, were it not for you, today could have ended in calamity. Moreover, you must have heard my unspoken thoughts with Li Lufeng. You are not merely my creation, but rather my fortuitous encounter. Bai Qinghan huffed softly, Humph, last time you called me your pet. I couldn't think of a better term at the time, Shin Xianyu retorted with a grin. As the conversation progressed, however, Shin Xianyu's smile abruptly faltered, his expression morphing into one of discomfort. Noticing this, Bai Qinghan's demeanor shifted to one of concern. What is it? Shin Xianyu remained silent, swiftly transforming the white dragon's body into a form spanning several tens of feet, compelling it to expel a palm-sized piece of jade. In an instant, his expression eased. Shin Xianyu exhaled a breath of relief, saying, I was wondering why it felt as though something was churning in my stomach, causing such discomfort. Bai Qinghan furrowed her brows. That is the demon controlling jade. I have some recollection of this artifact. Before Shin Xianyu could delve deeper into his memories, Bai Qinghan continued, this item has but one source, your Eastern Xuanzong royal family. Once placed within a demon's body, it grants complete control over it, rendering even the most high-ranking demon incapable of resistance. Indeed, I recall it should have been crafted by the Tiangong Pavilion, Shin Xianyu acknowledged. The Tiangong Pavilion was established during the founding of the Great Xian dynasty, tasked with the creation of various magical artifacts and weaponry under the stewardship of his ninth brother, King Shinpu. During this period, their craftsmanship and scale reached their zenith. To be precise, this item was produced by the hands of his ninth brother. Subsequently, due to privately forging artifacts and imparting crafting techniques to outsiders, the ninth brother was stripped of his title by Shin Shangyun and confined in the fief of Jinzhou.
Currently, the Tiangong Pavilion is overseen by someone from Shin Shenyang's faction. Shin Xianyu picked up the demon-controlling jade and crushed it to dust. Fortunately, I expelled it in time, otherwise, keeping this within your true form would have caused me considerable trouble. Bai Qinghan, brimming with satisfaction, remarked, I told you, don't eat random things. However, your words slightly underestimate me, and certainly undervalue the swallowing heavens technique. Chapter 83 The Metal of the Five Elements Xian Yu, you must understand that all things in the world are interdependent, thriving and perishing in a delicate balance. As Bai Qinghan spoke, her expression was grave, reminiscent of a venerable teacher perched high above. Shin Xianyu felt an increasing sense of confusion. Is this not a concept that even a 3-year-old child could grasp? For instance, water can extinguish fire, fire can consume wood, wood can consolidate earth, and earth can give birth to metal. Bai Qinghan nodded in acknowledgement. Then let me ask you, can 3 feet of water extinguish a raging inferno? Shin Xianyu replied, is this not akin to using a mere drop to quench a vast blaze, or a tiny ant attempting to shake a great tree? Precisely, the demon suppression jade and the devouring heaven technique are like 3 feet of water against a roaring flame. Although the former is immensely effective against demons, when confronted with my true form and the devouring heaven technique, it becomes what you described as an insignificant effort. Your discomfort just now was indeed the result of the devouring heaven technique suppressing the demon suppression jade. With Bai Qinghan's explanation, Shin Xianyu comprehended fully. To put it simply, it revolves around the principles of yin and yang, and the 5 elements. The first tenet is the balance of yin and yang. Only under such equilibrium can the principles of generation and overcoming manifest. Conversely, if there is no balance, generation and overcoming cannot exist. The relationship between the devouring heaven technique and the demon suppression jade is unbalanced. The former is a profound method imbued with myriad transformations, while the latter is merely a tool crafted by later generations through certain techniques. Shin Xianyu harbored another question in his heart. By the way, Bai Xianzi, when I controlled your true form to swim in the city moat, it was actually not as effortless as it was in the Golden Sand River. Why is that? Bai Qinghan smiled and said, I was born attuned to the essence of gold, which is why I bear the Bai surname. The demon serpent merely occupied advantageous water and terrain, while my true form there was rooted in the very essence of the Golden Sand River. Thus, I could effortlessly employ the immortal sword to calm the waves beneath the water, even directly shattering Li Liufeng's lifebound flying sword. Upon hearing this, Shin Xianyu experienced a moment of clarity. The metal of the 5 elements does not merely refer to gold, it encompasses all things related to metal, and it also corresponds to the principles of cleansing and transformation. Moreover, most scholars of yin and yang in the world do not symbolize the metal of the 5 elements with a golden hue, but rather with the color white. At this moment, Bai Qinghan smiled and said, and now, can you guess the origin of the character Han in my name? It must derive from a line of poetry. Shin Xianyu replied, what poem? From Li Shixian's Longing. The cicadas wail in the autumn chill by the golden well, and the slight frost renders the mat's hue cold. Am I correct? Bai Qinghan's smile widened, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration. Precisely, my parents spoke of it in this manner when they were alive, yet I truly did not expect you to guess it. The moment you first told me your name, that line of poetry sprang to my mind. Shin Xianyu chuckled. I did not anticipate you to be so well read. Upon hearing Bai Qinghan's praise, Shin Xianyu rolled his eyes and retorted. Nonsense, I hail from royalty, I have read no less than 8,000 books since childhood. If I couldn't grasp this, it would have been a waste of my formative years. Oh, I thought you learned it while listening to songs in the brothel, Bai Qinghan teased with a grin. Shin Xianyu candidly admitted, well, I did learn quite a few romantic verses from the girls while listening to songs in such places. I could even compose a few lines on the spot based on your name. Would you like to hear them? Bai Qinghan's face flushed. Shut your mouth, I do not wish to hear such lewd words. Shin Xianyu chuckled softly. Well then, let us return to the main topic. Aside from the principles of generation and overcoming of the 5 elements, I actually had an unexpected gain this time. Bai Qinghan raised an eyebrow. What gain? The issue of intelligence. At this, Bai Qinghan appeared somewhat puzzled. Shin Xianyu's expression turned serious as he explained, you will understand with a single word, concealment. Had there been a degree of secrecy regarding the white serpent demoness identity and my own cultivation level from the outset, Li Lufeng would have gathered such intelligence before making his move. He likely would not have attacked in the Golden Sand River but would have employed a more meticulous method to strike. Of course, Li Lufeng was indeed quite methodical. His defeat was ultimately due to a lack of intelligence. Had I still been at the 9th level of the Yuanyang realm, with Gu Lianshuang unchanged, the white python yet to transform into a serpent, and Bai Qinghan not by my side, my situation in the Golden Sand River would have been one of certain death. Upon hearing Shin Xianyu's words, Bai Qinghan smiled and said, so, does this mean I am your lucky star? Ever since the first time I met you, I have felt this way. Shin Xianyu also smiled. Then you must never again say that I am your pet. I have already told you, that was merely a casual remark. Bai Qinghan's lips curled upward, her expression one of pride. Then hurry and prepare a feast for this lucky star of yours. I am famished. Very well. Shin Xianyu promptly instructed the kitchen to prepare an abundant spread for Bai Qinghan. His own appetite had not diminished, nor did he feel inclined to eat. Allowing the white serpent to consume the demon serpent from the Golden Sand River had indeed been quite overwhelming, and the energy within him was in a state of tumult. Shin Xianyu returned to his chamber, sitting cross-legged upon the bed. Streams of true energy surged from his dantian, crashing through the channels and acupoints within him, gradually becoming more tangible during this tumultuous process. Moreover, his entire being felt as though it were floating on air, as if with a single step he could ride the clouds and mist. In a moment of impulse, Shin Xianyu took a step forward. Instantly, his primordial spirit separated from his body, and beneath his spirit, true energy coalesced, transforming into a swirling mist. With a mere thought, he could soar through the clouds. Bai Qinghan was sprawled on the table, gnawing on the freshly served golden sand river carp while observing Shen Xianyu's primordial spirit gracefully gliding through the clouds. This talent truly puts me to shame. I once believed that only I was suited to cultivate the devouring heaven technique, but Shen Xianyu is even more fitting. The cultivation method of the devouring heaven technique resembles melting fragments of silver in a furnace to forge a silver ingot, during which fire loss, or depletion, occurs. For instance, when my parents practiced the devouring heaven technique, the cultivation essence they refined for their own use amounted to only 20 to 30% of what they had consumed, with the remainder lost. I was slightly better, consistently achieving 50 to 40%, yet, Shen Xianyu managed an impressive 80%, with only 20% lost, and if he were not distracted by refining the demon serpent's abilities, he might have reduced the loss even further. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Shen Xianyu recalled his primordial spirit. Stepping out of his room, the aura of cloud writing was laid bare before Bai Qinghan. At that moment, Shen Xianyu remarked. By Xianzi, I finally understand why the 12 realms are divided into 4 stages. The cloud writing realm is the prologue to the spirit refining stage. Those who break through this realm can let their primordial spirit leave the body and roam the heavens. Bai Qinghan quickly admonished, you are not solely focused on refining your primordial spirit. Henceforth, do not carelessly allow your primordial spirit to exit your body. If you are caught and your spirit is severely wounded, recovery will be exceedingly difficult. Chapter 84 of The Apprentice. Surpassing the Master. Shen Xianyu smiled faintly and remarked, with your past experience as a cautionary tale, I am certainly aware. Bai Qinghan, however, felt quite helpless. The memory of the ambush lingered in her mind. Back then, Lu Feiyu had launched her attack while her true form was in the midst of shedding its skin, leaving her no choice but to separate a corporeal manifestation, which is the body she currently occupies. Lu Feiyu, being quite astute, understood that a transformation would leave a fleeting moment where the primordial spirit could be exposed. Seizing this opportunity, she had affixed a shattering spirit talisman to the blade, piercing her own primordial spirit. Fortunately, with a solid foundation in cultivation, she managed to temporarily repel Lu Feiyu, thus gaining the chance to escape to Shen Xianyu's Wangfu. Shen Xianyu then inquired with a smile, are you still preoccupied with that incident? Of course. Had you not dealt with her, my first task upon arriving in the eastern Xian domain would have been to reduce her to ashes. Bai Qinghan replied through gritted teeth. However, upon further reflection, she thought that in a certain sense, she ought to be thankful to that woman. Were it not for her sword strike, she might not have sought out Shen Xianyu so promptly, nor would she have hastened the transformation of her true form into that of a flood dragon. At that moment, Shen Xianyu stated, by Xianzi, I may have overestimated the nourishing properties of that dragon's flesh. It appeared quite substantial, yet the sustenance it provided barely allowed me to reach the first level of the cloud ascending realm. The essence of that dragon was concentrated within its heart, and since you had Miss Lian Shuang extract the heart, the cultivation nutrients it contained must be rather limited. Bai Qinghan suddenly recalled something and glanced around. Oh? Where is Miss Lian Shuang? Did she run off with the dragon's heart? No, she mentioned on her way back that she needed to find a suitable container to store that item. Otherwise, it would be a waste, Shen Xianyu replied. Just as he finished speaking, Gu Lianshuang emerged from the gates of the Wangfu, cradling a wooden box in her arms. Inside was the heart of the dragon, or rather, the glazed heart. The box itself was quite valuable, having been hastily purchased from an antique shop. It was made of gongsun wood, which symbolizes longevity. A container crafted from this wood can significantly extend the freshness of its contents. Even a piece of pork placed inside would remain unspoiled for 10 days to half a month. However, to truly preserve precious items, one must employ secret methods to infuse it, or else it would merely be akin to any other wooden product, distinguished only by its symbolic meaning. Gu Lianshuang inquired, Your Highness, what is your intention behind extracting the dragon's heart? To bring it back as a tribute for my father, Shen Xianyu replied. Bai Qinghan praised, very commendable, you possess quite the filial piety. Previously, he had also preserved a remaining antler from the celestial deer they had slain. His intuition told him that it might be one of the medicinal ingredients his father required, but its efficacy could only be determined upon his father's examination. If it could be utilized, then it should be taken. If not, it could be returned to feed the white dragon. Shen Xianyu then turned to Gu Lianshuang, noticing her fatigued expression, and said, Lianshuang, it is getting late, you should rest. Very well, Gu Lianshuang nodded, but she approached Shen Xianyu and asked, Your Highness, may I have a proper rest tonight? After the battle in the water, I am indeed quite exhausted. Shen Xianyu paused momentarily before responding earnestly, Do you think I am oblivious to your weariness? I am quite perceptive, you know. Thank you, Your Highness. Upon hearing this, Gu Lianshuang felt as if she had been granted a reprieve. She quickly tidied herself, lay down on the bed, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Shen Xianyu retrieved some nourishing elixirs and placed them by her bedside, tucking her in before quietly leaving the room. Yet, he himself remained sleepless throughout the night. As dawn broke, Bai Qinghan awoke and found Shen Xianyu still seated in the courtyard, his brow furrowed. You haven't slept all night? Bai Qinghan expressed her concern. Every living being has a finite amount of energy, the physical body is not impervious, endless contemplation is the most taxing, and enduring sleeplessness drains vitality. Even with the support of cultivation, prolonged such states would inevitably take a toll on the body. Otherwise, why would so many seek elixirs to restore their health? Shen Xianyu responded, It pertains to the matter of the Tang family. It is now evident that the demon-controlling jade originated from Shen Shenyang, but it must have passed through some individual in the Tang family before reaching Li Lufeng. I wish to uproot the Tang family entirely. I pondered the issue throughout the night but could not identify a suitable angle of approach. Bai Qinghan smiled lightly. I did not foresee that this matter would pose such a challenge for you.
There is no way to directly confront my father and say that Qin Shenyang handed the demon-controlling jade to the Tang family, who then delivered it to Li Lufeng, conspiring to eliminate me, is there?
Such words would hardly please him, Shen Xianyu replied. Bai Qinghan nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, while I may not know your father well, I understand that his machinations are unparalleled, rare even among the emperors of history, be they human or demon. His reluctance to directly dispose of Qin Shenyang suggests he regards him as a potential heir. Therefore, you must consider how to dissociate this matter from Qin Shenyang.
Shen Xianyu's heart jolted.
A complete line of reasoning began to form in his mind.
Yes, I have been mistakenly focused on striking at both the Tang family and Qin Shenyang simultaneously. This is a misstep. I can present to my father that the Tang family deceived Qin Shenyang, obtaining the demon-controlling jade and handing it over to Li Lufeng. Their intention was to manipulate the flood dragon to wreak havoc in Zhengzhou, creating a narrative of divine discontent against me, thus forcing me out of Zhengzhou. They even planned to have Li Lufeng from Sword Qi Mountain appear to slay the dragon while maliciously tarnishing the reputation of the demon race, inciting conflict between Dexin and the demon clan, steering the court to ally with Sword Qi Mountain.
Upon hearing Shen Xianyu's words, Bai Qinghan stood frozen in place, her mind in turmoil. What does it mean to surpass the master? This is it. The tactics employed are strikingly similar to her father's historical purges of power-hungry officials. Although it concerns the same matter, once the narrative is altered, it transforms into a crime that implicates entire families. In this way, there would no longer be a scenario where Tang Yu bears the full brunt of the blame. Furthermore, Qin Shenyang would be entangled in this as well. Should these words be presented to Qin Shengyun in written form, the first interrogation would undoubtedly involve Qin Shengyun questioning Qin Shenyang. Without a moment's delay, Shen Xianyu hurried to the study, fervently grinding ink and writing. Despite a sleepless night, his thoughts remained clear, his pen flowed with divine inspiration. In less than a quarter of an hour, a confidential memorial was completed, crafted with speculative language. The precise judgments were left for Emperor Qin Shengyun to ascertain. It was foreseeable that he would personally extract Qin Shenyang's confession regarding the Tang family's culpability. Qin Xianyu did not entrust this memorial to anyone for delivery. Instead, he employed the techniques taught by Gu Lian Shuang, dispatching it via a sword dove to the Yangxin Hall in Xuanjing's imperial city. After perusing the document, Qin Shengyun's expression darkened immediately, and his tone grew heavy. Xiaofengzi, come with me to the Eastern Palace.
Chapter 85.
The imperial edict, proclaimed to the world on the way to the Eastern Palace, Qin Shengyun instructed another eunuch to retrieve the records of the magical instruments from the Tiangong Pavilion. Upon arriving at the Eastern Palace, Chen Yuni, who was amusing herself with cats and dogs in the courtyard, hurriedly approached to pay her respects.
I humbly pay my respects to your majesty. Qin Shengyun coldly inquired, where is your precious son? In response to your majesty, Chen Yang learned of the flood in Zhengzhou last night and has not slept a wink. He has just now fallen asleep. Does he have the luxury of sleep? Summon him to me at once, I shall be waiting for him in his southern study. Upon hearing Qin Shengyun's tone, Chen Yuni's face turned pale. Before she could utter a word, Qin Shengyun turned and entered the southern study with eunuch Feng Dai in his chamber. Qin Shenyang, alerted by the commotion, hastily dressed and rose from his bed before his mother could come to call him. When he arrived at the southern study, Qin Shengyun held a document from the Tiangong Pavilion. Your Highness, I must inquire, why has the Crown Princess Secretary, Zhang Wen, requisitioned the demon-suppressing jade? According to court regulations, with his rank, he is not permitted to set foot in the Tiangong Pavilion. Even if he could, it would require a decree from us. I have not issued such a decree. With that, Qin Shengyun leisurely tossed the Tiangong Pavilion's document at Qin Shenyang's feet.
Qin Shenyang felt a surge of anxiety but maintained an expression of confusion as he explained, Your Majesty, I learned that the demon serpent in the Jinsha River was causing the flood, and I specifically instructed Zhang Wen to use the demon-suppressing jade to subdue it.
Has something gone awry? Do you think you can deceive me with such feeble excuses? Qin Shengyun questioned.
Please, Your Majesty, enlighten me, I truly do not comprehend your meaning. The information I have received indicates that the demon serpent was only able to wreak havoc on the Sanyang Dam of the Zhongyang Prefecture because of the control exerted by the demon-suppressing jade.
How do you explain this?
Upon hearing these words, Qin Shenyang felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The timing and individuals mentioned in the Tiangong Pavilion's record were impeccable. Zhang Wen had not gone to Zhengzhou but had been concealed elsewhere. Moreover, he had altered the timeline to coincide with when the court learned of the Zhengzhou flood. How could His Majesty have such knowledge? Did Li Lufeng fail to carry out the assassination and was instead killed by Qin Xianyu? The intelligence had a delay, and Qin Shenyang was utterly in the dark, forced to deduce based on Qin Shengyun's words. However, he could not reveal his true intentions. To confess before his grandfather that he had conspired with outsiders to eliminate his own son would undoubtedly spell disaster. With a thud, Qin Shenyang fell to his knees, trembling with fear. Your Majesty, I speak the truth. The demon-suppressing jade was summoned yesterday during the day, and I altered the time on the Tiangong Pavilion's record myself, but I was deceived as well. It was the Tang family who informed me that the demon serpent could be controlled. They claimed it could force my uncle 19 back from Zhengzhou. In my moment of folly, I allowed the jade to be taken to Zhengzhou, never anticipating the Tang family's treachery. Inwardly, Qin Shenyang murmured, Elder brother, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I truly had no other choice. I never expected His Majesty would become aware of the jade summoning. I thought that once Li Lufeng eliminated Qin Xianyu and that vile white python, this matter would remain concealed. Now, I have no choice but to sacrifice you and your family. As for the Tang family, Xin Shenyang felt indifferent, yet Tang Daosheng was, after all, a sworn brother. The situation had devolved beyond redemption. He could only employ some means on the execution grounds to spare Tang Daosheng's life. Everything else was beyond his concern. It appeared that Li Lufeng had indeed been killed in retaliation. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a eunuch approached, seeking to report urgent news but hesitating to speak. Xin Shengyun coldly remarked, "The Crown Prince is the heir apparent. Speak freely in our presence." In response to your Majesty and your Highness, the Governor of Zhengzhou, Han Li, and the Inspector Lu Jing, have jointly submitted a memorial to the Cabinet. The Cabinet believes this matter is of great magnitude and difficult to resolve, so it has been forwarded to the Ministry of Rights. The Ministry of Rights has sent me here to deliver it swiftly to your Majesty. Eunuch Feng respectfully handed the memorial to Xin Shengyun. He had intended to summarize it verbally, but the contents were indeed rather alarming. Xin Shengyun furrowed his brow but remained composed. Your Highness, your Tang family faction is quite formidable, able to persuade Li Lufeng to collude with them. However, your Uncle 19 is fortunate to have a white immortal watching over him, aiding him in vanquishing Li Lufeng and that demon serpent. This is a matter of public record, and the cause and effect are quite clear.
How do you propose we deal with the Tang family?
Xin Shenyang swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Your Majesty, the Tang family has committed 3 crimes: deceiving the sovereign, endangering the nation, and usurping power. According to the laws of Dashuan, they should be exterminated along with their 9 clans.
Xin Shengyun inquired, must I take matters into my own hands?
No, no need, Uncle 19 is still in Zhengzhou. I shall go to the Ministry of Justice immediately, summon the officials of the 3 courts to deliberate, and draft a condemnation document within the hour to send directly to Uncle 19 for him to execute according to the law.
Xin Shenyang was already drenched in sweat.
Yet Xin Shengyun disregarded his protests and continued, you shall draft the edict, following the deliberation of the 3 courts regarding the Tang family's crimes. I deem their offenses unforgivable. I command the Zhengzhou Inspectorate to enforce the law impartially and instruct the Commandant of Zhengzhou to lead the local troops to drive out all non-local sects from Swordqi Mountain. Furthermore, I order the Cabinet and the Ministry of Rights to draft a document stating that from this day forth, no non-local sects from Swordqi Mountain are permitted to enter the territory of Dashuan. Any who trespass shall be killed. Proclaim this to the world. Xin Shenyang panicked, exclaiming, Your Majesty, Li Lufeng's collusion with the Tang family is solely his affair. There is no need to extend your wrath to all of Swordqi Mountain. The influence of Swordqi Mountain spans 3 dynasties, holding considerable weight. Even if your Majesty disapproves of Swordqi Mountain, such a resolute stance is unwarranted. This effectively creates a formidable enemy for our Dashuan dynasty. Xin Shengyun's gaze turned disdainful as he replied coolly, Swordqi Mountain, if one were to speak favorably, could be seen as a coalition of sects seeking warmth in numbers. They have not caused significant trouble before, and I have tolerated them. However, if one were to speak unfavorably, they are merely a den of sword cultivators who violate the law. Do you truly believe this is solely Li Lufeng's doing? If there were no support from Swordqi Mountain, would Li Lufeng, as one of the 3 mountain lords, dare to act with such impunity? They have caused disturbances right under my nose and expect me to ally with them, using my own hand to slay the demons they wish to eliminate. In my lifetime, I have only regarded others as pawns, never allowing myself to become one. Had I encountered such a situation upon ascending the throne, I would have eradicated every last one from Swordqi Mountain, not merely exiled them. Chapter 86, The Annihilation of 9 Clans. Having spoken these words, Xin Shengyun fell silent, leaving Xin Shenyang to lower his head and succumb to a profound silence. The grace of thunder and rain is indeed a divine favor from the heavens. Such favor is not easily defied. The grandfather and grandson exchanged no words on their way, yet they moved in perfect accord to the study. Xin Shenyang fought to steady his trembling hands, retrieving a piece of golden silk to draft an edict worthy of proclaiming to the world, as per Xin Shengyun's directives in the southern study. He personally pressed the imperial seal upon it. At that moment, Xin Shengyun slowly inquired, Shenyang, do you understand why I have summoned you to draft this edict? In response, Xin Shenyang spoke with a demeanor akin to that of a meek lamb, to report to the emperor grandfather, the calamity in Zhengzhou was wrought by my momentary oversight. I had been remiss in the southern study, for I should not have entrusted the task of killing and offending others to Uncle 19. Your intention in having me draft this edict is to impart your thoughts to me. As he uttered these words, Xin Shenyang felt the weight of inevitability. There was no remedy for this predicament. To mitigate losses, he must heed the emperor grandfather's counsel. The Tang clan must be sacrificed. The emperor grandfather was using the pretext of the edict to sever his ties with the Swordqi Mountain, lest he be reproached after the slaughter. This realization brought a strange sense of calm to Xin Shenyang, though he harbored an indelible guilt towards his sworn brother, Tang Daosheng. Alas, human hearts are but flesh. Brother, in light of our bond, I can only spare your life. For everything else, do not blame me for my impotence, he murmured to himself. The edict was subsequently disseminated through the cabinet to the 6 ministries, and from there to the various provincial offices. Like intelligence, the edict possessed an inherent lag in transmission. During this period, the Tang clan, upon learning of the outcome of the battle at Jinsha River, remained surprisingly composed, for they had executed their plans with utmost caution. Had Li Lufeng revealed the Tang clan's culpability to Xin Xianyu before his demise, Xin Xianyu would have already brought his men to exact vengeance. That night, Tang Daosheng fell into a peaceful slumber, but soon found himself ensnared in a harrowing dream. He beheld an ancient dragon, its claws vast enough to obscure the sky, closing in upon him. Instinctively, he sought to flee, only to be confronted by a snow-white serpent blocking his path, upon which sat a young prince clad in a robe of purple and gold, grinning malevolently at him. Within the serpent's belly, he could hear the desperate cries of his Dao partner, Lu Feiyu.
Dao Shang, save me, save me.
In that moment, Tang Daoxing jolted awake, springing upright in bed, drenched in cold sweat, his anxiety intensifying. As he surveyed his surroundings, a heavy sigh escaped his lips, nearly a dream that he stepped outside into the night, the spring breeze still carrying a chill, which, combined with his clammy skin, helped restore his composure. Daoxing instinctively sought the source of his unease. Just then, a resounding voice echoed from outside the Tang residence. Commander Lu Jing of the Inspectorate is here, with the Emperor's decree. Upon hearing this, Tang Daoxing's heart raced. The once quiet Tang household soon burst into light, as many family members rose from their beds, young and old, men and women alike. They knelt in the courtyard under the leadership of the family head, Tang Ko, prepared to receive the edict. Curiosity buzzed among them. What could this decree entail? Lu Jing, emanating an aura of grim determination, stood before the gathered clan members and read aloud the edict with a voice that resonated with authority. The words echoed those spoken by Xin Shengyun in the southern study, leaving no doubt as to their intent. Tang Ku had steeled himself for this moment, yet upon hearing the contents of the edict, his complexion drained of color, and the members of the Tang clan glared at Lu Jing with fury.
Lu Jing! What crime has the Tang clan committed to warrant the annihilation of 9 clans? Lu Jing displayed the edict before them.
I have no desire to read this a second time. Should you have grievances, take them to the King of Hell. With that, he rolled up the edict, and a throng of armored warriors surged into the Tang residence. They were not mere soldiers, they were elite fighters under the jurisdiction of the Inspectorate. Lu Jing then declared, by imperial decree, execute the order, spare no one, regardless of age or gender. Should a single member of the Tang clan escape today, let your heads pay the price. At his words, screams filled the Tang household. Tang Daoxing witnessed the horror unfold before him, as one warrior wielding a long knife cleaved the head of his grandfather, Tang Ko, from his shoulders.
Grandfather!
Tang Daoxing cried out in anguish, his rage igniting as the aura of his cultivation surged forth. He was undeterred by the looming threat of death. Instead, he roared, clan members, the Emperor is tyrannical, this is an unjust massacre, we cannot simply await our doom. If the Emperor seeks to annihilate our 9 clans, let us fight to the death and carve out a path for the Tang clan. Outside the Tang residence, a carriage bore the figure of Yan Wang Shenxianyu. He drew aside the curtain, clearly witnessing the bloodshed within the Tang courtyard, along with the fervent words of Tang Daoxing. Beside him, Supa chuckled derisively, ha, your highness, Tang Daoxing is utterly shameless. They are the architects of their own downfall yet dare to cry injustice. There is no need for any emotional response, it is merely the way of victors and vanquished, Shenxianyu replied indifferently. I do not grasp such principles. I only know they allied with Li Lufeng, causing the Jinsha River's dam to collapse, resulting in untold suffering for the common folk. Furthermore, they plotted to betray your highness, demanding their annihilation is hardly excessive.
Shenxianyu merely smiled, offering no rebuttal to Su Po's words. Eliminate Tang Daoxing, and the greatest threat to the Dacian Empire will be eradicated.
History has shown that those favored by destiny cannot withstand the glint of a sharpened blade. The members of the Tang clan fought valiantly, yet they faced not mere rival families but the formidable might of the Zhongzhou Inspectorate, which wielded the authority of life and death. The warriors under their command were skilled fighters recruited to enforce the will of the court. The crux of the matter was the imperial decree. No force associated with the Tang clan dared to intervene. Tang Daoxing could only watch as clan members fell one by one before him. His body was drenched in blood, unable to discern whether it belonged to him or his kin. Once a proud lineage of hundreds, now barely 30 remained, with the Inspectorate sparing not even the infants in their cradles. Those clan members who beheld the approaching armored warriors felt their spirits extinguished. Tang Daoxing was no exception, yet his instinct for survival surged to its zenith. Suddenly, he raised his blade, aiming it at a fellow Tang clan member beside him.
Brothers, dying by my hand is better than perishing at theirs. Forgive me. Chapter 87. You have a disciple worthy of pride. The armored warriors stood motionless upon witnessing the scene. After all, having served in the Inspectorate for many years, they had seen numerous clans meet their demise in a similar manner when pushed to their limits. The visages of the armored warriors were concealed beneath iron masks, yet a mocking expression lingered beneath. They watched as Tang Daoxing executed the last person remaining, utterly exhausted. His body could no longer support him, and he could only brace himself against the ground with his sword. Just as the armored warrior prepared to send him on his final journey, a formidable flying sword suddenly shot in from outside the Tang residence, striking Tang Daoxing directly in the heart. Before the armored warriors could react, 2 more flying swords pierced through his forehead and throat, pinning him to the ground. In that instant, all semblance of life was extinguished. The armored warriors respectfully stepped aside, bowing their heads in reverence. Your Highness, Prince Yan. Shenxianyu raised his hand and approached the body of Tang Daoxing. To ensure thoroughness, he unleashed another surge of true energy, cleaving the corpse in 2. The onlookers gazed on in confusion. How could Prince Yan harbor such intense hatred for Tang Daoxing, executing him with 3 swords and then dismembering his body? Supa voiced this inquiry. Shenxianyu replied nonchalantly, this Tang Daoxing is quite remarkable. He may well be like a venomous serpent, capable of striking even after decapitation. That assertion seems exaggerated, Supa retorted, struggling to believe it.
In his understanding, regardless of one's cultivation realm, decapitating the head or piercing the heart should render any being lifeless, contrary to what Prince Yan suggested. Shenxianyu chuckled, your perspective is rather shallow. In truth, Tang Daoxing could indeed achieve such feats. I recall a segment in the original text where a minor antagonist thrust a sword through Tang Daoxing's heart without delivering a finishing blow, only to depart nonchalantly. Soon after, that minor antagonist met his demise. The reason lay in the peculiar heart technique Tang Daoxing practiced, which granted him a greater margin for error than others. Dismembering him was the most prudent course of action. The annihilation of 9 clans did not end there. After the inspectorate had completed their tally of the bodies, they reported to Shen Xianyu. Your Highness, a total of 372 members of the Tang family, including the elderly, weak, women, and children, have all been executed. Furthermore, we estimate that approximately 14,000 individuals connected to the Tang family or their factions have been accounted for. This figure was not exaggerated in the context of the annihilation of 9 clans. Historical records contain few similar instances, yet those involving collective executions typically exceed 10,000 individuals. Shen Xianyu promptly responded, "You are executing a sacred decree, not my royal command, so there is no need for further discourse with me. Once you have tidied this place, dispose of every single body by casting them into the Golden Sands River to feed the fish, otherwise, we would be remiss to those who labored to rebuild the dam."
With this decree issued, overnight, the waters of the Golden Sands River surrounding Zhongyang Prefecture were stained a deep crimson. Yet still, the death toll was insufficient. As the waters flowed and a white rainbow swept through, the river soon reverted to its sandy hui. On the following day, Shen Xianyu leisurely returned to the Zhao Wangfu, where he observed Bai Qinghan and Gu Lianshuang partaking in breakfast, casting only a cursory glance. Bai Qinghan, with a hint of indifference, inquired, "You toiled all night, are you not hungry?" "Starving like a ghost, I'm nearly bursting," Shen Xianyu replied, his demeanor languid. Bai Qinghan, intrigued, asked, "Did you sneak away to indulge in delicacies without me?" "If I told you, you'd find it repugnant," Shen Xianyu said with a smile, prompting both women to understand and cease further questioning on the matter. At that moment, Gu Lianshuang asked, "Your Highness, I heard that a large contingent of soldiers has surrounded the Xianlu sect?" "Indeed, the relics from Sword Qi Mountain are all gathered there. My father's edict is to expel all native sword cultivators from the Great Xian territory," Shen Xianyu replied. In a sense, this also constituted a form of collective punishment. It appeared that the matter had not reached an absolute conclusion, yet following this event, Sword Qi Mountain would no longer have the possibility of an alliance with the Great Xian, but rather a relationship of hostility. Bai Qinghan then chuckled, "Lianshuang, does not your Jieyun sword sect fall under the purview of Sword Qi Mountain as well? With the uproar this has caused, you may find yourself caught in a dilemma." "Not at all. I am first and foremost a citizen of the Great Xian, and only thereafter the leader of the Jieyun sword sect. It is crucial to distinguish priorities. Even if I were to withdraw from Sword Qi Mountain, it would matter little to me," Gu Lianshuang replied. However, such a decision would lead to the Jieyun sword sect being ostracized by sword cultivators across the realm, potentially forever losing the chance to thrive. Gu Lianshuang remained composed. "As long as I, the sect leader, still exist, the Jieyun sword sect will continue to endure. Even if all sword cultivators abandon us, I shall simply recruit new disciples." Of course, withdrawing from Sword Qi Mountain also posed a very practical problem, the sword debate. The sword debate was not merely a contest for the 10 seats of leadership at Sword Qi Mountain. It was also an opportunity for sword cultivators from across the realm to learn and emulate the essence of various sword paths. As humanity's swordsmanship had reached a pinnacle, further improvement could only be achieved through the sword debate, amalgamating the strengths of myriad schools. Exclusion from the Jieyun sword sect would, over time, render them incapable of holding their heads high against other sects. Gu Lianshuang did not wish to see the Jieyun sword sect reduced to such a state, for it was the place where she had grown up and acquired her skills, viewing Pei Fu and the Jieyun sword sect as separate entities. However, when faced with the choice between Shen Xianyu and the future of the sword sect, she would without hesitation choose the former. Shen Xianyu perceived the thought swirling in Gu Lianshuang's mind, his face breaking into a warm smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. "Lianshuang, you speak wisely. As long as you remain, the Jieyun sword sect will endure. Even if all the sword cultivator disciples were to depart, you possess a disciple worthy of pride." Gu Lianshuang, taken aback, inquired, "Your Highness, but I have not taken on any disciples." "That disciple is none other than myself," Shen Xianyu declared. Upon hearing this, Gu Lianshuang felt a jolt in her heart, gazing at Shen Xianyu in astonishment. His swordsmanship was indeed a reflection of her teachings. How could he not be considered a disciple? Yet, how could a disciple act in such an audacious manner towards their master? Shen Xianyu could not help but recall a certain phrase. "If that is the case, then have I not become a rebellious disciple?" Both of them reached this conclusion, causing a blush to bloom upon Gu Lianshuang's cheeks. Just as she was about to articulate her thoughts, Bai Qinghan interjected, her tone laced with meaning, "Oh Shen Xianyu, your silver tongue truly knows how to amuse women. Just the other day, you had me overjoyed, and now you have Lianshuang's cheeks flushed." Shen Xianyu, with an earnest expression, replied, "I speak with utmost sincerity. Since Lianshuang has chosen to walk alongside me, I shall not fail her." "And what of me?" Chapter 88 The peak state of Bai Qinghan. When Bai Qinghan posed her question, Shen Xianyu was momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, he earnestly replied, "I will not let you down." He anticipated that his words would elicit a roll of her eyes, yet instead, a hint of a smile graced her exquisite visage. "Very well, you said it. Should you ever dare to disappoint me, I shall ensure that your descent to the netherworld is anything but peaceful." With this declaration, Shen Xianyu displayed no fear, as he was confident in his ability to uphold his promise. Gu Lianshuang felt an uncharacteristic discomfort in her heart. However, upon reflection, she dismissed her apprehensions, reassured that Shen Xianyu was not the type to grow weary of affection. What she truly feared was his potential ingratitude, yet she resolved that if her fate were to be sealed at his hands, she would accept it without complaint. Bai Qinghan's sentiments mirrored those of Gu Lianshuang. She believed that demanding too much from life was futile, and having someone who sincerely cared for her was a rare fortune. Shen Xianyu, oblivious to their musings, remarked, "You two continue your meal.
I am quite satisfied and intend to return to my bed for a nap. Upon hearing this, Bai Qinghan promptly urged, Lianchuan, eat quickly, do not keep that fellow waiting.
In broad daylight, what nonsense are you spouting? If you wish to go, then go.
Gu Lianchuan retorted, her lips twitching in irritation. Bai Qinghan chuckled innocently, her demeanor suggesting a lack of malice. Shen Xianyu rolled his eyes at her peculiarity. Her character was indeed unique, her thought processes unlike those of ordinary folk. It was only fitting, as she was, strictly speaking, not human. You two can engage in your discussions, anyone may attend to my needs, for I am not particular. The two women laughed in unison. After finishing their breakfast, they refrained from disturbing Shen Xianyu, who was sleeping soundly. Matters in Zhengzhou had largely concluded, and the forthcoming task of expelling the Swordqi Mountain would fall under the jurisdiction of the Zhengzhou prefecture, allowing Shen Xianyu to contemplate his return to the capital to submit his report. The two women busied themselves packing their belongings. However, midway through their preparations, Bai Qinghan caught a whiff of a strong incense fragrance. Her nose twitched in response. Gu Lianchuan casually inquired, By fairy, we have yet to prepare lunch.
What scent do you perceive? It is not the aroma of food, it is the fragrance of incense.
As she spoke, Bai Qinghan's beautiful eyes shimmered with excitement. Though her primordial spirit had not fully healed, she still felt discomfort throughout her body. At this moment, Gu Lianchuan recalled, yesterday afternoon, while I was out shopping, I heard that the Bai Fairy Temple by the Golden Sands River has been completed. It is likely that the townsfolk have begun their offerings today.
How about this?
Once I finish packing, I shall accompany you there. Bai Qinghan responded eagerly, nodding vigorously as she intensified her efforts. Before long, the two women completed their tasks and made their way to the Bai Fairy Temple by the banks of the Golden Sands River. This project had been closely monitored by Shen Xianyu, and the local government had exerted great effort to ensure its swift completion, hoping to leave a positive impression on him before his return to the capital. In truth, Bai Qinghan deserved the accolades. Without her decisive intervention, the flooding would have persisted, depriving the local authorities of the opportunity to rebuild the levees. Bai Qinghan observed the townsfolk kneeling before her statue, offering their devotions with utmost sincerity. The temple's incense offerings flourished ever more abundantly simultaneously. Gu Lianchuan noticed a change in Bai Qinghan. Her hair, once a shade of gray, had transformed into a brilliant silver. Curiosity piqued, Gu Lianchuan asked, Bai Fairy, what has happened to your hair? Bai Qinghan extended a hand, holding a strand of her hair before her eyes, and explained, this signifies that my primordial spirit is on the verge of regaining its peak state.
The true pinnacle should resemble the pristine whiteness of your true form, am I correct? Gu Lianchuan affirmed. Bai Qinghan nodded.
Indeed, unlike humans and many other creatures, where white hair signifies decline, for me, the whiter my hair, the stronger my condition. When she first encountered Shen Xianyu, her hair had been nearly entirely black. Of course, white hair was not particularly striking in the three dynasties. Many martial artists exhibited signs of premature aging, their hair turning white as a result of insufficient training during the refinement stages. Thus, Bai Qinghan's appearance was not especially remarkable in public, although her stunning beauty often drew attention. To outsiders, she seemed like an ice mountain, yet within the palace walls, she transformed into an unabashed glutton.
In a sense, she still was standing there. The rich incense offerings seemed to flow toward her as if they had found their rightful master. Gu Lianchuan felt no envy. For humans, only the deceased could enjoy such offerings, a time-worn rule. To offer incense to the living would be to curse them to death. By the time Bai Qinghan had satiated her appetite, evening had fallen, and the two returned to the palace. Shen Xianyu awoke not long before their return. Having bathed under the care of his maidservants, he emerged rejuvenated. It was primarily due to the excessive consumption he had indulged in earlier. The body of a white flood dragon required time to digest, leaving him in a state of profound fatigue. After a day of rest, he finally felt revitalized, with the added benefit of breaking through to the third level of the cloud-ascending realm. Shen Xianyu was not surprised. After advancing to the qi refining stage, he realized that the nourishment required for his cultivation far exceeded that of the body refining and essence refining stages. Furthermore, the Tang family's method was not direct consumption. They would cast their deceased into the water before beginning the process, which inevitably led to a loss of cultivation nourishment. Bai Qinghan lamented, at this rate, your appetite will become insatiable. That description may be exaggerated. I believe I require the sustenance of a tiger-headed demon or a celestial deer to truly benefit my white flood dragon form, Shen Xianyu replied. Bai Qinghan quickly interjected, hey, do not target the demon tribe, they are my subjects, and even tigers do not eat their young. Shen Xianyu chuckled, rest assured, I am not so desperate as to resort to indiscriminate consumption.
However, I find the sword cultivators of Swordqi Mountain quite appealing. Each one possesses a divine aura, truly exceptional.
What difference is that from courting death?
Bai Qinghan cautioned, emphasizing that while one might underestimate Swordqi Mountain, one should never underestimate its sword cultivators, especially the Mountain S-Master. For 40 years, in over 10 sword discussions, not a single cultivator had managed to shake his position as the Mountain S leader. Bai Qinghan reminded him, though I have yet to engage the master of Swordqi Mountain in combat, I can ascertain that his current strength does not fall below my peak state.
You would do well to abandon such thoughts. Shen Xianyu regarded her with curiosity, returning to the earlier point, just how formidable is your peak state?
Chapter 89 Blood Brothers. Bai Qinghan extended his hand, pointing towards the mountain peak in front of the Zhaowang Manor.
Do you see that mountain?
I need only one sword strike.
Shen Xianyu, puzzled, asked, with just one sword, can it be cleaved?
Bai Qinghan, however, shook his head. One strike, and the mountain shatters. The mountain before them, known as Yaofeng, lay several dozen miles from the Zhaowang Manor, standing as the tallest peak in Zhongyang Prefecture. By mere observation, it appeared to rise over 100 zhang in height, while some might indeed cleave it with all their might. The concepts of shattering and cleaving are entirely distinct. Bai Qinghan smiled gently. Xian Yu, do not doubt me, there is a saying among your human race, the true master of war does not seek fame. I am not one to boast, which is why your kind's understanding of me, the demon emperor, is rather vague. Yet, should I choose to engage, few among the human race could rival me, provided my primordial spirit has fully healed. Bai Qinghan spoke the truth. Ever since she ascended to the rank of demon emperor, there had been no significant conflicts between the demon and human races, only minor skirmishes. As for herself, she had never truly revealed her might even among the demon kings and great demons. Encounters with the white emperor were exceedingly rare. Shen Xianyu casually remarked, so what have you been doing all these years? Practicing with the essence of heaven and earth, though I confess I have been rather lazy, as the demon kings often say, Bai Qinghan admitted. Shen Xianyu chuckled, that makes sense. If one does not eat properly and relies solely on the essence of heaven and earth, any creature would become lethargic. Oddly enough, I've been feeling quite energetic lately, especially after indulging myself in abundant meals.
Gu Lianfang interjected, it cannot be said that Bai Xianzi was ever lazy.
Rather, she existed in a state of serene detachment, a mental state coveted by many cultivators. However, it is evident that such tranquility is now a thing of the past. In recent days, being beside Shen Xianyu, she had savored countless delicacies and enjoyed the offerings of the common folk. In comparison to her previous hardships, what she had endured was nothing short of a bitter existence. Bai Qinghan pondered. If given another chance, she would never choose that path again. Instead, she should embrace life as Shen Xianyu did, live for today we feast. After a few days, her body and mind felt much more at ease.
Shen Xianyu teased, Bai Xianzi, you don't want to go back, do you?
Returning is inevitable, though there rests no pressing matter at hand. My absence from the demon realm is of little consequence.
Let me indulge myself first, and then I shall consider matters concerning the demons.
At this moment, Bai Qinghan's mindset had become remarkably carefree. But what do you mean by that? Are you trying to send me away? Shen Xianyu smiled softly. Not at all, I merely asked out of curiosity, and besides, I can certainly afford to keep you here, there is no need to rush you off.
Upon hearing this, Bai Qinghan's brows relaxed. Then it's settled. Shen Xianyu then stated, you both should rest early tonight. We shall set off back to Xianjing at dawn. Very well.
Bai Qinghan readily agreed, her enthusiasm stemming solely from the plethora of delectable food in Xianjing. That night, Shen Xianyu chose not to rest further. Instead, she observed the form of the white Jiao demon in the courtyard. It struck her as strange that despite consuming such copious amounts of flesh and blood, its growth was negligible.
Considering the quantity, it must amount to several thousand jin.
Even if it were chicken, duck, or fish, it should not yield so little growth. Shen Xianyu pondered. Perplexed, she pulled Bai Qinghan from her bed, yet Bai Qinghan herself was equally baffled. Initially, she had estimated that this time she would grow 3 or 4 zhang, yet now it seemed she had not even gained a single foot. Bai Qinghan yawned and said, if I haven't grown, then so be it.
What is the point of growing so large? Are you planning to wield my true form in battle? Indeed, that was my intention, Shen Xianyu grinned. I see you simply prefer the grand.
Bai Qinghan's words carried subtle implications, and she turned to re-enter her room, resuming her slumber. Shen Xianyu decided to retract the white Jiao's form. She merely assumed that perhaps it had reached its growth limit. A 40 zhang white Jiao was still insufficient. She would wait until they returned to Xianjing to procure a few more potential serpents to raise alongside the Qingyu. Downstream of the Jinsha River, a hand emerged from the water, grasping the weeds along the bank, straining to pull the entire body ashore. This individual was no ghost of the waters, but rather, Tang Daoshang. At this moment, a man bearing a sword approached briskly, assisting Tang Daoshang to his feet. Brother, you are indeed here. I apologize for my tardiness. It was only when the third brother sent me word that I learned of the calamity that has befallen your Tang family.
Tang Daosheng shook his head, his voice weak.
Jiaowang, this is a calamity of our own making. The Tang family and I were too naive, believing that even if we borrowed a knife to kill, it would not affect us. We underestimated the emperor's and Shen Xianyu's determination to eradicate the Tang family. I have effectively pushed my family into a dire state. At this moment, Tang Daosheng clenched his fists tightly. The true reason for their downfall was not that human calculations could not compare to heaven's, but rather the absence of a truly reliable ally. The blades of imperial power are sharper than the swords of those in the realm of observing the divine. There was no room for resistance whatsoever. His sworn brother, Yang Jiaoying, spoke at this juncture. Brother, death is rampant throughout Zhangzhou. You must leave the Eastern Xian dynasty at once. If they discover you are still alive, you will truly be unable to escape.
Go, I will see you off. However, Tang Daosheng pushed away Yang Jiaoying's hand.
Jiaoying, you, I, and Taizuan are sworn brothers, bound by life and death.
I have fallen to such depths, how could I implicate you? I will find a way to leave the Eastern Xian myself. You must go to Xianjing and find Taizuan. Shen Xianyu will undoubtedly spare no effort against him, for her campaign against the Tang family is merely a means to undermine Taizuan's influence. You must assist him.
Yang Jiaoying's expression was pained as he replied, but brother enough, if someone discovers that you and I are together, you too will fall victim to Shen Xianyu's persecution. She likely remains unaware of your ties to Taizuan and me, and you possess the cultivation of the cave god realm. Therefore, you must go to Xianjing. You can effectively aid Taizuan. Only by enabling him to ascend the throne can he vindicate my Tang family, and I can then live with dignity.
Yang Jiuying hesitated before asking, brother, have you already decided on your destination?
Yes, I shall head to the northern Jing dynasty. There may yet be a path for me to survive there, Tang Daosheng stated plainly.
Very well. Yang Jiuying removed the pack from his shoulder and handed it to Tang Daosheng.
Brother, this contains provisions and medicine. I shall also give you my sword for your protection.
Thank you. Tang Daosheng did not refuse, feeling deeply grateful.
In this life, to have you both as brothers is indeed a great fortune.
You and Taizuan must take care.
Chapter 90. Father, are you truly going to incapacitate Xin Shenyang, in the capital city of Xianjing, within the tranquil halls of Yangqing Palace? It was now midday. The first task upon Xin Xianyou's return to the capital was to present his edict at the palace. Naturally, he also brought along the exquisite Lohuxin and a magnificent deer antler. Upon seeing the antler, Xin Shangyun, the official, remarked, Xianyu, could this possibly be the antler of that celestial deer? Indeed, I specifically brought this for you, father, to see if it might prove useful, Xin Xianyu replied. You little rascal, I never imagined you would consider your father in this matter. Xin Shangyun felt a wave of warmth wash over him. However, he did not accept the antler, as it was not included in the prescription for the longevity elixir. He returned it to Xin Xianyu, believing it would serve a greater purpose in his hands. Xin Xianyu insisted, father, you should keep it for your own health. Do not play the polite son with me. This antler holds no value for your father. You ought to take it back and feed it to that white dragon. Xin Shangyun replied. At this, Xin Xianyu paused, taken aback. Xin Shangyun smiled lightly and continued, when you commanded the white dragon to consume that monstrous serpent in the Golden Sands River, it was quite a spectacle. I suspect you must have fed it a deer antler to facilitate its transformation, am I correct? Xin Xianyu nodded. Indeed, although it was purely accidental. I merely intended to gather more cultivation nourishment and did not anticipate it would directly trigger its transformation into a dragon. Xin Shangyun refrained from probing further and said with a chuckle, well then, take good care of it, you are the first in history to raise a dragon. If furthermore, you have performed admirably this time. The Tang family has been eradicated, relieving me of a significant burden. This endeavor has indeed yielded double benefits, allowing the Great Xian to extricate itself from the throes of war, ensuring it is not wielded as a weapon by Sword Qi Mountain. More importantly, it serves as a warning to certain dubious individuals, those who wish to support Xin Shenyang. Xin Xianyu casually suggested, father, I believe it would be more prudent to directly incapacitate Xin Shenyang and reinstate my second brother as the crown prince. It would be a rightful course of action. Upon hearing this, Xin Shangyun fell into contemplation. Although his second son was a bastard, the passing of the elder brother could lend some credibility to this claim. However, such an act would be profoundly unjust to the eldest son. For 40 years, during which Xin Shangyun had ruled, 25 of those had been under the stewardship of his eldest son, creating a prosperous realm for both court and subjects. With his demise, his son Xin Shenyang still remained. Elevating the great-grandson to crown prince would lend further legitimacy and earn the respect of both civil and military officials. To designate the second son as crown prince would surely be a blunder. Xianyu, you are still too inexperienced. Should you choose to elevate your second brother, your other siblings would contest fiercely. Shenyang is the legitimate firstborn and possesses a distinct advantage in status. As long as I can concoct the longevity elixir, I will have ample time to eliminate all threats. In due course, I may step back as a retired emperor, allowing Shenyang to ascend the throne, while you brothers live as carefree princes. Moreover, reflecting on the transitions of past emperors, few had been true heirs to the throne. If no changes are made, the cycle of imperial succession could ultimately pose a grave threat to the Great Xian's very existence. Father, please do not speak of these matters. If you wish to retain that little rascal, then by all means, do so. I am indifferent, Xin Xianyu replied. Initially, he believed his father's stance on the crown prince had wavered. However, it now appeared steadfast. From his father's perspective, his reasoning was sound, yet as a son, he was not pleased. If Xin Shenyang were truly capable and virtuous, he would not seek to cause him trouble. Yet he knew better than anyone what Xin Shenyang truly was, a fool who had led the Great Xian to the brink of ruin. Xin Xianyu set aside these thoughts and inquired, Father, there is one more matter I must ask you. Within your 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, is there a concubine by the name of Xiaolingzhen? Upon hearing this, Xin Shangyun's expression grew peculiar. Why are you asking about this? Surely you are not harboring inappropriate thoughts about your father's concubines? Xin Xianyu felt somewhat embarrassed. Father, do you truly believe me to be that kind of person? Xin Shangyun replied, in most respects, I find you commendable, but when it comes to women, I confess I harbor some doubts, given your reputation. Alright, enough of this prattle. I have legitimate business with Xiaolingzhen. Xin Xianyu retorted. He still remembered the matter concerning Xiao Linglong during his time in Zhengzhou. Now that he had encountered Xin Shangyun, he casually brought it up, intending to retrieve the treasures Xiao Linglong desired. Xin Shangyun's expression turned even more strange. To be frank, I do not even know if there is a Xiaolingzhen among my concubines. What, you are unaware of your own concubines? Xin Xianyu exclaimed in astonishment. Xin Shangyun replied irritably, at my age, and having not entertained a woman in years, how would I know? Then I shall inquire one by one within the palace, Xin Xianyu suggested. That is permissible, but what do you seek from Xiaolingzhen? Xin Xianyu briefly explained the situation concerning the 2 sisters from the Xiao family, and Xin Shangyun did not press further. In that case, let him go. Just bear in mind, it would be more efficient to address your inquiries to the crown princess, as she currently oversees the inner palace and should be familiar with all the concubines. Very well, I shall take my leave now, Xin Xianyu said. Exercise caution in the inner palace, after all, they are still your mother figures. Xin Shangyun cautioned. Mother figures, you say? Had any of those concubines been willing to feed me when I was a child, I might agree with you.
Were it not for the crown princess's kindness, I would have starved long ago. With that, Shen Xianyu shifted the conversation, asking, Father, after all these years, have you discovered any trace of my mother? Shen Shangyun shook his head. No, your mother left so suddenly, it was as if she had simply vanished into thin air. Shen Xianyu felt a sense of helplessness within. Nearly a year old, his mother had departed without warning. In his childhood, he often felt envious watching other concubines cradle their children, though he was fortunate to have been cared for by Chen Yuni and Xinju. Then I shall take my leave. You may continue your alchemy at your leisure. You, my child. Shen Xianyu promptly exited Yangxin Palace, confidently heading towards the East Palace. The eunuchs and palace maids who encountered him showed great respect, while the officials working in the outer court of the crown prince's residence regarded him with trepidation. This fellow might very well be capable of murder. He then proceeded directly to the inner court, which constituted the true East Palace, while the outer court served as the administrative office for the crown prince or great-grandson, also referred to as the crown prince's residence. Chen Yuni was seated in the courtyard, cradling an elderly white cat. Upon seeing Shen Xianyu approach, a flicker of delight sparked in her eyes. Xianyu, you have returned from Zhongzhou already? Greetings, royal sister-in-law, Shen Xianyu replied. He maintained a respectful demeanor towards Chen Yuni, for she was not only his sister-in-law but also a maternal figure in his life. Chapter 91 of the harem, like a cage of vengeful spirits. Why be so formal with your sister-in-law? Please, do take a seat. Someone, bring tea. Chen Yuni treated Shen Xianyu with unwavering warmth. Despite the rivalry that simmered between him and her own son, cast aside the factors of self-interest, he was still a child she had nurtured with her own hands. Shen Xianyu hurriedly replied, there is no need for you to trouble yourself, your highness. I have come to inquire about someone. Concubine Zhuang, Xiaolingzhen, are you acquainted with her? Indeed, she has been in the palace for quite some time, residing in Yunhua Palace. But may I ask, what is your purpose in seeking her? Chen Yuni inquired with curiosity. I wish to ask her about some personal matters. Thank you for your guidance, your highness. Shall I accompany you? There is no need to trouble your highness. I can go alone. Very well, allow me to see you off. As she watched Shen Xianyu depart, Chen Yuni felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. Whether it was her son or he, both had once sought her embrace as children, conversing with such warmth. Now, every meeting was met with a palpable sense of estrangement. Contemplating the future, Chen Yuni's heart grew heavier, and she could not help but sigh. The royal struggle had always been merciless. Was there truly no way to achieve a harmonious resolution? Pingshan, had you still been alive, perhaps Chen Yang and Xianyu would not be locked in such a relentless conflict. Chen Yuni returned to the inner courtyard with a heavy heart. At that moment, Shen Yang approached and asked, Mother, I heard that Uncle 19 came by just now? Yes, Chen Yuni replied. What did he say? Chen Yuni initially intended to speak candidly but reconsidered and merely deflected. It was nothing of great significance, merely some personal matters unrelated to court affairs. Since Shen Xianyu sought Xiaolingzhen for private reasons, it was best not to inform Shen Yang, lest it spark further discord. Shen Yang did not press further, and after bidding farewell, he busied himself with his own matters. He then turned and headed to the southern study, where he found the usual officials of the crown prince's residence, all wearing somber expressions. Shen Xianyu's recent inspection of Zhongzhou had dealt a heavy blow to the entire Taizong faction. Lu Ji, the left deputy minister of justice, spoke in a low voice, Your Highness, the Tang family has been exterminated down to the 9th degree, and the repercussions continue to claim lives in Zhongzhou, many of whom are our own. I have come to understand the situation, he continued. It was Prince Yan who personally submitted a secret memorial to the emperor, condemning the Tang family. Shen Yang replied coolly, This matter is of little consequence now. Shen Xianyu has achieved a significant victory in Zhongzhou, and the campaign against the demons has also faltered, leaving him without leverage to force the emperor's abdication. We must devise an alternative strategy to continue undermining the emperor's authority. Only when I ascend the throne can we truly advance our ambitions, otherwise, we are left powerless, merely watching Shen Xianyu flaunt his might. Another individual expressed confusion. Logically, the emperor's health should be declining, yet he seems to have regained some vitality of late. At this, Lu Ji interjected, the eunuchs from the Yangxin Palace informed me that Prince Yan has recently been sending the emperor rare celestial and earthly treasures, which likely accounts for this. Enough. At the mention of this topic, Shen Yang's anger flared. Is it appropriate for subjects to discuss the emperor's mortality in such a manner? War must be waged. If we cannot engage the demon race, then let us confront the northern barbarians. Only through warfare can we gain military achievements, allowing our people to rise swiftly and bolster our power. Shen Yang's intentions extended beyond mere warfare. The Sword Qi Mountain had a presence in Zhongzhou discussions, and he sought to reinforce his ties with them. Only through their assistance could he effectively eliminate the white python that coiled around Shen Xianyu, for otherwise, he would remain impervious under the dual protection of the white python and the emperor. As for the war against the northern barbarians, Shen Yang had already formulated a comprehensive plan in his mind. If all went according to plan, Tang Daoshang would seek refuge in the northern Jing dynasty, serving as the key figure to ignite this conflict. Reflecting on this, Shen Yang murmured to himself, Elder brother, allow me to make use of you one last time. In the imperial city, within the harem, upon entering, Shen Xianyu was met only with an oppressive silence. And, of course, resentment. Observing the concubines bickering over trivial matters, it was not that they lacked decorum, rather, prolonged confinement in the harem had twisted their minds. The primary reason was their lack of favor. Shen Shangyun had grown old and lost interest in taking new consorts. As for whether he possessed the capability to do so, Shen Xianyu suspected he no longer did. Otherwise, given his youthful disposition, there would have been a multitude of princes born by now.
The result was that he had reached a point of exhaustion upon seeing Shen Xianyu. The expressions of the concubines shifted to something peculiar however, once they noticed the princely python robe he wore, their demeanor instantly transformed to one of respect. Within the harem, truly influential individuals were few and far between: one empress, two noble consorts, and one crown princess. These four women were the essential pillars of the harem. The status of the remaining concubines was barely above that of the palace maids and eunuchs. Empress Gao Xi passed away in the 33rd year of Xiangwu, noble consort Yu passed away in the 29th year, and his own mother, noble consort Xian, had gone missing for 32 years. Thus, the affairs of the harem fell entirely into the hands of Crown Princess Chen Huayuni. In such a state, the harem bore little difference from a cage of vengeful spirits. Shen Shengyun cared little for it, even neglecting to cast a glance in its direction. Shen Xianyu pondered darkly, if I were to find myself in such a predicament in the future, while Xianzhu and Lian Shuang might manage to endure, that little fox spirit would likely tear me apart. With these thoughts in mind, Shen Xianyu wandered the corridors of several palaces, searching for a considerable time without encountering a single eunuch or maid along the way. Eventually, he spotted an elderly concubine in the garden and approached her to inquire for directions. As he drew near, Shen Xianyu could not help but be taken aback. This concubine was truly beautiful. She possessed both striking features and an elegant figure, appearing to be in her early 30s. Her eyes held a captivating allure. Regaining his composure, Shen Xianyu respectfully addressed her, "Esteemed lady, I am Prince Yan, Shen Xianyu. I have come to seek Lady Zhuang of Yunhua Palace regarding a matter. Might you direct me to her?"
What is your purpose in seeking her? The woman arched an eyebrow, her gaze appraising Shen Xianyu.
It pertains to personal matters. I merely seek your guidance, esteemed lady.
Speak plainly, what is it you wish to discuss with Lady Zhuang? I am indeed looking for her. Upon hearing this, Shen Xianyu was momentarily taken aback. You are Xiao Lingjun? Yes, may I inquire what brings Prince Yan to seek me?
Shen Xianyu spoke directly, Lady Zhuang, I have a beloved named Xiao Linglong, and I have come to reclaim her life-sustaining treasure that rightfully belongs to her.
Chapter 92.
The dragon tamer hearing this, Xiao Lingjun suddenly smiled lightly and sighed, my sister and I from the Xiao family are truly blessed. I was effortlessly chosen to enter the palace and became one of your father's consorts. Although I couldn't elevate our family to great heights, our lives have improved somewhat. My sister, on the other hand, has surprisingly become the beloved of His Highness the Yanwang. But then again, as your father's concubine, I have taken my sister as well.
Does that not muddle our family hierarchy? Shen Xianyu furrowed his brow slightly. Lady Zhuang, let us not beat around the bush. She is, after all, your sister, and she requires that precious artifact to extend her life. He had expected to have to persuade Xiao Lingjun, but to his surprise, she did not continue to ramble. Instead, she removed a brown pendant from her neck.
I have long heard that His Highness the Yanwang enjoys indulging in pleasures, so I am not surprised he has taken notice of my sister's allure and beauty. However, as her elder, I must impart a lesson to you. A woman's words are often deceiving. Her statements should not be taken at face value.
With that, Xiao Lingjun handed the pendant to Shen Xianyu. The pendant, resembling the color of earth, felt like jade in his hand. Shen Xianyu, intrigued, inquired, Lady Zhuang, what do your words imply? Is this pendant truly the artifact that can prolong Xiao Linglong's life? Xiao Lingjun nodded but retorted, how did my sister convey this to you?
During their journey back from Zhengzhou to Xianjing, they had shared the same carriage. Xiao Linglong had indicated that her sister had despised her since childhood and had secretly taken her life-prolonging treasure when entering the palace. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger crossed Xiao Lingjun's delicate features, her fair hand clenching into a fist. Shen Xianyu assumed it was yet another melodramatic twist, perhaps a tale of sisterly rivalry. However, Xiao Lingjun exclaimed vehemently, my sister would never utter such words. Shen Xianyu raised an eyebrow, puzzled, then according to your words, Lady Zhuang, is Xiao Linglong not your sister? No, she is indeed my sister. I am aware she will seek me out to reclaim this life-prolonging artifact, but one could argue it is not her, but rather the remnant soul of the dragon that has taken refuge within her.
What on earth? A dragon's remnant soul? Shen Xianyu momentarily felt bewildered. Xiao Lingjun elaborated, Your Highness, many years ago, I brought Linglong to the riverbank to wash clothes, where she found this pendant. The remnant soul of the dragon attached itself to her. This pendant is indeed a life-prolonging treasure for Linglong, but for that remnant soul, it is a tool to completely possess her body. As it is the dragon's pearl, it will slowly sap Linglong's vitality, and based on current calculations, it is only a matter of time before it retrieves the pearl to achieve its goal. Therefore, if you truly cherish my sister, do not allow her to come into contact with the pendant. I beseech you, for her sake as your beloved, to help her rid herself of that creature. That would be the true way to prolong her life. By the end of her plea, Xiao Lingjun's eyes were filled with earnest entreaty. Shen Xianyu glanced at the pendant. Lady Zhuang, you could have chosen not to disclose this to me, and the status quo would have been maintained. Xiao Lingjun shook her head helplessly. I once racked my brains to be selected for the palace precisely to carry this object to evade that creature. It likely seeks to draw Linglong closer to you, hoping to use you to obtain this item. I have no other recourse. Rather than conceal the truth, it is better to be forthright. I know you are the Emperor's most beloved son, and I implore you, solely for my sister's beauty, to save her life. At this moment, Shen Xianyu wore a smile. You two truly are sisters. Your behaviors reflect a remarkable similarity. Xiao Lingjun inquired, what do you mean by that? She seeks my help to save her life, and you are asking me to find a way to rescue her, all while keeping it so deeply hidden.
However, I understand now, Xiao Linglong's actions and words are not entirely under her control, they are influenced by that dragon's malicious spirit, correct? In response to Xin Xianyo's question, Xiao Lingjin nodded, her heart filled with a glimmer of hope, albeit faint.
Back then, I traveled to Qingcheng Mountain in Shuzhou for her sake.
The Taoists there were at a loss that if we wish to eliminate the threat to my sister permanently, we must use the dragon to tame the dragon, there is no alternative.
Shen Xianyu replied nonchalantly, this matter is rather simple. Xiao Lingjin's eyes brightened instantly. Your Highness, do you have a solution? Shen Xianyu merely asked, Lady Zhuang, do you see what is embroidered on my python robe? Xiao Lingjin glanced over. A five-clawed dragon?
Indeed, the Emperor is often referred to as the true dragon son of heaven, and his sons, apart from the crown prince, can all be considered dragons.
You two sisters have chosen the right person.
As he spoke, Xin Xianyo's smile widened, the Taoists of Qingcheng Mountain had some skill, the dragon was merely a malicious spirit, while this prince's dragon was genuine, possessing an innate superiority. To tame the dragon with a dragon, is that not simply a matter of suppression, the act of taming is unimportant, the act of suppression is what truly matters. Though Shen Xianyu spoke with utmost seriousness, Xiao Lingjin could not help but furrow her brow, her expression shifting to one of deep contemplation. A hint of color flushed her alluring face, clearly indicating a misunderstanding of his words. Xiao Lingjin could not resist cautioning, Your Highness, the dragon's malicious spirit is exceedingly troublesome, it would be best to handle it with utmost seriousness to avoid losing both the lady and the soldiers. Shen Xianyu paused momentarily before clarifying, Lady Zhuang, where do your thoughts wander? I meant to suppress the dragon's malicious spirit, not to suppress your sister.
With that remark, the atmosphere of their conversation became somewhat awkward, leaving both uncertain about what to say next.
Shen Xianyu finally suggested, Lady Zhuang, I shall take my leave for today, once I have dealt with that dragon's malicious spirit, I will arrange for you and your sister to reunite.
Thank you, Your Highness.
Xiao Lingjin expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Shen Xianyu said no more and swiftly departed the palace, heading directly back to his residence. At that moment, in the kitchen, the staff was preparing a meal, whereby Qinghan stood by the stove, holding a roasted chicken leg in her left hand and a steaming white bun in her right. The kitchen staff wore faces of helplessness, they had intended to host a welcoming feast for His Highness the Yin Wang, but the young lady had taken it upon herself to start eating first. As Shen Xianyu arrived, the cooks hurriedly bowed, and before they could explain, he instructed, continue with your tasks. Qinghan, wait a moment before eating, come with me. Bai Qinghan ignored the first part of Shen Xianyu's statement, first, help me uncover the origins of this pendant. Chapter 93 Refining Objects. Bai Qinghan glanced at the half-eaten chicken leg and steamed bun in his hand, casually placing them on the desk and shielding them with his body. After accepting the pendant from Shen Xianyu, he began to scrutinize it carefully. How does this item resemble a dragon pearl so closely? Bai Qinghan's jade-like fingers delicately caressed it. The red cord of the pendant was of little significance. The pendant itself had a profound origin. After Shen Xianyu's explanation, Bai Qinghan's lips, still glistening with grease, curved into a slight smile. TSK, such fortune you possess, it must surely incite envy among all in the world. Do you know what kind of dragon pearl this is? From this dragon pearl, one can discern that the dragon's path aligns with the earth element of the 5 elements, thus the pearl bears this particular hue. Shen Xianyu's face brightened with joy as he remarked, therefore, I wish to subdue the dragon's malevolent spirit residing within Xiao Linglong. I believe Bai Xianzi must possess a suitable method. Xianyu, let me ask you, what is the generating and overcoming relationship of earth within the 5 elements? Fire generates earth, what overcomes earth? Bai Qinghan chuckled. Precisely, the solution is now apparent, isn't it? Since you claim that the dragon currently lacks a physical form and resides within Xiao Linglong, we can directly compel it to emerge using the blood of Qingyu. However, you must consider the consequences if you fail to subdue it. Shen Xianyu replied nonchalantly, it's simple, if it complies, it may remain within Xiao Linglong and cultivate in an orderly manner. Conversely, I have other means to deal with it. Should I still be unable to subdue it, I shall eliminate it without hesitation. The world is vast, it is not indispensable. In the future, I could simply seek out another. For now, I merely wish to acknowledge its existence and attempt to subdue it in passing. Bai Qinghan finally grasped the implications. No wonder they refer to it as subduing, he had already devised a prudent strategy. Shen Xianyu was increasingly attuned to the profound mysteries of the path, undoubtedly aided by Bai Qinghan's guidance. This opportunity, in a certain sense, was destined to arise. If interpreted through the lens of geography, Shuzhou belongs to the southern region in the Daxian Empire, also known as the position of fire energy. Fire generates earth, thus giving rise to this dragon closely aligned with the earth path. Earth is predominant over metal, and the position of metal energy is also referred to as the central position of the 5 elements. The central position is not found elsewhere but right beneath our feet in Su New Jersey and the neighboring Zhengzhou, which for Xiao Linglong and the dragon's malevolent spirit, signifies they are on the right path. Upon realizing this, Shen Xianyu said, Bai Xianzi, please continue your meal, I shall attend to important matters. Go ahead. Bai Qinghan, filled with anticipation, finished the chicken leg and steamed bun in hand and went to the kitchen for 2 more. He pulled up a chair and sat in the backyard. This moment, Shen Xianyu had summoned both Qingyu and Xiao Linglong to the courtyard. Upon seeing Qingyu, Xiao Linglong appeared quite uneasy. Bai Qinghan chuckled to Xianyu, do you truly need my continued detailed instruction on what to do? No need, I am quite aware of where the essence of the 5 elements converges, Shen Xianyu confidently replied. His gaze first fell upon the location corresponding to Qingyu's liver, what corresponds to the liver. With this thought, Shen Xianyu concentrated his true energy, forming a long sword of true energy. He approached Qingyu with the sword raised. The young girl was instantly terrified, her face turning ashen. Your Highness, what do you intend to do? I have done nothing wrong, please do not harm me. Shen Xianyu smiled gently. I do not intend to harm you, I merely wish to draw a bit of your blood, which I shall replenish afterward with something nourishing. Upon hearing this, Qingyu ceased her panic, standing obediently as Shen Xianyu made a small incision at the liver's location. Hiss, Qingyu gasped in pain. Shen Xianyu held a bowl to catch half a bowl of fresh blood, immersing his right hand within it until all fingers and palm were stained. He then turned his gaze towards Xiao Linglong. Earth corresponds with the spleen, the dragon's malevolent spirit should be located there. Shen Xianyu stepped in front of Xiao Linglong, slightly raising his blood-stained palm and probing towards the upper left of her abdomen. There lay the spleen. Xiao Linglong felt an innate fear, a terror that emanated from deep within. Your Highness, just as she uttered a sound, Shen Xianyu pressed his palm against her, commanding sternly. Come forth. In an instant, a piercing dragon's wail resonated throughout the courtyard. As anticipated, streams of earthy mist began to escape from Xiao Linglong's 7 orifices, yet they remained closely tethered to her physical form. Once the mist coalesced, it manifested as a 4-clawed dragon, 6 or 7 feet long. You dare to confront me? The fury in the dragon's eyes was unmistakable. With a mere thought, Shen Xianyu transformed his true energy sword into the immortal sword Fengshuang. Now that we have reached this juncture, will you obediently remain within Xiao Linglong, or will you continue to stir up trouble? The dragon intended to retort, but Shen Xianyu lost his patience. Enough of this, I shall employ another method to deal with you. With a thought, the white dragon demon manifested in the courtyard, opening its gaping maw to swallow the dragon's malevolent spirit whole. Witnessing this action, Bai Qinghan abruptly rose, uncertainty clouding his expression. Xianyu, do you mean to devour and refine even the dragon's remnant soul? My true form cannot bear the dual paths of destiny. Moreover, by doing so, Xiao Linglong will perish. I am aware, do not prattle on, Shen Xianyu replied, his countenance slightly grim. Seeing this, Bai Qinghan refrained from further protest. Soon, Bai Qinghan realized that Shen Xianyu did not intend to refine and absorb the dragon's malevolent spirit as cultivation nourishment. Instead, he aimed to forge it into a magical artifact, though it seemed something was lacking. Shen Xianyu too recognized this, producing the pendant and instructing the white dragon demon to consume it. Bai Qinghan's eyes sparkled with understanding. So, he is merely refining objects, using the dragon pearl as the foundation for the artifact, while refining away the dragon's malevolent spirit and allowing the pearl to absorb it. It was akin to erasing the dragon's vitality while preserving its essence. Bai Qinghan felt deeply impressed. This line of thought was one he had never contemplated, nor had he considered utilizing such a method to forge artifacts. Bai Qinghan also felt a tinge of confusion. It seemed as though his true form was being played with in ways he never anticipated. Once the white dragon demon regurgitated the pendant, Shen Xianyu cleaned it and adorned it around Xiao Linglong's neck. Initially, Xiao Linglong's complexion was as pale as a corpse, yet in that instant, her color returned. Shen Xianyu instructed, this pendant shall henceforth serve as your life-protecting treasure. As long as it exists, you shall live. At this moment, Xiao Linglong comprehended fully the discomfort that had entwined her for over a decade had finally vanished entirely. Tears welled in her eyes, giving her the appearance of a weeping willow. Coupled with her flawless visage, Shen Xianyu could not help but feel his heart flutter. Thank you, your highness, for your timely rescue. I shall repay you with my life. Bai Qinghan, rather inopportunely, raised a question. Ah, did you not say in Zhongzhou that you would pledge yourself to Xianyu? My life belongs to your highness. What more can my body signify? Chapter 94 of the 5 Celestial Spirits. Shen Xianyu, caught between laughter and tears, remarked, Fairy Bai, why do you have such an affinity for asking these rather awkward questions? It was merely a casual inquiry, after all, nothing of great significance. Bai Qinghan shrugged her shoulders. All right, Linglong, you may return to your chamber and rest. Xiao Linglong nodded, her cheeks faintly flushed as she stepped into the room. Shen Xianyu then sought some medicine for external injuries and proceeded to accompany Qingyu to her quarters. Inside the room, the young girl's complexion grew increasingly rosy. As she observed Shen Xianyu meticulously applying medicine to her wound, the pain gradually diminished. After he had wrapped her injury with gauze, he assisted her in finding a fresh garment to wear. Thank you, your highness, Qingyu murmured, her head bowed, her voice barely above a whisper. Shen Xianyu couldn't resist teasing. You aren't angry with me, are you? Like Miss Linglong, my life is in your hands, your highness, how could I dare to blame you for the state of my body? As she uttered these words, Qingyu felt her cheeks ablaze. Witnessing her flustered demeanor ignited a similar warmth within Shen Xianyu. He intended to jest with her, yet it seemed he had inadvertently amused himself instead. Is it still painful? Not at all, this medicinal powder is remarkably effective. I can hardly feel the injury anymore. No sooner had she spoken than darkness enveloped her vision, and she felt a gentle warmth upon her lips. When her sight returned, there was a hint of affection reflected in their gazes. However, in Qingyu's eyes, there lingered a trace of allure. Your highness, please do not speak. Approximately half an hour later, Shen Xianyu emerged from Qingyu's room, his expression one of refreshment and clarity. His inner thoughts were undisturbed as he led Qingyu to the warm jade pool for a wash and reapplied her medication, before allowing her to join Bai Qinghan for a meal. Meanwhile, he retreated to his study, poring over the military maps he had procured from the Ministry of War. Unlike ordinary maps, this one was considerably larger, resembling a carpet, with towns, mountain ranges, rivers, and other landmarks depicted with remarkable clarity. It was crafted by the Ministry of War for the convenience of military operations and could not be compared to standard maps. Shen Xianyu's gaze fixed upon the 3 states in the east. The eastern region, embodying the essence of wood, represented the balance of the 5 elements, wood giving rise to fire. Xanju represented water, Qinghan embodied metal, Qingyu signified wood, and Linglong represented earth.
What remained was the search for a dragon or serpent aligned with fire. Once found, achieving the divine state would merely be the pinnacle of the world, not my own. Shen Xianyu continued to scrutinize the three eastern states, tracing the serpentine rivers and mountain ranges. Some areas were rendered unrecognizable by the destruction wrought by the Qingtian Bureau, unable to form any coherent structure, let alone host a true dragon or serpent of fire. After much searching, he finally discovered an undamaged serpentine mountain range in Huai Prefecture. Shen Xianyu murmured to himself, I must find an opportunity to venture there. Even if I cannot find a dragon or serpent of fire, I could capture a fire-affiliated serpent demon from Yujing Gorge to nurture. What are you muttering about? Bai Qinghan entered, observing Shen Xianyu bent over the map, and with a playful smile, inquired, You aren't delving into the intricacies of geographical elements, are you?
Indeed, Shen Xianyu slowly articulated his thoughts.
Bai Qinghan was left in astonishment. Your audacity is remarkable. You wish to cultivate a dragon of the 5 elements?
Shen Xianyu nodded with enthusiasm, declaring, Precisely, that is my intention, for I detest the notion of exterminating the younger generation to eliminate the older. I must pursue a realm that transcends the divine state. If such a realm does not exist, then I shall create it. I refuse to believe that the limits of realms are confined to the divine state. Moreover, you all would benefit from this endeavor. Is that not advantageous? Bai Qinghan hastily responded, I did not imply it was a bad idea, but the profundity of the 5 elements remains elusive.
What if it backfires upon you?
As long as you all refrain from causing mischief, I have your support, and I can always rely on you for sustenance. Shen Xianyu chuckled. I wouldn't mind some sustenance, he added, feeling a sudden chill run down his spine, murmuring, I suddenly feel as though I am nurturing a brood of the frail and infirm.
What do you mean?
Bai Qinghan asked, puzzled.
Consider it.
Xianju's true form has been severed, and we still have yet to restore it. Then there's you, your true form is in a state of disunion. Xingyu has only just reached the Yuanyin realm, and I inadvertently caused her to regress to the Fomin realm.
As for Linglong, she is simply a delicate maiden. Bai Qinghan laughed lightly, chiding, Are you truly beginning to harbor disdain for us?
That was not my intention, I simply enjoy reaping the benefits without laboring for them. Shen Xianyu grinned.
Get out of here.
Such fortune is rare in this world.
Indeed, to reap rewards, one must first invest effort.
Shen Xianyu then folded the map, stating, Now, we are only missing a dragon or serpent aligned with fire.
Isn't there one readily available? Bai Qinghan queried. From where? My maid, Han Yue.
Her true form is the Qi Lian serpent, a steadfast dragon of fire, and quite pure.
Shen Xianyu's eyes brightened, is that true?
Why would I deceive you? However, I must forewarn you, if you intend to use us to gain cultivation or other benefits, I am more than willing to assist, but should you dare to be ungrateful, as the people say, I shall ensure your bones are ground to dust. Upon hearing this, Bai Qinghan felt a peculiar sensation, as though she were being subtly influenced.
Where are your thoughts wandering?
Shen Xianyu protested, I have no such intentions toward Han Yue.
And what of your intentions toward me? Bai Qinghan inquired.
Look at you, asking such awkward questions again, Shen Xianyu replied with a chuckle.
He then exited the study, gazing at the expansive grounds of the Yan Wangfu. It felt different from before, yet he could not quite articulate this sensation. Bai Qinghan seemed to understand his sentiment, stating with sincerity, You are one of the rare fortunate souls in this world. The Yan Wangfu now exists in a state of perpetual vitality, circulating the 5 elements. If you wish to enhance your cultivation efforts, it would be prudent to establish a shrine for the 5 of us. Daily offerings of incense would bring you countless benefits without any harm. Shen Xianyu, his face alight with curiosity, replied, Is it truly possible? Indeed, strictly speaking, we are not human, and we do not shy away from being honored while alive. Very well. I shall prepare the east-facing chamber for your shrine. What shrine? To put it correctly, that is a celestial spirit.
Shen Xianyu was quite pleased with this arrangement. Within half an hour, he had prepared the shrine for the celestial spirits and crafted a pedestal for each of the 5 using jade of the 5 elements, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Afterward, Bai Qinghan teased, if outsiders were to see this, they would surely claim you worshipped malevolent spirits.
What malevolent spirits? I am merely honoring my own wives. Bai Qinghan raised an eyebrow, yet I am not your wife. Chapter 95. The 4 elements of cultivation. Is it not the time now? What about later?
Shen Xianyu looked at her with great interest. For a moment, Bai Qinghan was at a loss for words, only able to play with her hair.
Well, it depends on my mood. Shen Xianyu nodded, choosing not to speak further.
He reflected momentarily, this woman, when in her best spirits, was undoubtedly at her happiest when well-fed, satiate her, and it was quite a simple task. Shen Xianyu then collected his thoughts and placed an incense burner before each of the 5 jade tokens. He then turned to Bai Qinghan, admonishing, Fairy Bai, make sure to enjoy your own offerings, and do not partake of others. Bai Qinghan let out a light laugh, dismissing his concern, Ha! Do I still require the offerings of others? Within Zuangqing and Zhengzhou, my Baixian temple is proliferating. What I lack the least is incense. I certainly wouldn't need to consume that of others. Moreover, establishing the celestial deity is not for my benefit, but rather for yours, is it not? The Wang residence served as Shen Xianyu's cultivation sanctuary. Broadly speaking, the path of cultivation comprises 4 essential components. Dharma, companionship, wealth, and land. Apart from companionship, Shen Xianyu possessed nearly all of these elements. He had the devouring heaven technique as his dharma. Wealth was a given, as the current emperor of Dexian had 19 sons, making riches or resources for cultivation easily accessible to him. Land referred to the Wang residence itself. As for companionship, it denoted a partner on the path of enlightenment rather than a romantic counterpart. Upon hearing Bai Qinghan's assertion, Shen Xianyu expressed his confusion. It seems there should be no conflict between a beloved and a companion on the path. Indeed, Lian Shuang and others, myself included, could serve as your companions on this path. However, after calculating our fates, I found no woman perfectly aligned with yours, Bai Qinghan replied.
Oh, come now, having one is sufficient, why pursue such perfection?
True enough, but returning to the matter at hand, once the celestial deity is established, your cultivation at the Wang residence will undoubtedly be more fruitful, and your luck should also improve. In her idle moments, Bai Qinghan had relished pondering the intricacies of incense and fortune. Numerous examples could validate that establishing a deity would indeed assist its possessor. The notion of luck, however, seemed far too ethereal to Shen Xianyu, who brushed it aside. At that moment, Supa and Suyu arrived, their expressions unusually grave, suggesting that a significant event had transpired.
Shen Xianyu inquired, what has happened on your end?
Suyu spoke first, his expression complex. Your Highness, I initially thought our people had encountered a ghost, but after investigation, it has been confirmed that Tang Daosheng is alive.
What? That scoundrel is not dead?
Shen Xianyu stared incredulously at the two before him. Supa continued, Your Highness, I sent several of my brothers from the border troops to the northern barbarians to investigate, and they witnessed Tang Daosheng with their own eyes. Currently, he is seeking protection from the northern court. We also traced the circumstances surrounding this matter, but we cannot ascertain why Tang Daosheng remains alive. At the time, when the Zhangzhou inspectorate executed a massacre on the Tang family, Supa had witnessed Prince Yan dismember Tang Daosheng himself. The corpses were subsequently disposed of in the Golden Sand River, with Prince Yan hoping that the White Flood Dragon would consume them in the water, thereby concealing the evidence. Shen Xianyu recalled meticulously, during the period when the White Flood Dragon was consuming, the first to be devoured was indeed Tang Daosheng's dismembered body. By now, it should have been thoroughly digested. How could he still be alive? Was it possible that someone had substituted Tang Daosheng before the act? Such a notion, however, seemed utterly preposterous. Suyu's expression grew even more complicated. Your Highness, there is something I am uncertain whether to disclose.
Speak.
I feel this bears resemblance to a method acquired during the reign of King Zhao.
Elaborate.
The Bureau of Demon Slayers was formerly known as the Brocade Guard, which was under King Zhao's command, and during that period, Suyu held the rank of a commander within the Brocade Guard.
He possessed knowledge of certain matters.
In the 30th year of Xiangwu, King Zhao was ordered to lead the Brocade Guard into the northern barbarians, known as Beijing, to hunt down a sect called the Three Life Dao Sect. Despite being labeled a Dao sect, it was actually a sinister cult. This cult utilized methods that exerted insufferable pressure on the Dexian army on the northern battlefield. Afterward, King Zhao took the risk of infiltrating, successfully capturing them, and appropriated all of the sect's secret techniques. To this day, those techniques are sealed within the royal library. Among them is a secret art said to resurrect the dead, which is the three-life creation method.
Shen Xianyu understood clearly.
This method served as the protagonist Tang Daosheng's trump card within that book. Its most apparent effect was the ability to restore a physical body. Hence, he had dismembered it and consumed the remains, but could it truly allow for restoration?
Was it not too unfathomable? Suyu, you just mentioned that the three-life creation method is in the royal library, correct? Upon Shen Xianyu's inquiry, Suyu nodded, indeed, but it has likely been classified as a forbidden art. Without the Emperor's decree, it cannot be accessed. You two, accompany me to the royal city. I must uncover this perplexing matter. Shen Xianyu's countenance darkened as he continually recalled the content regarding the three-life creation method from that book. It explicitly stated that each use diminished its efficacy, severely depleting the practitioner's vitality. In essence, as long as one was not utterly dead, there remained a chance for revival. Yet, Tang Daosheng had been dismembered. Was he not utterly dead? Or was it possible that the three-life creation method possessed other hidden capabilities? Shen Xianyu made his way directly to the royal city, obtained a decree from Shen Shengyun, and proceeded straight to the library. Amidst a multitude of forbidden techniques, he unearthed the three-life creation method. His expression transformed from grave to enlightened, and he even recognized another issue. Previously, the White Flood Dragon had consumed numerous corpses, yet its size had scarcely increased, and the cultivation nutrients it provided were negligible. The reason lay within the three-life creation method. Supa, unable to comprehend this intricacy, asked in confusion, Your Highness, is this method truly so sinister that it can bring the dead back to life?
It does not bring the dead back to life. It restores.
Shen Xianyu corrected him.
These are two distinct concepts. The three-life creation method is indeed quite extraordinary. It can restore even without a physical body, though it requires a significant amount of bloodline vitality as a price. The nutrients come from that vitality. Tang Daosheng likely extracted all the nourishment from the corpses of his Tang family relatives to restore his own body, which explains why the White Flood Dragon received so little nourishment after its consumption. Suyu questioned, Even so, we have our people everywhere. It would be nearly impossible for Tang Daosheng to escape. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Shen Xianyu's eyes.
It must be that little bastard Shen Shenyang is aiding him. Chapter 96.
The Three Lives Transformation Technique. This matter is something that could be deduced even with the simplest of thoughts. Shen Xianyu cast the Three Lives Transformation Technique back to its original place. Supa, standing nearby, consoled him, Your Highness, the Tang family has been annihilated. Even if Tang Daosheng were still alive, what waves could he possibly stir? Furthermore, you currently possess the cultivation of the Ascendant Cloud Realm. Should the court decide to wage war against the northern barbarians, once we penetrate their territory, I shall personally ensure that Tang Daosheng's head is brought to you. I cannot fathom how he could resurrect a second time. There were many characters and symbols in the three lives transformation technique that Supa could not comprehend. However, one phrase was strikingly clear. It implied that this method of resurrection through blood relations could only be employed once. Shen Xianyu replied solemnly, when that moment arrives, Tang Daosheng could easily trample 100 of you underfoot. This truly would allow him to dive into the ocean like a dragon, roaming freely. That wretched Shen Shenyang, so lacking in loyalty when it comes to matters of deep affection, yet displaying such sentimentality when it is unwarranted. Shen Xianyu could no longer contain his frustration. After muttering a curse, he proceeded to the Yangxin palace of Shen Shengyun. He only briefly mentioned the matter to him. Shen Shengyun chuckled, Xianyu, you seem to hold Tang Daosheng in high regard. Even so, you wish to bring about his demise. You still laugh. Let us see if you continue to smile when your descendants perish at his hands.
Of course, this remark held no meaning for Shen Shengyun. Like Shen Shenyang, he could not grasp the magnitude of the threat posed by Tang Daosheng. Shen Xianyu merely grumbled inwardly and then stated, in any case, I have explained the situation to you. That little rascal Shen Shenyang engages in such despicable acts. If the third prince were still alive, he would have surely cleaved him in two. The third prince, also known as Prince Xiao, Shen Hufeng, indeed met his demise due to treason. However, at the time of the failed rebellion, he had already been disheartened, intending to bear the blame. Yet, during this process, Shen Shenyang had incited the Tang family to launch an assassination. It is entirely possible that Tang Daosheng was the one who dealt the fatal blow to the third prince.